Chapter 151. I left Mars with a half-wrecked Olympus Monday and went back to Earth after an hour of testing things out on Mars. The planet had a visible scar, one that could be seen from out of space after I was done with why I went there. Sometimes I still wonder how it was that I came to possess such powers that dwarfed the combined might of Earth, a planet. As I could massacre everyone on the planet by simply destroying it and it wouldn't take much out of me. Not that I was going to do that. What I was trying to say was that I had surpassed 99.99% of everyone on Earth, and those who belonged in the 0.01% were either still young or weren't born yet. Some do not even exist on this universe's Earth. I checked. While it was true that I was strong, there were still powers connected to Earth that dwarfed that of mine. Well, I have never been arrogant, so I was clear on that front. And given my code of never going to look for trouble, I expect a somewhat steady sailing through. I need to sleep. I've had less than 3 hours of sleep ever since I evolved, and though the biological need for sleep was long gone from my system, it was a routine that I will always endeavor in. Like that, a week passed since the day Aurora left for home, and I spent the days that followed trying to get used to smaller things and not feeling like I was some sort of spatial blanket spread over New York. It got bad that I had unconsciously warped myself to a museum during the night. If not for my body's subconscious fight or flight reaction, then I would have woken up bound in cuffs and have my face plastered on the news. The moment one of the security men pointed a gun at me, he found himself bound in metals around the museum, which immediately jolted me awake. It was like trying to control my emotions all over again. Normally, the degree of control I had over the conscious and subconscious part of my body and mind was very high, humanly impossible, but since becoming the Space Stone, the degree of control, or rather the lower point of it, increased, and since I let my body function normally, except when in a fight, without exerting control in any of its functions, the loose control affected my abilities, which now had a huge boost, especially my spatial ones. The others had been quite worried after I had mistakenly teleported them in their sleep to different places around America. Thankfully, I had been keeping an eye out on any other occurrence since my first museum visit and was quick to react by bringing them back, but I was living with 3 top-tier assassins and a veteran soldier who immediately knew the moment their location was changed. That had required some explaining, but all was good since the hiccups only seem to happen when I'm asleep. Now after a week I had finally put the clip on my control. "What's up, Clint?" I called out to Clint, who actually took the time to visit me despite his busy schedule. Well, I was bored, so I figured I would drop since it's been a while. Well, that was a reason as good as any. "And Fury just let you?" "It's not like I do anything other than training the newbies and hooping some arrogant meta's ass," he said with a shrug. It's been a while since Clint and I sat down and just talked over drinks. Felt like too long in my opinion. "Right," I said, and dropped some bottles between us. Pizza was already on its way and there was a game on. Just like old times. Just like old times. We both said at the same time and laughed as we clinked our bottle together. "So what have you been up to lately? Anything weird?" he asked after taking a sip from his beer and a slice of pizza. "Well, nothing much. That's if you exclude fighting a Nordic god and also permanently scarring Mount Olympus. Other than that, my day's been pretty much laid back." I put on a thinking expression as I listed a few of the things I had done, not entirely going into details. "Wait, back up for a section. You said you fought a god," he said while looking at me as if I was smoking pot, but as if not seeing the expression he was making. I nodded. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked him as he continued staring. "You said you fought a god? For real?" he asked again, this time making me surprised. "You seriously believe that?" "Well, are you lying?" "No. I thought so." "You are not the type to lie, not when you are speaking so nonchalantly, but still, gods." He looked between me and the game as if debating which one to focus on before he tuned it out and dedicated his attention to me. "So how were they? Were they draped in white linen with golden inlays or what?" This was interesting. I know Clint was one to keep a secret, but I also knew that he would have to tell Fury about it somewhere along the line. Whichever he did, it didn't bother me. Not like Fury could do anything in regards to the knowledge of gods being real. Well, Thor was like, almost 7 feet tall, and his hammer had a very mean swing to it. I didn't know how to describe Thor, so I just said what my first impression of the demigod was. And no, he didn't wear any white linen, gold-plated fabric. No gold, hey? Bummer. Well, how strong was he then? Wait. You fought a god? Now that was the reaction I was hoping to see. Yes, I fought him, but I won't be going into the details. As for how strong he was, well, he was pretty dang strong. He was strong, not anywhere near where I was, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fold most of the betas, alpha, and some omega level mutants currently on Earth. You know, since the day I met you, it's like my entire life changed. Crazy and stupid things keep happening everywhere." He said, took another sip of his beer. He looked at the bottle for a second before dropping it and grabbing the whiskey. "Better. Crazy coincidence, hey? But you can't say it's not exciting." "It's not, drawl. It's not." He gazed absent-mindedly at the screen, watching the muted game as he drank his whiskey. Every day there are either cases of mutilated metas, or a horribly killed human. Sure, barbarity has been a part of the human species since whenever, but now it's like a jungle out there. Guns hardly do shit anymore, and then there are punks who think that just because they won a genetic lottery gives them a ticket to do anything. I didn't think he had it that rough, but then again S.H.I.E.L.D, or rather Fury, was the one who volunteered themselves to be put at the front line of meta/human war that was currently ongoing behind the scenes. Guess you have it rough, hey? Clint shook his head. No, drawl. I had it worse. I had to kill a 19-year-old. A 19-year-old, for crying out loud, for fuck's sake. He didn't look like a kid, got some weird animal mutation. His skin could bounce off bullets and he was gonna kill Drum, so I shot him in the eye and watched the dead animal turn into a young boy. He took a swing of the bottle before looking at me, making me truly see how he felt from the moment he stepped inside the house. He wasn't broken, this wasn't near enough to break him, but he was frustrated. Frustrated that a kid had to be drawn into the crosshairs that the adults were supposed to fight. It is like Mad Street for metas that they have taken to forming groups. They have no hope in the government coming to their aid, so they've bounded together in some sort of small kingdom of their own inside the back alleys of the city. By the time he finished his rant, the half of bottle of whiskey was already gone. What's Fury doing about it? I asked, even though I already knew the likely answer. Doing what he can. In other words, nothing. Clint let out a depreciating chuckle, confirming what I said. Not that I blamed Fury, but there was just no way he could actually help. In fact, the amount of what help he could provide was servitude or nothing. Fury was a government man through and through. It was to the point that his entire thinking was wired around the concept of what kind of benefits he could receive. It was a very bad thought process for someone, anyone, who wanted to help someone. But conversely, it was this thought process that made him the best spy on the planet. Fury couldn't help, he knew that. Hell, the reason why he would put himself in the black meta-human war was because of the potential of recruits in S.H.I.E.L.D that he hoped he could pick up. I was on no moral ground to judge the man because what he was doing was the right thing when taking in his position and his idea of what was right. I was no better, well, I think I am, since I did do a little good for the life of millions, but that didn't mean I cared. Yes, I would oppose it if the government of the world was to put the genocidal option on the table, but that was just what any sane person on the planet would do. Just because I could say fuck it to a meta dying in a ditch somewhere didn't mean I'll do the same when humans say let's kill all the metas. I was a son of a bitch, but I was not a monster. It sucks, but that's the job, I guess. We take care of the shit no one else does. Ugh, I think I need to request a raise, haha. He groaned out as the whiskey finally hit him in the spot. So what is it? You're tired? It's crap, but like you said, who's gonna do it if not you? Not me, that's who. I said, which seems to get a genuine laugh out of him. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I wasn't going to tell Clint about Krakow for the same reason why I never told anything to Fury, he was a spy to the core. And besides, Krakow was not my concern, so there was no way I would go snooping around its business. The only reason that I would get a problem with its future resident would be if they encroached on my private land. The way I don't go snooping around other people's business was the same thing I wanted other people to do, don't meddle in mine. Do you have anything to do later in the day? I asked. Except checking in, nah, I don't think so. Why? We need a brother's day out. That's why. I said as I stood up and took the last slice of the second box of extra-large pizza. I thought that's what we were having. It's a brother's day out, not a brother's day in. He groaned at the plain fact and dusted the bits of pizza on his body off. Since it's apparently a brother's day out, what are we going to do? Hit the bar, pick up some girls. Hit the bar, yes. Pick up some girls? No. I'm dating someone, so no, can't do. Why even suggest that when you are the same? He didn't say anything at what I said, but he seemed to catch wind of something that made him pause. You are dating someone? He asked, almost in disbelief. Yes. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 154, Chapter 152. Who? It's Ororo. The weather-controlling meta, remember? Oh. White hair with the blue eyes. Hard to forget. That's one lucky catch. How the hell did you manage to get a girlfriend like that? We were already at a noisy bar, which was the best place to get that drunk feel, even when you haven't even gulped a pint. Well, it's nothing special, and I've known her for like 3 years now, so it just happened. We were at a table near the bar where we could get the gist of everything that was happening around us. That basically? Not like I expected anything different when it comes to you. I can stake my next glass that you didn't even know when you entered a relationship. He said with a loud laugh that drew some temporary gaze at us. Okay, That's uncalled for. I'm not that dumb. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that I thought you wouldn't have cared. It's hard imagining you being committed to someone. Nat and the others don't count, they are basically family, so that's different. Clint explained. I figured you would be that type of guy that would rather go and get laid at a motel than allow someone inside. Seeing you willing to accommodate Nat and Yelena and even take care of them like some sort of sibling was a good surprise for us though. You're changing, man, I'm glad. The way he said it made me think if I was ever like that. Sure, I knew I changed a lot, which was normal, considering I went from a 40-year-old man to the peak of my youth and also with Hydra and my powers. Everyone was bound to change drastically if they were put in my shoes. Clint had once mentioned that the reason I joke a lot was to cover up the trauma I received from Hydra, which was wrong. I think the reason why I mellowed down was because this was a second life. One more dangerous, more exciting, more thrilling, more fulfilled than any dream I could have dreamt. It was one of the reasons why I gave my romance with Ororo a chance. It wasn't a way to live, brooding all day long for the rest of my life. This was my Marvel redo and I was trying to live it the best I can. I still took things seriously, but it was all hidden under the facade of calmness and nonchalance. I've changed, yes. But I wasn't that different than I used to be. I have to. The world keeps spinning, me not changing with it would be redundant to myself. It's basic human biology after all. I said while signaling for a waitress to bring more bottles. I don't think it has much to do with biology but more to do with being a man. It's something to be proud of, bro. I ever told you I got a son? Clint seemed intoxicated, but it shouldn't have affected him to the point where he would be blurring out his secrets like this. So whatever he was saying, he was well aware. I shook my head. No, you never mentioned it. Well, I got this little boy, a real bundle, you know. It changes everything, man. First it starts with the little glances and the occasional jabs, then it balls up to a date, and a few years later, she's the most important person in your life. That's the moment you think this is it. This is the life, but it's not, at least not fully. A few years go by and then you make the decision, and a few months later, one of the toughest you've ever lived, he comes by. A very small life that you can squeeze out with your hands, but you can't. You won't. Because that right there is all the proof you need. Who you are, who you could ever be, the culmination of your life, that's what he represents. Your child. That sounds beautiful. It honestly did. It is. And then every day after that, all you can think of is how you'll go home and look at him, hold him in your hands above your head, because that's where he belongs. It's the life, I tell you. The last thing you would want is for him to know about all the fucked up things you did. I'm not talking about you failing a test or stealing some cash, I'm talking about you being contracted to kill 12 people because all their life meant to you was just target practice and a reputation boost. He was hurting. Not because of what he did but because he knew that that was the life he lived, the life he was living until the foreseeable future, and the life he hoped to get out of. But, you still read him his favorite bedtime story because it's the least you could do. The soft smile on his face was already enough for me to know that he put his family above all. You do all that because that's what it means to be a father. He looked at me as he said that. I'm not ready for that yet. I still have a long way to go before I get a picture as beautiful as that, I'm afraid. I said. He nodded at my words but his eyes didn't leave me. I know. You have a long way to go, but you are getting there. I don't think so. I don't think I can settle down currently. I have too much to deal with. I wasn't looking to get tied down anytime soon, it wasn't worth the trouble. Though I had plans of settling down, I wasn't going to do it now. Oh, I know. But the thing is, it's not something you plan for, it just happens. And trust me, when it does and she says yes, nothing else at that point would matter. Not even if the world crumbled. We remained in silence after that, just drinking and immersing ourselves in the lively atmosphere of the bar. Clint ended up becoming drunk, and as the sober one of us two, I had to take him home. Not the apartment where he lived in the city, but his house in the middle of nowhere. I was half expecting Laura to put a gun to my head for just appearing in the middle of the field, but instead she just let out a sigh of exasperation on seeing Clint's drunken state. Sorry for popping up unannounced, but I figured he would rather spend the night at home than his apartment. My name is Drawl, by the way. I introduced myself to her after depositing Clint to the bed, as this was the first time we've met. Call me Laura. Clint talks a lot about you. Beverage. Water is fine. I'm guessing I'm one interesting study case, right? She laughed as I said that but shook her head. Not like that, no. Interesting is one word, though not one that defines what he speaks of you. I would settle for unique. She handed me the glass of water which I took with thanks and gulped it all down. Unique, hey. You're not in a hurry, are you? Make yourself at home while I whip up something in the kitchen for you. God knows you need it if Clint got drunk. It's not like I had anything pressing on my plate these days, but I agreed and sat on one of their couches, picked up the remote control and started flipping through the channels. I was in the midst of flipping through the channels when a moving shadow caught my attention. It was a boy, no older than 3 years old, hiding behind the stairs. "Hey there, little soldier!" He shrunk more into his hiding spot as if to hide from my view, which he was failing at, but I won't say that since he deserved some point for being cute. Laura walked in with sandwiches and a glass of hot milk but paused as she saw the little boy. "That's Cooper. We don't get visitors around here." She sounded embarrassed saying the last part out loud. Though not an ideal situation to raise a child, they had their reasons, valid ones. "Come here, sweetie. This is Uncle Drawl." The boy, emboldened by his mother, walked out of his hiding place and came to meet me. "How are you doing, Cooper?" "Fine," he replied timidly, not nearly enough to not take my outstretched hand for a shake. "He's cute," I muttered to Laura as the boy climbed onto my legs. "He is." It was the same tone Clint used in talking about him and Laura that she used in answering, making everyone who heard her know how dearly she loves her first child. I ate the sandwiches while Cooper played on my legs, sometimes pulling on my beard only for him to be taken by his mother who patted him till he fell asleep. "So, why is Clint drunk?" "That would be my fault. I took him to the bar for a brother's day out, we ended up talking about some stuff and he just took to the bottle." I said truthfully, "Not entirely." "He told you, didn't he?" she asked in a soft voice. "He did." I knew what she was talking about. Clint was a killer, yes, but not a cold-blooded one. If it were the Clint he used to be, the one he had told me about, he wouldn't have even bothered about who his arrows killed as long they were conscious of their actions. Clint was not for this life. What he was doing now was something no different than a tenure for the favor Fury did for him and Laura. "You don't have to worry about him, he's okay." "Frustrated, but okay." "I know. But it doesn't change the fact that I would rather have him here than out there. I guess we can't have it all after all. We are trying all what we can to be the best for Cooper and his future siblings, but even that can't change what we used to be. Maybe this is our karma." She brushed the hair out of Cooper's face and set him down on another chair in comfort. "I don't think karma has anything to do with this. You both are already doing the best you can, which is a lot in my opinion. Sure, it's not how you would want it, but at least both of you are trying. That is beautiful, regardless of what you or anyone else might think." Coming to this house made me realize something. I already had the perfect picture I wanted. 2 soldier brothers, 2 assassin sisters and 1 Drawl. It might not be the standard perfect picture, but it was my perfect picture. Clint was right when he said you were on hell of a conversation partner. Thanks for that. No problem. I should leave now. Tell Clint I said no drink for the rest of the month. Haha, will do. Do try and visit, I'm sure Cooper would love that. I will. And with it I was gone from the Bartons. Today had been more thought-provoking than what I was comfortable with, but it was nice. Unlike Clint, the enemies I had to deal with were more up the ladder in every category. I already had a family, not related by blood but stronger than one. And like him, God knows I would do anything for mine. All these were things I didn't have to think much about. What was is already past, what could be would depend on how much I could influence the future. Time for me to go for the Power Stone and begin the assimilation. I haven't experimented on how much energy I could draw out since, well, there was no place for me to experiment on, but that would change soon. There were hundreds of dead planets out in the universe. One getting destroyed won't be cause for alarm. It was fine as long as it wasn't anywhere near our galaxy. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenews. 155, Chapter 153. Ororo Monroe POV. Honestly, Ororo didn't know what to expect when she came back here. A word of advice, some lost teachings, or maybe even learning why she always felt drawn to nature aside from the people calling her a goddess. Her expectations were nothing grand, but what she received turned everything on its heels. From the moment she saw that woman, she immediately understood what Drawl was saying about gods and them being real. Although she was taught from a young age that the gods existed, all she had in them was faith in their existence and nothing more. She believed them to be real, and not once did she ever thought she would be in the presence of one, and not just anyone, but one so exalted by all other gods. Gia, the mother goddess of earth. Flashback. The last thing she remembered was praying before a bright light enveloped her, and then she found herself in what she would call the most natural place she'd ever seen. Everything seemed to be in their truest state, shape, form, and location. The air, the flowers, the trees, even the animals all exuded a natural air around them that couldn't be found in anything she'd seen on Earth. And it was then she saw her. Exuding the same warmth as a mother's embrace. Grace, reality, love, security, these were all emotions she felt as she saw the woman in front of her that embodied all the Earth's nature. She knew who she was instinctively, but before she could recover herself, she found herself being pulled into the warmest embrace she's ever felt. My daughter. A soft voice that seemed to wash away all worries filtered into her ears. Ororo didn't know what she could do in such situations. Years and years of training never prepared her to be hugged by someone she very well knew was a goddess. And it also didn't help that the hug was that intoxicating that she didn't know when she started leaning in for more. She spent more than a few seconds in the woman's embrace, with said woman not even the least bit put off by the extended hug as she just gently patted her white hair. I'm sorry about that. Ororo apologized after she finally got the strength to pull away. The woman however just smiled at her and then beckoned on her to follow. She led them to a small clearing that was surrounded by glowing flowers and then sat down and pointed in front of her for Ororo to sit. Ororo sat there for a few minutes in which the woman did nothing but just smiled warmly at her, which made Ororo embarrassed. I ask whatever you wish, my dear. The woman encouraged. Ororo took in a deep breath before asking, are you my goddess? Instead of being offended, the smile on the woman's face widened a bit, looking at Ororo with the same fondness she had held since the beginning. My sister sure would love to meet you, child. As for your question, the goddess you are talking about would be my sister, Oshtur. Ororo didn't understand who this Oshtur was, but given that this woman called Oshtur her sister, then it stood to reason that Oshtur was also a goddess, her goddess. But if we worship Oshtur, why is your temple in the presence of my people? Ororo asked. She had no ill thought to this goddess, but she had to ask. Oh, that? Well, Oshtur likes to move around, never settling in one place for long, and over time her descendants started praying to me. That temple is a link to me as well as her. The woman explained. Ororo then asked about the identity of the goddess before her. Forgive me for asking, but who are you? I know you are a goddess, but which one? You can call me Jia, the mother goddess of earth. My sister, Oshtur, is known as the goddess of balance and order, and also the bright lady as you call her. The woman, finally known as Jia, introduced herself. We have a lot to speak of, daughter. First of all, let's begin with why you came back. Though Jia knew, she nevertheless asked. It was the very basics of keeping a conversation going after all. Ororo then explained everything to her, her life, her friends, the ones she gained, the ones she lost, her goals, why she fought, her favored, and her desire for strength. She told Jia everything. If you wish to learn more about yourself, then I'm afraid I'm not the one to tell you. You are Oshtur's descendant, so by right she should be the one to tell you what you wish to know about yourself. I am only here because I wish to speak with you, child. Ororo became slightly frustrated by that, only slightly. As if, probably, knowing what was going through her mind, Jia chuckled. Her chuckle brought back Ororo from her thoughts. You said you wanted to meet with me, may I know why? For two reasons, dear. The first being that I wanted to finally meet someone who was as connected to me as you were, and secondly was because of your boyfriend. While the first had somewhat flattered her, the second made her curious. What do you mean, Goddess Jia? What I mean is that he is walking a path of absolute destruction, one where the universe would be affected. And the worrying part is that he knows this all too well. That made Ororo's blood run cold. She wasn't as shocked as she was frightened. What do you mean? She asked frantically. You have seen it, have you not? That red embodiment of destruction. What he is goes far deeper than anything the mortal eyes could see on the surface. Jia said. I'm afraid I do not understand. What are you trying to say about him, because I can assure you he is no demon of destruction. Ororo defended. I did not mean it that way, my child. What I meant was that regardless of his unwillingness or his knowledge, he is a being of destruction. One so absolute that not even this universe would remain should it manifest. I know you worry about him, but as it stands, you can't in no way help him. The mother goddess of earth gave her advice, although it was one Ororo couldn't accept. What if I get stronger? Can't I protect the people I care about with my strength, Goddess Jia? She looked at the being who was called the mother of all life and asked, hope in her eyes as she seeks affirmation from one who stood above all others. Even if you grow stronger, will your strength be able to match his currents? Before she could answer, the world around her changed, and what replaced her surroundings were red skies and red lightning streaking along the clouds. This is Mars. Oh goddess! Shock and fear vibrated through her body, and she saw a scarred Mars along with half of the Olympus Mons utterly destroyed. She could see the effects of the increased gravity in the planet, and the ground broke apart as magma spewed out. The destruction she was seeing was more than enough to wipe out any country from the face of the earth, and in the midst of it stood a huge red figure, that although different, but not unrecognizable. This is him. The strength he currently wields is acknowledged in the vast universe. Can you ever hope to compare, my dear daughter? The more time passes, the more powerful he becomes. The more powerful he becomes, the more the forces of the universe and those beyond take notice, that's if they have not already. Ororo saw as Dral shifted back to a form she was all too familiar with. He whistled looking at the destruction he had wrought on Mars, scratched his head and disappeared from the planet. If you think this is an illusion, it is not. This already happened. Why are you showing me this, Goddess Jia? She asked after taking in the scene to the fullest. Yes, she knew Droll was strong. Yes, Droll had told her about his fight with the Nordic gods Thor and Loki. But that wasn't the only thing he had told her. According to him, there were hierarchies even more so when it came to gods. Truly strong Omegas could fight some gods, minor ones, and maybe a few weak major ones. And above those were the Skyfathers, the leaders of the pantheons as it were. Those were of the you don't fuck with us variety that Droll had been quite specific on stressing. And above that, though he only mentioned it once, the elder gods. To everyone else, they were at the very top of the food chain, the top of the universe. He had told her a lot of things, even about himself that he joked that there was hardly anything that she didn't know about him. But one thing he never told her about was how strong he was. She never cared, so she never asked. The reason I show you this is not for any malicious purpose, far from it. I care for you, daughter of mine, and I can't stand to see you make an ignorant choice, not when chaos is on the horizon. Ororo took a deep breath and calmed her thoughts. I want to know. Was the only thing she said, but it was enough to make the ever-present smile on Jia's face light up. Flashback ends. The past few days had been an eye-opener for the weather goddess. Her talk with the goddess Jia shed away the layer of ignorance that had been covering her for her entire life. Though she didn't have an in-depth comprehension about the wider universe, or should she call it the multiverse now, gods, who surprisingly were not the top as she had thought. Cosmic beings and abstract entities ran amok under the endless starry sky. Guess Droll hadn't been lying about the phoenix being unmatchable in the universe. She spent the days talking with Jia about, well, just anything and everything, and she had to say Jia truly was a mother to all. Her view on life and death being a compulsory cycle was completely out of what Ororo expected from the goddess of life. Now learn the lesson you have forever so feared. If you would save all creation, look beyond each single life. Let those who must fall, fall. Mourn the facing of each dead leaf. But do not pause to stop it. Instead, you create anew. Create out of ashes and death. Create out of darkness and chaos. That is how existence fought for life. Remake yourself, Ororo. And rise. She had been quite conflicted on that, but Jia urged her to take her time to think. What Jia had given were random knowledge that those who were strong enough to know, knew. And then she met Oshtur. From Jia she had known that elder gods could have different personas in different mythologies. Jia for example existed in different incarnations in over more than 10 pantheons, same for Oshtur. Ororo's first impression of Oshtur was a loving mother who could turn strict at a moment's notice. You could find comfort in her presence, though not like Jia, but you also knew not to get too close. She strongly reminded Ororo of the fading memory of her own mother. The first word that flowed between them after she was accepted into Oshtur's presence was the mild tease and chiding of the elder god of balance and order. So you finally decided to visit me, child of mine. It took only those words for Ororo to fall into the goddess pace throughout their entire meeting. It was from Oshtur that Ororo truly learned about her heritage, her powers, and much more than she would have known about herself. All this only made the burning fire inside her heart burn fiercer. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioManus. 156, Chapter 154. Droll Saint Cross POV. I walked out of the portal and stepped onto the barren soil of Morag. I could already feel an attraction deep within me, no doubt the stones reacting to each other. A path opened up in front of me as I used my ability to telekinetically push everything away from me, constructing a bridge that led straight into the inner chambers where the power stone was hidden. The wall crumbled. The trap mechanisms in place were destroyed as the power stone escaped the orb in which it was kept. No other being has ever had the might, nay, the nobility, to wield not one, but 2 infinity stones. Hey! I guess Ma was onto something when he said that. Even with the power stone in my hands, I could already feel the vast energy, unbridled, unparalleled in might, emanating from it. 1 stone made Thanos the most powerful warrior in the universe, 2 made him have control over space, 3 made reality bend to his whims. 4 made him so strong that he could affect an entire solar system, even stretching it to a galaxy. 5 extended his reach and magnified his power, giving him absolute control over time. Affecting multiple galaxies was no longer a stretch to him. He controlled space and time, his influence could stretch to the farther end of the universe. 6 made him a singularity. Holding the power of an entire universe in his hands was so strong that he couldn't even use it more than 2 times without dying. But the thing was, Thanos could have been much more stronger than he was portrayed if he had utilized the full might of the stones. Yes, he was strong, there was no doubt there, but he could have been much stronger had he really tapped into the power the stones granted him. But I guess the problem with that had been his body. His body was nowhere near as adaptable as mine was. I looked at the purple stone in my hands, the gem that symbolized power in the universe. Holding it made me realize why the power stone had been the most volatile of the infinity stones. This much power was more than any mortal or god could handle. It felt like the amount of energy inside the power stone was more. The power stone glowed purple and the most ridiculous sense of power washed over me as I harnessed its energy. Without something like Thanos gauntlets, using the power stone destroyed the user, but that rule didn't apply to me given that I had the most absurd level of resistance to its energies because of being the space stone. With an infinite amount of power flowing through me, I channeled both the energy of the space and power stone and held the planet of Morag in my phantom grasp. I could feel everything, each and every single kilometer the planet spread out for, and just as I could easily feel it, so I could easily destroy it. The planet shook as pressure was exacted on its core and it cracked. Purple light seeped through the cracks that appeared, causing hills and valleys to sink in as everything collapsed in on itself. The view before me changed as I appeared thousands of kilometers away from the planet's surface. I formed a gigantic red orb bolstered by the energy of the power stone and shot it towards Morag. The orb sailed with incredible speed towards Morag before it abruptly disappeared, only for it to reappear directly above the planet's surface, and pierced through it. I watched as Morag exploded, sending rocks and debris into the void of space. There it was, I destroyed a planet and felt at peace. A soothing feeling overcame me as I watched the burning remains of the planet that once was. It felt as if I was placated, comforted on a weakness that was no longer there. The cost of this feeling, a planet. How the times have changed. I was hit with a sense of nostalgia as I watched the burning light in front of me. It still remained a vivid memory in my head how 3 years ago I was being tortured. Held as a prisoner and an asset under Hydra. It wasn't intentional, nor was it a distant goal I had in mind. Me being stronger just happened. I adapted to the danger always lurking around me. Now look where I am. A planet burning because I felt the need to see it burn. That was the plateau I currently stood on, and while it was an impressive feat of going for a normal guy to this level in 5 years, it still wasn't enough. I had to do more, I had to be more. I was at a point where I could no longer be bothered by repercussions, as those who could judge me were few in numbers, and none of them actually cared. I should have brought Yelena with me. She would have loved something like this. I muttered to myself as I knew that no one in the house loved blowing things up as much as Yelena did. That was therapeutic. Sure, it was advice to vent when you are mentally frustrated, but I don't think any psychologist would recommend blowing up a planet. Better head back now. I turned back and opened a portal that sent me back to Earth. You are back. A sleepy Yelena in her nightwear came out of the kitchen with a cup of juice in her hand. You're still up, why? I asked her as she joined me on the couch. She just nudged herself into me and used my shoulders as a pillow. I woke up and felt parched. Thought I should come down for some juice. It's almost 1 a.m., are you just coming back home? She asked after she got a comfortable position. Yeah. Time zones are confusing when you are off-world. Off-world? Did you leave Earth? She turned her head in an angle that enabled her to look at me in the face. I chuckled at her reaction and ruffled her already ruffled bed hair. Yes, I left Earth. Had to run delivery on something. I pointed to the orb that housed the power stone. She dropped her glass and held the orb. It's in here. I nodded. Can I? After my affirmation, I opened the orb and the purple stone shone its hue around the room. A crazy world we live in, right? A stone and you have all the power you could ever dream of. And there are only 6 of these in the entire universe. Meaning that through eternity, only less than 6 people would ever be able to wield the infinity stones at a time. But that's only if everybody only wields one, but we know that there is no general consensus for this kind of thing. She turned to look at me. And then we have you. Wanting all 6 stones for yourself. To be honest, I still don't understand what would happen after you get all the stones, but I'm fine with it. Sometimes, ignorance is better. She dropped the orb, picked her juice back up and nestled once more into my shoulders. Ignorance is better, hey? I agree with you. She was right. There were times I wished I was just a normal guy without all these powers, because while they were great, they also came with a lot of complications. I hate complications. But I'm afraid the right to choose our circumstances is not a choice we have. We just have to make do with whatever we were given. So who did you fight to get this stone? Her question drew out of my internal monologues. No one. The stone was hidden in an abandoned planet, so I just went there and pulled it out. The next few stones won't be that easy though. I would have to fight for them, or there are barbaric complications in regards to getting them. You should get to bed. You are already feeling sleepy. I nudged her a little. Ugh, too far. Of course it would be, since you came downstairs for some juice. Drawl, carry me. Great, another giant baby. You know, most 17-year-olds would rather die than get carried to bed. I said as I took the younger assassin and carried her to her room. Well, most 17-year-olds have never lived with a dude who keeps collecting relics of the universe and eating them. She defended back. Fair. I tucked her in bed after she dozed off the moment her back touched the fabrics. Beautiful dreams, Yelena. Beautiful dreams. When last did I have those? She groaned out a reply. I felt like I was too indulgent when it came to her. It was like a synergy between the youngest and the oldest at home. Yelena would never act this spoiled in front of anybody else, not Nat, not Steve and definitely not Bucky. She would butt heads with any and everyone, but when it came to me it was like she was this spoiled cat. Not that I was complaining, it was our thing. I locked her room and went back to the living room. Let me guess, you felt parched and came to collect some juice. I asked our resident red hair. Nope. That's all Yelena. Power Stone. She pointed at the orb. Yup. What did you do to get it? I raised a brow at her question. What makes you think I did something to get it? I asked. I take pride in the fact that I can read you more than others in this house. Talk to me. She patted the seat at her side, beckoning me to sit. The Power Stone was kept on a dead planet. The only life forms there were small animals that could survive the swampy planet. Anybody could walk into it and come out with the Power Stone. It is arguably the easiest of the stones to acquire. You are stalling. You never stall. Nat cut me off at what I was saying. I don't. I destroyed a planet, Nat. It was very simple. It's not like I'm complaining or besides myself with an existential crisis, it's just that my perspective changed the moment I held the Power Stone. I had thought that the Space Stone already changed the way I think and see the universe, but there is a hidden knowledge in the Power Stone. It's like I already lost something that was vital to me when I fused with the Space Stone, and holding the Power Stone made that very apparent. Oh, you big softy. Are you shaking in your boots because of a little change? She teased. Gods no. Change is inevitable. What preoccupied my thoughts then was how I've changed. I would continue changing until a point where I would fail to even recognize myself. That's the scary part. Everyone wishes that while circumstances should change, they never want to. We are afraid of change because change is easily influenced. More so when you are factoring in the power of the universe. I said. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, you've come a long way since you and the others freed us from the Red Room. Yes, you allowed me and Yelena to live with you, although reluctantly. Yes, you've changed. You will change, I can already see it happening, but, we still have a house to build, remember? As long as you don't forget that, then we are cool. Was that a pep talk? She shrugged. I learned from the best. Full points. Well, that's enough talk for today. Let's hit the bed. I said and picked up my orb. Carry me. I deadpanned at her. What? Why does Yelena get it when I don't? She huffed and stood up from the chair. Because she's... See. You are not a little girl, Nat. Take your own ass to bed. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraultheoManus. 157, Chapter 155. We are absolutely falling behind in Power Stones, so for this week I want y'all to pull out all stops and donates those stones. I already gave Drawl my Power Stone, so you'll have to give me yours. Free chaps if we break through the 1000th mark. Days turned into weeks as they rolled by while I spent those time getting familiar to the Power Stone. Due to the volatility of the Power Stone, which normally would have been very dangerous to anyone if they didn't use a medium to harness its energy like Thanos did, I was able to absorb its energy easier since, well, I was the most volatile person I knew. I couldn't use Mars for my experiments because, well, the whole world was in panic because at least 1/4 of Mars was already destroyed. Nat had been giving me the stares ever since that little tidbit became public knowledge. Public opinions were torn in different views that either it was the government testing satellite weapons as the world was entering a new age of warfare. Surprisingly, the opinion that got the most traction was the aliens. Weird tales about there being a civil war on Mars, that the aliens there finally pulled all stops and started throwing around weapons of mass destruction. The funny part was that the government was seriously considering whether or not it was true, about the aliens on Mars that is. I left the world to cry about their planetary insecurity while I focused on mine. The year had been too calm for me, and I knew that trouble was just around the corner if any of my past experiences were to be given any credence. I still didn't forget about my experiments pertaining to giving abilities to the others. My recent strides in my mastery of the Power Stone lead me to believe that it was actually possible to give abilities as long as you could handle the toll that the Power Stone exerts. Case in point was the punch that Thanos delivered to Captain Marvel in the Endgame. That was an enhanced cosmic version of a super punch that was able to hurt someone who could absorb any kind of kinetic impacts and strengthen themselves with it. The Power Stone was a relic of pure unadulterated power that could be harnessed at any point, as long as you could pay the price. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Power Stone functions as the perfect base and also a crux that holds the Infinity Stones together. letting them all blend with each other without stepping into each other's domain while also acting as a magnifier to all of them. I was in the middle of working with the stones when the sky rumbled and lightning streaked across it. The clouds began forming a swirl and I immediately recognized what was happening. Seriously? You could have waited until I was done before sending them to me, Odin. I didn't care whether he heard what I said, didn't stop me from saying it. And like I predicted, Thor with the warrior 3 behind me flanked by Loki, appeared put of the beam of light. Yelena, scramble any satellite that pinged into our location because of the Starlight Bridge. Even though I was far away from home, I could still communicate with those at home. Who said Charles was the strongest telepath on Earth? With the way I was, I could communicate with anyone on Earth with much strain. Combining my spatial authority and my psychic abilities easily enabled me to cover the whole planet with a psychic field. The Asgardians. The Asgardians. Do you need backup? Right, dumb question. So. Can I come over? No. I cut the telepathic call as soon Yelena started pleading her case and made to welcome my unwanted guest. As the voice of his people, Thor strode forward with confidence. I could tell the reason for his confidence as compared to before. During our first confrontation, his energy bubbling in his body was monumental, but he was still lacking, by a huge amount that it wasn't even funny. But given who he was and what I knew of him, only time was needed and the right motivation for him to unlock his potential. Odin, that sly bastard. He was using me as a whetstone for his sons. We meet again, son of the saint. Can we do this another day? I get you guys love your fight as much as the next impossible guy, but can you postpone your inevitable beatdown by, I don't know, 1 year? I immediately got tired as soon as I saw the amount of excitement the huge man was radiating. He was totally having this fight before he would go back to Asgard. I am having this fight before I return glorious to Asgard. His annoying voice boomed through the empty environment. I suggest you summon your comrades. My friends will be having their revenge too. He gestured to the other excited rabid dogs with him. What's up, Loki? Did you lose your tongue? I asked Loki, who had been silent since the beginning. Oh, no such thing, I assure you. But you do feel different. Loki made an acute observation showing that despite his weakness as compared to Thor, he was no fool. Far from it. And I'm sure I can't count on you to persuade your brother to bring his friends back to Asgard, can I? He gave me the most insincere smile he could muster, which was his default smile. Like you, he doesn't listen to anyone when he sets his mind on something. Right. Are you listening to me, Draal? Thor called out to me as he matched forward. Yes, yes. One beating coming right up. Before any of them could react, the scenery around us changed, revealing the blazing familiar mountain of Mars to me. They had no problem breathing on Mars due to their Asgardian physiology. What sorcery is this? Where have you taken us to? Thor asked, seemingly unbothered for the most part, but the same could not be said for his party. This is Mars, a sister planet to Earth. And this will be your classroom where you will be taught the most important life lesson you ever learned, fear. The color on their faces changed as my form changed and a stifling atmosphere permeated the top of the mountain. What an Odin's beard is that? Someone said from their crew, but I didn't care who it was, as my only goal today was to instill a fear so profound in their hearts that they would rather stay at home. And what better fear than one that takes control of every living being's thought process and degrades it? The fear of death. Killing intent like never before leaked out of my body, which sent the Asgardian into huddling up in a small circle as they prepared to face me. You do not frighten me. Victory shall come to me by mine hammer. Thor said, displaying an incredible sense of bravery, but that would make the impact more harder. Out of all of them, the only ones who had the correct expression which showed how fucked they were was Loki and Fandral. Sif, Volstagg, and Thor looked at me like I was one of their other conquests they've conquered through the centuries of their lives. Do not die so quickly. Odinson. First of all, set the mood. Before any of them knew what was happening, I appeared behind Volstagg and drove a red lance straight through his body. Volstagg. Watch out. Alas, it was too late as Volstagg fell on the ground, bleeding out. Inching ever so close to death with every drop of blood that flowed out. Odinson, his life is hanging by a thread that would snap any minute due to your actions. So choose, what would it be? To be honest, I didn't see Thor as someone older than me given the kind of mentality he had. It was the same way I wouldn't respect an elder if all he talked about was bullshit. And from what I've seen of Thor, he was in dire need of a lesson, humility. I will be calling on my favor very soon, Odin Alfithor. I muttered under my breath away from the ears of my company. I knew Odin and Heimdall had their eyes currently on our location, and if he thought he could use me to teach his sons a lesson he failed to in their 1,000 years of life for free, then he had something else going on for him. You will pay for that. Erg. With a trademark Viking shout he lead the others and charged at me. Stupid. Thor flew towards me ahead of the others bearing his hammer as he came down on me with lightning overhead, stronger than what he could summon during our last time. So you didn't learn anything from our encounter last time? What do you think would happen if you hit me with a stronger lightning? Thor for his part didn't react to my taunt, and the next moment as he brought down his hammer told me why. The lightning went back into the hammer and the hammer came back with a force so great that it ripped apart the space surrounding the hammer. Mjolnir would hurt if it hit me like it would anyone. The enchantments Odin put in that hammer made it such a terrifying weapon even when the whole universe was taken into consideration. An hammer that was strong enough to break a celestial's armor was not one I would even think of handling with my own body, regardless of if I was space. Space was nothing in front of Mjolnir, and it was proven as Thor brought it down. Sure, Mjolnir was an overpowered and broken weapon, but Thor wasn't. The moment the hammer was but a fraction of a centimeter away from hitting me, I warped myself above Thor and punched his face so hard against the ground that the mountain cracked and an avalanche formed. Thor coughed out blood as I choked him with one hand. The others were frozen in their steps as they saw the bloodied form of Thor after just one exchange. Do not despair yet. The lesson has just begun. In front of everyone, one of my hand held both legs of Thor together, and faster than they could comprehend, I smashed his head against his fallen hammer, making him cry out more blood. Thor! I'll kill you, monster! Sif shouted and rushed at me, which brought the others out of their stupor and they immediately fell into pace. Look what your brashness has done to your friends, Odinson. Thor wanted to say something, but I flung him so far away that if we were on Earth, he would have been in a different country. I saw Mjolnir flying away, probably going to Thor, but before he comes back I had to prepare the proper stage for their lesson. Sif, blinded by rage, rushed at me, sword in hand, and swung it at my midsection while Hagun and Fandral flanked my sides. I didn't react even as their weapons clashed against the construct I erected and bounced off. Two of them were fast enough to react, but Hagun was slow, and the price he paid for that was an arm and burnt chest as my laser beams destroyed everything on the left side of his body, including his face. I felt space shifting a few hundred kilometers from, and in the next instant, bypassing the distance within the fraction of a second, Mjolnir was up in my face again, something which irritated me greatly. My body disintegrated into a blue smoke that swallowed the hammer, stranding it in the freezing planet of Pluto. Thor landed in front of me with his hands stretched only for his eyes to widen as he knew that the hammer was worlds away from his present location. This realization made him look around, notifying him of his friend's dire state. No. 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 What you are feeling right now is the fear of loss. Close, but not what I want you to feel, prideful prince. At that moment, fear flashed through Thor's eyes and he stepped back. Are you going to call Heimdall? Or would you rather run to your dear old father's bosom? I'm afraid, but they can't hear or see you. That was a lie, but he didn't need to know that, unfortunately. Heimdall. Heimdall. Father, save us. No. His face turned pale and he stumbled back on his feet as a scenario that he never thought of was probably playing through his head. 158, Chapter 156. General POV. Loki looked at the beaten form of Thor, an all too familiar but unpleasant memory creeping used from the darkest recesses of his mind. The fight hadn't even been 5 minutes and Thor was already beaten, his hammer still traveling through the cosmos. Hagun had been rendered incapable, losing the entire right part of his body. Volstagg laid down on the ground, bleeding out. No one knowing if he had already crossed the gates of Valhalla. Loki could still feel their connection to Asgard, so he was doubtful of the monster's words, but that doubt was shattered when Heimdall refused to answer their call. That was the moment Loki knew that something wasn't right. The man was stronger, way stronger than he was the year past when they fought him. Sure, they were defeated, but that defeat wasn't as despairing as this. Loki, snap out of it. Loki jolted back to focus as Sif called his name. Normally he would have sneered at that blatant show of disrespect, but the current situation prevented him from even diving into that thought. We have to get out of here. Loki was no fool. The monster could snap any second and do irreplaceable damage to them despite their godhood. He had felt firsthand how much that red energy of the monster destroyed everything it encroached upon, and looking at Hagun. Yeah, he's gone. You want to run? I would expect nothing from the cowardly prince. Sif sneered in disgust and brandished her sword at the towering monster. Mind your words, woman, or I will have your tongue should we prevail over this tribulation. Loki would never stand for disrespect under any occasion. Brain dead, the bunch of them. Not even able to comprehend an improbability. HOH? What do we have here? Insubordination. Loki felt a chill travel up and down his spine while Sif in her false bravado was frozen in place. Swallowing the scream that was about to escape his mouth and with the godly finesse he was known for, he turned around, a beaming smile on his lips and hands outstretched. If it's all the same to you, I would like to have that drink now. Amusing, but maybe another time. Loki raised his brows at that, which proved to be a wrong move as his body exploded into bits of gore which dissolved into motes of light. Loki appeared a few meters away with the most unamused expression he could pull off. Meanwhile Sif finally regained her bearings and shouted at the man and monster who hurt her friends. Have at thee, monster! She burst forward with impressive speed, using the accumulated momentum to slash down at the monster only for her sword to clash a magic sword construct that the monster formed, pushing her back with relative ease. Before Sif could focus herself back on the monster, she was hit with a spell, but unlike what she was expecting, nothing seemed to happen, at least yet. What foul magic did you use against me? Answer me. She raged at the man who couldn't be more bothered with her. You'll find out soon, but first. He turned his back to her, showing her the amount of caution he gave her, and started walking toward the struggling Thor. Sif gritted her teeth at the blatant disrespect and rushed at him once more, but she stumbled as soon as she took a few steps and gasped in shock at the untold amount of pain that flashed through her body. A simple spell really. But in the right hands, it becomes something else. She heard his voice, but she couldn't concentrate on it as he felt as if her hands were cut off, only to have the stump of it being peeled off by a blunt rusted knife. Of all the cuts, bruises and broken bones she's had in her long life, none could compare to the pain she was currently feeling. The more your defiance, your will to fight remains, the more pain you'll feel. Give up. She was tempted to scream as the thought to hack off his head produced the most brain-jolting pain she'd felt. Sif, are you okay? Fondrel helped her up, his brows knit in frustration as the situation turned grimmer with every step that the man took. We have to stop him. She wheezed out through labored breaths. I know. Loki came up with a plan. It's a sure kill if it works. Your sword would be key to it. Can you still fight? Fondrel asked. Though she tried to hide it, Fondrel could see the amount of pain she was going through as the veins in her head bulged, making her turn red, but not one that would have made her look beautiful. Of course I still can. Who do you take me for? Even if he was worried, he took her word for it. They were warriors way before they became friends. This was no time for sentimentality. We only have one shot, Sif, aim for the head. Fondrel whispered, much to Sif's annoyance. I know. They watched as the man stood in front of Thor and looked at the son of Odin with contempt. He stepped on Thor's chest, causing the young god to gurgle on his own blood, the sight of it making Sif grit her teeth despite the enormous pain that she was feeling. Get ready. At the notice, Sif readied her sword despite the hell-wrecking pain that was destroying her by the ticking second. They watched as he formed a red lance that sent chills, the ominous red that brought two of their friends to Lady Death's unkindly doors. Not yet. Fondrel cautioned Sif, who looked between wanting to faint and to rip the monster's limbs apart. The man raised the lance and that was the signal to move. Thor held onto the legs of the man and they used that split moment to attack. The space around them shifted, putting them around the man with Thor still on the ground gritting his teeth as he held onto the feet of the man. Fondrel and the fallen Volstagg rushed at Draal and held onto his hands to prevent him from moving. Die, wretched man! Sif dropped from above Draal's head, sword at the ready in a magnificent effort to finally eliminate this great foe. Admirable effort. Looks like you still haven't learned much. The calm voice of the Draal filtered into each of their ears, making their warrior instincts scream for a retreat. Alas, they were too slow. No. Thor screamed as he saw the beams that emitted from the man's eyes bending at different angles and, passing through every one of his friends. You will pay for this. This is getting ridiculous. Sif's blade flew into his hands and with it, he pinned Thor against the ground. Sif had lost consciousness after the beam destroyed her innards and also compounded with the throbbing pain she had been feeling since he hit her with a hex spell. Volstagg's situation was unknown as he laid there unmoving. Only Fondrel was in tip-top shape when compared to the others. And Loki. This entire mess was your fault, Odinson. No one knew which of the Odinson he was talking about except for the main character. I must admit a mistake when found out. Loki's form shimmered out of a green hue, a look of utmost caution on the deception god's face. That you should. But it wouldn't be fair to the others if you were the only one left unscathed, now would it? I think I can plead my own case very well. Thanks for the benevolent thought, but I think I will take my chances with them. Nice decision, but unfortunately I wasn't asking for your opinion on my choice. Now call Loki what you may, but the god of deception knew when he had to pack his things and bolt, and one such situation was currently playing out. But karma was a very petty bitch as his ride the sky and fuck out card wasn't working in the current situation. Come on now. We should be able to talk about this like the gentlemen we are. After all, we are men of standards. Loki stepped back as Draal took a step forward. Maybe next time we can have this talk. Next time? I take it then that you are not going to kill us. Hope blossomed in Loki's heart. He had been dreading the worst, but then he remembered that Draal had said he wanted to teach them a lesson. How could they learn a lesson if they were dead? That thought alone should have brought him peace of mind had it not been for the sorry state of the others. Hagun was disarmed, literally. Sif was hexed with a rather disturbing spell. Volstagg might already be dining with death. Fondrel, when did Fondrel have his own sword piercing through him? Thor was miserable. Just because he was leaving them alive didn't mean there was no other way, more malicious ways, of making sure the lesson stuck. After all the training they went through. After all the months of fighting and challenging warriors across the realms only for them to be defeated in a way worse than they first were. Feeling emboldened by the fact that they would live, Loki stood his ground and asked a question that he hoped wouldn't get him killed. Why would you leave us alive? Afraid of the Alfather? To his surprise, Droll gave a dismissive snort. More like it would be such a hassle to fight him as I currently am. Do not take that as confidence of your life should you make any other plans regarding me, because I assure you Loki, you will die. 'Tis a promise. Loki bristled as looked at him, the blazing eyes of the man who just promised him his death. A promise he knew the man would uphold should he go for the proverbial third strike. Just at that moment, the atmosphere around Droll turned frightening and Loki could swear at that in that moment alone, he understood what it meant to fear death. It all happens in an instant. An instant that made Loki realize what it meant to truly be a god. He didn't know when they appeared, but the same instant an axe and a purple stone appeared in the hands of a man and the planet shifted. Light fell on the planet and with it came a pressure so vast that Loki could not tell the end of it. What frightened him to his bone was that the moment the unmistakable light of the Bifrost fell on the planet, Droll swung his axe with a mighty shattering force only for it to meet a resistance as a golden spear met it the moment its edge grazed the light. A deep fissure ran through at least half, dividing the highest mountain of the 9 planets in the Sol system into 2 parts. You will cease this moment. A deep voice flowed out of the smoke, blowing it all away to reveal an old man decked in golden armor, wielding a golden spear with a contingent of soldiers behind him. Hey old man! Keep your boys in line would you? Or else the next time this happens, the only thing your light will pick up is their body parts. Tension was thick as a squadron of elite soldiers waiting on the order of their king, facing off against a man that, from the looks of it, fell Asgard's elite warriors in battle along with their prince. I thank you for sparing them. Being young comes with pride and youthful arrogance. Odin Borson, the Alfather, came in person along with his personal Einherjars to confront Droll. While others might not understand, Loki could see the nuances in their words and the confrontation, along with their following actions. The 2 men drew back their weapons as if in tacit agreement and the tension immediately bled out. This isn't a favor to you. You should know what I want. Droll said as he relaxed his axe still at his side and the Infinity Stone in hand. Though I must say, I would have never expected one so young to have knowledge of the Infinity Stones. At those words, Loki's eyes practically bulged. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraultheoManus. 159, Chapter 157. Stones. 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 Droll St. Cross POV. Odin was crazy. That attack, although was struck to stop me in my path, carried enough force in it that I actually needed the power stone to increase the power gap. If I had used my normal strength to parry that then I would have been flung halfway across the planet just on the fact that my physical strength was nowhere near Odin's. Without the power stone, my physical strength would be very low. Although impressive in its own right, it was nowhere near the point that I could slice Olympus Mons into 2 with a slash. I didn't know what Odin was planning that factored me beating his sons, but I honestly want nothing that involved dealing with the man. There was no way I could one-up the god of wisdom. Do you understand what it is you wish to do? He asked. Yes I do. If that is all then I would be leaving. And before I forget, I hate it when someone disturbs me for no reason. So keep your sons in line or else you won't need to make a choice for your heir as I would do it for you. The soldiers behind him tightened their hands on their weapons but Odin looked unfazed. Do you threaten this king, Midgardian? He asked with a soft tone that had an edge to it. I shook my head. No, I'm just telling you what will happen if they cross me for the 3rd time. First 2 strikes are out, and that's a record. No one's ever survived the 3rd strike. Was I being foolhardy by talking back to Odin? No. Was it arrogance? No. It was just the truth and most times than not, the truth was always sour to hear. And one more thing. I conducted the lessons twice so that means 2 instances of repayment. I could have swore I saw the traces of a smile on his lips as I said that. You are brave to ask that of this king when you have brought my sons and my people to the verge of death. Should I not be the one asking you for compensation? Odin's voice was grave as if he would forsake our unspoken treaty of peace and attack. I sighed as I knew exactly the type of cunning that was going through Odin's head. Gods were no benevolent beings. Sure they were some that were overflowing with goodness but those types were of the major minority. Odin was a skyfather, ruler of gods. His cruelty was as numerous as the number of happy endings in a fairy tale. I don't judge since it comes with the territory since even I have no idea what it means to be a god so there was no way I could judge them for their actions and vices. The problem was that one of those gods, arguably the strongest of the older generation, wanted to pick a dog fight with me. Normally I would have just warped to Earth and left the old man to tend to his people but I wanted to see how strong the real gods were. From that strike alone, I could tell that they were leaning more on the version I knew when growing up than what was portrayed on screen. Seriously Pops, I did you a favor here and you can't play the ignorant card. Though I don't know the full reason you let them play around in Midgard, having them pick me as their training dummy is seriously pissing me off. I said. And what do you need the stones for? Odin asked. You should already have an idea. It's not as if I'm trying to reduce the universe to a singularity but, you know, complications arise. If that is all, then I would be taking my leave. It wasn't nice meeting you, Alfithor. Before anyone could say anything, I teleported away from Mars back to Earth. I let out a sigh of relief after I confirmed that Odin was cool enough to let me leave, not that he could actually stop me per se but that wasn't something I was interested in finding out. My senses haven't screamed as much as they did when I met Odin. Meeting the Phoenix didn't cause my senses to scream because I felt that whatever was my biological makeup couldn't comprehend the vastness of the Phoenix. But Odin was different. The amount of magic that was practically reeking out of the man was the most I had ever sensed, even completely dwarfing the Ancient One combined with Doom. It wasn't even a comparison. Others might not be able to sense what the old man was made of but I was someone who fused with an aspect of the universe my senses were very hard to fool. I could even pick up Loki's illusion which had the highest mastery of illusion magic I have ever seen but what I felt was that he wasn't actively showcasing his magical reserves. Rather, what I felt was something akin to heat signatures that every human had. I was not strong enough to defeat Odin even if I knew that he was severely weakened due to old age and imprisoning Hela. That was without the power stone put in the equation. I could escape with ease but I don't think he would let me go that easily when it was an assured fact that he knew spells that could separate space, but whether such spells would work on me was something that remains to be found out. For better or worse, my reach was as far as the universe extended. Trying to separate me from space would prove a harder task than actually teleporting me without my knowledge. I guess that's a warning as good as any that my resting time is up. What a drag. Odin Borson, the Alfithor POV. I met him. A child, no, a man, one more determined than my sons and also with a good head on his shoulders. He would have made a great ally of Asgard had my sons not poked at that particular hornet's nest. Even if that was an unfortunate loss, it still didn't change what I had in store for him. At least, it shouldn't have. Somehow he had been able to see through my plans for him and Thor but that was the extent of what he could deduce. A frightening intellect showing in one so young. But even if I knew he had seen through some of my intentions, there was no way I could hand over the ether to him. He already possesses 2 stones space and power stone, I was not comfortable with him having more of those relics. But even if I said that, I knew that what he said was just out of politeness. That man cared less if I agreed or not. All it would take was time and when he decided he was ready to go for another stone and he would go for it without even seeking my opinion. By Borsbeard, this new generation will be the death of me. I looked at my hands with which I had finally swung my partner after a millennia. The brat was strong. Sure it was the power stone which elevated his strength to such heights but I dread to think of what he would become if he were to fuse with the stones. Fusing with reality itself, that was a disaster that anyone would want to avoid. While the man might have an impressive understanding of the Infinity Stones, methinks he blatantly forgets that he couldn't use the stones in any other universe. And if my title as a god of wisdom is anything remotely true, then no one was supposed to be able to warp reality to their whims. As he was already stretching the preconceptions of what I had of the stones, using them in a way that no sane being in the universe would have thought of. Looks like the time to make a choice is already upon me. Odin, what happened? Bollocks. It looks like someone had alerted Frigga of the boy's condition. They went down to Midgard to have a rematch with him and he replied in kind. It'd be best I divert the attention away from myself. She is free to rain down her wrath on the man for all I care. Oh, in that case while I will say he went too far, I also think they deserve a knocking down every once in a while. By my father's beard. You spoil them too much, Frigga. At least admonish them every now and then. I grow weary every day I have to deal with their issues. I stressed at my wife and rubbed my temples. I believe it is not just the boys who are the trouble this time around, what is it? She asked. And for the life of me, I waved her off. It's best I worry about this alone. Whatever it is you are doing, be careful Odin. The times are changing. With that act of worry, she left the room, leaving me alone to ponder on my next actions. Should, or should I not? I believe the answer to that question will unravel itself in time. Loki Odinson, the god of mischief POV. Things just got interesting. How long has it been since the universe had seen a wielder of an infinity stone? Millennia has passed since someone once wielded an object of the universe and I once thought it was but a fairy tale. But he could do it. His hand held an infinity stone as he struck at the Alfithor. I had to rush to Mother's library while telling her of Thor's plight to get her out of there so that I could peruse it to my heart's content. Based on the image depictions, that unmistakably purple hue was the power stone. Wielding it would make one become a fierce warrior throughout the known universe. He wielded that stone and matched his strength with Father, almost destroying the planet we were in. Oh father, oh father! Where was this valiant strength when you made a truce with the lowly and stupid giants of Jotunheim? Thanks to your mediocrity once more, I have found the ultimate price. Now the question is, how do I get that stone for myself? He is already crazy strong, even I have to admit that, but it also stands that I don't know that too many powerful people who could contend with him. But even if I did, men of such powers would be arrogant and I would have to have my way with them if I want to possess the power stone, because there is no warrior worth his salt if he were to give up such power because of a deal. This endeavor would prove much harder than anything I have ever done. And it didn't help matters that if news of an infinity stone was to spread into the wider universe, it would cause a wide scramble for power. I couldn't have that now, could I? But how will I get close enough to take the power stone as my prize for all the slight that he had caused me? He wouldn't trust me with a toothpick due to our past interactions, and I have to admit that there was no way I would have known he had something like that in his possession. If not, there was no way I would have revealed myself. How will I get close enough to him without triggering a fight or flight response from the human beast? The power he held in his hands, both his personal might and that which he got from the Infinity Stone, was more than enough for me to take the crown of Asgard. And I don't think he would be one to ally with me. He did offer me the proposition of a clean slate over drinks. While it would be beneath me to have a drink with a lowly uncouth human, the things we do for power, right? Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 160, Chapter 158. We're halfway to 1,000 stones, come on guys. Bucky Barnes POV. Yelena had called me immediately after she received news of Draal fighting against the Asgardian gods. But what that fight had entailed was not something I ever saw coming. We all knew about Draal's little escapades on Mars that had the whole world on its last mental stand, but we thought that would be the height of it. I knew how Quack got when something starts irritating him repeatedly. He either puts his entire focus on solving the issue, or he just blows it up to high heavens, and what we were seeing was definitely the latter. According to Quack, the only satellite that could rival ours was Stark's NS.H.I.E.L.DS, and rivaling being that it was the most sophisticated on the planet and ahead of what other countries had. While it was impossible to get a view of what was happening on Mars, we were however able to get a view of what was happening on Mars. There's no way we can hide this from the world government. The silver lining is that they have no idea that our resident Meta is behind this. Steve said as he did a double take on the pictures we were getting. The Olympus Mons was crumbling, at least half of it. We didn't know if it was erupting, but we could already see a very wide storm covering a specific area of the peak. That was definitely where the Quack was. We don't have to hide anything. It's not as if we have any interest in Mars. NASA would want to explore the planet to find out what really is happening and see if they can find any alien life form, because we all know that what happened there was not the volcano erupting. I said. But wouldn't it be stupid to go to a planet where at least half of the mountain, which is bigger than the United States by the way, is destroyed just for curiosity? Nat pondered out loud. We are humans, Nat, being stupid is what we are. Yelena supplied, to which Nat just rolled her eyes. Oh my god. Yelena's cries brought our attention back to see a thin visible line appearing across the entire mountain. What the hell is that? Are the gods that strong? Nat asked with worry in her tone. No, they were nowhere near that strong. Thor was strong, but most of that strength came from his indestructible hammer and his ability as a god of the sky, but even that was nowhere near enough to draw a line that is still extending. Even I was getting worried at the new development. None of the runes Draal scattered around the house had activated, meaning he's still alright. If he wasn't, we would have been teleported to a hidden spatial pocket. I reasoned. Draal was a very paranoid person despite what his seemingly easygoing character might suggest. According to him, this house was only a thought away from existing in a spatial dimension of his creation. Most of the things we carried around on a daily basis were enchanted with enough spatial spells that would teleport us back home if we were ever in danger, and it also acted as a signal for Quack to know of our location and situation. He didn't tell anyone, except me, that is, because he felt that it would be breaching heavily on privacy and also would mean that he didn't trust us enough to fight our own battles. Didn't stop him from casting the spells though. Quack isn't in danger. But that could change any minute, Bucks. We all know how Draal gets when he finds something annoying. He could flip for all we know and kill one of them. I don't think any parent would take kindly to something killing their child. At Steve's explanation, we all paled as we arrived at a conclusion that was not comforting in any way. If Draal killed either Thor or Loki, it was very possible, 100% so, that Odin would bear his wrath on him. Guys, I don't like this. Yelena started but had to pause as the camera picked up something appearing in our living room, the blazing red eyes all too familiar to us. He looked at the camera that was focused on him as if he could see, which he definitely could, and the next moment he was here with us, axe hanging off his shoulders and the power stone in his other hand. Draal, are you all right? Yelena was the first one that reacted since his eyes only turned red when he fought a hard battle. I don't think she noticed how unusual his height was or the flickers of lightning running around inside his iris. Why wouldn't I be, oh. He paused whatever he was going to say as he saw the satellite imaging from Mars. Yeah, Odin kinda showed up when I was about to wreck Loki. Oof. That is one old man I don't want to fight anytime soon. Odin showed up. What did you do? Droll frowned at that. What are you all looking at me for as if I did something bad? It's not like I killed Thor, might have permanently scarred 2 of them but it's nothing they can't recover from. Well, not all of them. What the fuck is this guy on? Well, what else can I expect from him? It's not like he's the most mentally stable person in the room. But won't that sour any kind of possible future relationship with a pantheon? You made it clear that we might clash and butt heads against some gods. Having them ganging up on us won't do us any good. Steve reasoned. True, but it's not like we are at war with Asgard. We would die before we even knew what was happening. That it won't even be funny. While I might not be the best person in the eyes of young gods, I think Odin and I came to a pretty good agreement considering the circumstances, and not to mention that he owes me a favor that he knows I will collect one way or the other. The air around him changed, so did the little changes in his body as he reverted back to his normal form. And what favor is it that you plan on collecting? Just curious. Nat asked skeptically. The Reality Stone. You don't really think Odin of all people would just hand over an Infinity Stone as the repayment for a favor, do you? That would just be spitting on his face, and not to mention the name of the stone you plan to collect doesn't really inspire a sense of security if you were to give it away. Steve said. Potato potato, Steve. It's all the same in the end. No one wants another person to hold possession of not 1, 2, but 3 Infinity Stones. It would come to the point where Odin will have to make a choice, one that would put him and his realm in the crosshairs of the other pantheon's gods. Thankfully, the time for him making a choice would depend on when I am finally able to assimilate the Power Stone. The axe disappeared, most likely into one of Droll's spatial pockets. This was getting complicated real fast. Fast enough that we have to be on our toes moving forwards. In other words, we would have more gods coming for us and our only window is the time between you assimilating the Power Stone and then going for the Reality Stone. I am running some tests and theories with the Power Stone. Hopefully with it we should be able to bridge a reasonable gap in power. The Power Stone floated from Droll's hands into the orb he used in holding it, activating the security spells inscribed on it. What about the Nordic gods? Are you sure that they will finally leave you alone? It looks like Nat was still worried about that. I have a solid assurance on that. The injuries I gave them can be healed, though I'm not sure about Hagon's hands. Thor should be sparkling clean if Asgard's medical facilities are what I assume them to be. At the very least, I think that is enough scare for them to get off my ass. We shouldn't be seeing any Asgardian in the foreseeable future, that I can guarantee. Droll said, and I was tempted to take his words for it, but given his past streak, I could now spot a flag from a mile away. Thor Odinson POV. I lost again. This time it wasn't only a loss I suffered. We had been brought to the brink of death had Father not rescued us. My brashness had made me strike with the intent to kill, and when my victim struck back with the same intent, I not only endangered mine life and also that of my comrades, but also my brother. The training I thought would have somewhat closed the gap between did nothing but open my eyes to the gulf between mine and mine opponent's strength. As the loser, even I have to admit that he was mighty. He could have killed us the first time we walked unannounced into his abode, but he took the polite gesture and made to resolve the issue without conflict, but my arrogance and blind faith in my strength refused anything else than his groveling apology. But the sickening thing is that despite all my failures, I still want to fight him one more time. But I know that should I face him one more time, I should accept the possibility of death. I had almost lost my friends with our latest venture, and while I had always sought a warrior's death, somehow the thought of dying at that man's hands didn't appeal to me. That wasn't a warrior's death. It was more like the death of a boar by the hands of a god. It had only been through the help of EIR that we were brought out from the gates of hell. The ones with the most critical injuries had been Hagon and Volstagg. Hagon had half of his body destroyed and also lost one of his hands, while Volstagg had the most internal injuries. According to EIR, whatever it was that he was continuously stabbed with had a very immense condensation of destructive energy that seeped into his systems and wreaked destruction. Fondrel surprisingly had the highest amount of broken bones after me, but he was better after a few hours of healing. Sif had a hole through her stomach like everybody else, but other than that she was fine for the most part. Personally, I think she is depressed that her own weapon was used against her allies. The one who came out relatively unscathed was Loki. There had never been a time that I so wished Loki would suffer an injustice as much as I did when I found out. Even now, all I could vision was Mjolnir being stranded halfway across the galaxy while I and my friends were brought to the doors of death. But I will not despair. I will take this fear he had given me and use it as a source of strength, and then I will fight him once more. Ha ha ha. He knows not of the Asgardian tenacity. I will do well to remind him of it. But for now, I will rest. Rest and reach an height of power untold, and then I shall go back to Midgard and seek out another fight. Our battle will be legendary. How are you doing, Thor? Sif called out to me. Oh Sif. I see that you are back on your feet. That's good, that's good. Are you alright, Thor? Whatever does she mean? I am well. No ill-fated curse has struck me. I do not understand your need for worry. I am as fit as a six-legged bull. I smiled at her, knowing fully well how false it was. Though that did seem to ease her worries as she smiled back. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 161, Chapter 159. The offer is still up. Happy New Week. Drawl St. Cross POV. My experiments with power bestowal using the Power Stone haven't seen much success. It could be because I haven't fused yet with it, but all my recent attempts at giving someone an ability didn't yield any good result. The Power Stone, like its other sister stones, had a complicated domain, though not one as complicated as space, time, and reality. Power could be interpreted in many things, and some might even say that it was what fueled ambition. If the Power Stone was to be completely destroyed or left its universe, suns would go out, most natural resources in the universe would be lost, stars would be snuffed out, life would be lost. It wouldn't even be a stretch to say metahumans and other species in the universe would lose their power. The Power Stone was not just a convenient multiplier. All the energy in the universe was tied to it. Maybe that was the reason why it was more volatile than the Space Stone. The energy inside the Power Stone felt more condensed than what was in the Space Stone. Whereas the Space Stone felt like an endless well of energy, the Power Stone felt like a raging storm that threatened to destroy anyone who tried to get close to it. And within that energy were vast amounts of different plethora of abilities. I once tried shape-shifting with the Power Stone and it was a trippy sensation. Rather than just my skin changing, it felt as if my bones down to my cellular makeup changed. I had also used it to sprout bony wings which were actually capable of flight, but none of these things were permanent. Hydra were able to use the Mind Stone to unlock and increase Wanda's potential and also giving Pietro his speed. I should be able to do the same with ease when I actually have the Power Stone in hand. Since I modeled their serum after my own body, in the case that it allowed them to have more energy than was remotely humanly possible. But I would also have to watch out for any complications, as I could just be making another Captain Marvel for all I know. Now wasn't that a grateful thought? I also had to figure out what type of abilities that would suit the girls. Nat could pick whatever she wanted, but I was the one picking for Yelena. Not for any vain reason such as favoritism, but because the girl could be an airhead in times like these. Bucky and Steve's ability were the same in the vein that it would allow both of them to absorb any kind of impact and radiation or energy emission that was sent at them. And with the way their cells have been saturating energy for a while now at an absurd rate, they would also be able to augment their strengths with the stored energy that they get from being it. They would also be able to shoot energy blasts, maybe fly at some point, but that wasn't important. It was like I was ripping off Superman and Sentry, but they both weren't here, so who was going to hold me accountable for copyright infringement? And not to mention that the basis for these abilities would be the Power Stone, the coagulation of a universal amount of energy, and not to mention the cosmic energy in it. Yep, Captain Marvel it is. It was not like I couldn't use the Space Stone and shower them in cosmic energy like what happened to Carol Danvers, it was just that I figured using the Power Stone to do it was a more better way. It had been proven that people get powers from the Infinity Stones, but these sort of powers were kind of random, like a universal superpower lottery wheel. I was going for something that I knew had the possibility of me guiding the process and not spinning the wheel and giving them something like shape-shifting or invisibility. While there was the possibility of them gaining a random ability, it was further reduced down to the point that even if they did gain a random ability, it would be in line with the main one they should have received. To be honest, the more I get these stones, the more they just seem ridiculous to me. At least there are only 6 of these things in the entire universe. If there were like 100 of these pebbles lying around, then this universe would have long since been destroyed. I would have to find another planet to let loose, probably Jupiter, since Mars was pretty much on its last leg. And besides, it also didn't help that the world government, or rather NASA, took this as a reason to siphon more funds from the treasury, all in the name of space exploration and finding out what really happened on Mars. Which meant that next month, capable countries would be sending their own exploration team to Mars to get a clear view of what happened. If anything Clint told me is true, it was that the government was downright terrified because they knew fully well that what happened wasn't the solar system's largest volcano erupting but something else, despite what they told the public. No volcano in the universe would draw a line halfway across a planet. From all what they knew, something almost sliced Mars in two, and they were downright panicking about what would happen if whatever did that pointed its fangs at Earth. Fury had hit the cabinet and was gulping down scotch like it was buttermilk. I had to give it to the man, he had every right to be paranoid. He had called me when Clint had given him the heads up about God's existing, and let's just say that that conversation wasn't the most pleasant one I've ever had with Nick. It was always a welcome surprise to know how much he trusted the garbage that usually comes out of my mouth without questioning it too much and just takes it as facts. Anyway, that was just another episode with Fury. For the meantime, all I did was focus on absorbing as much as I could from the power stone. Even as I currently was, I still didn't know how strong I truly was in battle, and with each stone came a qualitative increase, a mini evolution of sorts. What would happen if I get all 6 stones and fuse with them? That was a question that comes to my mind every time I think of the stones. I still haven't tested out the limits of my spatial abilities. The most I've done other than creating a black hole was making a spatial dimension that only a few people could access. I don't know how big the spatial dimension really was since, well, distance was a skewed concept to me now. All I knew was that it was habitable by humans and also had some fauna. I had taken the liberties to travel around the world and spatially displaced some trees and plants that I found liking. It's not as if I wanted it to be some sort of livable and breathable void that only functioned as a safety bunker. Speaking of spatial pockets, my axe also had its own special one, which was overflowing with spatial energies that was being drilled into it through the enchantments that I inscribed on it some time ago. I don't know how the axe would finally turn out, but I was open to any eventuality. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't tempted to give a few swings when I clashed with Odin, just for the sake of it, but I knew that it would have been a very bad choice. Thor and his group weren't strong enough for me to want to bring out my axe. I haven't even started with magic and they've already folded. If I had brought out my axe, then someone would have probably died, and while it would have been inconsequential, Thor and his motley crew were not exactly bad guys, just arrogant dicks, and I hate arrogant dicks. There was a reason why Scott and Charles were my least favorite X-Men. One was an arrogant dipshit while the other was an idealist pacifist that had boundary issues. But they had characteristics that made them hard to like, and so did Thor. Thor was currently in his arrogance phase, and while I would say I did a good job on my humbling lesson, I wanted nothing to do with the Asgardian prince that was too fixated on being king and courting war at every given chance. Compared to him, Loki was rather tame. Sure, his pranks and schemes were as always a pain to deal with, he at least had the decency to keep it centered around him. Thor on the other hand liked to live the life of the party. Case in point was that he came to fight me along with his friends at the very first encounter, while Loki came alone. Loki was a drama queen, but at least he didn't bring the whole family into it. Even if they do get dragged into his pranks, they deserve it because they raised him that way. I might not be the ideal role model, but I'm sure I make a pretty damn good teacher. Galaxies away from the Milky Way. A large spaceship floated in the dark endless void of the universe, and behind it were hundreds of destroyed ships along with thousands of bodies floating the dark cold blackness of space. Have there been any news? Thanos, the Mad Titan, as he was known throughout galaxies, stood in front of the glass panel as he watched the destruction that was wrought with his hands. Behind him a green woman with dark red hair knelt in reverence. No, father. There have been no sightings of an Infinity Stone. Midnight and Glaive haven't reported back in yet, but none of us has reported any cosmic incidents. The Titanic figure didn't say anything except just continuing watching the explosions before he turned around. The Soul System. There was a recent burst of cosmic energy. Find out what caused it. Yes, father. She bowed her head once more, but she didn't leave, instead chose to remain with him. Father, why now? You once said the time to go for the stones wasn't upon us, but recently it's all you can think about. Why? While others might be too afraid in his presence to ask such a personal question, she wasn't one of them, for the simple reason that he cared that much for her. The Phoenix was spotted 2 years ago. What others might not know is that the Phoenix is the entity of rebirth, or more aptly, a symbol for a new beginning. That was the first clue that the universe was already on a path of great changes. And from what I know, even some gods have been spotted running around outside their hidden realms, even though they love to isolate themselves in their golden cities. And then a few weeks ago, I felt something change. Thanos said and started walking back to his throne. I wasn't the only one who felt this change. Anyone with a specific attunement with the universe would have noticed the slight shift. Along with that change, there have been some sightings of notable forces roaming the universe. And not to mention, he held out the thrumming scepter that was emitting a blue glow. The time is now or never. The universe beckons a correction, and I, my daughter, will be its humble advocate. We shall find the stones and with it create a balanced universe. As so it shall be, father. It shall be so, daughter. It shall be so. For it is already ordained. I am only the handyman called in by the universe to fix the mistake its inhabitants have caused. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomenews. 162, Chapter 160. Drawl Saint Cross POV. We were all in the living room, huddled together in a chair, and opposite us was a very surprising guest. Give us a good reason not to beat you to a pulp, Loki. The small smirk that was on his face reduced significantly. I believe we might have gotten on the proverbial wrong foot. So how about a drink to new alliances? He just glossed over that with the same easygoing smile. What are you doing here, Loki? I asked again. I thought it wise to make some amends while we still can. And besides, I recalled an open invitation for drinks, where are they? He shrugged. I sighed at Loki's antics, knowing fully well how full of crap they were. It still didn't prevent me from floating a bottle of whiskey and a few glasses to the table despite the surprised looks I got. I turned the drink in the glasses and slid one towards Loki. You can have the bottle. He smiled at my comment, increasing the suspicious factor that everyone was getting. Then I will most certainly oblige. I took a drink first and he mirrored me, his eyes not leaving mine the entire time. Passable. Weaker than the normal Asgardian standard. While I do consider myself different from the lot of brutes, I must say that they do quite make the best wine in the 9 realms. He commented after drinking his own. Now that that's out of the way, mind reeling us the true reason as to why you are here, without a contingent no less. The atmosphere turned somber as tension started brewing, but none of it got to the god of lies. Why do you think I am here? He questioned back. Listen man, we square. You had your drink, so as far as I'm concerned, that's a clear slate with me unless you do something fucked up again. I don't have time for you tricks and schemes, so if you want to take the bottle when you leave, take it. This farce had gone on for too long with us entertaining Loki, but I am a man of words, so if he came here for drinks, the least I could give him was a drink. I made to leave when Loki called me back, finally wiping off the ever-present smile that was always on his face. What do you want, Loki? I asked again as I sat down. Can I see it? I raised an eye at him for him to clarify. The Infinity Stone. Oh. Fuck. Of course Loki would be interested the moment he knew that the Infinity Stones were real. I started hard at him for a moment, wondering what his play was and going some of the likely scenarios Loki would want to pull if an Infinity Stone was ever in his presence. The orb housing the Power Stone appeared in my hands, surprising the others once more, seeing as I agreed to entertain Loki once more. The orb opened, revealing the purple gem that was an Infinity Stone. They are real. I heard Loki mutter before closing it back. Now spill. It was admittedly quite foolish of me to show Loki an Infinity Stone given who he was, but I was intrigued by what he wanted to do. Either with it or with the knowledge of it. I take it you are not a fan of my brother. He started. I'm not a fan of either of you, but you being more communicable is a nice perk. So points for that. Congratulations, you are now my favorite Asgardian. I said sarcastically. Not that it amuses me any, but I will take your token of gratitude. Loki made a show of patting his shoulders, no doubt mocking my sarcastic reply. Stop stalling, Loki, why are you here? I have more important things to do than entertaining a spoiled prince. My eyes glowed red for a brief moment, informing him that I was running out of my patience with him. Loki sat straight in his couch and trailed his eyes over everyone in the room, from Nat at the extreme right edge to Steve at the left before he opened his mouth. I want to join your glorious cause. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere inside the house was immediately shattered, literally. Spatial energy rolled out in droves, and before Loki could move a muscle, he found a single finger touching the middle of his forehead. Another veiled lie and you die. He swallowed nervously as he knew I meant each word. The stones, the reason you seek them is to conquer the universe, right? I, Loki, rightful heir to the throne of Asgard, Odinson, want an alliance with you to claim Asgard as mine, and when the time is right, I will aid you in your conquest of the universe. We shall both be kings of our own realms. You will have the universe under you as the emperor of everything living, and I will have the 9 realms and the council of godheads under me as its god king. What say you to this humble alliance? Not just me, but everyone did a double take at the words that just came out of Loki's mouth. I had to struggle to keep my game face from breaking down in a vicious laugh, the same as others due to the ridiculousness of what Loki just said, so instead I answered him as slowly as I could so as not to break character. Listen Loki, I am not embarking on any war to conquer the universe. He seemed genuinely surprised at that, but I couldn't fault the man. He who was the god of lies have told so many lies, more to himself, that he truly believed that every strong being seeks power. Then for what reason do you collect stones? To add them to your vault as a collection of your greatest tales when you are finally old and weary? For what reason do you seek the powers of the universe? So they can rot in the confines of your wretched pathetic self? Answer me. Loki's snarl changed to a raging shout at the middle of his sentence, and by the end of it he was up in my face. Before he could let put another word, Bucky was already at his side with an adamantium blade in his hands. Another outburst like that and it's your head, Capus. To his credit, he raised his hands and tried another one of his disarming smile. By what he met was our collective unamused faces. The smile, however, was temporary, as it was gone the moment he realized where he was. Gone were the furniture, the couches and the drinks. The only thing present was an all-red sea covering the entire floor except for the chair the others were seated on. It looks like my statements are not being taken as facts anymore. All the colors drained from Loki's face as he realized that I was done with whatever it was that he was planning. I was a muscle movement away from declaring an all-out way with Asgard after the death of Loki, but Bucky stopped me. Why? Was the only thing I asked him. Because he's not worth it. Not our peace. What the hell is wrong with me? It wasn't the Berserker staff because I had put enough sealing matrices on that thing that it wouldn't even twitch without my express permission. It felt as if any time I was provoked beyond a certain point, the only thing that will come to mind would be to wipe any trace of that annoyance. I took a deep breath and the living room changed back to its former state. Trust me, Loki. Annoying me right now is not the best path of action for you. So would you mind ending this and maybe picking it up 2 days after? Never. Fine. But before that, what is your plans for the stone? For the first time since I've met him, this time his tone was the closest thing to genuine. Nothing much. I just need them to fight some stupidly strong people, that's all. I told him honestly. Then what next? What happens after you've vanquished this mighty foe? Then. I'll finally rest, and watch the sun rise on a grateful universe. I looked at my hands, turning it over, and I briefly wondered what I would have to do to get to that height if power. A grateful universe, hey? Loki thought about what I said, if his pensive expression were any giveaway, before turning to me. The universe is far from anything grateful that you would ever have imagined. I have lived in this wretched void of emptiness for far longer than any of you have being alive put together. If news of the Infinity Stone's resurgence spreads into the wider void, it'll be the start of an infinity war. The power structure of the universe would be in shambles. Are you saying that you possess no ambition for power? None. Then why are you strong? This might you possess, how did you come of it then? You weren't born with it, so how do you possess such might without ambition? Or did the universe play favorites once more? His tone was slight mockery, sarcasm and longing. I'm strong because there will be dire consequences if I'm not. That is the only reason why I am strong. If you expected something inane like trying to take control of my destiny or take control of my own freedom through might, then you will be disappointed. Take it from me, overwhelming strength makes everything else underwhelming. If it weren't for said consequences, then I would still be serving drinks in a bar downtown. I told him. I don't know what Loki was gunning at, but at least he didn't seem outright scheming like he did when he came through that door. I see. Then what will happen to the power vacuum that will fill the universe when the incoming war starts? What will you do? I think I've told you this before. Nothing. It has nothing to do with me if the universe collapses in on itself. As long as it steers clear of me. Then you will have no problem if I take the crown for myself after you've done all the work of slaying the pitiful opponents, would you? Loki asked, and immediately I knew that this was the main reason he came here, not just for an alliance. Loki looked at me seriously, and it was worth saying that I've never seen a serious Loki before. Do whatever it is you want. As long as you don't get in my way, then we can't be any more cooler. Deal. An accord of mutual interest it is. Loki stretched his hands for a handshake, which I took. Now that we've established our alliance, I should be on my way now. Wouldn't want Heimdall or even father to know of my absence. I'll be meeting you soon, Draal. With that, the Nordic god of lies went away from our dimensionally obstructed home. That was intense. Steve said, but other than that he didn't look too concerned. Are you sure you should have made such a deal with Loki, the god of lies no less? I would arguably agree that Loki has a good head on his shoulders, at least better than Thor. As for trusting a mythical god of lies, it's not as if I have anything to gain or lose. And it's not a matter of trust, but rather a matter of leaving everyone to their own devices. On my part, Loki's betrayal is expected, but then again it's not as if he is my ally or anything except someone who is too ambitious and wants to pick up the scraps and form a throne with it. And if he comes back, give him a drink. Why are they all looking at me with a tired expression? Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 163, Chapter 161. Cold Chronicles 3. Today was a free day in the Draal's home for the mentally unstable residents, which meant that crash. Boom. A car impacted the spot Steve once was and exploded due to the accurately timed shot to its fuel tank. Though the resulting explosion did reach the once frozen enhanced soldier, he walked out of it without a scratch to show for it. The place they were fighting in was a wasteland situated in one on Draal's pocket spaces that could be accessed with the door to the gym at the house. In it were different things, ranging from planes to tanks, from RPGs to C4s, filled with all sorts of weapons that could be found on Earth in different sizes, ranging from kiddies' weapons to something that could only be lifted by supermen, emphasis on the word super. Even trees could be found here, along with school buses and other heavy-duty trucks. Gym instruments were scattered everywhere for easy access. One would wonder what the hell Draal was thinking when he stuffed the spatial pocket with things that would never be found in any other gym room on the planet. Case in point, Bucky grabbed a barbell and removed the weighted disc on one end. Tensing his leg muscles, he lifted himself up into the air with a height that was downright impossible for any normal human on the planet, even a super soldier. Steve, not liking the thought of being a stationary target, leapt into the air. Getting within striking distance, Bucky swung the one-ended barbell at the incoming Steve, who, seemingly anticipating the attack, brought his shield forward to block himself from the strike. Steve punched the convex back of the shield the same time that Bucky struck the front of it, causing a sonic boom that shot both soldiers backwards. They both landed on their feet without a scratch, but Steve made the first move this time. Grabbing the back of a tank, Steve flung it towards Bucky, whose eyes widened at the incoming armored vehicle. Though he cursed the younger soldier, he didn't move from his spot and braced himself to catch the airborne tank. Catching the tank with a grunt, Bucky was ready to throw it back at Steve, but one look at the ideal American soldier and the curse that he kept it escaped his mouth. Motherfucker! Steve held onto the back of a school bus and broke into a run towards Bucky the moment the one-armed man caught the tank. Halfway to Bucky he jumped into the air once more, the school bus lifting into the air, and slammed it on top of the tank, digging Bucky into the ground. That's for the car. His rebuttal was cut short as the ground started rising in his direction, but quick thinking on his part made his throw his shield to the ground to cut the path that the energy wave was traveling, which created a sonic wave that flung his shield away, but a call from his brought back the oversized frisbee to his hands. Seriously? Bucky got up from his kneeling position and questioned Steve, who stood at a respectable distance away. You started it first. Steve argued back, but Bucky wasn't taking this L. Yet, with the Toyota. Not a fricking tank and a school bus. Well. I'm just built different. Steve said with a low voice, but Bucky's acute hearing picked it up pretty easily. Come again. I'm built different, Bucky. Steve said, this time aloud, so that the Winter Soldier could hear him. And pray tell, what does that mean? Bucky asked, flexing the fingers of the prosthetic arm. It means I'm just that good. Steve bent down, massaging his legs with a little workout while Bucky stretched his arms, both acting as if the previous word exchange didn't light the proverbial gunpowder barrel in flames. I see. I see. Bucky brought his two knuckles together, creating a small boom, but he did not care and continued doing it, his black arm glowing a dark purple as it built up energy. Nothing needed to be said as the two soldiers rushed at each other, arms at the ready. The fight that ensued was something that no ordinary super soldier could survive in. Strength, speed, durability, endurance, grip, sense acuity. They had long surpassed the bar of what it meant to be human or anything related. They never got tired, have never felt fatigue since that day, can never fall sick, had an eyesight better than hawks, could very well see in the dark, had a higher level of resistance to the natural elements and their extremes, could jump higher than anything remotely human. They had broken through the human limit, even the peak human. If it had ever come to the hard choice, they would have slaughtered the Asgardians except for Thor had they been properly motivated. Although they might not be as strong as Thrall, they had every right and the strength needed to stand their own ground against any foe they found themselves against. They didn't feel like humans, true, as they were anything but. The sonic booms that were produced from Bucky's arm colliding with Steve's shield were strong to the point that the place looked exactly like how a city scene of an apocalyptic movie would be portrayed. There was no upper limit to their strength, that was the beauty of the enhanced serum that Thrall gave them. Their cells would continue to absorb energy from any emitting source for as long as they were alive. Even their life expectancy was lengthened. If a super soldier could live up to 200 natural years, an enhanced would naturally have theirs extended, but by how much was something that nobody knew. Not even Thrall. Bucky suckered a punch straight into Steve's jaw, but unwilling to be the one on the back foot, Steve used the edge of his shield to smack against Bucky's face. The both of them staggered 2 steps backward due to the force behind their strike, but were upon each other at the next second. Deflecting kicks after kicks and parrying blows for blows, the two continued a trade of equal exchange, unwilling to give the other an inch of respite even as their blows got stronger. Steve was the first one that got the upper hand at the moment Bucky punched his shield. Using the small moment interval as an opening, he swiped at the legs of the Winter Soldier and then used the shield to propel Bucky into the air. Acting quick on his feet, he grabbed a car and hurtled it at the airborne Bucky. The car collided with Bucky and started bringing him down, but Steve wasn't done yet and threw his shield at Bucky. The shield sailed past Bucky before turning back and heading towards the back of the soldier, intent on sandwiching him between it and the car. Bucky, not being one to take a beating lying down, using the car as a pseudo-platform for his feet, pushed himself towards the fast incoming shield. He twisted himself midair and caught the shield and threw it back to Steve, who had already broken into a sprint the moment he caught a hang on what Bucky intended to do. He caught the shield and without wasting a second threw it at the incoming car, the same one he threw at Bucky. The shield ripped cleanly through the car before abruptly turning around midair and going back to the waiting hands of Steve. Nice improv, by the way. Bucky said after he landed on the ground. That shield of yours hurts like a bitch. I can say the same for that arm of yours. The compliment that went both ways flew in through an ear and out by the other, none of them taking it to heart. Round 3. Round 3. That was the only prompt any of them needed as they engaged each other once again. First thing Bucky did was grab the damn shield and yanked it out Steve's hand, but withheld from throwing it away as Steve could just call it back. Steve, refusing to be outdone, yanked out the adamantium blade from his hands and slashed at him only for him to hit his shield. He scowled as he saw it, immediately knowing why Bucky went for it the moment he got the chance. Sure, he could call back the shield, but the distance between the two was pretty much negligible, so it wouldn't be able to pick up enough speed, and also the fact that Bucky wouldn't just let the thing go on his own. Switching the sword to his other hand, he attacked Bucky again, but the Winter Soldier was someone who was a natural in almost every human weapon. Using a shield was as easy as using a nunchucks. Though Steve didn't have as much mastery with weapons as Bucky did, that didn't mean he was a slouch in the ones he did know how to use. Case in point was him throwing the blade in the air and using the outstretched shield as a platform to perform a backflip, and used his legs to kick the handle of the blade with enough force that it flew past the small opening and made a precisely dangerous cut to Bucky's cheeks. Bucky dodged the blade, although narrowly, but not enough for it to destroy his focus as he grabbed Steve's feet, which was still in the air, and slammed him against the ground. Steve bounced against the ground, and Bucky deemed the elevation enough and batted Steve away with his own shield before nodding to himself in satisfaction. The shield flew out of his hand due to the light grip he had on it, but at this point he didn't care. He got one good hit in with the damned thing that he could rub in Steve's face until their next fight. He picked up his sword, the wound almost completely healed up. Their regeneration was botched up that normal graze would be held in a few seconds, and things that nicked the inner skin would take up to a minute for full recovery. Deeper wounds took more time, but it was all done in a matter of a few minutes. Okay. That hurts. Steve said as he took Bucky's hand for support. Now you know what it feels like? Bucky chortled. I do, but I guess you don't know what it's like to be punched by that arm of yours, do you? Steve sent him a glare as he massaged his jaw. And that, Steve, is something that I'll never get to experience. Bucky sounded way too smug for something like that. That's enough for today. I think that's a tally of 4-2. In my favor, obviously. Please. It's supposed to be a tie, 3-3. Steve denied. Oh pish posh. Did you see that shield smash? That alone got me the match. Bucky didn't see a reason why he had to take the match as his loss. Yet? What about the tank bash? Followed by a school bus? That shit was IT. And if that shield car combo connected? That would have been legendary. They both walked towards a specific place while at the same time arguing about the score tally before they got to their destination. It was a door sitting in the middle of the path. The door worked on intent as it opened by itself, letting Steve and Bucky pass through unimpeded. So who won this time? Nat was whipping up some pancakes when they walked in. They both grunted, not bothering to answer her, which clued her in on the fact they apparently argued about who won, which was something they did every time they had an unsupervised match. You would think that Drawl being able to make spatial pockets would stop him from training on a barren planet, but what actually prevented him from doing so was the fact that he would absolutely wreck this place and would be forced to create another, so a barren planet it was. Boys. Nat just shook her head. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenews. 164, Chapter 162. Drawl St. Cross POV. So what brings you here today, Mr. Cross? Please. You make it sound like I'm no longer welcomed here. I took a seat while the Ancient One continued flipping through some books, not bothering to lift her eyes from it since the beginning. But you only make it a point to drop by when you need a study or an opinion. And given the fact that you came to me and not strange, then by process of elimination, you require an opinion. She kept looking at the tomes spread before her while occasionally taking a sip from her tea. Do be a dear and get me the parchments on those shelves. It's not like I had much of a choice, nor could I refuse her, so I did as I was told, like every good student does. Other than the occasional sips and the sound of flipped pages, we remained in perpetual silence for the next 2 hours. I at some point had gotten a few books for myself in her study and buried myself in it to pass the time, and also making sure to refill her cup with tea whenever it was finished. It was 30 minutes into the second hour before she finally put the books and parchments down and neatly set them aside before finally paying attention to me. Now, tell me what it is you want. She gave me the go-ahead. You once said that whatever entity it was that I was aligned with was not a benevolent one. Do you know if its nature affects me in any way? I know it's supposed to be a stupid question if my anger were to be given its due credence, but I thought I had to ask. I then proceeded to explain to her the deal with Loki. It was a known fact that, yes, I will always take the first chance to either decapitate or obliterate my opponent, but recently I felt like I was changing too fast. The flip between the two extreme ends of my emotional spectrum were no longer familiar to me. Sure, the deal with the Reality Stone made me entertain the farce or whatever it was that Odin was trying to pull off, but what happened with Loki was not. I was but a second from killing him when I should have just dropped him off at a barren planet or halfway across the world. If Bucky hadn't stopped me and made me realize it, then I would have thought that it was my normal thought process. Killing Loki at this point in time would be disastrous as much as it was stupid. Regardless of their faults, Odin loved both his sons. It didn't matter what Loki's birth was, no one would take care of a child for over 1,000 years and not come to love them, even after all the pranks that he had undoubtedly run on them. I did not go out of my way to look for trouble, and me killing Loki was just that. I might have threatened to kill the Asgardian princes if they were to attack me again, but that one was valid. No one likes being a punching bag, so me replying in kind to their provocations was understandable. But Loki didn't do anything, well, except for getting in my face. I knew I was changing ever since my evolution to an energy being, but other than the physical aspect and my powers I couldn't find anything different. You are not human, Mr. Cross. What you are currently is the case that covers the primordial force that contains the universe's equilibrium. She started. I had warned you about it because I feared it would happen at some point, and due to your almost absolute degree of control over yourself whenever you deem it, made it impossible for you to detect whatever slight changes were happening in your psyche. While you might be a living space stone, your mind, however advanced it might be, is not yet ready to encapsulate infinity. So these changes will start to appear. It might be in ways you've never thought of or ways you'd think of as normal, but your evolution is not yet done, Mr. Cross. Body and mind, that is true evolution. I sucked in a cold breath as she finished her diagnosis. I wasn't ignorant of what she had speculated when I had made the decision to fuse with the space stone. I had been confident in my mental capacity to be able to detect any changes in what made me, well, me, but it turns out that even if I knew of these changes, I couldn't stop them because what she said was true. Evolution occurs in both body and mind. Trying to deny one part and allow the other was just half the process. Is there any way to, I don't know, keep the changes mild? I asked, hoping there was some magical way to leave my mind be. Instead of answering my question, she just stared at me for a while, which caused me to sigh. Is it trauma? From your time in Hydra? You seem quite troubled by your mental change than anything else I've ever seen you experienced. She asked. Was it Hydra? Of course not. They did a number on me, sure, but not to the point where I wouldn't have gotten through it over the years. I may not be the most morally upright person, but that could just be attributed to my past. I know what it feels like to be someone you're not. I said to her. It's not Hydra or any deep-seated form of long-gone trauma, it's just that you don't want to change, or rather you are not at all intrigued by how far you will change. It's them, isn't it? She asked. Of course it's them. You think I would give two shits about some mental evolution if I was all by my lonesome? No, I reckon you wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I drank from my cup of tea, how ironic, and looked at the light that hung low from the ceiling. How far do you think it'll go? I don't think the primordial essence of space is something that is capable of rational thought and care. There was no use moping since I knew something like this was bound to happen. Sure, I didn't know how far and deep its effects would go, but it is what it is. I don't know. No one's ever fused with an infinity stone as far as I, as well as the Sanctum, am aware. This is something you'll have to find out on your own. Thankfully, it should be a gradual process rather than a full overwrite, so you'll have time acclimation to your new mental state. Though you'll have to look out for such changes and endeavor to let them run their intended course when you fuse with the other stones. Great. One wasn't enough, now I need to watch out for 5 more qualitative mental change. I wonder if I would even be the same after I was done fusing with the stones. Personally, I think it's admirable that you would be reluctant to a mental change just because of your family, but you know everyone is susceptible to change, even more so you when you are trying to engulf the universe within your being. It was bound to change you down to your core. You will have to accept at one point or the other that there are some things that will exceed your scope of power at one point of your life, no matter how strong you are. Better now than later. Her voice was soft as if wanting to comfort me, but rather than that, it mildly irritated me. I wasn't some naive boy with grand delusions of power, nor was I an egotistical man who would throw a tantrum the moment things don't go his way. I was a 30-year-old man, and this was a truth I had known for decades. While others might find it disgusting, I was the type of guy that would just roll over when faced with something inevitable or something I had no hope of overcoming. Give me cancer as a human and the next thing I would do was get a calendar and start marking the countdown to the day the doctors finally pulled the plug, or until I could no longer meet up with the medical upkeep. These were things I had no control over, and I was perfectly fine with it. But what I was apparently not fine with was something lowly, interfering within my scope of power and putting everything asunder. My mental state was it. It was something that I constantly guarded, even from Yelena and the others. Now if some primordial or cosmic entity were to come and break through my mental barriers, then I would accept that, since I know I was nowhere near their match. But for a mindless stone to start rewriting my psyche to suit itself, now that was enough to throw me off. What ticked me off more was that I had apparently no say in what I wanted to change and what I would prefer it remain itself. And for me to go through this change 5 more times, each time different from who I was something I'm sure would completely throw most people off. And the worst part about it was that I had no choice. Even if I had known about the changes it would bring, down to its finest details, I would still have fused with the space stone and would have also gone for the power stone. It felt as if someone just sucker punched me with an "I told you so." I don't think it's as bad as you make it seem. The Ancient One's voice brought me out of my inner musings. And pray tell, why do you think so? I asked disinterestedly. The stones can either be seen as basic things and can be explained in even simpler ways. Rather than seeing it as something that seeks to rewrite your mental faculties, see it as something like a virus, a parasite, latching onto something for a mutual benefit. She poured tea into the 2 cups wet before us. I'm listening, but I still don't see how it's a good thing. Look at it like it is imprinting on a particular aspect of your mind that resonates perfectly with it and taking over that part as its own domain. And what better for the space stone than your all-encompassing anger? That was a solid thought, but not one that inspired confidence in me. It should have taken my wit instead. She rolled her eyes, which drew a chuckle from me. So the stones are taking an aspect of my personality. I don't know if I should be intrigued by that or downright terrified. When it comes to my own personality, they all border on the extreme ends, so space taking anger might not have been the best idea. I reasoned. It does have its pros and cons. Your anger is the only emotion that, even when kept tightly lidded, manages to dwarf the others once released. It merging with your anger is also a way for you to learn how to fully control space and, vice versa, your anger. Yeah, right, and if I get angry, space, and in extension the universe, would feel it. God, it's like I'm becoming Ororo. And even after I preached to her about control. I don't need to be psychic or a seer to know how this particular conversation will go. I groaned at that thought, and the Ancient One just took my frustration as amusement. You know, despite the ups and downs and the unknown danger you face at every turn, it's refreshing to see how you, like everyone else, struggle with their daily life and loved ones. She said. Tell me about it. I try not to think about it too much, save myself from an existential crisis. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DeRaultheomenus. 165, Chapter 163. After the whole fiasco with the space stone and impending danger that was remodeling of my psyche, I doubled down on accelerating my fusion with the power stone. According to the Ancient One, each evolution would be different, and after gaining the principle of space and extending my reach in the hierarchy of its domain, not that I knew what those meant, me fusing with the power stone was bound to draw some unsavory towards me. Let's just say that someone having an almost primordial control over the concept of power was a big no-no to most beings of power. It would have been different if I was just wielding the stones, but fusing with them was what set them off. Ascension Stone was something no one needed, and that was exactly what I was. No one had ever wielded 2 Infinity Stones, and those who were already aware of what I was doing were besides themselves, thinking that what I was dead set on undergoing was a fool's wish, and also watching what would become of me. Even now I could feel the trickle of cosmic energy flowing into my body. According to the Ancient One, while I became the Space Stone, my body was only the outer shell that protected its essence. Meaning that the coagulation of the spatial essence was inside my body, like another heart, steadily pumping spatial cosmic energy into my body, drop by drop. While I may have completed my bodily evolution, I was still growing stronger by the day. Strong in the sense that my body was steadily adapting to handling energies that normally it could not. Cosmic energy. I could harness the cosmic energy that was in me, but I couldn't handle it for long. It was like a built-in security switch, something that prevents anyone who wielded the stones to have the amount of energy needed to warp space on a universal level. Not to mention the fact that the stones sought to be whole, what I had was only 1/6 of what was the result of the Big Bang. But since my body could adapt, the cosmic energy was slowly melding itself from my bloodstream into every single part of my body, even my brain. The Ancient One said that the monumental change would come if I could successfully fuse with the Power Stone, body and mind, a complete evolution. Considering it took me a while, months, before I could successfully fuse with the Space Stone, my estimate for the Power Stone was under 2 months, a stark decrease from my first cosmic endeavor. The only thing I was worried about was oversaturation. My mutant ability was more energy-based rather than physical adaptation like Darwin. It was also the reason why I could take in a planet's worth of energy, and the most I would feel was a spring in my feet. But that doesn't exactly apply to the Infinity Stones. For all it's worth, the Infinity Stones held a universe's worth of pure energy in them, connecting them to each and everything inside the universe. Space, time, soul, power, mind, reality. They were intricately linked to everything that existed inside the universe, and me having the ticket to power, well, it was bound to piss some people off at one point. To be honest, I'm pretty surprised the Celestials haven't come for me, since what I was doing was undoubtedly put the universe under me should I succeed. I don't think the Celestials would take to it kindly if I was capable of harnessing the power of creation by wielding the Infinity Stones. They would usually fight anyone who came remotely close to them in power, which either ended up in most of their death or they somehow managed to win. Very rarely do they come to any kind of truce between their race and someone else. It had already been established that I could already destroy, and that was due to the fact of my vast authority over space and wielding of the Power Stone. Though I could still do it without the Power Stone, there was no need to test it out now, was there? Being in possession of the Power Stone had been a real trippy experience. The ability to use any other ability was such a dangerous concept that it almost made me regret not fusing with it first. It also backed up my point of Thanos not really knowing how to use the Infinity Stones other than what was enabled of their bare minimum. There was also the fact that his body couldn't handle the strain of drawing more power from the stones, at least that was true for Earth 199,999 Thanos. The others however were more dangerous with the stones, being only one step away from true omnipotence. The rush I felt every time I held the Power Stone was vastly different from what I experienced when I was using the Space Stone. The feeling of overbearing might, of absolute power was such an intoxicating one that most would lose themselves in. Unlimited stamina, unlimited physical strength, or for as long as my body could handle it, and also a domain of authority over power. Hands down, the Power Stone just jumped to my list of the most dangerous Infinity Stones out there, reality and time being a close second and third respectively. That was just a personal conjecture though, the final decision would have to wait until I've experienced what it was like to use all 6 of the Infinity Stones. Regardless of the complexity of the other stones, the simplicity of the Power Stone made it a very easy yet terrifying Infinity Stone to master. One of its terrifying aspects of the Power Stone I found out was when I had jokingly turned Steve back into a normal human. The way it worked was very easy as I had used the power negation ability of the Power Stone to erase every trace of both mine and Erskine's serum in Steve's body. Though he didn't go back to being lanky Steve, his strength was nothing compared to what it had been even as a normal super soldier. Note that Steve could very well lift over 1,000 tons and that was nowhere near his upper limit. His negated lifting strength sharply dropped to a little over 300 kilograms. It was such a frightening aspect when the others realized that even shooting nukes at me wouldn't do anything, not that it could, as I could just negate the kinetic energy outbursts with either the Space Stone or the Power Stone. The capabilities of the stones were vastly undersold in what the screens portrayed. If we were to go by the comic version of Thanos, then he would have killed them all without struggle when he had the 4 stones and fought the makeshift Avengers on Titan. I was in the midst of absorbing the energy from the Power Stone when I felt something breaking into our solar system. Something just ruptured space, and given our backwater location in the universe, whatever could rupture space was always a source and call for caution. The reason I felt this was because usually when I was absorbing the energy from the Power Stone, I would also be using the one of the Space Stone's passive abilities, which was connecting myself with the space around me, and me being spatially alert was more than enough to pick up on the quite boisterous entering into the solar system. I don't know if they were that strong that they didn't care if someone noticed their arrival, or they were that subtle that no one should have noticed their arrival. Regardless, since I sensed them, it wouldn't do I didn't check on who they were. If they were some aliens who came to abduct humans, then that was fine, but if it turns out that they were part of the group I was hoping to face later in the line, then that would be catastrophic. Tracing the origin of the spatial pocket, I warped into outer space and saw the camouflaged ship making its way towards Earth at ridiculous speeds. I could sense alien life forms aboard the ship, which made me release a breath of relief. Looks like they are into the abducting business. Being my first time meeting aliens, I warped directly onto the ship with no one being aware of my presence and started walking around. I paused my feet when I saw them dressed in a way that was reminiscent of soldiers, or at least my stereotype of alien soldiers. They mostly had blasters on their hands, while others, a very scant few, had by their sides primordial weapons. I was about to leave the ship and let them carry on with their endeavor when I came across her. Even if I've only ever seen her on screen, the green skin accompanied by the dark red hair and the soldiers aboard made it click. The children of Thanos. And here I was thinking that I could just let them be and have them continue their trafficking in peace. How do you suppose we find the Infinity Stone located here? For all we know, it could be scattered across this solar system. An alien humanoid woman spoke to Gamera, who without taking her eyes off the glass panel that was showing the outer view of the Earth. Father said that there was a cosmic occurrence in this solar system, and seeing as that planet is the only one with life means that whatever caused the cosmic wave is on that planet. The scanners haven't picked up on any readings yet, but we should give it some time. I will not return back to Father empty-handed. I listened in on their conversation with an impassive expression on my face and studied the entire ship, running different scenarios in my head. This all but confirms that Earth is already on Thanos' conquest path, and sooner or later I would come face to face with the Mad Titan. 2 of the Infinity Stones were already in my possession, one was in Kamar-Taj, one was in a hidden realm, one was in Vormir, which left only one stone that was a free-for-all. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say Thanos was already in possession of one of the stones. The Mind Stone. Thanos hasn't made the gauntlet yet, which means the Mind Stone should be inside Loki's scepter and he shouldn't be able to draw out more power from it. That was my assumption, but I couldn't underestimate the Mad Titan, but then again, I had the Space and Power Stone, this should be easy. I materialized my body and immediately I was surrounded by the alien soldiers with blasters pointed at me. "Hey Terran? It looks like there are more advanced than we thought, though this one appears quite foolish." I had already taken a precaution to envelope the entire ship in an EMP field to prevent any signal from being transmitted to and from the ship. I then turned my attention onto my audience, who were but a command away from blowing my brains to bits, if they could, that is. "Who are you?" Gamera stepped forward and asked, seeing as my attention had been somewhere else. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what I want with you." A spear was leveled against my throat by the somewhat tall woman with horns. I guess that one dies too. Before any of them could react, apart from Gamera and the blue-haired horned woman, everybody else on the ship burst into a gore of blood, taking the two women by surprise. Before they could put up any meaningful struggle they were bound in a space lock. Allow me to reiterate, you are going to die, so it's better if we get things sorted out and be on our merry way. One looked ashen while the other looked fierce. This should be easier than I thought. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 166, Chapter 164. Our Lord will have your planet either way, Terran. Your planet will burn when he arrives. I ignored the raging rant of the other one and focused on the smart one. Now, Gamera, does Thanos possess an Infinity Stone? It was always better to get straight to the point rather than beating around the bush. Stone wielder. She looked surprised before it became a depressing chuckle. You can't win. Thanos is not someone you can hope to face. That was not what I asked you. Make me repeat myself again and it shall be at the expense of your limbs. I flatly told her. I don't care about the life and death feud she had with Thanos, nor did I care about her somewhat sad backstory. She was pitiful, yes, but so are half of the people who die every day. Thanos already possesses the Mind Stone. The mind of others are but an open book to him. Give up. She said, but I highly doubted it. Like the Tesseract, only the basic abilities of the Mind Stone could be assessed as it was stuck inside a staff. Unless Thanos took out the stone, he would be limited to what he could do with the Mind Stone. What are you doing, Gamera? Are you betraying him? I crushed her throat the moment I knew I wouldn't get anything from her, and then I thought about it. In front of Gamera's paling face, the other woman's bones began cracking with a sickening crunching sound and she began folding in on herself until all that was left was a floating blood of ruptured flesh and compressed bones dripping blood. The last resident on the ship began hyperventilating for a while as she continued looking at her former comrade. She got her breath under control after a few more seconds and then looked at me with a resolute gaze as if accepting her inevitable death. Can you kill him? She asked me. Yes. Then thank you. She had a small smile on her face as she said that. For what? I asked her even though I had a good idea what she meant. All my life, long had I pondered on how I could kill my father and yet I could never find any as we laid waste to planet by planet, civilization by civilization under his name. I had long promised myself that I would do anything I could to ensure that he dies for his atrocities, and if all I can get is a true promise then that's okay. She said and fell on her butt on the cold floor that was flowing with blood. This could work. Since she is so resolved to die, then the least I could do was make her work for it, right? I will ensure Thanos' death if you do one thing for me. I told her and immediately her eyes jumped up to me. What do you want? Although she was okay with dying, she was still pretty skeptical. I need you to take Thanos to Vormir. I told her. Why? What's in Vormir? Shale asked and I told her the plain answer. The Soul Stone. She shot up and stumbled back down, but that didn't stop from glaring bloody hell at me. Are you mad? Why would you want him to? Her voice was immediately cut short as her mouth closed on its own. I already know the location of the Soul Stone. The information currently entering your head along with the bulk of the other foreign memories are backup plans in case of the unlikely scenario that Thanos looks into your head. Though I highly doubt he could do that, I wasn't going to take any chance. Gamera collapsed into a huffing fit and she tried to make sense of the memories that I stuffed into her head. I am possible. You don't have to worry about the feasibility of it. That is an issue that I will take care of. She took a few minutes to collect her thoughts and organize herself before she got up on her feet. She looked at me, fear evident on her face but her resolve won and her curiosity permeated through. What do you plan to gain through all this? Why are you looking for the stones? Normally I would not be as foolish to trust someone I just met and give them my entire plan to kill their father, irrespective of how much they hated him, but Gamera was someone I knew I could work with. Oh, she did plan on betraying me, or rather fleeing from this galaxy if my plan worked, after she pitted Thanos against me, but that was something I didn't place much importance on. I had already given her some information about myself and although Thanos was very smart, he was yet to experience Gamera's betrayal. It doesn't matter what she thought she could do, the moment she goes to Vormir with Thanos would be her end. I could of course find another family and control them to kill their most beloved kin, but doing that was just me trying to play God while I had a willing, yet slightly unwilling, sacrifice. If you think I plan of committing a universal genocide then you'd be dead wrong. What I plan for the stones amount to nothing more than for personal use. Regardless of who you plan on killing to get it. She asked. Regardless. Was my reply. She let out a low laugh filled with bitterness. All my life I have dreamt of the day where I would finally be free from that tyrant's power, and the day the universe decided to give it to me is the same day I am proclaimed dead. Do not think yourself as some pitiful suffering woman, Gamera. You are just as guilty of the countless other lives you've taken, the innocent the first mean. You were dealt a bad hand in your childhood, but the same could be said of the countless others who have died by Thanos' actions. Life isn't fair and the universe plays favorites. Meeting me here could be counted as bad luck or good karma, depends on the way you see it. The others, probably Steve, wouldn't agree with me convincing a young woman to throw her life away just so I could achieve my goals. There were things that even with the amount of trust I had in them I still wouldn't be comfortable with them knowing. It might be incredibly stupid of me to lead Thanos on his way to his second Infinity Stone, but this way I get to own 2 Infinity Stones, leaving just the Reality and Time Stone. This was a more convenient way because there was no way I was going to Vormir to retrieve the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone could be called special amongst the Infinity Stones as it had a rather developed sentience, unlike the Mind Stone. But all that was for another day. Now was the time for me to prep the girl into committing suicide just for the sake of stopping Thanos. She must have really hated him. Hey. Saying that makes you look like some kind of monster. I never said I was a saint. It's player vs player out here and only the strong wins, and I intend on being strong. I told her. If you don't kill me then Thanos will once he finds out about my betrayal. I never knew that I valued my life so much that I would hesitate on the chance to exchange it with Thanos' death. What would you have done if I wasn't here and you needed the Soul Stone? I didn't see the need of ignoring her question nor did I call her out for it, so I answered her in the most matter-of-factly tone that I could. Another family would probably have to pay the price that you would have. I said that referring to the sacrifice, but she didn't have to know that. What would it be, Gamera? I should tell you that regardless of what you choose, Thanos will die by my hands. So choose, death or delayed death. She looked at me and the ceiling, then at the huge transparent glass that reflected a view of the earth. You are cruel. This is not something that should be presented on a golden platter. She had already made her decision based on the tone of voice she was using. Like I said, I am no saint. My actions are only for a few select people to benefit from. I can't save the entire universe even if I had the power to. She took one last glance at Earth and then turned to me. What do you want me to do? Seeing as she had already made her choice, the body, bits, and parts of the others on the ship caught on fire. General POV. Gamera boarded one of the smaller pods and immediately inputted the code for the hidden spatial highway that Thanos used. She had seen the way the entire ship exploded and didn't take any more chances before stepping inside the space stream and pushing along until she started traveling through space. She had already sent a distress call immediately after she had left the safety net that Draal had created. She had a few cuts in her body along with some broken bones which Draal had decided would make the story stuck. Forgive me, father, for I have failed you. She said as soon as she was in the presence of her father and his other children. What happened, daughter? Thanos spoke from his chair as soon as Gamera finished the first sentence that left mouth. An Infinity Stone was on Earth as you had said, already wielded by someone. He has the Space Stone. I had no way of contact and had to press forward even as he destroyed the ship. She said, heads down, afraid to look at the Titanic man in front of her. Thanos had a pensive look on his face as he thought of what Gamera had just said. Were you able to glean anything from this man? Yes, father. I believe I have the location of the Soul Stone. Chatter immediately ensued inside the throne room they were in, some excited about the prospect of Thanos having the location of another Infinity Stone. The universe truly was on his side. Where? Vormir. He said he was to go to Vormir to receive his second stone and then no one would be able to stop him. She supplemented. Thanos remained quiet, falling into thoughts as he calculated the likely scenario of this being a trap or some far-fetched betrayal. How sure are you of this information, Gamera? Gamera didn't hesitate to answer. Absolutely sure. This man you speak of, how strong was he? Thanos asked. He was able to fold space at will and stopped our ship from moving, and we also were not able to detect him until he was already inside the ship. It is his authority of space that makes him a terrifying opponent to face, father. She reported truthfully, or at least what was made known true to her. Listen and listen well, my children. Prepare the advancement march. We will first send out a preemptive attack on the Earth to test out the defenses of the planet. After I retrieve the Soul Stone from Vormir, then we shall conquer the Earth and take away the Space Stone. Everyone in the hall bowed their heads lower in reverence to the man that was both their lord and father. Sire, what about Odin and Asgard? The Earth is still under Asgardians and I don't think those war-hungry savages would just let us conquer the planet. Ma offered his wise counseling to his lord, who just waved aside his worries. Having both the Soul and Mind Stone would make Thanos a very terrifying opponent, and though he was still worried about Odin's interference, he nevertheless pushed forth. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 167, Chapter 165. Draal Saint Cross POV. I watched as Gamera drove the small pod away from this galaxy, but although I couldn't see her, I could still easily track her. There was no place in this universe that she could run away to from me. Finding Vormer had been rather easy as I could assess any location of the universe with just a mental picture of a rough location. I didn't need to know the place or have been to it, as long as it existed in this universe, then I would be able to go there. I was space in human form after all. I didn't approach Thanos' ship yet just in case the stone would react to me, so I settled with just keeping tabs on any ship that left the main carrier, and also noting down where they traveled to. This should be fun. It looks like Thanos was in a hurry, not that I would blame him since this was the Infinity Stones we were talking about, and also the fact that he thought I would be going for Vormer next. Just the fact that I had the Space Stone was already a discovery that would set him into motion, because he knows that if I get my hands on the Soul Stone, I would be coming for him next. Bingo. I could already feel the ship traveling to Vormer with a few people, Gamera, and some of his followers. I warped back to my house, appearing in the middle of the living room and blocking Bucky from watching his game. Quack, do you mind? He waved the controller in a shooing motion. Great, everyone is here. Who wants to kill some aliens? They all stopped trying to get me to move out of the way and looked at me, realizing that I wasn't joking. It's about damn time. Finally I get to shoot something. One guess as to who that was. This is rather abrupt. Why are we going after some aliens? And trust Nat to be the voice of reason. Their leader already has one of the Infinity Stones and he is currently going for his second one as we speak. That little tidbit of information was enough to put a dampener on the mood. I'm sensing a story behind that particular goal. Bucky said, his arm already gaining its black sheen. Well, you wouldn't be wrong in that. He plans to wipe out half of the universe's population in a bid to stop hunger and lack of resources. That's fucked up. That's what it is. Can someone really do that? I mean, there are gods, right? Surely they are not about to let someone wipe out half of the universe's population, right? Steve asked, a frown appearing on his face, no doubt because of the inconceivability of it all. You've seen them in battle, right? Gods are not omnipotent by any stretch of the world, and besides, owning the Infinity Stones is more than enough to trump most, if not all of them. Elder gods on the other hand are the real deal. I explained. They digested my explanation, but Yelena asked a question that had flown right over everyone's heads. How did you know about the alien warlord that was going for the stones? Oh, that? He sent a recon team to scout if an Infinity Stone was in this solar system. Must have sensed me using them a while back. Anyway, I destroyed the recon but left one of them to lead me back to him, so who's up for alien hunting? My red tie appeared around my neck while the others just suited up. I can't believe we are finally going to space. Yelena squealed, which would have been a heartwarming sight if not for the fact that she was a teenage assassin and was currently on a mission to kill some aliens. So how are we doing this? Nat and Bucky were the only ones who looked like they weren't affected by the atmosphere, both keeping a stoic look on their face, and even though Steve managed to look the part, I could still see the shadow of a smile tugging at his lips at the prospect of traveling through space. His shield flew through the house before landing softly in his hands, and with that we were ready for takeoff. They had no issue breathing in space, or any spatial environment, since I had used space energy in drawing the runes that would allow them to breathe in any environment. Thanos was already in Vormer, leaving his entire army, except for the little entourage he took, floating in space. The portal connected us directly to the main carrier, which immediately sent horns blaring as soon as our signatures were registered as intruders. Have fun, guys. I waved at them before disappearing, waiting for the head honcho to show up. General POV. That bastard did not just leave us in the middle of a hostile alien warship, did he? Nat asked, the situation processing too fast for her to be comfortable with. We can pick it up with him later. I can feel multitudes of hostiles making their way towards us, no one remarkable. This should be easy. Bucky said with a grin that honestly took everyone aback. Bucky rarely ever smiles. Before anyone could react, the Winter Soldier broke into a sprint and blew the doors, obstructing his way off their hinges, opening a path to the incoming enemies. Being the one leading the charge, Bucky was the first one to be on the receiving end of the enemy's offense. Covering his face with his arm to block the blasts that were coming to his face, not that they would have done any significant damage apart from irritating his skin, he slammed his other hand into the face of the first alien he's ever met. Grabbing a blaster from a nearby enemy, he smacked the head of another alien with it, causing the poor alien's head to turn 360 degrees before he fell down lifeless. To these poor armies of Thanos, Bucky was an outright tyrant as he completely smashed his way through any opposition. Grabbing one of the poor suckers by the arms, he twisted the unfortunate soldier clockwise, using his body to batter any nearby hostile, and when he was done, the unfortunate alien no longer had any intact bone in his body. Swatting away a blast with his vibranium arm, he punched the ground, causing the resulting electromagnetic wave to wash over the enemies before him, killing some and incapacitating the others. Bucky was out of their league in every capacity. He was like a shark put inside a pond. The moment he entered his new environment, he became the top of the food chain until another monster was introduced into the same pond. Every punch, kick and throw from him was enough to kill anyone it connected with, and also being able to tank whatever it was that was thrown at him made him more than a soldier, more than a man, more than anything someone could even think of fighting. He was like a very watered-down version of Drawl in the fact that all the blasts he's received since the fight started only served to strengthen him one step at a time. The Winter Soldier that Bucky used to be was a man dedicated to ending all his opponents. The serum that Drawl gave him just increased everything he already was by folds and some more. He moved his head to the side to avoid Steve's flying shield that sailed past him, hitting a few of the enemies before going back to its wielder. "You sure took your sweet time," Bucky said sarcastically as his best friend made his way towards him with a leisurely pace. "Where's Nat and the Pipsqueak?" Bucky asked as he noticed the absence of the assassin sisters. "They decided that they wanted to explore the place," Steve said offhandedly, which made Bucky frown. "You know that there are likely thousands of enemies on this ship, right?" Though he tried being stoic, Steve understood what he meant by his question. "Don't worry, Drawl should be somewhere on this ship and he wouldn't allow them to be captured, talk less of being killed. And we aren't even talking about whatever magic stuff he's plastered on our suit. They'll be fine," Steve said, waving his hands as if he was waving Bucky's worries away. "I guess you're right, so how do you suppose we do this?" Bucky asked, gesturing to the new wave of incoming enemies. "Go through. Go through it is." Both of them nodded at each other and then turned to face the incoming batch of enemies who staggered back at the sight of the two men leisurely making their way forwards. The two soldiers disembarked on them, ignoring their pitiful resistance and the crunching sounds that resounded as they made their way towards anywhere they could go. "So, Natasha?" Steve asked as he batted a soldier into his comrades. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bucky denied, the consequence being his hands going through the chest of an alien who looked at him with shock and disbelief. Pulling the alien away from his arm, he totally ignored Steve's raised brow, and threw him towards his comrades who wanted to catch him on reflex only for them to be bombarded by a kinetic shock. "Come on now, Bucks. I've known you my entire life and I think I also know what you look like when you are interested in someone. So." Steve pressed on. Bucky neither denied nor confirmed anything and replied with a simple, "So." Steve sighed as he stepped on the skull of an op, crushing the head under his boots without paying it any attention, his body seemingly working on autopilot. "So, how far have you guys gone?" The atmosphere between the two soldiers and their opponents were very different. While the air between Steve and Bucky was just like the summer sky and a day at the beach, the air surrounding the other audience was akin to an apocalypse. Their cries, wails, begging and puny retaliation amounting to nothing in the face of the soldiers. Bucky, knowing he couldn't get out of this particular discussion, sighed and gave in to Steve's curiosity. "Not that far. We're still taking our time, see if this is something we can dedicate ourselves to. We still haven't gone on a date yet if you are wondering. It's just," he grabbed Steve's shield and used it to whack the head of an hostile and using an unhealthy amount of strength, cleaved through two others by using the edge of the shield as some sort of butcher's knife, that with everything going on, Drawl going after the stones and the universe seemingly going after Drawl's ass. It just seems like a bad time to be committed to something else, you know. The alien blood washed off Steve's shield as if it was oil against water, compliment of a nifty spell by Drawl. Steve stopped and looked at Bucky with a flabbergasted expression on his face before it turned into a knowing smile. "That's not Nat, that's you." Seeing his best friend's incomprehension, Steve clarified. "I know Nat, Bucks. She's not someone to hesitate, she'll gladly throw herself into the flames if it's something she's passionate about. She's not the one doubting, Bucks, you are. I'm 100% sure that if Drawl knew this was your reason then he'd smack you across the face. Just because we finally find ourselves against aliens and gods doesn't mean that we can't also enjoy our lives, Drawl is." Bucky sighed at what Steve said, the older soldier finally fed up with their disturbing audience. "Boom. That's better. Look Steve, I don't know, it's different somehow. It's different because you know this isn't like your other flings back in the 30s. Nat isn't like other girls out there, it's going to take some serious commitment to keep a girl like that." Steve said as he called back his shield. "When did you become a love guru?" "I've been taking lessons from Drawl." Steve chuckled. "Rather than taking love lessons, try taking the Get Over My Ex one." "Okay, now that's just mean. Head over to my Patreon if you want to read up to 35 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/DearAwoltheomanus. 168, Chapter 166. Natasha and Yelena made their way in stealth, exploring the different parts of the alien warship. Unlike the soldier brothers who cleaved their way through any obstacle, the assassin sisters avoided most confrontations since their skill set wasn't one they could use against incoming waves of enemies. It still didn't prevent them from wiping out a squadron or two. While they were not as strong as the super soldier brothers, they could hold their own against most opponents a few layers stronger than them but not forever, so with that little caveat in mind, they left the brothers to heap all of the attention on themselves while they made their way mostly unhindered towards the heart of the ship, the control room. Armed with adamantium daggers, they cleaved their way through any of Thanos' army that was unfortunate to bar their path. This is fun. Yelena squealed as she decapitated someone with an unusual ease and then made a low sweep to unbalance one of the guards behind her before lodging the knife into their chest. I seriously don't know how you can identify the prospect of massacring aliens as fun. Natasha scowled as she jumped back to avoid the blast that was aimed for her head before delivering an axe kick with enough force to snap the alien's neck. Evil aliens, Nat. Evil aliens. Came the singing voice of the younger assassin. Still doesn't explain your enthusiasm. Although she said that, Natasha knew all too well that this was one of her childhood dreams, not the fighting and decapitation aliens part, but the being in space part, before the Red Room. Now you're just being a spoilsport. Yelena pouted, her complaint not stopping her from picking up a blaster and opening up a hole in the body of the retreating soldier. Now that we've gotten the nuisance out of the way, when were you planning on coming clean about you and Bucky? She asked with budding curiosity. Natasha to her credit didn't show any ounce of surprise, schooling her expression that not even her eyelids twitched. And is there any reason why I'm supposed to report to you about what's happening in my life? Sheesh, no need to get defensive, okay? Believe it or not, everyone at home knows about what's been going on between the both of you, or rather what's not been going on. Sometimes it gets unbelievably cringe for me to see Bucky looking like a wet bear, having no clue what to do. She shuddered as she remembered a memory of the man scowling at the refrigerator before turning depressed and walking back to the couch. Natasha stopped as she looked at her sister with genuine surprise on her face. Wait, everyone. Yelena deadpanned at her and pointed at herself before making a circular motion with her hands. Did you forget the type of people you're living with? Hell, if Steve could pick up on it then we all did. Natasha made an O expression while Yelena nodded to confirm her point. That still doesn't explain why I should tell you. Oh come on, Nat. That's prime sisterly gossip material right there, don't be this cruel to me. Unfortunately, her puppy dog eyes proved not to work on Natasha as the red hair just sashayed away, causing the younger brunette to roll her eyes. Oh no you don't. Don't think you can just waltz your way out of this one, Nat. It's sweet and at the same time cringe how both of you struggle with romance and I even once thought that Drawl would have it hard. Yelena chased after her sister, walking around as they were not in the nest of enemy territory. Thanks for the vote of confidence, sis. Natasha's sarcastic reply came out. Seriously. It's like you guys are trying to choke yourselves while at the same time feeding each other chocolate, toxic doesn't even come close. Yelena muttered. Natasha's face for the first time in forever had an uncertain look. That bad? Bad would be Steve still pining over his 80-year-old ex? Yours? It's as if you are watching someone light a white fluffy rabbit on fire. It's funny and sad at the same time. Yelena was brutal with her candid opinion. Natasha's face paled further at Yelena's description of what could essentially be her first try at a relationship and how miserably atrocious it was. Between the both of us, I once saw Drawl cast an illusion on himself to snack on some popcorns during one of you and Bucky's awkward moments, but don't worry. Yelena quickly changed the topic as soon as she saw that Natasha wasn't looking good the more the conversation went on. It's not that you're bad at relationships, which is honestly an overstatement when considering we both were raised as assassins. Steve is Steve. Ororo basically started dating Drawl while Bucky honestly doesn't know how to begin a stable relationship. You don't have to worry about anything or how you guys might look to us in your own adorably cringy way, just focus on starting your relationship and just know that you got me behind you for backup, and also any juicy secrets you might have. She hugged her distraught sister with one hand while shooting two aliens that came into her sights. If it's any consolation then Bucky is still to blame for being that bad when it comes to a relationship, I mean I'm still green when it comes to all this heart stuff but even I can tell it's his fault. Yelena huffed. So blame it on Bucky? Natasha asked. Yes, blame it on Bucky. Yelena nodded, dooming the similarly distraught man for a crime he didn't commit. Women. With their little pep talk out of the way, they once again focused on diving deeper into the ship and doing the most damage they could before their leader came back. Drawl St. Cross POV. My eyes were on Thanos' steps through the mountains of Vormir as he made his journey to retrieve the Soul Stone. I had hoped he'd leave the Mind Stone behind but that had just been my wishful thinking. I wasn't comfortable having 3 stones with me at once without even having assimilated the Power Stone but this was a boon that I couldn't refuse. The opportunity to earn not 1 but 2 Infinity Stones, leaving just the Time and Reality Stone was such a luck that I felt was an accumulation of all the good karma I've gathered since coming to this universe. Thanos and his Encourage had already encountered Red Skull and from Gamera's shocked expression which was quickly turning into rage, they were at the point of the sacrifice. The entourage also seemed taken back but all of them had devoted their lives to Thanos rather than each other so in the end they were okay with whatever sacrifice was needed to ensure that Thanos achieved his goals. This was getting really boring so I just started sniping at some of Thanos' men that were making their way towards Steve's and Nat's group. Sure they wouldn't have any problems, well Nat and Yelena would if they were to be surrounded since they were only super soldier level strong, so I was just doing it out of boredom and also testing out how interspatial sniping was. I could make any of my attacks ignore distance, making them travel way faster than they normally would, or just warp them directly to the face of my target. Now let's see, if Thanos was to use both stones at the same time, then he would be able to control anyone around him and also grant sentience to objects. I don't know if he could grant them powers though, but my money was on him not being able to. Oh, it's finally getting to the good part. Thanos was already dragging Gamera to the sacrificial altar, but different from the expression I thought she would have, which was screaming and trying to claw her way out of his hands. She had a small, almost betrayed smile on her face, and it might have just been a coincidence, but her eyes were in my direction, or aptly put, the direction I was looking from, while her mouth muttered "You promised" before Thanos threw her to her death. I didn't hate nor did I loathe Thanos for what he did, why would I? Each and every being in the universe was unique, from the way they look to the way they think. Normally it would be considered a morally wrong act to kill one's own daughter, one who he genuinely loved, just for power, but then again, when power was brought into any equation, morality becomes a blurred line. I was the same. If it wasn't Thanos, then I would have had to find either a human from Earth or another species from the wider universe and have them commit filicide just to get my hands on the Soul Stone. I couldn't judge Thanos, no, I wouldn't judge Thanos, not for killing his daughter and not for trying to kill half of all sentient life. This also goes to show how much my motivation for power has changed in recent years. It might also be another subtle influence from the stones, viewing life as nothing more than a congregation of sentient dust. Whatever it was a change I was okay with. Not that it would stop me from killing the purple Shrek though. The ritual was already done and Thanos was making his way back to his entourage with the Soul Stone in his hands, having left Ma to hold the scepter. Looks like it's time I made my entrance. Hiding from Thanos was no longer an option, as he already had in his possession the two stones that granted life and sentience. Thanos paused in his footsteps as I appeared behind him, while his entourage, the Black Order, pointed their weapons at me. Sigh, they never learn. It looks like the universe has sided with me, rather than you. Stonekeeper. He turned to me after retrieving the staff from Ma. Really, how so? I asked dully. I already possess both the mind, and thanks to you, the Soul Stone. Surrender the Space Stone to me and I will let you live. Decide wisely, as this day have already spoiled my mood. No one told you to sacrifice your daughter for the stone. His subordinates growled fiercely, an order away from attacking me. Drawl, am I right? You told Gamera of the location of the Soul Stone, hoping to take them from my cold dead hands. I applaud your bravery but also mock your foolishness. The Mad Titan said. I wasn't surprised that he knew of my identity, something I attributed to the Soul Stone. I assume you are also attacking my ship? Sigh, this day exacts a heavy toll. Thanos was the epitome of calm, as even cursed with whatever knowledge he had gotten from the Soul Stone, which probably included the location of the other stones, he remained unfazed. I had already given Steve and the others a way to teleport to marked locations. Turns out that using spatial energy to power up space spells was just another way to really amp it up. As if on cue, Steve, Bucky, Nat, and Yelena appeared on my side, matching the numbers on both sides. Well, we had won over them, but where was fairness when the universe was concerned? Quite the arrangement you have. They are willing to fight for you, that much I can tell, but are they willing to die for you? Thanos smirked, and that was the cue his subordinates needed to commence their attack, with my family replying in kind. They don't need to die for me, I'm not worth that sacrifice. I said, casually making my way away from the battlefield that the others had occupied, with Thanos following me with the same pace. Why do you want the stones? He asked after we went a respectable distance away from the ensuing fight. Head over to my Patreon if you want to read up to 35 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 169, Chapter 167. Was Thanos always the chatty type? Meh, works for me anyway. Would you believe me if I said I just wanted all of them in my collection? I asked, not expecting an answer, maybe a demeaning scoff, but I surprisingly got one, and not one I expected. Yes, I would. The universe is teeming with morons, each trying to usurp a power they lack the sufficient intellect to understand. And you are one of them. Ma seems like a hard one to deal with due to his telekinesis, but it's nothing Bucky can't handle. There was no need to drag this out, because even with the stones in his possession, there was no way Thanos could defeat me. I've seen that eyes on people, multitudes even, each wanting nothing more than to hang my head on a pike. Do you want to know what they all have in common? Thanos asked. Let me guess, dead. Yes. And it is that similarity that they all have that sets me and them apart. I have looked death in the face, I fear not death, I covet her. Great, this is one of those universes. Normally, had this been years ago, I would have quaked in my boots at the mention of death's name from Thanos' mouth, but now? Well, I've spoken directly to the Phoenix, so I guess that makes us even. No, it doesn't, if anything, it makes us opposites. Life is temporary, a fleeting illusion, whereas death is eternal, or should I say, I am. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you fiction's greatest simp. Thanos was outclassed and outmatched. Wielding the stones by no means made you omnipotent, especially in this universe. Case in point was Thanos, frozen in place as I locked the space around him, preventing even his sweat and blood from flowing. The Black Order panicked and tried their best to escape their lockdown, but try as they may, they couldn't escape the encirclement of the super soldiers. Bucky had Maw, Steve had Obsidian, while Steve and Yelena proved to be more than a match for Glaive as the guy was already dead. Under the other's watch, the staff and the Soul Stone flew from Thanos' grasp into mine. Was he going to come back if I killed him? Maybe, maybe not. It wouldn't matter even if he did, not to me at least. Say hi for me. By igniting the space between his cells, I disintegrated the Mad Titan to a residual of energy, killing the Mad Titan of this universe. As if on cue, Steve and Bucky finished toying with their opponents, cleaving their head off their shoulders. You sure did take your time with them. Well, it seemed like you and the Chin guy had a discussion, so I had to prolong the fight longer than it should, and besides, I needed a training partner other than Bucky. Steve said. Well, since we've gotten what we came out here for, how about going home? I asked. What about the legion of alien warships? Those things could lay waste to an entire planet in days. Nat said, bringing back my focus to Thanos' army. That was a good suggestion. A warp moment later saw all floating the vast dark expansion of space, facing the multitudes of Thanos' now headless army. Whoa, we're really floating in space. Steve muttered, ignoring the raging army thousands of kilometers away from us. Roughly gauging where the center of the army is, I created a black hole and watched all of them get sucked into the dark oblivion of collapsing space. Is that a black hole? Yelena sputtered. Yes, it is. Right. I'm floating in space and you can create black holes. I knew you could do it, but seeing it in person is just, wow. Let's go back. With that we all left whatever galaxy we were in and went back home. A girl suddenly found herself stranded on a planet after seeing a black hole materialize out of nowhere. Half of her body was covered in cybernetic implants, an action done to her by her own father, or one she called so, for every loss she suffered against her sister. Not knowing the whereabouts of her father and sister, she made sure to hide her features due to being someone easily associated with the Mad Titan. What she didn't know was that she had lost everything she ever called family and every source of purpose she ever had. All at the hands of one man. Even her life was by his hands. On getting home, the first thing that registered in my senses was an all too familiar static. Hey, welcome back. At my doorstep was the only white-haired woman I knew, Ororo Monroe. It's been almost a month since I've last seen her, and if what was registering in my senses were correct, which I knew they were, she came back stronger, like way stronger. Seems like you've been quite adventurous. So what did I miss? In a dimension separated from the universe. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. A voice boomed in the dark dimension, alerting Dormammu of the arrival of a stranger. I see you have grown too far into your delusions to barge into my realm. Mephisto. Before Mephisto, the gigantic flaming head that was Dormammu formed, his eyes blazing with pure power as he beheld the form, or rather the avatar form of one of the Lords of Hell. Mephisto had a smile on his face even as he gazed at the overwhelming power that exuded from Dormammu. Oh, don't be like that. Aren't we friends? The dark dimension trembled as Dormammu's face edged closer to Mephisto's form. Speak. His voice not containing an inch of consideration. The veil to that universe is severely weakened, no doubt caused by one of its inhabitants. Say what you mean before I lose my patience with you, Mephisto. Feeling Dormammu's intent, Mephisto sighed, and for the first time in eons, Dormammu saw a serious expression in the laughing devil's face. 'Twas no mere breach. Whatever had happened in that universe, not only severed space but also pierced through the void. Mephisto said, and Dormammu could feel the dark energy in his dimension bubbling forth with power as he inched to a conclusion that he knew Mephisto was going to. The Great Void now has a connection to the multiverse because of that universe. I fear that one of their kind have once more graced the multiverse with their perverseness. Mephisto stood still as he watched the domain of the Dark Lord explode forth with unbridled power, and a mad laughter boomed through it. Ha 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 ha. Dormammu's laughter shook not only his domain but also the other rings of hell as the personification of heat and darkness experienced something he does when a particular grading dimension was the topic: expectation. I knew it. I knew it. This universe have much more to offer than Earth. Oh, I hope they come. I hope they bring down their wretched selves and face me. I am the dread, I am darkness. I am Dormammu. Even they will learn to fear my name. Mephisto looked at the happily raging dark god, and a shadow of a smile made its way to his lips. It was just too easy. He would never understand why powerful people would ever want a physical exchange of might when they could just use their wit to maneuver their enemies and puppets to their will. Mephisto's avatar form faded away from Dormammu's domain, happy that the little meeting had gone flowingly well than he had hoped. Though he had briefly wondered where the soul of the mortal known as Doom was, since he knew he had marked him, but he didn't come to his realm when his mortal life ended, nor did he go to Dormammu's. He thought of it for a while and then forgot about it. Mephisto opened his eyes, back in his realm, and conjured up a mirror that reflected back the view of Earth. How quaint, and yet still so entertaining. The reflection on the mirror zoomed further until it fell upon a residence, Drawl's residence. Mephisto watched as the man of his recent entertainment was steadily falling in love with the chosen of both Gaia and Oshtur. Oh, how truly magnificent! The times truly are changing. The Phoenix, Death, Elder Gods, and now even they are coming back. Oh, how absolutely delightful! This will be a show for the ages. The carpets are already rolled, blood red. The prologue has passed already, the extras removed. Now it's time for the main players to take the center stage. Lights, camera. Asgard. Odin Alfithor, we've received reports that the Mad Titan's armies have been decimated to its last man, swallowed by a black hole. My king, Zeus, requires your presence in the next council. A young man with exquisite features stood before Odin, seated on his throne, in his palace. Odin remained silent, his eyes closed as he propped up his resting head with an arm. The mortal is growing too strong too fast, and the oracles have revealed that he will threaten the gods. I am also tasked with delivering this news to the other pantheons as well. Should I bring your word of attendance to my father? Odin grunted but said nothing as his eyes still remained closed. Off to his sides were Thor and Loki, with Frigga sitting at his right. What essay? Do not disturb my father in his thoughts, Hermes. Your message has been received, so why don't you tarry on and complete the task your father gave you? Loki said, causing the Olympian god of speed, road, travel, and thieves to glare at the Norse god of mischief. Mind your words, Loki. This is a message to the godhead of the Asgardians, your opinion is rendered moot and unneeded. Hermes scowled at Loki in disdain, causing the Nordic god to grind his teeth in annoyance, though still maintaining the ever-present smile on his face. Loki, Hermes, please be silent. The Alfithor grows tired of your bickering. Thor's calm voice flowed through the throne room for the first time since the beginning of the meeting. Hermes scoffed while Loki just smiled like always, both seizing their banter, not wanting to provoke Thor's ire. Odin finally opened his eyes, silencing the entire hall as his presence filled it. Tell Zeus I'll be there, were the only words he said before his eyes closed once again. Hermes, taking that as he cue to leave, bowed a little to Odin before leaving the hall. Walking out of Odin's throne room, he let his gaze travel over Asgard's beauty before snorting and disappearing from where he stood with a blur, following the path that led him out of Asgard. Back in the throne room, silence still permeated the hall as its inhabitants waited on the king's words. Looks like I'll have to make the choice sooner or later. Odin spoke, diffusing the tense atmosphere as he somehow went from a regal king to a weary old man. What choice is it you speak of, father? Thor asked, but Odin's reply cut him off. A king's choice. Odin said. Asgard's king then directed his gaze on the other occupants in the room, mainly his sons and their preferred company. Stay away from Midgard for the time being. It will do us no good if your squabble with the Midgardian were to be taken for alliance. Thor squeezed his hands while the healed warrior three along with Sif twitched their lips. To be reminded of their magnificent failure by none other than the Alfithor himself shamed them even further than their loss to a human. We will heed your words, father. See that you do. With that Odin waved them away, prompting them to scurry out of the hall, not willing to be shamed any longer in front of Asgard's elites. Head over to my Patreon if you want to read up to 35 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. 170, Chapter 168. Loki Odinson POV. Delightful news. Something, or rather someone, had laid waste to the armies of the Mad Titan. Under normal circumstances, an event like this should not have bothered the prideful gods, but the fact that it did was more telling. And then there was father's warning of staying away from Midgard for the time being, not Midgard as a whole per se but a Midgardian. Normally these two things had nothing in common, but I was someone who knew about the gods' cautiousness to the man known as Draal, even my father paid heed to his actions. If Draal was responsible for the decimation of Thanos' army, and also was considered a threat that father was hard-pressed to make a decision and also was a potent force that forced those bull-headed gods to invoke a council, then maybe my bets had been a foresighted one. Truly, very few could match my intellect. I think the reason why some of the gods were panicking was due to the fact that they knew that he had an Infinity Stone with him, the Power Stone precisely. That stone alone was enough to make one raise a planet to the ground with a flick of their fingers. But him having an Infinity Stone shouldn't have been the reason for the gods to commune. The most likely fact would be him possessing more stones than just the Power Stone, which begs the question, what other stones does he have in his possession? He wielded the Power Stone, which enabled him to block Odin's strike rather easily, a testament to the might of a universal relic of creation. What however didn't make sense was his dominion of space during our last encounter. Yes, the human called Draal did possess many abilities, but during our recent encounters, he never once used any form of spatial abilities other than magical spells of the spatial variety which he used in conjuring portals, which was vastly different from what I felt when he took us to Mars. It felt as if Earth had been an illusion ever since, and Mars was where we had been standing since our arrival. There was no bending of the universal laws or weaving of any magical matrices that would have indicated that magic had been used. Instead, it was as if whatever he did was in conjunction with the universal laws. Earth was Mars and Mars was Earth, the distance between them negligible. I see, the space stone. It would also make more sense if he indeed were to want to lay waste to Thanos' fleet, as there would have been no way he would have gotten to Thanos all the way from the Earth's solar system, vanquish the Titans' army, erase whatever was left of them out of existence, and then go back to Midgard, all in the span of a 24-hour cycle if he had the space stone. Space and power, hey. That alone should make him one of the universe's most fearsome warriors. Imagine him paving the way to my glorious ascension like the obedient mule I will make him to be. This also calls for caution. There can be no mistake, or else not only him, but me and Asgard could pay for any of his mishaps. I still had quite the time left to set my plans in order and ensure that my participation could, only be seen as a freak coincidence. I would also try to keep Thor out of his way, since his friends did manage to walk out of the scuffle with only some injuries. Maybe not Hagun though, while he might have had his hand fixed, whatever that Beamdral had used to cut off his arm as spoils did some extensive damage to his nerves. It was kind of funny to see how all their faces paled when they realized that Hagun would never be able to use his hands to fight like he did before. Speaking of Thor, he had changed. He had somehow become a calmer version of who he once was, the boisterous prince of Asgard. The consequent defeat he had suffered at the hands of Thrall somehow mellowed him down. It was not that he wasn't as loud as he was before, but when the occasion comes, like with Hermes in Father's throne room, he at least now knows when to keep his mouth shut. It's progress if anyone asks me, but no one has. I think I need to go for another visit, maybe confirm his possession of the space stone and also see if I can glean any of his future plans, though I reckon that it would be very hard to accomplish, and that was withstanding the fact that he could just make the decision and kill me on a whim. Since we are now both in an alliance, a pitiful one if anyone asks me, or at least the facade of one, I think I am entitled to ask him of his plans and maybe even advise him on some matters. I doubt the brutes, the redhead and the little imp would make fine advisors to a man of such strength. I can also educate his ignorant self on the wider universe and the powers that be, and then maybe, just maybe, I can usurp any information he has on the location of the other stones. I am not stupid enough to go against a being who may or may not, a high probability that he does, have multiple infinity stones. If I want to level the playing field, then I would either have to find the stones myself or somehow prevent him from gaining more stones until I am able to utilize the power of the stones for myself and then take the ones he has for myself. A well thought out plan, but one which the feasibility of it working was leaning towards the negatives. Trying to prevent him from the stones and at the same time getting on his good side would prove a far more harder task than anything trial that the Alfather could give. I made my way to a training ground filled with memories of Thor and I, long before his friends came along, one where Thor and I would battle each other or other Einherjars of our father, striving to get better and earn his approval, but now the raucous of brutish shouts filled it. Unlike other times, Thor was the one seated on one of the benches while Sif was fighting against 3 soldiers, trying to find a challenge, I presume. You won't find it. She must have heard my mutter as she turned to glance at me with a scowl before turning around to focus on her fight, or at least the mockery of one. She easily disarmed the first one, then proceeded to block a slash from her second opponent, then used her newly acquired weapon to halt the slow third in his steps as he aimed at his throat. Taking her win rather easily, she walked towards me, a scowl still present on her face, not that it would faze me. What do you mean by that? No matter how I made it a pastime throughout the centuries I've known them to tease and prank them at every chance I get, doing it now no longer amuses me like it used to. While I normally would use lies and schemes to get them to do what I want, lying to them now did nothing but produce a sour taste in my mouth. The truth does hurt more. You can't find the fight you are looking for with these poor soldiers, my dear Sif. You feel as if your growth has stagnated, and a true battle where your life is at stake should help you cross this great chasm, right? Truly the spirit of a Valkyrie. Now I won't lie, seeing Sif glaring with such defiance in her eyes did amuse me to no end, which was why she was the most recipient of my pranks after Thor. Our little talk didn't escape the ears of those concerned, so I just made my way to them with Sif following behind, trying to stare a hole through me like that beam did to her. What do you mean, brother? Thor for some reason seemed calm, and for all of me and everything deceitful, I hated this new Thor with passion. He felt like a stranger, not the brother I grew up with for centuries. I meant it like I said, dear brother. I reckon you feel it too, don't you? A mental block? Thor asked. I don't think I would ever get comfortable with the sight of a seriously thinking Thor. The reason why you lot feel as if you are weak is because you are no longer growing, or rather not growing at a pace that you can notice. Fighting the Midgardian just made that fact clear, and now since you all have made him this high peak that you would need to overcome, you will never feel the sufficient growth you crave until you defeat him. They all fell silent, musing on my words no doubt while my mind went in a different corner. If I were to conquer Asgard or lead Asgard to conquer the other god realm, then I need to ensure that my useful pieces were as strong as possible. I would after all need their strength to consolidate the pieces of the broken power structure that would be left in this universe after whatever titanic war was coming. They would all need to earn their keep, Thor included, if they wanted to be a part of my empire. And for that sole fact, I needed to be strong. Hell, they lost against Drall's warriors who weren't even half their age. And how do you suggest we overcome this trial? Sif finally stopped glaring at me and asked a truly wonderful question. Oh, it's quite simple really, challenge him again until you lose that deep-seated fear of him in your heart, and try not to die. You know, as the Midgardians say, third time's the charm. Oh, I was so going to enjoy this. I wonder what the human beast will do to them when he finally loses his patience with them. I would have to let father know of their movements subtly so that he can bail them out if anything should happen, because something will. I might have left out the part about him possessing the Infinity Stones, but I don't think they need to know about that. I doubt their brains could even comprehend what kind of power the Infinity Stones give to its welders. You are becoming more wise as the day goes on, brother. Now I know what I must do to overcome this setback. And like that I fixed smart Thor and converted him back to brutish Thor, my favorite kind of Thor. Of course I am. I am the god of lies. I would need to know the truth to tell the perfect lie after all. Now with that done, I no longer have to dawdle with them. The mystic arts won't learn themselves after all. Leaving Thor and his friends to their devices, I made my way to Mother's library, her public one which she granted access to very few people, me included. Loki, I see you have finally made the decision to go back to your books. Ah, that soothing and pure voice could only belong to one person in this entire realm, my mother. Yes, mother. It was my hubris and also my arrogance that made me think I had learned all I needed. I think it's high time I leave the tricks aside and go into real magic. She immediately understood the meaning behind my words, which made her face lose the soft smile it always bore. The ways of the arts aren't forgiving to the frivolous, my dear boy. Are you sure you are ready? She asked, to which I answered without hesitation. I would need to close the gap between myself and Thor in the aspect of battle prowess, and then him. Head over to my Patreon if you want to read up to 35 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 171, Chapter 169. Drall St. Cross POV. After sharing a rather long and deep kiss with Ororo, we then found ourselves cuddled in a couch while the others went around with their business. Ororo was far more powerful than the last time I saw her, which made me realize that whatever journey it was that she went through must not have been easy, or it could just have been as easy as a simple meditation. In this universe, anything goes. To be honest, it felt as if I hadn't seen her in a year, which was understandable due to the number of crazy things that had happened in the month that she was gone. I mean, for fuck's sake, I had acquired 3 Infinity Stones in 1 month, and I was also very close to fusing with my second one. So tell me about all the adventures I've missed out on. She asked after a very long moment of us just laying on the couch. Missed out on? I never got the impression that you wanted a piece of my type of adventure. What changed? I am not proud of myself for always trying to read through the lines of anything someone tells me, but it was an interesting choice of words coming from Ororo. I guess you can say my worldview changed. She hummed, far too engrossed into my embrace to get out any clear words. How so? Tata, I asked first. She blocked my lips with her finger, causing me to roll my eyes at the teaser she just gave out. How was I not supposed to be curious when she said her worldview changed? Quid pro quo, I guess. Just for the sake of knowing what changed about her, both mentally and physically, I told her all what she missed out on and also those that she wouldn't have missed out on. Starting from me going back to explain the lore behind the Big Bang and then moving from there to the Infinity Stones, explaining each of their domains and the powers they had in respect to the universe. If she had been surprised about that whole explanation, then she damn well sure didn't show it except hum at intervals to tell me she was listening. After explaining the story behind the 6 Infinity Stones, I then went further and told her about me sneaking into S.H.I.E.L.D. for over 6 months, sometimes even when I was in Camartage, and absorbing bits of the abundant energy the Space Stone had. It was when I got to the part of me fusing with the Space Stone, which was actually a day before she left, did she show any reaction, and it was one I had no idea what it could mean. All she did was raise her head a little to stare at me with those blue eyes of hers, her face showing no hint of what she thought, before resting back down and humming for me to continue. It was rather easy for me to go from there, which included me fighting the Asgardians once again, this time almost completely destroying Mars in the process due to my clash with the Alphather. My days had been rather bland, not that I was complaining, only consisting of me absorbing or adapting to the Power Stone and then baptizing my axe with both space and power energy. I also worked on some small pet projects here and there, which included me experimenting with the other's suit, furthering my study on runes and also some magic practices. To be perfectly honest, while Strange was a prodigy and consumed far more knowledge which gave him an entire library arsenal of spells, I easily topped him in overwhelming magic energy. Sure, I didn't know half the amount of spells the guy did, maybe I did, but I wasn't actually making an accurate calculation, but if it ever comes to me vs Strange, well, even he knows the likely result. I also realized that other than those demons we fought that one time, I've never really battled anyone in magic after leaving Camartage. Not to blow my own horn, but the spells I knew were the type that would make you want to pull your hair out in the middle of an intense battle, literally. I was more used to simply blasting everything and everyone that faced me to high heavens or cleaving their head off their necks. Blasting holes through them, breaking bones, beating them until they lost all hope of victory and then give them a swift death. Anyway, my story to Ororo continued with me moving up to finally snatching up one of the universe's good deeds to me and completely annihilating Thanos. Given how Marvel characters were known to cheat death a lot, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chin monster crawled up from under my bed. I knew how averse she was to killing, but still told her about me and the others basically annihilating tens of thousands of aliens. I also told her about Thanos and his goal, and also his past deeds of massacring half the population of a planet before moving into the others. I told her that just to score some points for myself. After my rather extensive storytelling, we devolved into another bout of oppressing silence. She took in a deep breath before turning over to look at me for the second time and asked something I wasn't expecting. How did you feel? After everything. From your evolution to killing Thanos and his armies. I don't know why she would ask such a question, but I nonetheless indulged her. Other than the illusion of being omnipresent after my evolution with the Space Stone, I didn't feel any different. The Ancient One did warn me of the most likely possible scenario where my mentality would change to accommodate the essence of the stones. Turns out it was a rather valid concern, but it's being real subtle, so I don't feel any different. Holding the Power Stone, however, was one of the highest trips I've ever been on, but I held it down pretty well. I paused to gather my thoughts on what I felt when I massacred tens upon thousands of aliens, and I can't say I was surprised when I didn't even feel any sort of thing that would have indicated that I did that. Thanos? That I felt nothing. That was no joy, remorse, sense of victory or justice, sadness at the lives lost, or any emotion, whether on the high or low spectrum, that would have indicated that I basically just wiped out people I couldn't even count. To be honest, I find going clothes shopping more bothersome than what I did less than an hour ago. Her eyes were on me the entire time, and not once did they flutter, nor did her heart beat out of tune. She just took what she heard and kept it somewhere, not letting any tell show on her, maybe because she knew I would see it even without me looking. I waited for her response, not because I was afraid of it, why the hell would I be, but because I wanted to hear what she had to say. In simple terms, although she hated killing, it doesn't mean she didn't tolerate other people doing it. All she had was a trauma, because if she had problem with killing people in general, then she wouldn't have been able to work with Logan for however long she did. And besides, this wasn't the first time I'd told Ororo about some of my killing sprees. Then that's good, was all she said before resting head back. I said nothing and just caressed her hair. I don't know if she had always been this way, but being around her did make me calm. It was a very soothing feeling, one that could make us stay a full hour without saying anything and just enjoyed each other's presence. This air of serenity that she had over her was one quirk I loved about her. So are you finally going to tell me what happened after you went home? You feel different than the last time we were together. She chuckled but did acquiesce to my request and started her telling of her part of the month, which was even more mind-blowing than me fusing with the stones, at least to me. So mine started the very next day with me praying to one of the shrines that the elder led me to, and I was able to meet the mother goddess, Gia. What the hell was this type of story that started right with a climax? How did you going home and waking up the next morning get you an audience with Gia, was what I wanted to ask her, but I remained silent and let her get on with her story, since she did give me the basic courtesy of at least letting me finish mine. So basically what she did was just pray, and then she suddenly got spiritually juiced up? Gia told me a lot of things, mostly about the structure of the universe, some powerful beings, and also about gods. She told me about the Celestials, who for all intent and purpose, govern and judge the universe, and it would be wise not to run afoul any from their race. She also told me, although parts, of how the universe came to be, as well as the creations of humans and the war that happened between the elder gods at one point. The more she spoke, the more I felt uneasy. It was just a phantom feeling, but I don't think that there should have been any reason why Gia would have told her all this. It wasn't exactly some sort of secret knowledge that the primeval mother goddess of the earth greatly favored Ororo, but that was in no way an excuse to let her know of things that she normally wouldn't know. I don't know why this thought came to me, but it set off all kinds of warnings in my head. Did she tell you why she told you all these things? I couldn't repress my curiosity, so I asked. Yes, she did. According to her, the great chaos will once again permeate all of reality. I tried asking her for clarifications, but she said that was all she could tell me for now. And like that, I knew shit was about to go down. From my knowledge, Gia was birthed from the great chaos, or she emerged from it, whatever way the story went, along with her siblings, which were some named and unnamed elder gods. If she or any of the remaining elder gods know what is in the Great Chaos or who is the Great Chaos, then if it suddenly decides to permeate reality, then that's ultimate universe level shit. I feel like I've been complaining way too much recently without meaning to. First of all, it was the Ancient One who started something about the Great Old Ones, and though I had an inkling what that might have meant, to prevent my sanity I decided to actively forget it and act ignorant. And now comes Gia. Why is nothing ever simple in the Marvelverse? Everything just has to be something. Not to mention that Dormammu is still going to come for strange sass, and now I have to worry about a Great Chaos. Even then, with all his badassery, was called the Lord of Chaos, not Lord of Great Chaos. If she had been talking about an event like Biblical Armageddon, then I wouldn't have been worried, because sometimes we just gotta go, but I know for a damn that she wasn't just talking about an event, and she told Ororo, and Ororo told me. I hate my redo. Drawl? Are you still listening? Oh, I wish I wasn't, Aro. I wish I wasn't. I swear on whoever is most high that the day I catch the motherfucker who thought it would be some sort of fun therapy session to bring me to the Marvelverse, I would punch him so hard that it will leave a crack in the multiverse. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheomenus. 172, Chapter 170. I woke up from one of the most fulfilling sleep I've ever had, and the reason for that was the woman laying next to me. She had proposed staying over for the night, and things kinda went all sorts of right after that. Tucking away the stray bangs of white hair from her face, I kissed her on the forehead, covering her with the sheets before I made my way downstairs after putting on a robe. I immediately made a beeline to the kitchen to brew me a few cups of morning dew because I was craving some heavy black. I met Bucky in the kitchen already getting the job done for me and passed the good soldier his deserved praise. I toasted a few slices to go with it and then prepared some jam while Bucky grabbed the mugs. So, rough night, huh? Bucky asked, which prompted a grunt from me. I was not in the mood to have a quirky conversation with him, as some things were better off not said. Grabbing 2 mugs of coffee for myself, I made my way to my room and set one beside the bed along with the toast and a little spell to keep it at just the right temperature. I left the room and went to my study to continue some of the projects, though few in numbers, I had shelved for some time now. Due to being able to freely move through space, all of the movement runes on my axe lost their meaning, as I was now faster than before, incomparably faster. The only rune that still functioned well, even though I haven't used it all that much since its inscription, was the one that increased my momentum and striking power with every hit. It was a rather genius moment of thought that made me inscribe it, and until I truly fight something that can push me to the limit, I won't be able to use it to its full potential. I even thought of inscribing a worthy rune on it like Thor's hammer, but my knowledge of runes, or the lack thereof, prevented me from doing just that. The worthy rune wasn't actually necessary, but just something I thought would be fun to have on my axe, since even if someone picked up my axe I could still call in back to my side in any moment's time. Since I had been slacking in my magic studies as of late, I picked up a tome and started browsing through it. Apart from the orthodox practice of magic, I also focused on hexes, because why not? Curse, imbuing curses to an object, absorbing curses, creating curses, were just some of its little applications. Unless someone knew magic, or was very proficient in the way he handled energy, breaking a hex would prove very troublesome. But even with its fun approach in magic, it still didn't compare to the standard spells most master sorcerers knew. There were spells that could draw upon the power of primordial gods, elder gods, dark gods, even the abstracts, and such spells were downright terrifying when a master cast it. So yet, while hexes may be fun to practice, it still didn't compare to the orthodox way of magic unless you were naturally aligned with it like the witches were. I was deeply engrossed with the book sprawled in front of me that I didn't notice when someone came behind me and wrapped their arms around my neck. If it had been any other person that my subconscious hadn't marked as truly trustworthy, then it would have been keeping tabs on every step that person took inside the house. Good morning. Ororo's soft voice filtered into my ears, causing me to recline into the chair just so I could feel her embrace more. Morning. I would ask you how your night went, but I think I have a pretty good idea how it went. I slowly flipped through the pages of the script in front of me while at the same time enjoying the embrace of the woman I loved. She hummed into my neck, causing the both of us to relapse into a comfortable silence before she broke it. Nat said to call you down, it's breakfast time. She said softly. I hummed in affirmation and she left me while I remained seated. With a wave of my hands, pages were marked as all the open scripts and tomes closed and neatly arranged themselves. After that, I went downstairs to join the family for breakfast with a smile on my face. Nat called for a family breakfast, keyword being family. That alone was enough to make my day. While we do eat together most of the time, we don't usually call out to the others, as we all just gravitate to the dining table or kitchen anytime food is being prepared. Nat didn't call out breakfast for me or anyone in the household, she called out breakfast for Ororo. Though the time was gearing towards noon, it was still breakfast. Everyone was already seated at the table before I arrived, clearly waiting for me. Seeing the spread laid out on the table, I couldn't help but mentally praise Natasha. She definitely had been up for a while in order to have gotten this done. I gave her a grateful nod as I took my seat and commenced the feast before our eyes. Natasha really went all out as she even prepared chicken, rice, beef, Italian stew, hell even pancakes weren't left out. Ororo understood the gesture since it was pretty clear at first sight that this wasn't a breakfast any family would have on a normal day except on special occasions, giving her silent gratitude to our resident redhead. Breakfast continued at a hearty pace, like always, since it was a belief of mine that food, especially breakfast, should be eaten with peace of mind as there was no other worse way than to start the day cranky. But alas, it seemed I thought too soon as. Knock knock. Though I wasn't pissed, I couldn't deny the fact that I was irritated by the interference. Don't worry, I'll get it. I got up from my chair and made my way to the door, opening to find the ear-reaching smile of Loki. What do you want, Loki? My patience with this particular god was running thin and I felt that I would flip any second now. I thought it wouldn't do for me not to grace my favorite Midgardian with my presence on this fine day. I would admit that for the psycho that he was, Loki did have a particular charm to him, one that enabled him to weasel his way out of tough situations. Grunting since I was mentally tired just from his presence, I walked back to the dining table, leaving Loki to let himself in. I did receive a few raised brows but I chose to ignore it and focus on my breakfast. Oh, how wonderfully sumptuous! What's the occasion? My eyes narrowed at the way Loki just seemed to merge himself with the atmosphere and how he casually pulled out a chair for himself to join us at the table. If I wasn't as attuned with my environment as I was, then I wouldn't have realized that what Loki just did was lie to the atmosphere surrounding us, telling it that he was always this casual with us. Though it did seem to be a passive effect, making me realize just how truly complex and terrifying a god's domain of power was. I don't believe I've been acquainted with this fair lady here. Name's Loki Odinson, Prince of Asgard. Loki introduced himself to Ororo, taking the storm goddess by surprise most likely at the casual way a god just walked into our house. I'm Ororo Monroe. Pleasure is mine. Though surprised, Ororo still responded to his introduction, making the god of lies smile more as he looked between us, which caused me to groan. Perhaps feeling my rising discomfort, he toned down on his theatrics and helped himself to a serving with such sense of familiarity that made all our eyes, except for Ororo, narrow as everyone was keeping an eye on him even as we ate and joked, not letting any of his gestures out of our sight for even a second. Is something wrong? Ororo whispered to me as she caught me giving Loki, who was now in a conversation with Yelena, a flat stare. Gee, what made you think that? I asked back sarcastically, which caused her to roll her eyes. Well, maybe the fact that you never said anything about him being a close acquaintance of sorts, and also the fact that I feel as if everything at this table feels off. She whispered back. Ororo definitely wasn't an assassin, but kudos to her for seeing through this disguise of a happy breakfast. Loki knew he was being watched, but his skin was too thick that he wasn't even affected by it, I could tell. He believed he wasn't in any danger as long as he didn't antagonize us, and while I hated to admit it, he was right. But for the sake of letting breakfast go well, I went along with whatever this was. Thankfully breakfast didn't stretch out that long and we didn't bother to get up from our seats and proceeded to stare at Loki as he cleaned his mouth before pouring a glass of wine for himself. Loki wasn't dressed in his usual attire, going for something more earthly. It was rather simple, a white shirt and black vest complementing his black pants and topping it off with a trench coat, a classic look that he managed to pull off, somehow making him appear like someone from the upper strata of society. How about we cut to the chase and tell us why you are here, Loki? Steve said with crossed arms, the easygoing expression on his face gone. Did anyone ever tell you to loosen up a bit? Trust me, you definitely need to. I recom. Don't change the topic, Loki. I'm already being hospitable enough by not sending you to a dead planet galaxies away from here. Why are you here? I cut him off before he could suck us into his pace. It wouldn't kill you to entertain me for a bit, would it? Anyway, seeing as we are in an alliance of sorts, I thought it would be wise to give you a heads up. The smile on his face widened, but I knew that whatever would come out next from his mouth was anything but amusing. And pray tell what that is. A call has been sent to all Pantheon heads in the Council of Godheads. Father said not to visit Midgard so that our presence here would not be mistaken for an alliance. You should already understand where I'm going with this, right? I could feel a headache cropping up, but I ignored it in favor of listening to all Loki had to say. I don't understand. What does that have to do with us if the gods decide to convene? Ororo asked. It's not a matter of what, but why. The reason they are convening is because a certain mortal of interest decided to go after the Infinity Stones. Though why they suddenly decided it was something worth convening about still escapes me, so I thought you could shed light on that for me, Drawl. According to my knowledge, there have been a few handful of people to wield one of the Infinity Stones since the dawn of the universe, but none of these people caused the Pantheons to gather just because they wielded the stones. So I figured there is something I was missing, since just possessing the stones shouldn't have mattered to them, in fact it would have served as a deterrent and kept them out of your way. Based on the groans everyone at the table made, sans Loki and Ororo, it seemed like they finally realized what Loki was talking about. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 173, Chapter 171. Am I to believe that your reactions mean that there is indeed something that I am not aware of? Loki asked. That is not your concern, Loki. Oh, I beg your ignorance, of course it's my business. Ignorance is the downfall of the mighty, and I pride myself in not being ignorant. Was it too much to ask for a moment of respite? I still had to deal with the huge info dump that Ororo gave me yesterday, and now Loki was here telling me that the gods were apparently holding a meeting because I just so happened to fuse with the stones. What I do find amusing and curious is how the gods are suddenly acting like this is some unprecedented crisis that would fall on them if they do not stop you, or try to. Not even the mad titan who left many a world in ruins could elicit this sort of panic. How disgraceful! And Loki went on one of his power rants about how puny the gods were and how the lot of them have grown senile. To be honest, I was still out of the loop on how all of a sudden I had Loki in my house, even joining me for breakfast. The times sure were getting weird. So what? Are we suddenly facing an army of insecure gods? Cause even though we make quite the team, I don't think we'll stand any chance against an army of prideful and stupidly powerful gods. Bucky said. True, but I don't think we would have to. If we have enough power to directly oppose them, then they would rather not fight us since destruction is ensured on both sides. If there is anything a god values more than pride, then it's their life. At least that was from my understanding of gods. It was also proven with the fact that I had personally met and fought against two main gods and one was currently in my house. I see, no wonder Loki and his brother kept coming back. Yelena said innocently, but it somehow worked wonders at pissing Loki off. Listen, you mewling Quim, be grateful that I bask your impudent self with the grace of my presence. I will not be slighted by a little child that has the mind capacity of an ape. Loki snarled. Sigh. Okay, let's put this out there to avoid future problems and complications. 1. You'll have to tone down on your arrogance and pride when you're in my house, and 2. That will be the last time you raise your voice against Yelena. I said boredly. Yelena had the quirk of being able to piss people off, and Loki had a short fuse, so it was better that they knew when to draw the line, especially with Loki. That aside, thanks for the heads up, Loki. I don't think we have to worry about what the gods want. If they do come for us, we only have 2 options. 1, they die, or 2, we kill them. I don't think diplomacy will work the moment they take up their arms. And why do you think diplomacy wouldn't work? Loki started. Don't get me wrong, I would very much like for you to slaughter your way through the gods, not all of them, just a few, as that would make it easier for me to take over their realms and put them under my rule, but I'm also curious as to why you think diplomacy wouldn't work. Not that I'm surprised that Loki was still on his delusions to rule the realms, which might no longer be limited to the 9 realms under Asgard, but also the different realms and empires in the universe, which may or may not have been due to my influence. Diplomacy on my end wouldn't work if they kill one of us, and it also wouldn't work unless they have been trampled upon if we managed to kill a lot of them, which I don't think we can. I might be able to, but not the others. I shrugged and then poured a glass of wine for myself. An interesting and apt deduction, which begs my other question, how many of the Infinity Stones are in your possession? It's just a curious question, nothing else. Loki stared at me while twirling the wine in his glass. The Power and Space Stone. It's already a lucky find that I was able to obtain not just 1 but 2 of the Infinity Stones. It's like trying to find 6 gems in the depths of a universe-wide ocean. And are you sure we should be having this kind of conversation? What if your father or Heimdall was listening in? I was not stupid enough to think that I could directly lie to the god of lies, so I made my answer as obscure as possible. He most likely knew I was evading, and there was nothing he could do, as I already made it clear from the start that I didn't trust him. Loki smirked at my question. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I've long found a way to escape both the Alfather and the Gatekeeper's gaze. He boasted. Can you perchance teach it to me? We are allies after all, right? Loki brows twitched at my request, but the short smirk on his face elongated. I wouldn't mind enlightening on your ignorance, but you'll have to owe me a favor. I take it you are a man who doesn't go back on his words, am I right? I stretched forth my hands to him for a shake across the table, which he took. Deal. While this visit has borne positive fruits, I should return back to Asgard before Father or Heimdall notices my absence. I however will endeavor to visit in a few days' time. Until next time, Draal, his fierce warriors, my lady, and the child. And before Yelena could throw a plate at his mug, his visage turned hazy and he disappeared. I frowned a little at the way he left. I didn't feel anything like a spell being cast. 1 second he was here and the other was like he didn't even exist. It was also how I didn't sense him until he was at my front door. He really grows on you. At least we could get a heads up from whatever joke of an alliance both of you have. Steve said as he got up and started picking up the plates with Nat helping him out, his words making me groan. Well, it was the best way to get him off my case, and I have to say that I no longer know if it was brilliance on my part or stupidity. Probably the latter. So you guys are going to act as if everything is normal and a mythic god didn't just say pantheons we're discussing on how to, most likely, kill you. Ororo's stupefied voice halted all of our actions. The redhead was quick to placate the whitehead before she flipped out. Don't stress your pretty little head about it, girl. The more you live with this guy, the more you become desensitized to these things. Cue another groan from me. I bid the others farewell and rolled my eyes as Yelena practically dragged Ororo away from the dining room and to God knows where, probably to show her around the house that was slowly becoming its own dimension, and made my way back to my study. I was back in the mirror dimension, testing out spells, the lethal kind that you wouldn't want to test out with an opponent unless you wanted them dead. If I wasn't that in tune with my energy, then I would say that it was likely alive. It felt as if my spells were slowly gaining some sort of basic intelligence, as they could cause some effects that I didn't think that they could. And it wasn't just my spells, but every type of energy emitted from my body as a whole. Take for example, if I were to shoot a gust of flame at someone, normally I would just douse the person in flames if I wanted them dead, but that was no longer what would happen. The flames would form some type of barrier and will try to keep my target inside them to prevent them from escaping without me even needing it to. The effects were subtle in all my other abilities but more prominent in my magic. Take for example the hellfire currently behind me. I had summoned the flames of hell in one of my tests, and the only thing I thought of was that the flames should just chill on one side until I was ready for it, and that was what it had been doing since. Sometimes all I would need was for it to move and it would do exactly that without me actively needing to manipulate it. It might be due to me fusing with a higher form of energy which resulted in my ability to manipulate the lesser forms all having a boost. That was the most reasonable explanation I could think of, as almost all of my abilities seemed to work on intent now rather than purpose. Though I was already at what would be considered a master level of proficiency with my abilities, now I was beyond that. Manipulating basic elements was like breathing to me. The only ability I had that had this sort of sentience before my evolution was my destructive ability. With a wave of my hand, everything in the mirror dimension started repairing itself until it went back to what looked identical to the training room before the spell dispelled itself, bringing me back to the material world. I went to take a bath before going downstairs, intent on taking a stroll. "Where's Ororo?" I asked Nat, who looked bored watching TV. She said she had to run by Emma Frost and Mystique since she's been out of town for a while. "Where are you off to?" "Taking a stroll," I said. "Oh, wait for me. That sounds better than sitting here and watching all these lame-ass TV shows." Nat went and changed into some comfortable clothes since the weather was getting chilly lately, and we both went out. Since I had no particular direction or aim in mind, we just kept walking through any path our feet took us. "So you finally stopped holding back, huh? With Ororo, I mean?" Nat suddenly asked out of the blue. "Am I supposed to know what that means, because I don't? I kinda overheard some of your conversations yesterday without meaning to. I was wondering when you will just stop holding back and tell her everything, and I'm glad you did because God knows how you love her," she said. I rolled my eyes as the conversation turned mushy. It wasn't about me holding back, it's just that there had been no right time to tell her. I've known Ororo for years now, Nat, before I even met Bucky. She was the second friend I made in this world, Clint was the first. But the problem was that we were on different sides and we weren't as close as we are now. Even when we started dating, we still had different goals. Ororo dedicated her time to helping humans while I dedicated mine to surviving. I can't just dump my garbage on her when I don't care about hers, still don't by the way. Then why now? I know things been changing too fast recently, but what really changed?" she asked, way too much invested in this topic than she ought to be. I felt it was time to take our relationship forward. I used to think that the only time I would want a relationship was if I somehow was able to stabilize everything around me, but looking back at it now, it was nothing but spiteful optimism. If she decided that the troubles were too much for her, then that was it. But she didn't. She didn't. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 174, Chapter 172. She wants to stay regardless, what more could I do except accept it? We were now at a bridge, walking along the pedestrian line as cars zoomed past us. There is a possibility of me dying before I can achieve anything, and a part of me wants to enjoy all I can, the good times, the bad times, the lovely times, the hard times, the last time. I know the event of my death will cause some emotional turmoil in a few people, but I can't honestly say that I can picture a happy ending for myself. We relapsed back into silence and continued our walk, sometimes stopping to watch the scenery around and below us. "That's some dark thoughts you have. While I would admit you're not the most optimistic person around, having this assurance of your death is worrying to say the least." Nat spoke after some time. I knew what I had said had given her something to think about, but that was the truth. Most people could form pictures of what they hoped would happen, having untold riches, women flocking to them, having all the power in the world, but not me. Sure, I can think about it, but I was never able to form a clear picture in my head. It was like such a thing was impossible to me. Even with all the strength I've acquired, I still can't seem to form a picture of my ideal future. You know, according to the mystics, our dreams are gateways to our multiversal selves, a state where we can reverberate our frequencies with that of our doppelganger in another universe, which in turn means that anything we can think of, or see in our dream, is real. Nat abruptly stopped and gave a look as if asking really, to which I nodded. She mulls about it for a second before her eyes shot open. What are you trying to say, Drawl? What I'm saying is that I've never dreamt, not once since coming to this world. No funny dreams, no scary dreams, no nightmares, no lucid dreams, nothing. Makes me wonder, am I truly alone across realities? Everyone can escape into their dreams or fantasy, but I can't. It's inconceivable to me. Ironically, it makes me wonder, what if it's just the multiverse way of saying that I was unneeded? What if all these fights were just the universe's way of correcting a mistake? You know fully well that that's not true. Nat said softly. I know. I replied. Doesn't stop me from wondering though. And it's gotten to the point where I have knowingly put the universe on the betting pool. My stakes are high, but they only hold value to me, against the other contestants. I'm afraid it has no weight, so now I have to keep my chips close to my chest because I can lose them at any moment. But I've come too far to just tap out. It's all or nothing at this point, and the least I can aim, or rather hope, for is to cash out a winning of a lifetime. We were now at a park, listening to someone playing the guitar with a small crowd surrounding him. We were eating some roadside snacks that Nat had bought when we first arrived while listening to the girl playing the guitar. She wasn't a professional by any means, but she did play a beautiful tune. You didn't tell her, did you? There was no reason to. I simply said. But she is your girlfriend. Isn't that supposed to mean a two-way commitment? How can she truly understand you when you keep having layers to yourself? Nat chided. That it is, but she is not family, or rather she didn't used to be. Our talk yesterday and this morning already told me enough of her choice. We stared at each other for a while before Nat sighed and turned her head to focus back on the guitarist. Right now the song had changed into a somber one, different from its former upbeat tune. I swear, Drawl, you are the most bipolar person I've ever met. One minute you are so upbeat like a child with too much chocolate intake, and the next minute you are an old man with a nihilistic outlook on life. I could feel the rising frustration from Nat and could also read it from her expression as she was scowling. I do love Ororo, Nat. I really do. But you still won't tell her. She'll know sooner or later, but I want her to know on her own terms. She could ask me to spill my darkest secrets and I would tell her in a heartbeat, but she doesn't. I looked at the darkening cloud that was progressively signaling nightfall. And the reason for that is because she knows I won't lie. I am grateful for the breakfast today, as it also gave me some time to think, because while I do want Ororo to be a part of this family, I'm also glad because she wanted the same thing. It wouldn't have been fair if I force, or pressure, my desires on her, nor would it be fair if all I can do is give her a reason not to date me, because that is all I would be doing if I were to tell her my most honest thoughts. Personally, I'm hoping none of our talks gets this emotional, because what boyfriend would want to tell their girlfriend that there is a very high possibility that they might die sometime soon? I took my time and explained to her. Arg. Since when did relationships become this complicated? She practically screamed, drawing the attention of the surrounding people to us, but we just ignored them altogether. I chuckled at her outburst as I could feel her frustrations practically bleeding out. I don't think I'm the reason for that. Yeah, no shit. We both laughed as she said that. I didn't know it would be so hard to get a moment and begin a somewhat semi-stable relationship. Bucky. Bucky. It's like every time I think, this is it. Something weird just have to happen and I feel like whatever was supposed to have happened between us fizzles out. Every goddamn time. It's excruciating. When it comes to Natasha, I will admit that my thoughts of her vary a lot, but such a hurtful expression on her face was not something I ever thought I would see on her face. She was still in her early 20s, a few months shy of 23, a very young girl all things considered. Yes, her time in the Red Room was very short compared to what it should have been, given that I rescued her when she was still 19, and also the fact that things were very lively around me made me sometimes forget that she was still a young lady dealing with young lady issues, and those were things that I couldn't provide any substantial help with. Love. That was something I knew I had little experience in. I've experienced it both in my past life and currently in this one, but the experience would greatly differ as compared to me. She was just learning how to get in touch with her feelings, and not to mention that the point of view due to our genders made it harder than it should have been. It would have been better if she had someone, most preferably female, that she could talk to, of which there was only Ororo. There were the few civilians she talked to during her time at Charlie's, but those were just to keep up pretenses. If it were a guy, then I was sure I could spit out some words, and if not persuade, then dissuade him. But when the subject was a female, then I was stomped. And that wasn't even the end of the complication. simply put my best friend wanted to date my sister, and while I knew both of them down to their most ugly moments, trying to advise them to date each other didn't feel right with me. It would be best if they worked it out themselves. Isn't this the part where you usually say some thought-provoking words? Great. Looks like I still have to say something regardless of how I don't want to. I honestly don't know what to say, Nat. I don't feel like my validation should be a key point in you deciding to pursue a relationship with Bucky. You want my input, you both should figure it out yourselves. Go on a walk or something and just let your thoughts flow, it is greatly therapeutic, just like how we're doing right now. You guys have seen and experienced what 99% of the people on Earth would never see, nor experience in their entire lives. Deciding to start a relationship shouldn't faze you like this, though I do get where you are coming from. Hit the proverbial nail on the head and see how it goes from there. Worst case scenario is that you both call it off before it ever begins, and the consequences would be an awkward house whenever you both are in the room, but it'll fizzle out in less than a month. What more could you stand to lose? Maybe your first heartbreak, but I doubt it's developed to that point. I dropped a stack of cash for the guitarist and waved off her white eyes with a smile before walking back to a thoughtful Nat. You good up there? I asked while bumping her shoulders, breaking her from her immersion. It doesn't require enough thinking. It's what people call a leap of faith. I gestured for us to continue walking with my head, finally breaking her from having an aneurysm and causing her to trail beside me. Thanks. You really have a way of explaining things, you know? It's like you make the problems plaguing someone disappear the moment they bring it up to you. Well, it comes with experience, and also if I don't look out for you guys you'll be a mess. I laughed as she hit me on my side due to my reply. So you're not against me and Bucky dating? She asked. And why would you think that I was against the both of you dating? Sure, the notion of it is weird with you being kinda like a little sister to me and Bucky being my best bro, but other than that I don't see why it should be a problem for the both of you dating. I will admit that it would be fun teasing the hell out of Bucky, but you are old enough to make your own decisions without needing my input. I'm your friend/brother, Nat, not your father, and as such, there are no standards to raise for you to live by. Same, but to a lesser degree, goes to Yelena. I wrapped her in a one-arm hug which she returned. I never knew that the two sisters would grow on me this much, but it was a change I wholeheartedly accepted. I don't think I've ever said it, maybe I have, but thanks for taking us in. Yelena and I really appreciate it. I would admit that I was skeptical at first when I started living with you, but it turned out to be the best decision I'd ever made. It's been an adventure after an adventure. So for what it's worth, thank you for indulging our selfish request. I paused and looked at the darkening sky, not bearing to look away from the beautiful picture of the red sky. Drawl. Nothing. Oh my god. Are you crying? She asked with an incredulous tone, dragging my face downwards to meet her eyes, but I brought it back to look at the sky. No, I'm not. You totally are, you big softie. I can't wait to tell Yelena this one. Ha 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 ha. She burst out laughing, finding it too funny that she held her sides. Don't tell her. Whatever respect she has for me would evaporate if she found out you made me cry. My voice was unusually low, but Nat heard it. And besides, it wasn't like I was bawling out my optics, it was just a single tear. I don't think that's what will happen. Don't worry, big brother, I won't let her disrespect you. She teasingly comforted me. I groaned at the specific words she used. Please, don't call me big brother. It makes us look like some noble princely family. Sure thing, drawl. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 175, Chapter 173. Dormammu, the Dark Lord POV. Dormammu thrashed in his dark bubbling domain as he reasoned the words of the conniving Hell Lord, Mephisto. One would have to be purely insane to believe a smidgen of an iota that came out of that devil's mouth, but Dormammu had it on good ground that what Mephisto was saying had a great deal of truth to it, as even he could feel the phantom wriggling on his form. A choke, a gnarly groan, an hellish nightmare. It had been eons that he escaped, but even he couldn't forget that reality of nightmares. Mortals would say demons resided in the pits of hell, tormenting evildoers, and concluded that the dead either went to heaven or hell, and they were right, at least to a degree. Demons were not the only one who had dominion over souls, gods did too. The gods, at least the smart ones, found a way to extend death's reaching arms by creating a domain that they could rest after their physical death, giving them their last reprieve from her clutches. But what of demons? Do they just disintegrate to dust and become as one with the sands of hell? Or was there something that all demons feared just like the gods did, death? A phantom feeling perhaps that death for them wasn't the end, as death itself wasn't absolute. Even without knowing or remembering why they had that feeling, all demons instinctively knew that there was something darker than the darkness they thrived in. Something so ominous that the scares and nightmares they plagued the mortals with were nothing more than a jester's act. Something so despairing that their hellish domain would seem like the gods' golden cities when compared. As a Hell Lord and arguably the strongest, Dormammu knew all too well what laid beyond the veil of this feeling. He's seen it after all. But now, that damned Mephisto had the gall and effrontery to come into his domain and speak of their most likely and imminent arrival. But who was he? He was Dormammu, the bringer of dread, the great devourer, lord of darkness and all that reigned within. He was. Amusing thoughts you have there, little one. Hell froze over, literally. The bludgeoning flames and wisps of darkness all froze, time rendered useless, and what was and what should be or could have been completely escaped Dormammu's comprehension. That fear, that despair. The nightmare. Dormammu for all his life finally remembered what true fear felt like. His pride had already been crushed and he had yet to gaze upon the face of the nightmares of his long-forgotten dream. Are you perhaps deaf? The breath of the nightmare trickled on Dormammu's nerve as the phantom feeling of being entangled in vines consumed him. But he had to move. He knew being frozen in fear for too long might irritate the being behind him and could make it potentially wipe him out. So steeling his fiery resolve and going against his better instincts, he turned around and what he saw was enough to destroy any thought of defiance that might have brewed in his deepest heart when he was turning his back against it. Infinity and chaos. Merged in the most atrocious way possible, power and end, the fulcrum of which could bring an end to the primordial nothingness. What was in front of him was no being of power, power itself couldn't describe what he was seeing. This was absoluteness made tangible and ephemeral at the same time. I remember you, small little thing you used to be. Now you reign in dominion over the little wretches of this infernal realm, to each his own, I suppose. I've forgotten why I'm here, so bear with me, okay? The being muttered to itself rather than Dormammu, the latter doing nothing more than stand transfixed as fear was currently washing through him as he came to a startling realization. He was powerless, not figuratively but literally. His dominion over the flames of hell and its infernal heat along with darkness were all snuffed out in the presence of this being. The power, no, not power. He couldn't even come up with a word to describe the being in front of him, but whatever it was, completely dwarfed all that Dormammu is. Oh, I finally remember. Something you ate that doesn't belong to you. G end at IV degree E. T. Number B at ANCK. The unholy screech that seemed to throw the nether realm in a constant loop of destruction, creation and acausality brought Dormammu to his knees, boring him deeper into the barren soil of hell. Don't. No. WTTY. Dormammu's screams were cut short as he felt his dark soul being ripped apart, the being shredding him to pieces as it searched for what it was looking for. It's not here. Oh. I see. Its next action left Dormammu speechless, even forgetting the untold cacophony of pain he was being subjected to. As far as Dormammu could see, infinite numbers of Dormammus appeared in the dark dimension and even some in different parts of the universe, or rather, multiverse, but even the infinite multiversal distance didn't faze the being as it extended itself and proceeded to rip through them also, fractionally searching for what it was that Dormammu ate. The Dark Lord felt all what his multiversal self felt, the same went for them. As if that was not enough, time was rendered in shambles as the being stretched itself through the infinite loop of time and all the Dormammus across the time streams and all the universes howled in torment as the being ripped apart from them an existence that never was. What he ripped apart was a man, one Dormammu knew, one he ate, or thought he ate if not for strange Stephen Strange's tampering with the laws of acausality. The man was even more sumptuous than the Sorcerer Supreme had been if his delusions were correct, channeling such chaos through his body had been a feast for Dormammu. Oh, there he is. I should kill you but at least you were truthful in your words, so you get to live. And with that it was gone, bringing the unsteady flow of time back to the dark dimension. Even after hours had passed, Dormammu still stood, rooted to the same spot he was left in, still feeling the eerie gaze of the being still on him until it finally receded, causing the one prideful Dark Lord to crash to the ground like a loose puppet. He was both plagued and terrified that even his intellect which could comprehend things, the secret of the universe, failed in comprehending what just happened or what that being was. No. He knew what that being was but what he couldn't understand was how there was such an abomination that would make even the greatest taboo seem like a compliment. That being had ripped open a hole in reality across the multiverse, at the same time, and held all the Dormammus within the multiversal, stopping time across realities, ripped them open and searched through them until he found what he was looking for. Dormammu trembled as the sheer level of existence one would need to be to do something like that and not even feel a thing. The sheer audacity of that being to bring down his might on all realities gave Dormammu an insight to what the top would be like. But that wasn't what was on his mind. What was on his mind was that man which the being had ripped away from him. He knew for a fact that he didn't consume that man, which meant that that thing had ripped the man out of a negative reality, one that never existed but left a shadow, through him. He didn't know what that thing wanted with that man, but he knew that whatever it was, he had to know of it. For all he knew, it could finally be a chance for him to surpass his current existence. It was a risk, he knew, but, nothing ventured, nothing gained. In the dark overvoid that permeates the great darkness. The overvoid went by many names, though the names it went by didn't matter since no one knew anything about it. The primal chaos. The bedrock of he who dwelleth beyond the veil of existence. The outer. It was a plane of non-existence that flowed outside of the multiverses. It also acted as a bridge, the only pathway between two different aspects of realities. The outer verse. The outer verse were verses that existed an infinite distance away from a multiverse, governed under different logic and aspects. A place where neither space, time, and logic held any meaning. A place where even infinity was but a traversable distance. Like all other planes of reality, there was an hierarchy of power that existed in the outer, and since they were the bridge between different multiverses, these powerful beings also existed as different entities across the outer verse. Suddenly, the gross darkness became enveloped in a blinding light, but even the vestiges of that light came to a halt as the darkness once more swarmed over everything. But even with his overbearingness, it couldn't consume the being that was the source of that light. Having an height that was immeasurable to mortals, a humanoid body that was the source of the light as it was a resplendent gold, and atop his shoulders under a veil, were three conjoined heads that floated. Each with eyes that bore through the darkness, searching for the being that crossed his authority. Yog-Sothoth, I will ask you to stay away from my multiverse. Your manipulations have caused a chain reaction that will consume universes untold. Roam your dark world and never set a foot on mine. His voice of necessity boomed through the darkness, echoing in the ears of each and every resident of this foul plane. Cascades of laughter that sounded like the screeching of metal and the wailing of the damned in Death's realms echoed through the void, but it did not move the golden being's expression a bit. Tribunal. How long has it been since we last gazed at each other? Or have you forgotten after so many reboots? The darkness swirled and formed a visage that would shake brave men and reduce them to insanity. Its size was unquantifiable as it stood to match the living tribunal whose gaze had never strayed since he appeared, golden eyes peering at the monstrosity in from him. I will tell you this one last time, stay away from my multiverse. Or what? Threatening me will not work out well for you, and you know that. So how about we leave this discussion and you go back to watching the little ants you rule over and leave me to mine? The voice of Yog-Sothoth didn't appear the least intimidated, even having a slight teasing edge to it. The darkness surrounding them came alive as he and the living Goldie stared at each other, each brewing with might. It would do you well to heed my warning, or I might be forced to end you. The moment those words left one of mouths of the living tribunal, the darkness swirled around him, threatening to devour him, but the first watcher of the multiverse didn't flinch, his body shining with power as they both stalemated each other. I have unfinished business in one of your universes and I'm sure you already know about it. Do me a favor Goldie and stay away, or else. Y number O% UW$IL divided by L. DIE. Before the living tribunal could react, the darkness around him morphed into a humongous mouth with fangs that threatened to pierce through galaxies and swallow universes. The living tribunal, seeing the position he was in, with three pairs of eyes glowing with unbridled power, waved his hands and the laws manifested before him, shielding him from Yog-Sothoth's attack. When the mouth closed, an explosion swept through the outer, but Yog-Sothoth didn't move an inch from where his form was. Remember my words, Goldie. A/N, this disclaimer, although terribly late, for spoilers obviously, is for the minor group of people who will inevitably rage about introducing of foreign elements that are not Marvel-centric into this FIC. I'm only here to say that, though not thoroughly explored, there have been, on more than one occasion, references made at the Lovecraftian mythology. The Cthulhu mythos is a part of old Marvel comics that they just didn't bother to expand upon, and so I decided to go that route. We are near the end and it's something I decided since the starting of this FIC. Peace out, and a happy weekend. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheomenus. 176, Chapter 174. A/N, hey guys, what's been popping? Just wanted to tell you guys that I'm in the midst of writing the final arc of this FIC, and now I'm losing it. It getting harder to write every chapter that I sometimes take days just to finish even one. You guys have no need to worry though, as there are still over 50 written chaps for you to enjoy. This FIC will round up BTW the next 50-70 chapters, just thought I'll give you guys the heads up. I will try my best not to rush the end of this FIC so that it won't be bland when you guys read it. Right now, I'm using the breaks I got from this one to start my second fanfiction. It's a teen wolf fiction and it'll be damn good, that I promise. For those waiting for a DC FIC from me, just wait a little bit. I don't think I'm ready to write another complicated verse like DC, so my next fanfiction will be some sort of transition for me. Dark One, out. P.S. Do show my Patreon some love. Asgard. Thor and Loki could be seen on their normal gathering spot, the Colosseum where they trained, along with their entourage which consisted of only the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. How do you think the meeting of gods will go? I doubt anything that requires the attendance of the Pantheon heads can be resolved peacefully. Loki was the one who answered to Volstag's question, clarifying why he thought so. Not well, I presume. He started. Just the fact that they made multitude of gods come together to discuss a slew of minor topics and one major topic should have been a grim tell. If there was an option of peaceful resolution, then it would not have required the attendance of the gods, not when it actually doesn't concern them. The reason why they convene at such opportune time is that they are afraid. Afraid that something will strike their golden cities and bring them to ruin, so they convene, plot and scheme. A bunch of retards if you ask me. Disdain was practically seeping through Loki's words, bringing a wry and aghast expression to the face of the listeners. Have care how you speak of the gods, brother. You will wind up making more enemies than you already have. Thor chided, but one could tell from his tone how little importance he attached to his own words, perhaps knowing fully well that his brother will not heed them. As if proving his thoughts correct, Loki sneered. The gods are not all they be. There are powers in this universe that even the gods are afraid of, why then should I fear them when they cower behind their rune-protected walls? How the mighty have fallen, indeed. So, apparently Loki has a thing against other gods, not that it's anything new, but the question still remains, if they really are convening due to the might of that mortal named Thrall, then there is more to this than we know. Staying away from Midgard at this time turned out to be the best idea after all. Fandral said, causing all of them to not accept the two brothers. Thor. Hearing Fandral's call, Thor turned his attention back to his friends and asked the recent question that comes to his mind. How do you reckon he became that strong? I have trained for over 1,000 years and yet, a mortal man not even 1/10 my age, not only contends with my might but surpasses it with ease. Hear me out, friends, what if, and I'm not undermining it, but what if his strength came from somewhere else? Thor question put the group into thinking except for one person which they all took notice of. Do you have any idea what it is, Loki? Sif asked the silent prince. And what makes you think I have the answers to such a question that would require not only a higher base intellect, but also secrets that even the Alfather is hesitant to share? Everyone rolled their eyes at Loki personally feeding his own ego through them, never being able to get used to it despite how long they've known the mischief god. Brother, do you know the reason for his strength? Please tell me. Father has always said that there is no such thing as absolute strength, everything must have a weakness, and now even I know mine. Thrall must have some sort of weakness. Although Thor had accepted the fact of his weakness, the fact that he had yet to avenge his friend, Hagon, still weighed on his mind. Seeing the begging expression on Thor's face caused a wave of delight to Loki and he made sure that the small smirk on his face was visible to all of them. I know the source of his powers, but telling you will mean owing me a favor to be collected on a later date, yes. Thor nodded at Loki's request. The Infinity Stones. He is strong, yes, but the reason his power skyrocketed from the last time we faced him, I believe, is due to his possession of the Infinity Stones. Specifically the Power and Space Stone. The reveal of the stones caused the appropriate reactions of dropped jaws as even they had heard the stories, or more apt, read the myths concerning the relics of the universe's creation. But like every other person out there, they thought it was just one of the many stories that the people of old had exaggerated to unbelievable proportions. Thor was the first to recover himself as his mind kept running scenarios, unlikely ones, of what would have happened during their fight without factoring the now knowledgeable possession of the stones. Sorry to break your illusory bubble, brother, but you would have easily lost even without him using the stones, which if I might add, you did. With or without, he is still the strongest human we've met, if he even is human. Loki stated the facts for Thor and the others to come in terms with. He had it on good grounds that the first 2 times he clashed with said human he wasn't in possession of the stones. So what do we do now? I don't know about you guys but even I know a lost battle when I see one, and fighting that guy again is courting death, and no one tests death for the 3rd time. Fandral said, letting known his unwillingness to fight against Thrall again. If they were to really think about it, the man clearly gave them a path of peaceful resolution but they just had to be rearing for a fight due to Thor's brashness, Loki's schemes, and Volstag's depressed fit. Thor gritted his teeth because even now, he was the cause of Hagon not being able to pick up his beloved mace for a fight. He had destroyed his warrior friend and it wasn't a glorious battle. Thor, you think too much sometimes. I don't fault you for anything, and besides, I still have my life. Rather than holding him as a target for vengeance, we should rather thank him that the only thing he took was my arm. Take it as payment of all our lives, I know it's a price I can pay any time. Hagon said. None of them came out the same after that fight. Thrall blasting a hole through all of their bodies did a number of damage to them that even Frigga had to help in the healing process to eliminate all the destructive energy that had been gradually killing them. Sometimes they would even feel the sensation of a hole in their body, a constant reminder of their clash with certain death. Thrall St. Cross POV. I had grown used to closing my eyes and opening them up again only for the morning rays to greet my bedside. But this was a new development. An eerie darkness, one that seemed to crawl up your skin that it felt alive. I knew it wasn't my misconception that made me feel as if I was in the belly of some beast. The sensation was weird, making me not being able to reciprocate an adequate reaction because I couldn't remember what it felt like to dream, which was what I was doing. From what I knew, dreams were extremely malleable once you had control of them, so it should also stand to reason that I can, to some degree, control my dreams. I waved my hands, the familiar sensation of controlling energies guiding me, as I figured it would be nice to create a sun in such a place, if I really had control of my dreams. HOH? Trying to control me? Audacious, and just as foolish. If I had any reactions, then I couldn't show it as I was frozen in place, not due to some time manipulation, but due to the sheer amount of fear that was bleeding through my entire being. I had felt it before, when I was experimenting with the space stone, that void of darkness so dark that it felt tangible. The myriad eyes that bore through and on my body that gave me the disgusting feeling of being stripped down to my last atom and laughed upon. I couldn't sense the strength of the thing around me, I was not even sure if my senses, any of them, were working. It felt as if what it was were directly imprinted on my brain, overriding the need of my sense organs since none of them could identify what it was that was around me. Disappointing, and here I thought you would at least know who I am. Well, you do, always did, but you still don't understand. It was talking to itself and yet to me at the same time, each of its words having different meaning, but it was only the words, maybe intent, that I could understand that made sense to me. I was working overtime, trying to wrestle every control of the dream I was in, and try to push down the ridiculous fear I was experiencing, even though my instinct screamed against it. Since none of my senses worked, I could not judge it, see it, know what it was, or feel it, but one thing was clear. Whatever it is was bigger than anything I could ever hope to imagine. I could sense the universe, so I knew how wide and seemingly infinite it was in size, but in its presence, I felt nothing. It was as if I was staring at an abyss, but instead of staring back, it swallowed me whole. I could not access any of my abilities, maybe I could, but I couldn't feel any of it as its presence just washed over and completely made obsolete my existence. Regardless of what I couldn't feel, I tried to overcome my fear, which was proving impossible as it felt as if my brain would turn to mush due to the influx of negative energies. I didn't know how I was aware of it, but I knew that whatever was in my mouth was destroyed, tongue, teeth and all, due to the clattering as I shook in fear. Typical mortals. The voice drawled out, and immediately I was hit with different sensations as my brain started computing and delivering all the impulses that it had been overloading my body with. I ignored the pain as it was inconsequential and finally turned to stare at the abyss in front of me. Wish not for what you desire, mortal, lest madness and agony be your reward. I still could not see what it truly looked like, but I knew it was there, staring at me even as I gazed back. What I could glimpse, the little bit I could before my brain gets fried, of the constitution of this being was pure unadulterated chaos. Void made an instrument for it to play, darkness and madness in its presence. I wasn't even sure if this was still a dream, but that didn't matter at this point. Who are you? I managed to get out through ragged breaths, and I felt as if it was enjoying my torment. What do you mean by who am I? Do you mean my name? Do you mean my existence? Or do you mean who am I? As its words boomed directly into my head, I felt as if I would puke out my intestines, as my whole body felt like it was crawling with worms and they would fall off at any time. You are not on a plane of existence that you should know who I am, but at least you should know of me. The more it spoke, the more it felt as if I was inching ever so closer to the void, completely bypassing death. I felt a premonition, as if the void I was instilled, and immediately after were the uttering of power that I thought would have erased me from existence. I am the one that lurks at the threshold. I am the key and the gate. I am the opener of the way, the all-in-one and the one-in-all. I am. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomanus. 177, Chapter 175. I need stones. The night at Drawl's residence was like the countless others the occupants of its spatially warded halls have slept through, except for one little detail. Arg. A second later was all it took Bucky to rip the doors off its hinges, only to find Drawl's hands in his chest, trying to dig out his own heart. Though they were alarmed at the scene, they immediately acted, as Bucky and Steve, being the physically strongest of them, tried to pull out Drawl's arm from his chest. Bucky, acting on his vast experience, used an adamantium blade to tear through Drawl's shoulders, dislocating his arm, making Steve able to pull the arm out before it healed immediately after Bucky withdrew the blade. Before they could try and calm Drawl down, the screaming man flung Steve away, causing the captain to smash through walls before he landed halfway through the house. Natasha and Yelena weren't idle as they worked together and cuffed Drawl's hands with vibranium cuffs, restricting his limbs to some degree. Before they could try and restrain Drawl, they found themselves held against the ceiling due to Drawl's telekinesis. Yelena, will he survive? Bucky shouted out, seeing as how the situation was devolving with every passing moment of Drawl's outburst. I don't know. Yelena immediately understood what it was that Bucky meant, seeing the blade the Winter Soldier held. He'll heal, right? Bucky asked once more, resolving himself since there was no way they could hold Drawl down. I think so, probably, maybe, yes. Hearing Yelena's reply, Bucky no longer hesitated and lunged at Drawl and almost cursed as he felt himself coming to a grinding halt as Drawl stopped his momentum. Luckily for the soldier, Steve had already arrived and tried to choke Drawl using his shield, which made Drawl release his focus on Bucky. Normally such a slight could never have happened if he were in his right senses, but his rattled and wailing mind couldn't keep its focus on too many things and resorted to its basic reactions. Landing on his feet, Bucky immediately appeared behind Drawl and stabbed the blade through his head, causing the man to pause his actions to a grinding halt, but as if not taking any chances, Bucky fired a sonic wave directly through the blade to his brain, causing his brain activities to cease for a moment, effectively knocking Drawl out. Natasha and Yelena dropped from their position on the ceiling, both landing gracefully on their feet with worried expressions on their faces as they looked at the knocked-out form of Drawl. Is he okay? Yelena asked. He should be. He already healed up, which means he's probably asleep. We'll watch over him until he wakes up. You guys should probably get some rest. Bucky said as he picked up Drawl and laid him on his bed, his voice leaving no room for excuse. Even if they didn't like it, there was very little they could do if Drawl were to go on a rampage, so with that reasoning Natasha took Yelena by her hands and walked her younger sister out of the room to get some sleep they both felt they really needed. Drawl opened his eyes groggily, taking in the familiar sight of his room along with some unfamiliar details like the 2 human-sized dent on his ceiling, and there was also a hole from his room and through numerous walls in his house. Weird. He was still coming to terms with this new change before he abruptly jumped out of bed, magic circles appearing around him as he spun around, expanding his senses through his entire estate. Calm down, will ya? Bucky came into the room with 2 cups of coffee, not even bothered to comment on the multitude of magic circles around Drawl's form. Had a rough night? No? Well, I had one if you are interested in asking. What the hell happened? Seeing as there was nothing amiss apart from the telling signs of a fight scene which probably originated from his room, the magic circles started flickering out. I have a better one. What the fuck happened to you, Quack? Bucky asked with an unnatural edge to his voice which made Drawl confused. What do you mean? Drawl was now really confused, looking around the room and trying to piece together what might have happened. It was when he tried accessing his memories that it hit him like a brick: the screams, the shouts, the gnashing of teeth, and the palpitating fear. It all came back to him. That being, his dream, if he could even call it that, and then the overwhelming dread that made him lash out against all of them. Bucky looked at Drawl and his frown deepened as he saw the minute trembling of Drawl's body. Not once had he ever seen Drawl show an expression of fear. The man was many things, but fearful was not one of them. Hey Quack, what the hell is happening? Bucky held Drawl's shoulders, which made the other man to stop trembling. Hell if I know, Bucky. Drawl pulled himself together and took one mug of the black Bucky brought. What did I do? He asked after taking a sip. No serious damage if that is what you are wondering, except maybe flinging us around, but I doubt that counts. I think you scared Yelena, so that's something you need to take care of. Drawl ran a hand through his hair as he listened to what Bucky said, really holding the urge to curse. That's really bad. If there was one thing Drawl hated more than anything, it was losing control. His abilities weren't exactly user-friendly and there was bound to be casualties on any occasion if he lost control. Bucky took the other mug and sipped from it. We need an explanation rather than an apology. Come on, let's go. They are waiting for you downstairs. Bucky led Drawl down the stairs, the latter wincing as he saw the damage he had done to his house as he saw the holes and crumbling pillars that he flung Steve through. The rest of the crew were going about their day with practiced ease, with Steve cleaning the debris from his flight and Yelena helping him out while Natasha was in the kitchen. The group stopped what they were doing as they saw Drawl coming down the stairs with a wince on his face. Yikes. Sorry about that, guys. Drawl said before sitting down and giving them a little briefing of what had happened to him. None of them felt as if he was joking, maybe there would have before Drawl had started collecting the Infinity Stones, but now they knew that their universe was just one of many. A hostel? Natasha asked. I doubt if you could even describe it with that. It was powerful, much more powerful, admittedly even more than I would be if I fused with all 6 stones. It was really hard to explain something you didn't understand, and that was what Drawl was currently going through. That being wasn't strong, he completely surpassed what strong meant. Drawl had no doubt, not a single one, that whatever that thing was, it could completely wipe out this universe, without moving so much as a finger. That thing was unreal. I mean, we know some uber strong dudes are going to come for us eventually, heck there were even gods holding a meeting on how to deal with us, specifically you. What makes this guy any different? Steve asked. Well, for one, none of the guys coming for my head, at least the ones on our current menu, can destroy the universe. This guy can. Everyone could see how rattled Drawl was, and whether they admitted it or not, they too were scared, though not as much as Drawl currently was. The reason for their fear was mostly due to Drawl, since if a dream could rattle his mind this much, then what would happen if whatever that thing was actually came for him? Normal people wouldn't put much importance on a dream, Definitely not one about a scary thing that can destroy any universe if it wanted, but Natasha, Steve, Bucky and Yelena weren't normal by any stretch of the word. Normal wasn't a part of their daily schedule. I think my mind is still under pressure from what I saw, which ironically was nothing, and doing all it can to stop me from descending into a fit of madness. In the meanwhile, I should hurry up and fuse with the damn power stone already. I no longer have the luxury of picking my route and going for the safer path. It's all in or nothing. Drawl currently had the power, soul, and mind stone gathering dust in his magically protected cabinet. He would be meeting the Ancient One soon for another help in fusing with the stones. Though he didn't say anything about it, he knew exactly what that thing was, or putting it more aptly, where it came from. The Thulhu-Mythos. They were referenced a few times during the days of Marvel Comics, even going as far as having iterations of them in the Marvel Multiverse. That mythology was a downright nightmare, and given what Drawl just saw, he would agree that the stories lived up to the actual myths. He didn't know which one he talked to, but at this point he didn't care. The Great Old Ones weren't exactly benevolent beings, sure some of them did have their moments, but on a regular scale, they were true monsters who actually lived up to the legends and surpassed it. And then there were the ultimate gods. Did he just meet an ultimate god? He didn't know. But what he did know was that just for it to mention its titles and then the name he couldn't remember, or couldn't comprehend, none of which mattered at this point, drove him to a fit of madness. His mental shields were the strongest he had seen of everyone he came across, even completely dwarfing the likes of Charles Xavier and Emma Frost, but that same shield meant little, as he would have gone mad if Bucky had not stabbed and jolted his brain. After explaining all he could and helping Steve with cleaning the debris, which only took a wave of his hand, Drawl left to have a talk with the Ancient One. "I believe I know the reason for your visit, Mr. Cross," she said as Drawl appeared before her, gesturing to a seat to make himself comfortable. "Really? I think every magical person and psychic felt that wrongness last night. It was the most oozing feeling of pure evil I've ever felt," she said, all forms of genial warmth gone from her expression. Drawl on the other hand had a hand to his head, massaging his temple as a brief flash of fear coursed through his body once more. "Well, you wouldn't be wrong about that, but that's not why I'm here today. What do you know about the Great Old Ones and the gods who birthed them?" "Like everybody else, not much. While the Elders gods were the first beings to walk out from the void, some stories said that there already existed some entities that lived and thrived in the void. Their very existence was the cause of nightmares throughout the entire multiverse. Like I said, I know nothing concerning them, but what I do know is that if they were to crawl back into the multiverse, it could as well be the end of times for all realities." The Ancient One spoke slowly, making sure her message fell into the ears of Drawl. "Well, ain't that ominous? Guess I have to speed things up with the stones, and also give Ororo a phone call." Whether they liked it or not, someone just upped the ante and they had to play if they wanted to survive. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 178, Chapter 176. Drawl St. Cross POV. A few days has passed since that nightmare, and now I was preparing to fuse with the Power Stone. Whether I liked it or not, the time to get off my butt had arrived. The only stone out of my reach currently, which was just a portal away, was the Reality Stone. The Time Stone being in my possession was already an assured fact. Before me were the 3 people that had been with me during my last evolution. Another one? You do realize that there are only 6 of these stones scattered around the most obscure corners of the universe, right? And you coming in possession of 2 within such short time frames kinda throws away the importance of their scarcity. Strange said from the side, pointing at the fact that I was able to find 2 Infinity Stones in the span of a few months back. Well, let's just say I'm insightful. How about we get this over with quickly and everyone can go home early? Cool. Without even waiting for them to answer, I nodded at the silent Ancient One and then proceeded to cut my right palm and implanted the Power Stone inside my body before closing it. Unlike the last time, Bucky, Steve, Natasha, and Yelena were here this time to watch the evolution since they wanted to be, likely still worried about me, and I agreed, no reason not to. I know I shouldn't say this in spite of your resolve, but this endeavor will change everything about you. The Power Stone holds a special place among the Infinity Stones, and also do not forget about your mental evolution. If I'm correct, you will need the Mind Stone to smoothly direct the process and stop it from directly influencing you. The Ancient One's voice filtered into my ears as she started the spell, with Strange and Wong following behind. I also started my process since the sorcerers had already erected their shields, and consequently, a huge influx of volatile energy flowed into my body, giving it a purple hue. Since I already know the process to fuse with the stone, I started it and immediately my worldview changed. If the Space Stone gave me the feeling of omnipresence, the omnipotent feeling I was getting as the Power Stone flooded my body completely dwarfed it. It felt as if I was a sun and every other being of power revolved around me. I could snuff out the life out of them if I decided that I didn't want to shine my light on them. I could feel myself accessing different types of energies in the universe: magic, psychic, chi, dark energy, light energy, radiations, everything came flooding to me like a vacuum and I immediately knew that some fucking shit must have been happening in the real world. It felt like every being was giving me a part of their power, or I was taking a part of their power as I was becoming the source. Different from how the space stone filtered my very essence into every nook and cranny of the universe, the power stone drew it all to me, giving me authority over every concept. From my right hand, I could feel it seeping into every part of my being, joining them together to create a vessel that could handle any influx of power. Every bone in my body, every joint and every blood vessel, even down to the atoms were being drugged up with power, and that was the go-ahead I needed. I needed an equilibrium when fusing with the stones in order to create a balanced system like Thanos' gauntlet, but this time my entire body was the gauntlet, so I directed all the excess energy, near infinite in amount, to the black hole inside me. The power stone was already making me a viable vessel to use any sort of power, or integrate any power system into my being, and boosting my already ridiculous Hulk-like strength to astronomical degrees was the first step. What the power stone did was ultimately remove the limiter on my body. Even though I always got stronger by the day, most of that strength lay in my energy reserves and the abilities I could use. But now? I was essentially Darwin. My adaptation and evolution had been energy-based, different from people like the Hulk, Darwin, and even Doomsday, who had a higher degree in physical adaptation, and the Power Stone just changed all that. I was even feeling excited about how strong I would be in my base self, and then how much that strength would be multiplied by after I augmented myself and then to my chaos form, and that wasn't even factoring the use of the Infinity Stones. Damn. The Power Stone was just unfair, not that life was any better. I could even feel my control over each and every one of my abilities getting stronger and better, and that was just the basic boost of being the Power Stone. Boom. It felt as if a sky in my mind rumbled, and the next thing that filled my vision were beings each wielding powers like no other in the universe. I saw some I recognized, the knowledge of which almost made me swear, and some I didn't. Some looked back at me while some didn't even feel my gaze. It was all well and good until they turned and looked at me. The heads under a veil. 3 pair of eyes, each shining will authority that even surpassed that of the Power Stone. A giant bigger than any planet I've ever seen. The living tribunal. Everything seemed to stop as I was under his gaze, even my evolution halted as I felt like his eyes were judging me. You are upsetting the natural laws. Be warned. Was all he said before he disappeared, and my evolution continued on. Just another reminder that I was now the big leagues. Asgard, Odin Borson POV. How did it go? Frigga asked after she welcomed me back from the meeting. I was able to persuade Zeus to leave the human alone, unless he goes after them. They did throw a fuss about not wanting or waiting to be attacked, which we all knew was just our godly insecurities. I needed wine, a barrel of mead should do. Frigga removed my robes while my staff/spear floated a few meters away from me. I think it's better this way. The gods don't attack and the human don't retaliate. You assume we would lose to a human. I frowned at what she insinuated. She scoffed at my question before leading me to a table where she began pouring the drink I had so dearly wished for. Whether he is human or not no longer matters. What matters is that he is in possession of the Infinity Stones, having them in collection than any other person has ever had in the universe. You yourself confirmed it that he is strong, and he had also shown that if we pushed him too far he won't be opposed to killing us. Even if it somehow strained my warrior's pride, it couldn't stop me from admitting the fact that the man called Draal was strong. He was utilizing the stones in a way that I thought was impossible. Zeus also knew this, and that was why he agreed to let the human grow on his own instead of going on a paranoid fit and causing damage to his pantheon. Because like it or not, an infinity wielder, especially one who had multiple stones, would be very hard to put down without incurring some damages, which was even more so when the wielder had a mastery over the workings of the stones. Those scavengers are only looking for the first corpse, and then they will descend like vultures. It said a lot about gods and how they behaved, which was vastly different than the perceptions most mortals had of us, if they are willing, even hoping, to see the downfall of others just for their entertainment or fear. Bunch of cowards be the lot of them, sigh. How did the boys do? I scratched my temples as a barrage of migraines hit me hard like the blunt of Thor's hammer, which was a gross understatement, considering how strong that thing was. The Council of Godheads was just that annoying. They are no longer brooding, which is great, and they are now focused more than they ever were, which is a great thing to see. I don't think we should worry about them going to pick a fight with the Midgardian now or any time soon. A stout warrior should know a battle that isn't worth fighting. Bravery, courage, determination, loyalty, resolve, these are all qualities of a great warrior, even more so a protector, but the one indispensable factor is strength. Without strength, none of the other qualities can hold on their own. By Bor, it's about damn time they focused on improving themselves than seeking adolescent vainglory. The Alfathers knows how long I've been praying that they get out of their hard head phase, which was something every single one of the warrior race of Asgard went through, and them being stronger than their peers and also Asgardian nobility only made it worse. The oracle told me something: darkness creeps ever so slowly as the night comes. I have been trying to do one more from the universe but I can't expand on it more than I already could. It was also at that time that I felt it, which going by your expression you did too. I believe we might have underestimated the existence's worth, Odin. This is not darkness. This is unbridled ruin. One so terrifying that darkness will be akin to a shining beacon of hope. Frigga spoke softly but the words hit me stronger than any mead of the realms ever could. It was not only I who felt it but also every god in attendance, both big and small. We felt it because we all had something in common. If one were to trace back the lineage of every major god back to their primogenitor, the end root will always be darkness and chaos. Unlike the mortals, from darkness we came and darkness we shall go. It was also the reason why Zeus agreed with me to leave the Midgardian be. The damage had already been done when the man fused with the space stone and opened a bridge to chaos, even if it was brief and also one so small, no one knows what type of monstrosities crawled through that breach. I hear thee, Frigga. It was bound to happen at one point or the other and the fact that it happened now shouldn't change things all that much. A gamble is to be made. I believe it is time we had a discussion with the Midgardian, do you not? I also think so. At least this will be a way to smooth out whatever misgivings he might have against Thor and his brother along with their friends. Frigga said but I shook my head at her, causing me a drawn eye. He cares not for misgivings, not for their lineage or malice. Not to mention he seemed more mature than they both are and that is even hoping Thor doesn't challenge him, so rather than inviting him here I'll take a trip to Midgard to talk to him. I also need to have a word with Yao. Even speaking her cursed name was enough to spoil my mood, but it had to be done. She knew something that no other god did and even if she was willing to take it to her timely grave, I was not. It was at that moment I felt something in me tremble, humming in confusion before it subsided in affirmation. What happened? Frigga asked. The Power Stone, Frigga. The man just fused with the Power Stone. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. 179, Chapter 177. Drawl Saint Cross POV. Not much fanfare happened after I successfully fused with my second Infinity Stone apart from having caught the attention of the Living Tribunal, but that was a normal Tuesday in Marvel so no biggies. Well fuck. What the hell am I? It took me some time to come to the conclusion after I started seeing specs and memories of the universe to know that I was not in the material plane. I was not in my mind because I would obviously know if I was taking a backseat in my head nor was this some sort of power trip. With what I could deduce, what I was currently seeing was power in the universe. Beings who possess large servings of the buffet called might. Some were as big as nebulas, while some were as small as planets. Really drawl. Since when did planets become so small? Some were a fuckton of size as huge as an entire solar system and I could even see the far blinding light that engulfed everything else, casting a shadow on the smaller specks of light, enveloping the entire universe. I couldn't see mine which was weird since I should be on this power scale since I know that I was at the very least multi-planetary, at the very least, and that was when I was still playing around with the space stone since I never had a chance to go all out with it or even exercise it a bit. Fusing with the power stone ought to have increased that by a mile if I'm correct since there was no concrete way to calculate how strong one would be after a power trip. I couldn't hazard a guess since I didn't even know how strong I was when I had the space stone, talk less of how strong I would be after I left wherever this place was. I might have stayed in here for hours, aimlessly walking around, from one star to the other, finding both minute and vast differences between them. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, I started siphoning a bit of power from each and every one of the stars, taking a piece of them to add to mine. I didn't care if they were as small as a city block or not, power was power, the only difference would be how they were applied. It was like trying to solve a puzzle but this one was more universal in size which thankfully didn't matter since I could use my spatial abilities and also these specks of power seemed to respond to my call so all I did was walk around and ignored as they found themselves inside the endless well that was my body. After a long ass while, the space began fading, cluing me that my time here was up. Well no matter, at least I got a piece of all the big pies. There was a chance that what I did here might come back to bite me in the ass but at this point, I couldn't really care less. Before I knew it, I was back on Earth, covered by a magic dome and I could not help but feel like I got taller. Remembering what happened the first time, I conjured up some clothes first, wouldn't do for me to go flashing the world for the second time, and not to mention Yelena was here. Not that it was of any importance if she was, but it would be beyond awkward and embarrassing for me if she caught me dick out, going all kamikaze on the world. So with that done, I touched the barrier to signify to the people outside that I was done, even taking the precaution to veil all the excess energy rolling out in waves from me. The barrier immediately crumbled before my fingers touched it, turning into motes of light before seeping into my body. That's new. Everyone was already waiting for me as they were all gathered together and I pretended not to see Bucky handing over $10 to Steve. How do you feel, Mr. Cross? The Ancient One stepped forward and inquired. I feel balanced. Like I'm in equal parts of a whole. The feeling was weird, but that was what I really felt like. That is because the Power Stone is the perfect balance for the Space Stone, as you would need it to better use your spatial abilities. She said. How so? The Infinity Stones have an effect on each other, helping each other maintain an equilibrium and also bring out more precisely the abilities of the other stones. The Power Stone allows for a better use of the Space Stone, likewise the Space Stone allows for a better use of the Time Stone. In turn, the Time Stone regulates the use of the Reality Stone while the Reality Stone better facilitates the use of the Soul Stone, which in turn allows better use of the Mind Stone. And like you can already guess, the Mind Stone allows for better control of the Power Stone. Loophole? So that means I should go for the Mind and Soul Stone next, pretty convenient if you ask me. I didn't bother with asking her how she knew of this because I've long learned to take anything she says at face value. But this at least explained why I felt as if I just ate something that filled my stomach in a comfortable way, but there was still that feeling as if I could still fit in more things without pressing myself. How long was I out this time? I asked, since my internal clock was all messed up due to my evolution. 30 hours, give or take. Wang said as he straightened the crease on his attire. 30 hours. That's less than the first time but not unexpected. I half expected them to attack during my most vulnerable moment, but I'm glad they didn't. And by they, I meant the gods. We should be thankful for that. Unlike what the myths might say about their short-sightedness and arrogance, they are anything but. Gods are not the most compassionate bunch, and one of the things they hate is a mortal trespassing on their domains. The Ancient One warned, not that I needed any warning. While I may not give too much care about the gods, that did not necessarily mean that I was of the mind to fight them. There were some gods that I would rather not fight if I had the opportunity to choose. Apart from them I could go all Kratos on the others. Hey guys! I called out to where they were situated since I was finished with my talks with the Ancient One. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who thought so, but I expected at least some visible changes given the fact that you just ate the Power Stone. Nat said as you began scrutinizing me for any minute changes to support her fantasy theory. Oh, and Ororo called. I think you might want to talk to her, we'll table this discussion for now. She said. She passed me my phone, making me raise my brows at her mention of tabling a discussion I never knew we were having. I shook my head at Nat's antics and rang Ororo, the phone not going past 2 rings before she picked up the phone. Hey Oro. How's it going? Well, if you're asking then, well, apart from a few hiccups, we've already managed to transport 10 crews of people to start on the construction of the city, so that's good at least. It would have been better if my boyfriend had told me he would be going to undergo his second evolution yesterday. That crisp voice that was synonymous with a strict teacher and that accent alone was enough for men to fall over for her, and if it's any indication to the stated fact, it was also part of the reason I did. Sucks to be me, I guess. Oh, that? To be perfectly honest, I didn't see it as anything important to notify you of, and besides you have a nation to worry about. I was actually thinking of coming over in a few hours and we would have talked about it. Drawl, don't let anybody tell you otherwise, but sometimes you are as insufferable as you are sensible. I guess it is also my fault since I'm too invested in Krakow and wanting to establish at least a living city there that sometimes it's all I think about days on end. I think I should reconsider my priorities. She sounded really sorry, not that I couldn't understand why. Well, you are right about setting your priorities straight, and that should be establishing Krakow to gain a certain level of independence where you wouldn't have to worry about it every time you turn your head. Krakow was your brainchild, Aro, and it wouldn't do for you to leave it behind just because you wanted to see me evolve. And it's not like this was my last evolution and you missed some sort of grand spectacle, not to mention I have 2 more evolutions to go through so you can watch those. I explained slowly to let her understand that nothing was lost in our current relationship. We were working adults with me eating relics of creation and fighting against gods on my days off while she took on the endeavor of creating a meta-human nation. We weren't exactly normal working adults, and the time we put into developing our relationship to the next level already spoke of our commitment to each other, and it was working, and in my opinion, there was no need to change it, and that was what I made clear to Ororo. Thanks, I really needed to hear that. Krakow is taking a lot out of me than I would like to acknowledge, but I guess I can't complain, can I? Well, you can actually complain and all I can do is listen. If it's taking a lot out of you, don't you think it's high time you let Charles know about what you are doing? Not that he doesn't already. But I think you should at least have him help, get his ass out of his chair for once in his life. There was no way Charles didn't know what it was that Ororo was doing. The man was a pretty crazy psychic in his own rights and no one could blame him for doing what psychics did, of which reading minds was the basic of them. Really? And here I thought you didn't like Charles enough that you would even suggest someone getting help from him. Consider me surprised. I rolled my eyes at what she said, not missing the fact that she thought I somehow had a hate feud with the man. Make no mistake, Aro. I have big issues with Charles's take on morality and his passive optimist mentality, but that doesn't mean that he isn't one of the most capable people out there as long as he's not trying to get you on his side. I have been mulling on the subject for a while now but would have to bring it up to Emma and Raven for their opinions. Thanks babe. Oh, and before I forget, you did mention something about you only needing 2 more evolutions, how so? Didn't you have like 4 more stones to fuse with? I scratched my head seeing as she brought that part up. I do, but I decided to fuse with 2 the next time. Drawl. Yes. Are you trying to kill yourself? Of course not. But that's suicide. The Infinity Stones each have a place in the universe, and attempting to fuse with 2 of them at the same time is trying to comprehend 2 aspects of the universe at the same time. The difficulty doesn't stack up but rather multiplies. Hey? She took that better than I thought. Don't worry, Ro. I'm not planning on dying yet, not that I would deny that the prospect doesn't seem attractive. Sigh by the goddess, drawl. Should I also be worried about you speaking so flippantly about dying? Nah. Love you babe. Love you too. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 180, Chapter 178. In a severed space from reality. Kikikikik. I see you. A most malevolent voice creaked in a nightmare-inducing fit of mad laughter as he gazed at a planet that hosted something he immediately grew fond of as soon as his dark sight first fell upon it. Kikikikikikik. Soon. The being in the planet mouth morphed into a wide deranged smile as he heard the voice of whoever was out there and knew that what he said was the truth. He could feel it even. The pole that governed the light of the universe, 2 of the 6, had been lost for a while before being found, but unfortunately for everything else, it was enough to weaken a part of his prison. Soon, you say, soon. And then a mad laughter that trembled with the same malevolence as the first one echoed throughout the planet as it faded to obscurity in this forgotten part of the universe. Woe to the ignorant universe, for darkness creeps behind the veil of your night. Times truly were changing, more so in the ways no one would have been able to predict, because if it hadn't there would have been no reason for the Alfather Odin to sit and drink mead with a man, a human from Midgard, even if hell had been set ablaze. Odin was by no means a benevolent or compassionate god. Well, he was a compassionate one in his heyday, but not the type that moral people would flock to, but he was a god nonetheless. He was Odin Borson, the Alfather, god of war, magic, poetry, wisdom and the dead. And here he was, in the form of a frail old man drinking directly from a gourd with a mortal, nay, no longer mortal man, who didn't seem to care much as he chugged down on his gourd. A while it has been since I last had a drink so freely. Odin started, taking note that while the man's whole attention was on him he still didn't stop sampling the gourd of Asgard's finest. God beauties, or is it that they are dead or you are now just a king to them? Drawl asked as he finally took away his face from the gourd. He was a pretty strong alcoholic in his past life and that didn't change in this one. All of them. I have bred more wars than the number of foes you have slain in your life. Killed more than the number of those on your planet. To me, war was a blessing, an essence of which I thrived in, but now, these same hands have grown weary. Wrinkled with age and mercy. Truly the times have changed. Odin spoke in a tone reminiscent of that of a dreaming prophet. You talk as if you are one good guy who lost his way when he was younger. We both know you would choose war again if you had a chance to redo everything, the same way as I wouldn't change a thing. Asgard is built upon the blood of its enemies just the way the wall drips in blood because of my ambitions. We are not virtuous men, because if we were, we would have died a long time ago. Drawl had to admit that whatever was in that gourd was enough to make him feel tipsy for some few moments. So even if you know the consequences of your actions, you still won't change a thing or seek another way? Odin asked, his one bright golden eye staring deep into the man at his side. It had been pure coincidence that they found themselves here. The first thing Drawl had said to him when he arrived on Midgard was a simple, "Hope you brought some drinks." And like the Asgardian king he was, mead was always in his spatial pockets along with his other accessories. Drawl had directed them to a mountain peak, one just below the clouds where they could watch the other humans go about their day. Knowledge is power, but it is also a curse. As a god of wisdom, you of all people should be more clear on that fact. We can't take any chance unless we absolutely want to change our decisions, but that also comes with the price that changing anything means changing all what we know. So no. Even if I held the time stone in my hands, I still won't change anything. Odin nodded his head and took a gulp from his drink, mulling on what Drawl said, because even if no one else could see it, he could. They were alike in many ways than one, and the one thing that pointed Drawl out as a sort of kindred spirit apart from his strength, which was a crucial factor, was the fact that they both would slaughter the many, millions even, for their few. You are permitted to take the ether. Drawl almost choked on laughter at that, but he nodded nonetheless. That was just Odin's way of saying that he sided with Drawl, at least personally. Thor still wants revenge for what you did to Hagun. Odin's words made Drawl chortle. He should care about Thor's revenge. Why? He didn't hate the bloke, but that didn't mean he was buddies with him either. He pretty much burned down that bridge already. Drawl looked at Odin with the most unimpressive look on his face, which made the old man chuckle for the first time. I'm his father, not his mother. It's my job to make sure he learns the lessons he should from each battle scar. Wow! So Viking-like. They both took the last sip from their gourds, emptying it at the same time before slamming it down on the rock they sat on. A light flashed beside Droll and Odin was gone, riding the stars back to Asgard. Show off. Droll got up and dusted his butt before he started making his way down the mountain, choosing the leg workout over flexing his powers. The walk down was important to Droll as he needed to put his mind in order after fusing with the Power Stone. Turns out the Ancient One had been right and the Power Stone did change him by a lot, a change not at all subtle in nature. This universe was small. It was very weird when he thought about it, and despite just possessing 2 of the 6 Infinity Stones, he could already feel himself on a higher plane than anyone he knew. The Infinity Stones were limited by the imagination of the user, in other words, they were more than enough to surpass even the abstracts, though he highly doubted that, as long as one knew how to truly use them like Thanos from the comics did as opposed to Thanos from the cinematics. What Droll had in his possession was something that could topple universes. He alone knew where all the Infinity Stones were, and not even Odin or Heimdall with their all-sight could foresee it. He had been able to shield his house from Heimdall's sights and also from other forces, but there were bound to be some that he couldn't conceal his workings from. The Watchers. The Watchers were the most neutral ground one could find throughout the multiverse, and he was happy that even though they couldn't live without peeking, they rarely ever left their stations or used the knowledge for their gain. Even now he was steadily siphoning the energy from both the Soul and Mind Stone simultaneously, each in different pocket spaces that were directly connected to him. He might have underestimated the might of the Power Stone because all he had to do was boost his adaptation process with it and he would be more than enough to fuse with both stones at the same time. But then again, he was fusing with the Infinity Stones, it definitely wasn't something he could just close his nose and swallow like a bitter pill. Even though it wasn't instant, it was still faster than he had thought it would take to fuse with both stones. Droll was almost at the base of the mountain when he felt something completely shatter the speed of light as it crossed into their solar system with ease, flying in a beeline, straight for him. Due to his spatial omniscience, which was more potent around the solar system since that was where he limited it to so as not to be overloaded, since as the Ancient One put it, the mind was ever evolving and the hypothesis was that the Mind Stone would be the key to completely evolve his mind to suddenly gaining omniscience, at least in respect to the stones. Though he was perfectly spatially omniscient and omnipresent on Earth, he never did it because the feeling of knowing each and every point of electrons in the atmosphere was annoying, so he just kept the radar feedback to outside the planet and beyond. He could feel the intent and he knew fully well that he was being aimed at, so he made the decision and warped to Pluto, and whatever was coming for him just aligned its course by a few degrees and was now heading directly for him. The thing that was coming for him slowed down, letting Droll to clearly see it as it entered Pluto's atmosphere. With the form of a man with its body all silver, riding a board in space with graceful movements as if he were surfing. Standing before Droll was the Silver Surfer in all his silver glory. The surfer looked at him, tilting his head as he gazed at the man his lord had tasked him with retrieving. You who holds the power of the Infinity Stones within your being, heed the call of Galactus. And what does Galactus want? Droll wasn't the least bit surprised at seeing the Silver Surfer because he was not the most surprising thing he's seen in his short life. He's gazed at the living tribunal, for crying out loud. A choice for her salvation. Become the Devourer's herald, and your planet spared from his hunger. The Silver Surfer spoke in a very clean and clear voice, still hovering on his board. The proposal almost made Droll's brows twitch. This was a situation as complicated as any. Galactus' need to survive, which in turn made him consume planets, was a universal necessity, and it had already been proven on multiple occasions. And talk less of whether Droll accepted or not, Droll clearly knew where his ties aligned with, and said ties was not about his physical relationship with his family but rather his less than transparent relationship with dark beings. Galactus wasn't that fond of dark beings. So at one point or another, they were bound to butt heads against each other, and him being Galactus' herald was just trying to kill himself faster, though he never considered the allegiance for more than a second after it left the Sipha's mouth. And if I refuse? Droll asked despite clearly knowing the answer. Then he will come for your planet, and by that time, I fear it will be too late to reconsider. The Silver Sipha's voice had been neutral since the beginning of the conversation, not rising an octave higher or a decibel lower. I decline. If you could put in a good word for me, then I would be grateful. The Silver Surfer stared long and hard at Droll before turning back and flashing out of Pluto's space, disappearing through a hole he ripped through space. And then there's Galactus. Droll would never agree to be anyone's underling unless it was out of his power, and he also remembered a little bit about Galactus being the Lightbringer one or something like that. The one who vanquishes darkness. They were bound to crossroads, and Droll's powers were malevolent in nature, and even if it wasn't due to that, Galactus coming to destroy Earth wouldn't sit with him. If he had not been here, then maybe the Silver Surfer would have gone to the Fantastic Four and then rediscover some of his humanity and plea that the planet be spared, but this wasn't that reality and he had to take them as they come. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 181, Chapter 179. This novel need your stones to stay afloat, so do spare a few power stones. Please? Cold Chronicles 4. Are you sure this will work? Drawl had to suppress his sigh for the umpteenth time. I find your wavering trust in me very concerning. Despite the tone Bucky talked to Drawl with, his heartbeat didn't rise a single decibel even as the purple glow of the Power Stone surrounded Drawl's form. Remind me again how this is supposed to give me some crazy abilities. Bucky asked, again. Others might think he was just being cautious, but the slowly creeping grin on his face as time went on told another story. Who didn't fantasize about shooting energy blasts from their hands or flying? Seeing Drawl able to travel the universe with just a thought was more than enough to sprout some envious feelings in Bucky. He wanted to do all that cool shit too, damn it. Drawl, who could see all this as plain as day, just chuckled at his longtime friend's antics. Well, the Power Stone, in a way, can be said to be the most basic of the Infinity Stones due to its natural simplicity. In essence, it governs all that is termed power in the universe, which also means any ability, meta, natural or supernatural, are all under the influence of the Power Stone. And that also means it possesses the power to both bestow and nullify any ability in this universe. Though there is a caveat that all Infinity Stones share their abilities and might depend on the imagination of the wielder. In other words, give the stones to a child and we are fucked big time. Bucky laughed at his own joke, which prompted giggles from the others. Also, is there any reason I'm currently sitting on a chair rather than strapped to a bed? You know, normal procedures. The skepticism in Bucky's voice was clear for all of them to hear. And pray tell, why should you be strapped to a bed when arguably one of the best doctors on the planet is your best friend and is also the one overlooking this operation, and if he says there is no need to be strapped to a bed, then there really is no need to be strapped to a bed. Drawl said in a matter-of-factly tone. And besides, sitting on a chair while getting a power-up boosts the badass factor by 100. None of them would lie and say that they didn't feel nervous about this, not for any sense of lacking security because they were in the best hands on the planet, but because doing this meant they were now part of the big leagues. What they were signing up for were things straight out of a child's fantasy or from a nightmarish horror tale. Fighting against Thanos' Black Order was just opening night. The prologue of what was to come, stressing the fact that they needed the boost if they were to continue fighting because Drawl would never let them otherwise. Well then, beam me up, quack. The others, which consisted of Steve, Natasha, Yelena, and Ororo, stood back and gave Drawl the space to begin his procedure on Bucky. Now before I start, I have to remind you that the limits to the scale of your abilities are your imaginations. Let your thoughts flow free, unrestricted, but at the same time guide them to where you want them to. Abilities are never linear, so even if I start the process, it is up to you to determine how it will grow further. Drawl explained as the purple glow on his body intensified. Bucky took in deep breaths as his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was way different than the super soldier serum that Drawl gave them a few years back. This was the real deal. He had made it clear back then that the serum was a sort of base in case he needed to scientifically give them meta abilities, as the serum was a potential booster, but he had to scrap the ideas the moment the Infinity Stones came into play. And who in their right mind would say no to being juiced by primordial cosmic energy of the universe? Not him, that's for sure. Bucky, after trying for a few moments to calm his beating heart down, finally gave Drawl the go order. If it was pain or pleasure he felt when the wave of energy hit him was not something he knew, as he immediately lost control of every one of his senses. It was like they were overloaded to the point that he could feel everything around him, but at the same time his brain couldn't comprehend the vast influx of information, so everything just sort of stopped. He could see the particles in the air, he could feel the minute amount of heat in the room, a bee sucking on a flower in the garden outside, he could feel it all. Focus, Bucky. Drawl's voice in this frozen world was like an anchor he immediately latched onto. What you are currently experiencing is an evolution of what you once were to who you could be. The sky was never a limit, but a stepping stone. Walk past it and reach for the wider universe and beyond. It was as if his voice was power itself, as Bucky was immediately hit with an epiphany and his immediate surroundings changed. Gone was the room that he had been familiar with for years, gone were the faces of his family, gone was the sky he saw every day since his freedom. What greeted his sight was what could be conquered should he reach for it. The vast expanse of endless space. He saw stars being destroyed, galaxies snuffed out, planets being shattered, and within him a fire burned. One he had thought was tempered through the course of his impossible life. Drawl had told him to let his imagination run wild and also showed him that what he thought was impossible was actually easy. After all, he just saw the scene of Drawl destroying a planet with a simple attack. Was there such a thing as limits? Bucky thought. This was a once-in-a-lifetime choice that if he missed he would forever regret it, because it would mean death in a bad scenario, or worse, a tap out when the fight came. Besides, why skimp on a delicacy when you have an infinite amount of supply? With that clarity, Bucky accepted everything and wished for more. A vibranium arm would only hold him back, so wished for a new arm, one more stronger and more durable. He was strong, but he could be stronger, like Drawl. The idea of having no limits like the madman somehow seemed more appealing. Though his body was superhuman, he was still on the evolution train of what a human could be. Trains only moved on a determined path, so he discarded the human, although super, body and wished for a new one. One that could keep up with anything and everything. What abilities did he need? To be honest, he didn't know, so he left that as a blank space. The universe was a blank space that the Celestials painted creation on according to what Drawl had said, but he could also paint his own part of the blank universe. He didn't need to be the smartest guy, that was reserved for Drawl and Natasha and also Ororo, so he discarded that option too. He didn't need to change, but he needed to be different in everything else that wasn't Bucky, and so he wished for that. He was a soldier, he still is and will always be. Growing stronger with every brawl was something that was expected from every soldier, and extensively every living sentient being. He needed to amp that up too. He didn't have time to grow at a comfortable pace, so that was another part that he needed to change. Admittedly, he wasn't the brightest in the house when it came to stuff like this, but he was satisfied with what he already had. His immersion changed and he got the feeling that he needed to put a form of all what he thought, and that was what he proceeded to do next. Building it up from the feet up, he continued giving shape to everything as if he was a child with an overly aggressive imagination. It was weird that he could see very vividly what he was imagining. It might have been an hour or an infinite amount of time that it took for him to sculpt out an image, an exact replica of himself, no changes, not even a strand of his hair was out of place, but it was what was within that was the real difference. Bucky had to admit that this was the weirdest power trip he had ever gone on, but then again, when one was smoking a blunt of wrapped up primordial universe juice, getting a universal experience high was the expected outcome. Bucky had to be really high because the statue of him was really big, like really big. That's surprising. Drawl's voice caused Bucky to draw his transfixed gaze away from the statue of him and turn to him. How are you here? Wherever here is? He asked. We are within the Power Stone, or rather, a segmented part of my subconscious that governs power. It's like a realm of its own. Drawl explained while taking his time to inspect what Bucky created. That's understandable, somehow. Bucky muttered before throwing the craziness of the situation to one side. So what now? Now? Your evolution is almost over, Bucky. Time is trippy here, and since you can't perceive the outside world, you wouldn't know. I have to say, you are a special type of crazy, Bucks. With that, Drawl faded away from his subconscious. You could have explained a bit more. Bucky's words were immediately silenced as everything around him started crumbling like glass, replacing his vision with the unmistakable purple hue of the Power Stone. It was like he was submerged in a viscous liquid of purple, like a baby breaking the encasing embryo, taking its first cry into the human world. Everything was lacking. The air was lacking, the colors were lacking, even the chair he sat on was extremely lacking. It was like he was thrown away from paradise into a scorching desert with oil poured on him. It was extremely irritating. Bucky, are you okay? Natasha's voice broke his thoughts and brought his focus back to the people before him, none of them sporting a concerned look but one of anticipation. I feel different. He stuttered as even speaking felt somehow foreign to him. This is going to take some getting used to. No shit, man. Yelena pointed to where his left arm was, and in its place was a pristine human arm, not the camouflaged illusion of what his vibranium arm had been. Bucky brought the arm to his face with the same sense of foreign familiarity, flexing the fingers to really see if they were his. He touched his face and he could feel the warmness of his skin through his hands. That was one hell of a power trip, quack. He said, still immersed in the novelty of his regained arm. How do you feel, Bucky? Do you feel strong enough to tear the house down? Yelena asked fervently, almost squealing at the prospect of someone else having superpowers. Why would I want to tear the house down, and besides I could already do that before the power trip. Yelena frowned at that and put a finger on her lips in thought. Then how are we going to know what he can do? Throw him off a mountain? Yeet him to space? Strike him with lightning? Hey! Drawl laughed at Yelena's suggestions, but he had a simpler idea. Heads up! None of them knew what he meant until a sword was a few millimeters away from paying homage to Bucky's neck. Their words were stuck to their throats when the sword harmlessly bounced off Bucky's neck, but that was not what truly caught them by surprise, no. What caught them by surprise was the purple glow on Bucky's neck that almost seemed to be building up. Am I tripping, or is that vibranium on Bucky's neck? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 182, no chapter today. Happy new month, guys. What a way to start the month, hey? I won't be posting any chapter today since I need to rest my brain a little. I think my lack of adequate sleep for the past few weeks due to school activities are weighing down on me, so I took some prescriptions and I'm about to clock out. I might post tomorrow, or on Friday, but if I don't, then Monday it is, since I'll also be skipping school. Just thought I should give you guys the heads up rather than just ghosting. 183, Chapter 180. A/N, I'm back, so let's kick things into full throttle mode. I got a lot of sleep, and I mean a lot, during the weekend, so I think I should be able to go back to working on the last arc of the story. Cold Chronicles V. It is, and at the same time it's not. Drawl said, drawing all their attention from Bucky's skin, which was slowly losing its purple glow. What do you mean? Ororo asked, fascinated by such a change happening in front of her. Watch! Was all Drawl said before he formed an ice lance and fired it at Bucky with the latter not moving, wanting to see what else he could do. The moment the ice touched Bucky, it immediately went inside his body, surprising the audience who had their eyes wide open in shock, only for it to grow wider as Bucky's body became scalding red with intense heat, making them feel as if they were standing a few meters away from a volcano. Reactive adaptation. It's even stronger than my own adaptation since his is purely physical, but that by no means means that that's all what he can do. Since he took on the properties of vibranium means he can also take on the properties of different matter, irrespective of their composition. We would have to test out his current limits though. Bang! Drawl words were cut short as the sound of a gun resounded in the room, Yelena pointing the muzzle of a Glock in Bucky's direction while said man had a bullet caught between his fingers, sporting an unamused and partly Cheshire grin at the teenager. Reaction speed likely surpassed the speed of sound. Drawl noted as he saw exactly how Bucky moved to catch the bullet, almost in an exasperated, yet astonished, ease. It's highly likely that you still can't control how you adapt to the situations around you, hence. Drawl left the following words unsaid as everyone saw that Bucky's fingertips were already transformed, looking like reinforced steel reminiscent of Colossus metal form. That is freaking cool. Yelena almost emptied an entire clip on Bucky if not for Natasha snatching the gun out of her hand and Ororo snatching the other that she drew out from her back. It sure is, but that doesn't mean you get to shoot bullets at me. Bucky chastised, but there was no heat in his voice as he was more focused on the changes in his body. You guys can have your fun later. Steve, it's your turn. Despite the excited atmosphere, Steve managed to keep his cool and sat on the chair, legs crossed as if he was taking a photo. There was no nervousness, only anticipation rolling off of him. Same thing I said to Bucky, your imagination is the limit. Steve nodded at Drawl's reminder and closed his eyes as the purple hue washed over him. He felt cold, freezing cold that rattled his bones. He forced his eyes open only to find out that he was trapped in some sort of ice, the cause of his cold hell. Though he was trapped, he didn't panic as he knew he could easily escape such bonds, which was proven true as he broke through the ice covering him with ease. He crawled out of the ground only to find himself in the freezing tundra of the Arctic. Seriously? Should have asked Bucky what the hell he went through. Steve wasn't a fool. He knew there had to be a reason why he was seeing such things, as he could remember that this was where he was dug up thanks to Drawl. This place was a place of regret for him, a constant reminder of what he lost and could never get back. Well, maybe he could, but the price was not one he was sure he could pay. If only he had been a better shield, then none of this would have happened. If only he had stopped the madman, then many people would not have had to pay the price they did. Hydra wouldn't have had a way to infiltrate the world once again, poisoning the times with their malicious revenge. He was a defender and all he could do was sleep while the world burned. Senseless killings happened because he was closing his eyes to them. The metahumans were shunned and even publicly persecuted because they didn't have a loud enough voice. They didn't have someone with the power he had at their side. If only he could have been a better shield. A shield. He might not have had the chance to be the best protector like Erskine wanted him to be then, but he more than had enough chance to be now. He could be the perfect shield. Steve didn't want anything special. He didn't want a flashy ability or the destructive power to decimate any foe that faced him. All he wanted was the power to better protect his new family and to remain standing strong. A shield could be many things in the right hands, and no other hand was better than Steve's when it came to wielding a shield. He needed something that no attack could go through, but Drawl had already stressed it so many times that nothing was absolute in this world, so he settled for what was possible but also within the realms of impossibility. Steve would admit that he was not one for broad imaginations, but he had a concept he could walk with, one Drawl had shown so many times. One that would prevent his enemies from reaching him. It didn't need a shape like his shield, since the perfect shield was one that would be able to protect in every situation, and as attached as he was with his shield, he knew just how awfully lacking his trusty partner was. There was no need for a size because the concept was all-encompassing, and as for its attacking power, well, there were more than 1,000 ways to kill a man with your bare hands. A defender still had to fight, unless how would he be able to defend? Steve's answer to that was something other than his ability to defend regardless of whether it can be armed. He needed the perfect weapon, a sword to complement his shield, and the answer immediately came to him. Why need a sword when he was a perfect weapon? He had his shield, and as the soldier he had always been, all he needed was a command. An order to the battlefield that he couldn't refuse. What defines a soldier's worth if not a trial of blood? He was but one man, a simple soldier, wielding a shield and armed with nothing else, jumping into war. That was who he was and has always been. Gaining new abilities and expanding the battlefield to a universal scale wasn't going to change that. Really original. You couldn't think of anything else, could you? It won't have much use from here on out, you know. Drawl materialized by Steve's side and watched him as he created something that was eerily similar to his proto-adamantium shield, but without the stars and stripes. I'm no longer fighting for my country, so the stars and stripes don't really matter anymore, so I got rid of them. And besides, it was all I could think of. Steve replied as he finished his work, admiring the unoriginal beauty of it. I could tell. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence before Steve broke it. So are you really Drawl? Or something else? Steve asked with the same casualness he always had around him. You noticed? Bucky didn't, so that's 1-1. And to answer your question, yes I am, but not really at the same time. Seeing Steve made no intention of prodding him on, he continued. I am the part of Drawl that holds supremacy over power, a segmented part of his consciousness if you will. That sorta makes sense. Steve hummed. So this was all you, or was it Drawl? In a way you could say it was both of us, as I can't exist on my own without the main consciousness, or the one that assumes the identity of Drawl, which is the one you all are familiar with. Everything I do is in conjunction with his innermost thoughts. But I think the credit this time wholly belongs to me, sigh, alright, maybe 80% credit. Steve was greatly amused as he saw Drawl, or rather the part of Drawl that was the Power Stone, explaining about himself. It just goes to show how thoroughly fucked up in the head Drawl was if he had split personalities for each of the stone. As much as I would love to chat with you, Steve, your time is up. Oh, and make sure not to spoil the game with the others. Space, the grumpy angry old guy, and I, made a bet on if you guys would be able to differentiate between the slight changes in our personalities, which reminds me, how did you know? Oh, Drawl definitely was on a constant trip if even his subconscious was making bets and even losing against themselves. Steve chuckled at yet another crazy aspect of Drawl. Honestly, it was just a hunch. Great. I lost to a dumb guy's hunch, how hilarious. Drawl grumbled before fading away, leaving Steve to witness, as he woke up from what had definitely not been an illusion, the prelude to his wish coming through. It felt as if he had never left as the sensation of him being seated on a chair came back to him. That definitely was an experience. Steve stood up, trying his best to shrug off the dizzy spell that was hitting him full time. You okay, buddy? Bucky held his arm to keep him from tumbling down to the floor. Yeah, I think. Feels like I just smoked pot and I don't know how smoking pot feels. Steve complained, but he was getting used to it as the seconds trickled on. What? He asked as he saw them looking at him with raised brows. Steve, it's your eyes. They look almost white now, kinda cool if you ask me. Yelena pointed out before passing him the mirror she got from Drawl. It's not as exaggerated as I thought it would be. I can live with this. The change wasn't much compared to what he was currently feeling. Displacement. He felt as if he was everywhere in the house and it was almost driving him nuts. It was as if 1 second he was in the room and another one he was outside the house. Whoa, whoa. Easy there, brother. The dizzy spell that he was currently experiencing fizzled out of his system as Drawl's words entered his ears. What the hell was that? He managed to ask after gulping down a bottle of water. He was half sure he was going mad since he was looking straight at them, while he was facing the ground. Spatial manipulation. That feeling of being everywhere at once was the minor omnipresence that comes with it. If space manipulation, and to such an astonishing degree, is the first thing you are currently exhibiting, then I'm almost anticipating what you can do after we run all sorts of Yelena-based tests on you. Drawl said, paying attention to Steve's condition. Try focusing on one spot, forget all the information currently being drilled into your head. You have to first be spatially aware of where you actually are before you want to try something like warping. He advised. Steve followed his advice and focused only on the room they were in, trying his best to ignore every other sensation he was currently getting that was not from this room. He was finally able to rein himself in, though he still felt slight dizziness due to being able to see them from every other perspective. His omnipresence was now constrained to the room and it would take some practicing for him to learn how to ignore it. So Bucky got Drawl's adaptation on steroids as his first ability while Steve got Drawl's power over space for his. Can this day get any cooler? Yelena, like always, was the most excited out of all of them. Then why don't you wait till you get yours? Ororo hugged her close to prevent her from clamoring the poor Steve. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 184. Chapter 181. Cold Chronicles 6. I guess I'm up then. Though she said it in the most casual tone she could muster, she alone knew how much this would mean to her. Honestly, she didn't really care about having powers. She could kill a lot of metas with just simple assassination tactics, but her skills would prove next to useless in the battlefield she would be venturing into if she were to not sit on that chair. But did she really have a choice? Ironically, she didn't. Sure, she had options, but when said options were just two polar opposites of do or do not, it wasn't really a choice since she was making the decision based on the choices she was given. If she was given a choice, hers would be that they could just go back to kicking some terrorist's ass and not trying to one-up the universe. But she was anything if not flexible. Regardless of whether it was something she would never have wanted, there was no sign of hesitation as she sat on the chair, choosing family every time over her mental complications. After all, it was just having super sick powers. What could go wrong? She tossed her erratic thoughts to the furthest recess of her mind. Beam me up, Drawl. Sure thing. Once again, the purple fluorescence washed over her and her worldview changed. Before her was a scene that shook her soul, her body laying splat on the hard stone-cold ground at the foot of a cliff, giving her the clue that she must have fallen off and died. But what baffled her other than the obviously aged face of her counterpart was her smiling face even in death. Someone was at the top of the mountain, hand outstretched, but she was too far away to see who it was. She had expected to see different things, from planets being destroyed to her family dying in some sick illusion of the possible future. But she never would have thought that her death would be one that would shake her so. What would have happened if it was someone else that died? Drawl? Bucky? Steve? Ororo? Yelena? The thought itself made her heartbeat increase, one far more terrifying and heart-wrenching than seeing herself in illusion. This was, dead. All this showed her was that while she could think of the most scary nightmare her brain could conjure up, she has never been in a position where she could see it. She looked around, nothing in sight except the fog at the distance, making it seem as if it was only her and her dead counterpart that were present. Whoever was at the top of the cliff was gone and only the howling cold winds were left. Vormir. She had been on this planet with Drawl when he went to kill Thanos for the Soul Stone. The only stone which required a price that Thanos had paid with his daughter. She didn't know how an older counterpart of her came to Vormir, but the smile on her face as she died told her why. The Soul Stone in her family. If there was ever a doubt in Natasha's mind about the way moving forward, then this scene completely shattered it. Drawl had said that it was highly probable that they would die, especially him, on their path moving forward. He made it seem as if that was the only unchangeable outcome of their endeavor. He tried to be prepared for everything, even death, so why shouldn't she do the same? Prepare for it so that, if one day the choice was ever presented to her, she would know which one to choose. I definitely should have asked either Bucky or Steve what they did. She muttered as she turned away from her dead counterpart. She wouldn't lie and said she enjoyed what she saw, but she was strong enough not to let it get to her after the initial shock. Death was an inevitability. The reason why it's so terrifying is because no one wants or expects its call. But if one prepares for it, it becomes the same as a regular nightmare. It'll pass after a while. She mused to herself as she started walking aimlessly. Maybe I should try the white dye. Or maybe I shouldn't. Don't want anyone to think I'm copying our resident white hair. She got tired of walking only to turn around and find that she didn't know where the actual fuck she was. As far as she could tell, she wasn't anywhere near the foot of the cliff she had started at. She couldn't even see a trace of any mountain or rocks when she turns back, instead what she found was a red sun and weird fauna all around her. Shouldn't there be like a guide for these type of things? She sat on the grass, not minding of what could be inhabiting the weird plants around her. All she did was stare at the red sun, making her thoughts to run wild, her past, her current life, and what she hoped for the future. She was glad she managed to escape the Red Room and was also infinitely grateful to the three men who made it possible. She was over the moon when she managed to find her sister, holding her close like she used to do all those years ago. She was happy when she actually made a genuine friend in Drawl, one who listened to her and gave her advice on how to move forward from her past and work on her present. He even accepted her selfish request of living with him until she could somehow stabilize her life and take care of Yelena. She never thought she would end up living with him for the past few years. And all through everything, not once did she wish things were different. Would things have remained the same if she wished it did? That was a question she would never have the answer to. Drawl always said that the universe was no partial judge, so even if she did wish for something, who would answer her? And besides, this wasn't a fairy tale where the princesses get to make a wish on a star-filled night sky and a fairy or godmother grants it. Wishes were for little girls who didn't know how to get what they want. For someone like her? A bullet to the head or a stab to the jugular and then it's ice cream the next morning. But guns and knives were no longer going to help. She needed to upgrade her guns unless she would be benched by her strict coach Drawl. What she needed was a way to get what she wanted. If she wanted someone to die, then so be it. If she wanted someone to live, then so be. If she wanted someone to disappear, then so it shall be. Since the universe won't grant her a wish and since she was too proud to ask it for one, she would make her own desires come true. Whether the universe liked it or not. She liked her guns, compact and efficient, the same with her knives, and anything she wanted to go for would have to fit the same criteria. Subtlety was the game while deadliness was the aim. No flashy attacks or big names like the boys craved. She was an assassin. She was more deadly without anyone knowing who and where she was. She didn't know what she would end up getting, but if what Drawl said had any merit to it, then she shouldn't have to worry about that since her subconscious knew more about what she wanted and it would fill in the gaps. She didn't know when it happened, but the red sun above her started shining brighter and growing bigger. That doesn't look dangerous. No it doesn't, but the same can't be said about you. Natasha cast a sidelong glance at the origin of the voice and she wasn't even a bit surprised when she saw Drawl standing beside her. If there was ever a person she was comfortable with being inside her head, then it was the man next to her. She kicked Yelena out the first time she tried it and her little sister never tried it again. She wouldn't even let Bucky or Steve anywhere near her head apart from when they shared thoughts during some missions. All surface stuff. But that guard wasn't up when it came to Drawl, maybe because she knew he knew everything there was to know about her or it could be because of his lackadaisical attitude to most things. To be honest, the reason didn't matter. All that mattered was that there was someone other than her sister that she could trust 100%. I guess this is somewhere like my subconscious. She said as they both stared at the ominously glowing and growing sun. Drawl shook his head, debunking her conjectures. This is a domain of my creation. A realm of power if you may. I did base a part of it from your subconscious, so you are not exactly wrong. Natasha hummed in understanding at his explanation. That would explain why she suddenly felt peaceful as she laid on the field. So have any idea what that sun is doing? His response was only a deadpan look at her question that should have stated the obvious. Thought so. So we just wait? She asked. It's not as if you have anything better to do. I'm just here to spectate. That and also wondering what you'll manage to pick up. For your information, I got Steve's on my second guess. Drawl said. You know, I never thought that I would have powers one day. Yes, I did fantasize about it at one point, thinking of how easier my life would be if I had something like super speed. Drawl snorted at that but Natasha took no offense since she did chuckle at her own words. Haha, it would have made a lot of my missions way easier. Probably would have made life 10 times more easier. But you know the real kicker. You still didn't choose super speed. She burst out a full-blown laugh, even Drawl had to join in at one point. Right. I still didn't choose super speed. It wasn't even something I thought of as important. Say we die, or we face a foe we can't beat, what will you do? The laughing mood immediately turned somber as Natasha asked Drawl that question. Drawl didn't even think about it for a moment before he answered her. If you guys die before me, then I'll just lose it and battle it out to the death. If I die too then I'm afraid that's that, unless of course I somehow manage to cheat death. If it's a scenario where I can only save you guys then I'll just rewrite reality and make you forget I ever existed. Would have to take your powers too to make sure no hiccups happen and you somehow, against all odds, remember what should have been. If she was shocked or repulsed by what Drawl said, she didn't let it show at all in her body language. The two remained in silence before Drawl's image fizzled out, leaving her alone to watch the now eerily close red sun. Idiot! Natasha opened her eyes, her sight first trailing to an oblivious Drawl before she focused on the others, most importantly her little sister who was just a breath away from firing her with questions. That was some experience. Bucky and Steve nodded at her words as they both agreed wholly with it. How are you feeling, Nat? Besides the disorienting feeling I'm getting? Just fine. You guys might want to keep quiet for a while because by God my head is buzzing. The moment she said that, everywhere became quiet, while Yelena's mouth was still moving. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomanus. 185, Chapter 182. Cold Chronicles 7. Natasha was confused by what was happening and it seemed as if apart from Drawl, no one did too. The moment those words left her mouth, everything stilled. It was as if the word was put on mute. Even the background sound was gone. Nat, what's wrong? Unsurprisingly, only Drawl's voice could reach her. Apart from your voice, I can't hear anything. Rather than being alarmed by the new discovery, it somehow fascinated her. Talk. And as if on cue, the voices filtered in back to her ears as if what she just said was a direct command to the world. Come and don't keep us waiting. What's your ability? Yelena's excited voice brought her back to focus on the people before her, rather than on the novel experience of having some sort of world remote control in her mouth. She looked at Drawl for clarifications as he was the one most knowledgeable when it came to abilities, since he literally was the Power Stone. It seems to be some sort of Shin'ik manipulation, or psychokinesis if you will, since you did just order the sounds to cease. Talk about broadness. I don't even want to know what was going on in your head that drove your thoughts towards such an ability. Which basically means that she'll have to wring him of every information on what psychokinesis could do. She felt somewhat balanced, totally in sync with her new abilities, as if she finally regained her missing limbs. So what can she do with it? Ororo asked, having an idea of what someone who controlled Shin'ik energies could do. Basically her mind is her limit. She should be able to use her Shin'ik energy to pretty much do anything with her imagination being the limit in how strong she is. Telepathy, telekinesis, force fields, magic, energy manipulation and projection, astral projection, energy assimilation etc. Just to mention a few. You might have to study a bit of magic to learn control and also maybe some hexes. It's a really broad subject on what you can do with it. Droll explained. Let's get this over with first before you guys feel the need to try something out. Droll motioned for Yelena to take her seat. Not needing to be prodded twice, the hyper teen immediately sat on the chair, trembling in excitement at the thoughts of having literally to goodness abilities. Before the young teen could utter another word, she was basked in the purple wave, taking her somewhere away from her physical location. Where she found herself was a place very familiar, Droll's old house. The one they first lived in before it was bombed by Magneto and Dr. Doom. The house was quite small when compared to their current one, with it having only like 8 rooms. She traced the edge of the dining table as she made her way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she found Droll mixing some things in a bowl chocolate. The whole house had a Christmas theme, cluing her on where and when she was. Hey, help me fix the tree will ya? There's only so many things that I can do on my own. Droll called out to her without turning, focusing more on whisking in whatever he was adding to the bowl of chocolate. Yeah, no problem. Though she didn't understand what the fuck was going on, she went and started fixing the lights onto the Christmas tree. A few minutes later, Droll joined in, quickening the pace of what she was doing. So, what the hell is going on? Is this some sort of mental mojo or some tests of our subconscious, because I'll let you know that I absolutely suck at those? Yelena asked after they were done with the tree as Droll handed her a glass of bourbon. The young assassin accepted the glass like it was something normal and took a sip. Well, this is more for mood than anything else. You could say it holds some sentiment with what you truly desire. Droll said, pointing to the room. Yelena used her eyes to point all around her. And what do you think this means? That I don't know. What do you think it means? Yelena scratched her head in frustration. Yes, she had an idea what it meant, but it was hard putting it to words. It was like it was stuck at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't describe it with a sentence even if she tried. Gah. I don't know. Maybe because I want to make sure every moment counts? I mean, everything is progressing so fast that it seems as if decades just went by in a year. I'm almost 20 and yet it feels as if I've seen everything there is to see on Earth. Nowadays all I think of is when are we going to fight the next malevolent god, or the next tyrant alien warlord. I looked to the stars, and when I found myself there, I could no longer look down to the Earth. Making it as if the Earth looks boring. God, I'm not even 20 yet and I'm already experiencing a midlife crisis. Yelena released a groan as she downed her glass. Droll snickered. Welcome to the club. Not helping man. Let's just get this over with. I'm supposed to be receiving some dope powers, not therapy. So how does this work? A roulette? Roll dice? Draw straws? Yelena focused back on her objective and drew Droll's focus back to the main topic. What do you want, Yelena? You've been so happy at the prospect of having abilities, so for sure you would have something in mind, no? Droll asked with a knowing smile. Yelena mirrored his smile with a wide grin plastering her face. Something very simple. I want. Well, that was something. Definitely didn't think she would go for the basics. And she was also the only one who knew exactly what she wanted. I guess that puts the score at 3-1 in my favor. Droll said as he watched Yelena leave the mindscape of the Power Stone. Unlike the others, Yelena opened her eyes with a smile on her face. So I'm guessing it all went well with that grin on your face? Ororo asked the youngest of them, who simply nodded, the smile never leaving her lips. Mind cluing us in? Steve asked, still getting used to the sensation of being everywhere in the room. To his question, Yelena simply replied. Oh, don't worry. You'll know when we spar. They all raised an eye at her almost boisterous words. Are you sure about this, Ororo? Off to the side, Droll confronted Ororo about her last-minute decision. Yes. I'm stronger than I ever was, but for me to reach my peak will require years and serious training. I'm afraid I don't have such luxury. I don't want to be left behind again. Ororo said with a determined expression. What of Emma and Raven? Krakow. Droll pressed further. They can take care of themselves for the time being. I just updated my list of priorities is all. You worry too much, my dear. Ororo caressed his face with one hand. I've made my decision a long time ago, I just needed to make sure my disappearance wouldn't stop our work with Krakow, that's why I've been quite busy recently. A stable relationship requires a 50-50th investment from both sides. This is me giving you my 100%, and you can't refuse it. I'm not refusing it. Just don't want an elder god or two, breathing down my neck for taking away their favorite daughter. He gave her a soft kiss before letting go. The purple wave of infinite power washed over her and she found herself in a place she was all too familiar with. Gia's garden. Welcome back, my dear. Ororo bowed her head as she greeted the mother goddess of earth. I am very proud of you, child. Though I must warn you not to lose yourself in power. Power corrupts every being, even gods. Gia warned. I am ready, was all Ororo said, making the elder god of earth smile widen and brighten up everything that was around them. You have always been ready. All you needed was a reason. A reason to wield the power you already possess. Ororo listened as Jia spoke, taking in each and every one of the goddess words. A final warning, I believe, would do you and your beloved some good. Your enemies are as numerous as the stars and are just as powerful. Take care, daughter of mine. Saying that, Jia kissed Ororo at the top of her head, giving her the only blessing she could. It will not be pretty. It will not be a scuffle. There will be no alliance or truce. All you will face will be those who crawled out of the abyss, wanting to tear you to shreds. Forget your sympathy, forget reason. If you will to survive, slay your enemies with the wildest abandon you can muster. The strength of a tree depends on how it withstands the 4 seasons. This may very well be your whetstone as well as your gravestone. With my blessings, I grant you the strength to oppose any god of might, the heart and will to trudge through the fires of hell. The wisdom to follow your path accordingly, and I also grant you absolute dominion over the sky and all that is beneath it. Let it be known to all life in the multiverse that you, Ororo Monroe, are my favored daughter. At Jia's utterance, the sky both above and below, rumbled. The stars in the universe glowed fervently in attendance of the coronation of a new goddess, one born directly of an elder god. In realms long hidden, many gods of the sky felt their dominion over the heavens reduced, their supremacy over the sky bowing in subjugation to a new goddess, one born directly from the mother of all. In Asgard, Mjolnir flew on its own accord towards the clouds, bathing it in resplendent lightning. The same thing happened with Zeus' thunderbolt. Similar occurrences happened to other gods of the sky such as Nut, Shango, Anshar, Izanagi, and a host of others, whether they be skyfathers or not. This sent a warning to other gods as it meant that the most impartial of the elder gods, not only had interfered with mortal life, but chose a favorite and gave them a seat above all others. If there was ever a doubt about whether the universe was truly entering dark times, this action of Jia immediately cleared it away with affirmation. Meanwhile in Jia's garden, Ororo's attire changed from her standard clothing to one of black and gold, with a golden crown neatly holding her luscious locks in place, signifying her new status as a goddess of the sky. Mother Goddess. Ororo was short of words, unsure of what to say as she felt what was flowing through her body. You need not say anything, my daughter. I wanted Oshtur to give you her blessings too, but she has a test for you and until you complete it, she won't answer any of your calls. Go forth, I believe he is only a few seconds away from trying to rip space apart to find my realm. Jia chuckled as she could very well picture the unamused expression on Dral's face as he took in the changes that were happening to his girlfriend. Before Ororo could say any word of thanks, she found herself resting against Dral's chest back in the living room of his house. You finally decided to come back, hey? She could only reply with an embarrassed smile because even she knew what her ascension must have caused to the Council of Gods. Well, it's not the worst thing that could happen, but it's still in the top 5. Dral placated. You Lovebirds mind explaining what the fuck just happened and why it felt as if we just shifted dimensions? Natasha asked. Yeah, about that. I think I just became a goddess, and a major one at that. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. 186, Chapter 183. Dral Saint Cross POV. Shit like this happens all the goddamn time and yet people still wonder why I always have the I couldn't care less attitude going on most of the time. We all were just having some fun and fucking with some goodness to Earth Power Stone and having superpowers like every other major characters in this universe, and all of a sudden, my girlfriend ascends to become a god. Like, was my headache not enough? Did Jia have something against me that she deliberately broadcasted it to the entire universe? Though I could now hide from the sights of gods like Heimdall and Odin, it still didn't stop them from focusing on my location and gleaning what could from the massive influx of energy swirling around. She was more powerful than Bucky and Steve before they even got their powers, and even with their powers which they got a few hours ago, they still couldn't match her. Now? Even taking in the fact that they may have room for growth as they have just gotten their powers, the same could be said for Ororo too. Okay, will someone explain how us fucking around with superpowers made one of us a god? Bucky asked. That's what I would also like to know. At the very least, Ororo didn't seem to know that Jia blessing her would turn her into a god, and she also had the decency to be embarrassed about it and even went as far as apologizing on Jia's behalf. Well, what's done is done. And besides, it is not like some kind of big deal even if she did become a god. What happened only made some of them curious is all. I don't think that would give them a reason to seek us out for anything. Nothing ever went as planned, and I was beginning to think that it was some kind of natural law in this universe, probably the handiwork of the Queen of Nevers. There was always some improbable mishap just waiting to happen at every major endeavor. My fusion with the Soul and Mind Stone would be complete, which would leave the two most complex stones for last. The Ether would probably be easy to assimilate with given its current state, and which left just the Time Stone, which was without a doubt the most complex one of all. It was the key to true omnipresence. As I currently was, I could exist in different parts of the universe at once, and not as a clone but as my real self, but that wasn't even close to omnipresence, not on a universal scale at least. I could be omnipresent in the solar system and maybe beyond, but I have never pushed myself that far. But even then, I couldn't exist everywhere at every moment of time. Let's just put this one down the garbage disposal and go test out what you guys can do. Worrying about RO becoming a goddess can wait till later. With that, I took them to one of the private rooms in the house, which also functioned as a gateways to a dimension set aside just for high-level training. So who wants to go first? I asked, prompting Bucky and Steve to be the first ones to show us what they could do. Bucky's adaptation looked similar to Darwin's, making me wonder if they were just similar or they were one and the same. Steve on the other hand could control space, but that wasn't all what either of them could do. Right off the bat, Steve was faster than Bucky was as he immediately warped to Bucky's side, but that did nothing to faze Bucky as he sent a fist right to Steve's face. That was when Steve's new abilities started showing. Bucky's fist slowed down considerably that it was very unbelievable to watch. Bucky, shocked, was unable to react as Steve's punch squared in on his face, sending him flying over 50 meters before he crashed, causing the ground to crater in. Bucky stood up as if nothing happened, no visible or internal wound of any kind, and the next second it was as if he disappeared with a trail of fire marking his course as he zoomed himself into Steve's range, his feet blazing red with flames and his hands the silver sheen of adamantium. Steve tried his first move again, but Bucky's speed was too fast that it didn't make much of a difference. Speed could overcome the effects of space and time as proven on numerous occasions by the Flash, and while Bucky was nowhere as fast as the Speedster, his speed was faster than a moving bullet and Steve's hold on space wasn't strong enough to stop Bucky. The ground below them exploded, but none of them cared, already accustomed to such levels of destruction during their time as enhanced soldiers. Steve, due to him being on the ground, punched Bucky with an uppercut so hard that it almost seems as if the space around his fist cracked, sending Bucky shooting upwards, but Bucky's vibranium effect kicked into motion and he used the impact he absorbed to send himself downwards with an explosion from his hands. Christ! It's like they suddenly became monsters. If they were to fight like this outside, New York would be in ruins in less than an hour. Nat dryly commented as she watched the destruction both soldiers were creating. I thought Steve would be the cheat code with his spatial abilities, but it seemed as if I was wrong. Starting out on the backhand, Bucky was somehow able to ignore most of Steve's defensive abilities, enabling him to reach his friend with ease. I guess vibranium is such a cheat metal that it can survive in chaotic space based on what I was seeing from Bucky's exhibition. Or maybe that's just one of his abilities implementing each other. Steve knew trying to stop Bucky from reaching him was an almost impossible job, so he upped his attack. It was like he was punching and trying to grab Bucky across the distance, and Bucky replied by displaying more than 5 different abilities. From the looks of it, and if my conjectures were correct, Bucky could take on the properties of the 3 states of matter in different forms. All he needed to do was just get to familiarize himself with the properties of the state he wanted to take on, like his vibranium for example. Bucky can easily take on vibranium properties because he has been used to it for years, and not to mention the fact that I also used vibranium when making the serum they took. Taking on the properties of vibranium and adamantium, 2 of the most strongest and versatile metals in this universe, and also taking on the properties of gaseous forms like fire, turning himself, or at least half of it, intangible. He was like a force of nature that just kept on attacking, regardless of anything in his way. And then there was Steve. Distance no longer mattered to him, evident of how he was cutting the space between him and Bucky and outright cracking it to throw Bucky off. Increasing the gravity to 10 times that of Earth, which would just outright destroy most people, this was just him utilizing his defensive abilities to attack. If Bucky could tear through any defense, then Steve could tank any attack. Reason being because he had Sebastian Shaw's augmentation ability. What have I created? Forget an hour, these guys would wipe out New York in minutes. The dimension we were in was infinite in distance, ever expanding, and Steve just broke the ground, rising up a platform that was at least twice the size of New York City and compressed it into a small moon that held its own gravitational pull, drawing the flailing Bucky towards it. Right. Steve just casually flipped a city-sized platform and created a moon with it. Yup, it's gotta be Monday. Yelena just humorlessly chuckled as she watched the giant hole that was now where we once stood. Do you think Bucky can handle that? Nat asked, a hint of worry in her voice, just the tiniest bit. Is Bucky glowing? From afar we could see Bucky's body take on a blue fluorescence hue, his speed increasing with every passing moment as it surpassed the gravitational pull and streaked towards the small moon Steve created. We might want to move back a bit. I wrapped them in a spatial field and we all watched as Bucky impacted the moon, everything going silent for a few seconds, before he streaked right through it. His vibranium body was the most resilient thing I've ever seen, as it could take on different properties and also withstand the most treacherous environment. The resulting explosion followed a few seconds after Bucky's re-emergence from the other side of the moon end. Hey! Since when did Steve start fighting dirty? Nat yelled to no one in particular as Steve appeared behind Bucky and palmed what seemed like compressed space into his back. If it was anybody else that took that kind of attack without having some form of durability, they would have exploded into a million pieces. Case in point, as Bucky literally dispersed, at least the part of him that was intangible did, and used the force from the attack to distance himself from Steve. Keeping up with Steve was very hard since he could permeate the space around him with himself. Everything, stretching on for miles, was all but an extension of Steve's reach. Trying to react to him every time was a much harder task than taking his attacks. I don't know if I should point out that they were both flying without any issues and energy attacks were the least of what they could do. I don't know if Steve realized this, but what he just did to Bucky didn't hurt him as much as it might have looked. Bucky's adaptation has already eclipsed what mine used to be before the stones and also that of the current Hulk. On top of being able to switch between the properties of two of the strongest metals in the universe, his adaptation against all natural and unnatural forces was going up at an absurd rate. Bucky was more than enough to contend against Steve in pure physical strength, but his speed as compared to Steve's was solely lacking as the latter's movements were near instantaneous. Bucky has shown some abilities, but none could compare to Steve's versatile manipulation of space. Bucky was solely a frontal fighter as opposed to Steve, who could actually fight in basically any position. But I will still have to give it to the former when it comes to attack. Bucky was actually tearing through most of Steve's defense and attacks, as recently seen with the latter's last move. He could already turn gaseous, which made most of Steve's attacks meaningless, and coupled with his adamantium and vibranium qualities, he is tanking everything Steve could throw at him, while Steve was also using everything Bucky dished out to empower himself. One could withstand almost anything, while the other could empower himself with any force acting on him. Talk about a pointless fight. At the rate they are going, this fight won't see an end until, never. Bucky is actually getting stronger while Steve is getting more creative. Should we stop them? Ororo asked. Nah, let's just let them get it out of their system. They are still basking in the novelty of having powers, once they get a hang of it, it'll wear out. The three girls at my side nodded and just continued watching the two soldier brothers duke it out in a battle of supremacy. Gravity seemed to do nothing to Bucky, meaning he has likely surpassed the current gravitational force Steve was exerting on him, and his speed had also increased greatly. Acknowledging each other's strength, they forsook using their extensive abilities and settled for the old fisticuffs. The punch seems to split the atmosphere, each creating enough pressure that would have blown buildings apart with each wave if they had been fighting in a city. You think they gonna stop anytime soon? Highly doubt it. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoMenews. 187, Chapter 184. It took a long while, and I mean a long while, before Steve and Bucky finally agreed that that was enough slugfest for the day. The entire place we were in, stretching for miles upon miles, was desolated to the extreme. There was no single rock that they didn't turn or pulverize in their fight. Steve seems to have the edge over Bucky for most of their fight due to his ability, but I don't think that difference will last for long. Bucky's ability was mostly unknown in terms of what kind of direction it would follow. For now, what he was exhibiting are what I assume to be the standard, or common, usage of his abilities. It didn't make him any less terrifying. That was one hell of a workout, and I'm not even slightly winded up. Bucky said, finally coming off the high of blasting through the air at supersonic speeds and throwing punches that punch holes through mountains. I feel ya. Even though that did pop some joints, it still feels as if I'm still full. Steve said as he floated down. I guess I can relate to what they are saying. I've been living with that type of feeling inside my body for years now after all. So how did we do? Bucky asked before whistling as he gazed at what was essentially a black hole that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Damn, we did that. Yup. You guys were totally going crazy with powers. Yelena answered. Speaking of which, we'll need another place for our spar, drawl. I nodded at her and willed our position to change. We arrived at basically another continent from where Bucky and Steve had their fight if we were to go by Earth's distance. Both of you can go crazy here. Hold this for me, will ya? Nat said before passing her black jacket to Bucky, leaving her with just her crop top shirt. Yelena still had her smirk, a small one, on her face, which made me wonder what kind of evolutionary train she hopped onto. And then there was Nat's ability, which wasn't just psychokinesis, at least it wasn't the full scope of it. Unlike Steve and Bucky, who just went at each other like every male super-powered character, Nat and Yelena actually took their time testing out the kinks and switched of their ability. While Yelena just closed her eyes and meditated while Nat was making some hand movements, and she was easily picking it up, highly due to the chi practices I taught them. Chi was all about using every part of your body to feel, trying to control every iota of energy inside it with precise manipulation. Having an ability was just some sort of extra-powered limb, and right now their chi was mapping out that new limb and helping them have some degree of familiarity over it. The battle would only help stimulate the process more. As if coming to an agreement, they both stopped their exercises and focused fully on each other. Yelena was every bit as talented as Natasha was as an assassin and could also match her stroke for stroke, an unsurprising conclusion given that she had been training with all four of us for years. When it came to fighting skills and techniques, she didn't lose out an inch to the other soldiers and her assassin sister. That only changes when you start factoring Bucky and Steve's physical enhancements. Are you good to go, little sister? The air surrounding Nat picked up at her utterance, which made me think that she had a way of telepathically, or rather psionically, connecting to the atmosphere. It was the same way she made sound cease when she first got her abilities. As ready as I can be. Nat's body gained a dark purple glow, one reminiscent to the Scarlet Witch's red, and for some reason that didn't seem to bother me one bit. It wasn't magical like Wanda's, but it was still something else. Cracks appeared on the ground. They stood as Nat controlled slabs of rock to float around her, and with a flex of her hand, they all turned to car-sized drills. She sent them immediately to Yelena as a probing attack, and Yelena did something I totally didn't expect. White lighting, pure white lightning coated her body, and in an instant she was gone. Super speed! Ororo exclaimed. Sure, it wasn't as flashy or terrifying as what the two soldiers and Nat were showing, but it was still terrifying in its own right. Sure, Marvel had speedsters and people who could move at light speed and beyond, but they never had someone who was similar to the Flash like what I was seeing. If a consensus were to be held on who was the most scariest member of the Justice League when taking in their abilities and taking things like morality out of the equation, the Flash and Superman would easily top that list every time, with the Flash taking the number one spot 90% of the time. But then again, the Speed Force was not a concept that existed in the Marvel Universe, so maybe. And now she was hurtling lightning with such ease as if she was shooting a gun. Phasing, speed mirages, supersonic punches. She was doing it so well that it would be unbelievable to even think that she got her abilities a few hours ago. To be honest, I thought that as the one being the most fascinated with superpowers, she would get some crazy abilities to match some of mine, as it was something she always complained about, but to think she went for something so simple. Natasha, as expected, was having trouble with her speedster of a younger sister. Seeing the way she controlled everything around her made me think if it were that easy to manipulate gravity. Sure, it took me days, over a week even, when I was testing out how to control gravity with the Space Stone, but looking at her made it seem as if I was doing a whack job all that time. Sure, she wasn't actually manipulating gravity as much as she was using telekinesis, but it still didn't make me feel better. Since when did these types of abilities get easy to control? Hell, Steve might just have flipped over like half of the US and he still called it a light workout. While it is true that volatile abilities are easier to control, the same couldn't be said for Shinnok abilities. Guess using the Power Stone came with some props after all. Speaking of props, it seems like Yelena had some kind of speed buff since she was punching rock after rock without any sign of discomfort. Most likely a watered-down version of the Infinite Mass Punch, which means some sort of speed-induced super strength. If I was to be completely honest, her choice of super speed was kinda lackluster, not in comparison to the others but the future in general, but I wasn't going to say anything about it. There was no bad ability, and even if there was, it wouldn't be super speed. I'm just thinking of how annoying she's gonna be now that she's the second fastest person in the house. Bucky said offhandedly. He wasn't exactly wrong to say that, as even though Steve could warp, based on what I was seeing, his reaction speed was nowhere as fast as Yelena's. Don't sweat it, Bucks. You are only grumbling because she pesters you most of all. Steve commented. Oof, that gotta hurt. I said as Yelena just blitz punched Natasha right in the face, sending her elder sister flying and relinquishing her hold of the rocks she's been using. Yelena didn't stop even after a solid hit and started forming a ball of lighting between her palms. That's gonna sting for a while if it hits. Ororo said, to which we all nodded. Unfortunately for Yelena, Nat wasn't someone she could easily take out. She erected a barrier as soon as Yelena let go of her attack, which caused the entire place to be covered with an explosion, showing that neither of them were holding back. Before Yelena knew what was happening, a purple hand appeared around her and grabbed her, leaving the speedster no chance to run away. Though she tried phasing through it, the hand looked as if it was some sort of electromagnetic barrier, meaning that Yelena would have to go faster than the frequency the hand was vibrating at. Boom! Without any show of remorse, Nat slammed Yelena against the ground, burying her younger sister in a crater. God damn it, Nat! Are you trying to kill me? Yelena gasped out as she crawled out of the earth's bedrock. Natasha didn't say anything except continuing staring at her sister, causing the girl to shrug and get ready for another bout. This was a test to see what they could do and get a head start on their abilities and its capabilities, and I could already guess that Nat would have to put in double the effort if she wanted to progress as quick as the others. It wasn't that it was hard to master psychic control, but instead it was the broadness and what it encompassed that was the issue. She could do a lot, and I mean a lot, of things with her abilities, and it wasn't something that gave her the option of going on just one path. She would have to branch out if she wanted to scratch the surface of what she could do. She could already shoot energy blasts and control things telepathically. She also briefly touched on the electromagnetic spectrum, which was a whole different aspect altogether, so yet. She definitely did have her work cut out for her. On the other hand, what Yelena needed to do was focus a bit on her speed and then see how she could branch it out. Bias aside, super speed had a lot of potential, and it wasn't as if her abilities would cause her to be a one-trick pony like the Flash, after all it was the Power Stone that gave her abilities. The same could be said with Bucky. He needed more physical training to bring out the best of his abilities like Yelena did, Steve too to some degree. Unfortunately, physical training wasn't going to help in any way when it came to manipulating space. Due to being lost in my thoughts, I missed when Nat and Yelena started their second round, upping up the power as they continued trading blow for blow. While Yelena had the most hit count, which was currently slowing down as Natasha was getting a little bit proficient in using the repelling field around her, which in turn was promoting Yelena to go faster if she wanted to phase through it. And she was also learning how to transmute the ground, which unsurprisingly wasn't going so well. She'd need to have intensive knowledge before she could go into the harder part of psychokinesis. All in all, they were all doing great for people who were having superpowers for their first time, since being a super soldier definitely doesn't count. I'd have to give it to Natasha since it isn't easy dealing with a speedster, and she's doing pretty well against Yelena's onslaught, even managing to subtly shift the tide of their fight in her favor. None of the sisters seemed to be giving the other an inch, and if not that I was used to such a scene, I would have been worried that they were trying to kill each other. It was the same with Bucky and Steve's fight after all. When it came to sparring, though we held back, it was just a strike short of a killing or fatal blow, everything else was fair game. Stabbed limbs, broken bones, everything was fair game. All of us were killers in our own rights, why would we bother to take it easy on each other? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 188, Chapter 185. Surprise surprise. I decided to post all day/week since I just finished typing the end of this FIC, so yeah. My Teen Wolf FIC is already out on Patreon, so you can go check it out if you want. The fight between Natasha and Yelena ended, though not to the scale of Steve and Bucky, after lasting a few hours for them to get at least comfortable with the different aspects of their abilities. Ororo didn't need to train like the others had done since she was already familiar with her powers, and despite the increase in Dominion Gia gifted her, all she needed was to know how it worked and she was good to go. She did have more experience in having powers than any of them did after all. Wrapping up our rather eventful day, I made my way to the sanctum after receiving a notice from Strange. I just got your message. What's wrong? Decked in a black master's robe as opposed to his classic choice of garb, Strange had scrolls and parchment of ancient texts scattered all across his desk. Remember that time we went rebel hunting, which ended up somehow devolving into demon hunting? He asked without raising his head from the text under his scrutiny. Not like I could exactly forget. What of it? That particular outing was very vivid in my memory, as it was the first time I had ever beaten a demon to death and tearing through a squad of sorcerers with a blunt weapon. Well, after that whole debacle, there was quite an increase in demon summoning from rogue sorcerers, but we took care of it through the year and the following months. Strange said as he flipped through pages, summoning other books from the shelves. I didn't see it then since it immediately trickled down after other sorcerers from the sanctum actively got involved, but it seems as if it has started picking up activity, demon summoning I mean. I frowned as he kept on rambling, not being able to paint the picture of why I was needed to hear this. It's not as if people didn't summon demons at any stupid inconvenience of theirs. Strange, the point being. He stopped what he was doing and looked at me, his countenance showing that whatever research he was doing had kept him up for long. I spoke with the Ancient One recently, and she said that due to the recent huge influx of demon summoning on Earth, the veil between Hell and the human world is progressively getting thinner with every Hell spawn. Okay, the picture that was brewing in my head was not one I was entranced with in any way. Strange wouldn't have been so worried as he was if it was just a case of demon intruding on the human world, as all it would take was a due extermination to curb their increasing populace and influence on Earth. But that wasn't what was worrying Strange. Taking my silence as probing, he continued on. It couldn't possibly be humans summoning demons, since it just isn't probable for us to summon such large forces, which means that even if they have the collaboration of some dark sorcerers, the helping hand must come from the demons themselves, stating to reason that someone wants to get to Earth regardless of the risks. Someone not from this dimension. His face scrunched up at the thought that I was sure came into both our minds. Dormammu. He nodded in affirmation. Dormammu. You could be wrong though. It's not as if this is the first time something like this has happened down the history line, is it? Letting out a sigh, he reclined back into his chair and ran his finger through his hair. Sigh, have you ever heard of the name Satanish? I nodded at him. The script says it's one of the rulers of Hell. What does a Hell Lord have to do with this? For such a smart guy you are quite slow on the uptake. He quipped sarcastically. It's because I'm being naive enough to disbelieve the rubbish conclusion that I came to a few seconds ago. I shot back, gaining a low chuckle out of him. The Hell Lords, Dormammu, Satanish, whatever it was, did not bode well for either me or Strange, me for obvious reasons, while Strange had a personal beef with the Dark Lord himself. Dormammu alone was a threat, and adding Satanish to whatever equation this was would only simplify to a calamity. Whatever it is that concerns a Hell Lord does not bode well for the Earth. We have been able to apprehend some occult members who claim themselves to be sons of Satanish, and they have been rather foretelling, of our inevitable demise at the hands of their lord. I was so sure that Strange's trademark side white hair was already growing despite him being in his mid-late 30s. The probable calamity aside, why did you send for me? I thought it would surmise for me to ask for a little helping out in case we do end up facing a nightmare. He said bluntly. And is there any reason that would make you think I wouldn't fight if something like a Hell Lord invaded the earth? Yes. He said casually. I have no doubt that if the fight does not spill out into the open world, you will not raise a finger to act. You are as selfish as can be, Drawl. What I ask is your help since we do plan on containing, and if possible, shifting the location of any spillage of our fight. Having you will reduce a lot of death on our side. The Ancient One put you up to this, didn't she? I sighed. Knowing Strange, he would never be so formal with asking me for help, and least not in such a way. Yes, she did. Don't know why she couldn't do it herself. He admitted. Talk about going around in circles. I don't mind it. I had a feeling that I needed to be there for the fight, as if something really bad would happen that would affect me if I wasn't there. But, how are you hoping to track the people who are summoning the demons? I asked. I thought we might need your help for that, seeing as you are Space Stone and all. Do you have a way of pinpointing a group of people who are able to avoid scrying eyes and every other magical way of detection? He asked, forcing a smile on my lips. As a matter of fact, I do. Actively focusing my omnipresence on Earth and mixing in my magical sense, I swept every inch of the globe for any congregation of demonic presence and any magic relating to it. I frowned as I picked up hundreds upon hundreds of spots that were practically screaming demonic energy, but most of them were obscured very sophisticatedly with spells I had never seen before. The reason I was able to pick them up was because they were occupying a space on Earth which I could cover with just my senses. It seems you have your work cut out for you. How the hell were they able to set up so many camps without the Sanctum knowing about it? I questioned Strange because the denseness of demonic presence was more suffocating than it had any right to. That we still don't know. Whatever help they had was able to ward them from the surveillance of Kamar-Taj, and we only grew aware of it when the demonic energies of hell started seeping in concentration into Earth. How bad are we looking? 739 bases with concentrated demonic energy, meaning there are likely strong regents of hell in those locations. 121 locations with slightly lesser concentration, mostly comprising of humans, probably those sons of Satanish you mentioned. I suppressed my omnipresence after getting all the information I needed. This is quite the fuck fest. Strange looked frustrated at the information I gave him, something I could understand, because what was on the cusp of breaking out was war. A magical one. If these people were really trying to summon a Hell Lord to Earth, then the sorcerers were in for a very tough fight. But the problem was not just one but two Hell Lords that we had to worry about. There was no way someone like Dormammu would give up such a chance, and given that the most likely human perpetrators of this incident were the sons of Satanish, that made two Hell Lords. We should get going. There is no time to waste now that we know how far behind in preparation we are. With a simple wave of hand, Strange's clothes changed from his black robe to his favorite blue with his cape of levitation hanging off his shoulders. Good to see you too, KP. I waved at the cape as it fluttered one of its sides before shifting the space around us to appear before the Ancient One. I wish seeing you didn't revolve around dire matters, Mr. Cross. She was dressed in a yellow robe, one I've rarely ever seen her wear. Likewise. I've located the bases scattered around the globe. How quickly can you mobilize the sorcerers of the London and Hong Kong Sanctum? I've already sent out the call. How bad? She asked after hesitating for a second. Quite. Not anything we can't recover from. From what I saw, it's quite possible that the summoning is not from this side like we expected. They somehow managed to make it either automatic or it is powered by something they connected to the dark dimension. I explained what I found to the group of masters that had surrounded us to be briefed. The ley lines. One of them asked, to which I nodded. They blinded us by covertly connecting their source to the ley lines of New York, London, and Hong Kong despite the Sanctum actively guarding them, which suggested that they had someone from the inside helping them, someone that was reasonably higher up the hierarchical ladder. If the sorcerers were to forcefully destroy their connection to the ley lines, it would mean heavily impeding the Sanctum's defense and protective spells which were built around the ley lines of the three cities. It means that they had help from someone from in here or the other Sanctums. I made that point clear, angering some masters present. You would question our loyalty to the Ancient One? One asked. Yes, I will. Caecilius and Mordo were masters, were they not? I will keep an eye out for Mordo and any one of you acting shady. I turned to the Ancient One. I am not needed here any longer, am I? No, but thank you for lending us your help. Think nothing of it. With that I was gone from the Sanctum and reappeared somewhere in the Himalayas. My abrupt arrival alerted both the human and demon residents of the base here, but unfortunately for them it meant nothing to me. I made my way to the strongest presence I felt, which was emanating from a hell spawn, while the rest had their hearts held by a spatial lock. Speak, who do you serve? I asked the demon who was groveling at my feet due to the increase in gravity. IIWW will SAYN nothing. The 7 feet tall dark red demon with blue markings on his body croaked out. I grabbed him by his neck and lifted him up before proceeding to yank out one of his horns in the most painful way possible, which elicited an agonizing howl from said demon. Not stopping at that, I drew out his tail from his lower back with a rough tug and sent a psychic wave that amplified everything he felt by 100-fold. Lord Satanish! I stopped as he yelled out the name I already knew. All I know is Lord Satanish AR. Arg. A symbol appeared on the head of the demon before it spread to all parts of his body, engulfing him in fiery red flames that incinerated him to ashes. Seeing as there was nothing to be gained here, I disintegrated everything related to the demons here, leaving the environment in its natural state before leaving. A demon seal, this will be troublesome. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheomenus. 189, Chapter 186. Stephen Strange POV. I knew he was coming. There was no other explanation for the occurrences happening lately. He promised he would be back, and every single fiber of my being told me that he was about to make good on his promise. None of the others, the Ancient One, Draal, Wong, Mordo, knew just how dangerous that entity was. Maybe the Ancient did, but not even Draal could have pictured what I saw. The earth laid waste as he feasted on it. But maybe we had a chance. Draal was the strongest of us as he was the living embodiment of 2 Infinity Stones, but there was a caveat to that prevented him from unleashing the full power of the stones. While his potential might was infinite, his soul and mind wasn't, therefore limiting the scope of his powers. But I don't know if that alone was enough to battle an Hell Lord of the likes of Satanish and Dormammu, who had conquered numerous dimensions and feasted on the souls of mortals since time immemorial. Don't worry, buddy. We're gonna survive this one way or the other. I took the Eye of Agamotto from the pedestal it was kept on. Figures I'll need the might of an Infinity Stone if I want to prevail this tribulation. Focusing back on my partner who was nudging at my sides for comfort, I patted my shoulders, which it covered, before opening a portal to one of the locations Draal had been so kindly to register on the makeshift globe of the earth before he left. With some acolytes and masters at my side, we immediately launched our attacks on the dark sorcerers and their neighboring demon friends, denying them of the right to life that was the birthright of all things. Intertwining the pair of fingers on both hands together, I formed a spell matrix and sent it barraging into the horde before me. Divine Vines of Jia. The spell spewed forth green luminescent vines of light and stopped them right in their tracks as it started seeping away their foul energy, purifying it before sending it back into the earth. I summoned a sword, one of the few artifacts that had recently come in my possession, and immediately set out with killing the struggling cultists and demons. There was once a time that I would have argued vehemently that each person deserves a chance at life, but that was human ignorance and naivete talking. The world that I now resided in was more dangerous than anything the powers of Earth could fathom. Go. My cape flew away from my shoulders and wrapped itself around the head of 2 cultists who were not in the range of my spell, effectively strangling them, before I used a cutting spell to relieve them of their heads. The others were already upon the demons, making quick work of them. The only thing that really hindered us were their number less, but even that was getting quickly thinned. I wonder what Draal is up to. Probably doing something like this, but on a wider scale. I mused to myself despite the screams of my victims ringing in my ear, a vile melody of agony and death. What elicited the screams from them was the killing curse I had cast that exacerbated every wound and made them ground wider, gushing out more blood that in turn widens the injury with every drip. Along with the killing curse I casted, I weaved a gigantic spell that easily covered the entire camp with its size. The recipient of the spell was everyone targeted by the killing curse, causing every exposed blood to harden and shoot out in all directions in the form of spikes. We're leaving. We have quite the list, so go for effectiveness but also preserve your stamina. I warned them. Who knew I would one day head a sanctum of magic? Taking a deep breath, I opened another portal to the second location I would be destroying today. This time, the smell of hell permeated my nose, alerting me of the possible presence of a hell spawn, a strong one at that. Oh? What do we have here? A group of sorcerers. A meal fit for the Dark Lord. The grating voice that I had somehow gotten used to filtered into my ears along with its sickening aura that spewed out, causing the weaker members of my entourage to tremble in their steps. I take it you are the overseer of the camp. As far as my senses told me, the magic of Cap power practically emanating off of him was engulfing everyone else in this location. And why did you think so? A whip materialized in his hands with a crack while the other cultists were slowly surrounding us. Nothing, I was just buying a little bit of time. I signaled a master by my side and together we both cast the spell to transport all of us to the mirror dimension, but instead of the mirror dimension spell which only needed a caster to lay it down, what we did was overlap the already laid out mirror dimension with the one I created and compressed it to a singular point. The demon's face changed as he felt the danger he should rightly feel and struggled to rouse his magical power to protect him. Succeeding in condensing the overlapped mirror dimension into a singular point which looked like a black hole the size of a ball, me and Master Krevolon fired our spells into the singularity before us and watched as it exploded out in a flash of gore and magical power. What we did was no more different than stuffing all of our enemies inside a pinball table, with our attack being the pinball, and given that it was the mirror dimension which was an endless kaleidoscope, our attack gained speed and power build up and just kind of exploded out. Bastards! The mangly sight of the demon, all bloodied and full of holes, was a disturbing sight. I sent out a slash that traversed space and beheaded the demon. That's 2. We'll be moving up the danger level, so get your shits together, I said to the young sorcerers who were looking dumbfounded. Yes sir. I nodded at their response and created a globe, an identical to the one in the sanctum, which had hundreds of red spots in it of varying sizes. Some of them were going out by the second, which implied that the base the had been wiped out, but the progress was still too slow in my opinion. May we all survive this? I whispered under my breath, but I was sure those near heard me. Master Strange, I suggest we split up and attack from 2 fronts to cover more grounds, Kruv said to me before conjuring another globe atop his hand. We will hit the marks Master Drawl identified as having low danger and work it up from there, he said as he alighted some of the spot which was outright blazing red. As much as that was more likely to create more casualties, I knew what he was saying was the truth. But still, that didn't mean I forgot what Drawl warned about there being a traitor in our midst. I was about to say something, but I felt a gaze in our direction. Looks like he's already in on it. Okay. We need to be quick, conserve your strength for as much as you can, and if you think you can't win, retreat back to the sanctum for healing. With that done, we divided the people with us into 2 groups, one for him and one for me, and created a portal to go our separate ways. The Ancient One POV. I knew trying to change destiny would only bring about more chaos, but something to this scale was not what I had in mind. Though no one was at fault, with Mr. Cross and Strange's interference with Dormammu's first rise, they had unknowingly changed destiny, well, not changed as it so seemed, but more like they postponed it. Trying to run from destiny would only make its retaliation worse, and struggling with it at this point would only make the future that much bleak. The only reason such a thing could have gone under my nose, the only thing that came to my mind, was fate. Due to what Strange had done with usurping order, he had unknowingly forced the vengeance to act, and all we could do was spill our blood and balance the scales. Truly, as Mr. Cross had said, this universe truly was unfair in all rights. Numerous magic materialized themselves around my hands as the artifacts I've relinquished their usage for centuries came alive. This will be the battle of our lives. The room started changing, the tiles shifting and gaining the colors of the sky, while the braces transfigured themselves into trees. The chairs and table stretched themselves and grew branches of green. The shades of light glowed clearly and soon lost it luminescent as it became a clear stream that ran across what was once a study. Reality was anything we perceived it to be, and as someone who could draw the powers of the universe for my perversion, reality was what I wanted it to be. I saw the hordes of demons as I walked through their camp, but none of them could see me, which wasn't surprising, as the path I walked through was that which existed between what wasn't and what was. A path between the astral and material world. If only there was another way. A soft wind threw place, and with it everything in his was dyed the dark red of the hell spawns. The space shifted and rearranged, and the picture of the one in place was a scenery behind a waterfall. How quaint! Quite the fashion sense you have there. These demons and their occultist allies really came with a unified purpose in such a short time, which means that one side had to have agreed with ease, quickening the time such vast almost global cooperation came together, which in turn supports the claim that it was organized by a demon of high authority, a Hell Lord. How troublesome! The serene shimmering blue of the cave mixed the dark blood of their guests, painting it a dark purple, and flowed it to the river below the water, the wine red of blood. Mr. Cross seems motivated on his own ends, which is something I understand given his veiled origins. Having to deal with not just one but 2 Hell Lords is something that should terrify him, absolutely so. Although the Hell Lords won't be as nigh omnipotent as they should be, as they are outside their realms of power to step inside the earth, but I can't say for sure if that consolation will true if they some fuse a small portion of their being and tether it to the earth itself. If they so much as claim any portion of the earth, however small it is, we will be in for a cataclysm. This world is not yet ready for such a thing. Time had been contorted to the point that even trying to discern a singular path in its endless stream was a tremulous task. I wonder what it is that seems to have rattled Mr. Cross to such precise movements. If only I could provide them more help, but unfortunately my wide knowledge seems not to be effective, as they have both grown at a rate faster than anyone should have, catching up to what would be called the older generation and on the verge of surpassing it. I could feel the energies between the earth shifting and connecting to selected locations on the planet. It looks like they have started noticing some of them disappearing and activated the spell they were working on, but even with this they still can't reach their allies scattered the globe at once, since mundane communication won't work and the magic around those areas will go unstable. Surprisingly, this works in our favor. Are you seeing this, Mr. Cross? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomenus. 190, Chapter 187. Random Sorcerer POV. War. That was something he had never seen, never thought he would experience in his young life. And yet not only was he on the verge of one breaking out, he was also participating in a magical war against forces from hell. He bisected a cultist, one of those who called themselves the Sons of Satanish, a literal hell lord, not that he knew exactly what that meant. He saw a demon swipe its claws against the face of a sorcerer like him and used it to scar the poor woman's face as it gouged out her eye and nose with its claws. The sorceress couldn't even scream and just died gurgling on her own blood. He and another rushed at the demon with magic circles around their hands as they conjured eldritch weapons of magic and light. They made quite the quick work of the demon, but it seemed as if everything they were doing wasn't changing their overall situation. From what he knew, there were hundreds of these spots scattered all across the world, and that was what they were fighting against. Just for this past hour, he had seen more death and killed more than he had ever done in his life. We have to move now. Master Piandao is already opening the portal to the next location. He nodded his head as the warning and took in deep breaths of air and joined the congregation that was forming as they annihilated their fourth base. 2 other students assisted Master Piandao and opened the portal wide enough that it covered everyone and immediately transported them to a hellish scape that he and everyone was gradually getting used to. This one, however, was different, as the ground was littered with the bodies of sorcerers from the sanctum that had been thoroughly wiped out. They were immediately identified as they switched spaces, and the demons didn't give them any sort of reprieve and pounced on them the moment they appeared. This was the first defeat they had seen since this impromptu war started out of nowhere, and the sight caused some lesser determined ones to flatter, which was more than enough that any demon could hope for. Being distracted on the battlefield was a fatal mistake that was repaid with death, and these novice sorcerers learnt that all too late. They were immediately overwhelmed and killed, something which caused panic to spread through their group as their numbers were thinned at every passing moment. The young sorcerer, seeing what was befalling his mates and senior apprentices, riled himself up and launched his attacks, the reality of what was happening finally hitting home. It was him or them. As simple as that. His chi burst out as he drew magical circles around him and drew the short-length sword that was lodged in his sash. Having the only assurance of life in both hands, his spirit lifted up a little, and with a loud shout to rile his dampening spirit, he jumped into the fray and struggled to snuff out the life of any enemy before they snuffed out his. He threw the magic circles around his hands, but they were not enough to kill the demon in front of him, on slightly grazing it. Not missing a beat, he brandished his short sword and rushed at the demon while holding an eldritch shield in his hands. He stumbled backwards as the demon collided against his shield with a grunt, and fortunately, due to the amount of adrenaline flowing through his body, he was quick to dodge the spell that the demon threw at him. He could hear the grunts, screams, and begging from the background, but he was too focused to spare his attention to them. The only thing on his mind was how to escape this demon and survive just a little bit longer. He knew subconsciously that the chances of him surviving this war was very slim, since he could just be another nameless soul in the grand scheme of things, so what he was fighting for was not due to some great determination but just for the sheer privilege of surviving till the next minute, a milestone that was progressively getting harder to reach. I can smell it off you. Fear. The demon hissed out, and the moment he flinched was the second the demon attacked with renewed frenzy. For eons and centuries have we coveted the human, and now it will fall under the might of 2 hell lords. So die like all worms do. Vine-like limbs emerged from the back of the demon, over a dozen in number, with each of them having wide mouths with jigsaw teeth. Fear is an emotion every biological being feels when they come in front of a natural predator, and right now, he was emitting just that. A scent that was tantalizing to creatures of the dark. He withheld the humorless chuckle that wanted to escape his throat and stood at a face-off against the demon. A nearby explosion signaled their resumed clash. The young man formed a magic circle on the ground with the radius centered on him, and from the ground floated up small yellowish wisps of energy. He sent them at the demon, while the demon responded with the hungry vines that he sprouted from his back. The vines hissed as they lashed, but instead of backing down, they increased their ferocity with rabid abandon and tore at the wisp. The boy tried cutting and deflecting the vines that were unhindered by his spell with all his might, but he could tell he was running on fumes. Whatever, fuck it. He dropped the knife he was holding, but before it touched the ground, it was wrapped around with an eldritch rope. Deactivating his shield, he grabbed onto the first vine that took a bite at his biceps and swung the rope-held knife at the demon. He flicked his wrists and the knife changed directions midair, with the demon thinking he had successfully dodged what he assumed to be a last-ditch attack. The knife wrapped around the demon's neck, but unfortunately it was lucky enough to catch the blade before its magically enhanced edge pierced its throat after wrapping a noose around his neck. In anger he forced his vines at the young man, commanding 2 to go for his stomach and gnaw at it until the man's innards started spilling out. Not seeing that as enough, 3 went for his legs, 2 for his knees, while the last went for his scrotum, yanking any part of him and ripping it away from his body. Despite all this, the man refused to budge as he drew the rope till it grew taut, bringing the tip of the blade to draw blood from the demon's throat. Having defeated all of the man's whips, the demon sent his remaining vines at different parts of the man, his jaws, his neck, shoulders, the back of his head and his Achilles. The man never made a sound as the demon destroyed his body to empty bits and pieces, drawing the blade slowly into its neck. All of a sudden the demon stopped as it finally realized something after half of the blade went inside its throat. The young had been dead for a while now, since when it first attacked him with the vines. It wanted to rage as it was killed by a dead man, but it couldn't at the light of life left its eyes. The fighting in the background had stopped for a while now, making them the last standing survivors, but even that didn't last. The Dark Dimension. Burst of power and chaos erupted in the dreary hell that spanned an indefinite amount of space. I can feel it as the moment trickles by ever so slowly. Very soon I shall have my reward and my vengeance. The woman they call the Ancient One, a title I scoffed at with disdain, the man of the strange arts, Strange Stephen Strange, and finally the reward of the phantom memory that was ripped away from me. His name escapes me, but it shall matter not any longer once I have Earth in my possession. A deep growl sounded beside Dormammu's enormous figure. He stood taller than any building in the world with a sinister face and two horns on his head. His sinister visage was further complemented by the face he had on his stomach, which produced the gurgling growl, leaking wisps of hellfire. He was Satanish, one of the Hell Lords alongside Dormammu and Mephisto and a few others. Instead of the dark and dreary environment that surrounded Dormammu's firm, all around Satanish was a blazing fury of hellfire and brimstone. Mephisto's trickeries surely know no bounds. Though the coward likes to hide behind his tricks and schemes, it however can't be doubted that he is a surprisingly knowledgeable individual. The moment we step on Earth's soil will be the moment we conquer that dimension, and there's nothing any of the human weaklings can do about it. Satanish said, his grating voice that was bound to bleed the ears of any mortal who listened to it. The sorcerers are busy chasing a false trail, not knowing that this is a two-pronged attack, and due to their lacking numbers, they couldn't hope to hold out long against the millions of hellspawns that will soon appear on it. The sanctums will be heavily unguarded, and that is where we will strike, severely weakening the barrier around that dimension for us to fully enter. No matter which route they take, they can't stop our plan from working. The dark dimension grew cold and chaotic as it reflected its master's emotions. Dormammu's rage has never once been kindled and stoked like it was, not since the time of the Father of Magic. He hated Strange to the core of his entire being, that much was visibly apparent. That anger was further multiplied by the fact that the three people that have caused him such losses were all together, bound in one place, a heinous gathering fit for the bastard sorcerers they were. But unfortunately for them, their time has come to an end. It looks like they've started moving against the dark sorcerers and the hellspawns. We should start on our own end. Satanish's huge form disappeared, taking with it the billowing flames and letting the dimension he had been in to succumb to the infinite darkness. You can come out, Mephisto, or should I make you? Space shimmered in with a chuckle, and following it was the red-skinned Lord of Hell. I still don't know what is in it for you for the help you rendered, but I should let you know that should you try your trickeries on me, I won't hesitate to put an end to your reign. Dormammu warned. Despite the open threat, the small smile on the Hell Lord's face didn't budge in the slightest. In fact, he didn't seem at all concerned, as if the threat was given to someone else that was here alongside them. You think too much, Dormammu. All I want is to watch the chaos unfold and see if I can get some new toys. Helping you out is just a means to an end, a fun one should things go as I envisioned. Normally I would congratulate you for your forthcoming victory in the conquering of Earth, but I will refrain from that since history with that dimension has made me doubtful. Dormammu snorted at Mephisto's not-so-veiled jab at his repeated loss in regards to Earth. If you've come here just throw your words around, I'll advise you to leave, else you risk stoking my anger over its limits. With the same small smile plastered on his lips, Mephisto fizzled out of reality and retreated to his dimension, leaving the raging dark god to himself. I know you can feel this, Yao. Can you feel your end creeping near? Do you fear? Do you despair? Do you beg? I want you to tell me what you feel when I rip away everything you've ever stood for right in front of you. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 191, Chapter 188. Drawl Saint Cross POV. I've been searching for a way to stop whatever summoning they were going to perform, but I haven't even seen anything that would suggest that the summoning was coming from our side, which meant that whatever they did behind the scenes that hid them from the watchful eyes of the Sanctum made it fully autonomous, or somehow gave the remote control to someone from the dark dimension. The more time passed, the more unease I felt. Dormammu was already the height of trouble we could get if he was ever freed and found his way to Earth, but now it wasn't just Dormammu that we had to worry about. Even now I could feel sorcerers being wiped out in droves, and with my spatial abilities I was attacking different places at the same time. If only I could just blow up the planet, save us a lot of trouble in the process of extermination. Rather than fighting demons who had no way of protecting themselves against me, I focused more of my attention in unraveling their connection to the ley lines. The ley lines of Earth had already been tainted with the demonic essence of hell, and that would have normally captured the attention of any magically attuned person on the planet, but they somehow managed to hide its effects. No, not hide per se, but halted the effects of such a thing, and it was when they were ready, having captured different spots, did they finally let all of them loose, which in turn alerted the Sanctums, but unfortunately the damage was already growing to a global scale. Despite all that, something still didn't make sense. Even if the metaphorical remote was not our side of reality, for a remote to work there had to be a receiver of some kind. Something that will react on Earth whenever they push the button and proceed to fuse the Earth with the dark dimension. If I could find that, then I could make their remote obsolete. But the problem was, what counted as the receiver? Was it the ley lines? If it was and I destabilized it, I would be weakening the magical flow of Earth, which was not a very good choice in my opinion. This was why I hated magic so much. Even with my powers, which exceeded Earth by light years, some demons fucking with magic was all it took to make me stumble. If I had the reality stone, then this would have been so much different, as I could just erase the effects of their demonic essence in the ley lines and make it as if it was never corrupted. Not even the power stone was of any use. Tempering with the ley lines was a very dangerous thing, as it could be easily corrupted or crippled, and it was obvious that the demons didn't care about either. I might be able to suppress the effects of the corruption, but that is all I would be doing. I needed either the remote or the receiver to understand how what they were going to do worked. I'll start with the lines first and see what I can pick from there. Overlapping 3 different locations on Earth together, I shot out destructive beams that obliterated everything in those 3 in 1 places before I stepped into it. Spreading out my sense into the ground, I began traveling along its lines to all those that were connected to it in a similar fashion, i.e. possessing demonic essence. What I saw was expertly veiled circles within hexagonal matrices stretching from city to city and from continents to continents, slowly wrapping its way around the world in a way that was independent from each other and yet still closely knit together. The way it was structured was similar to how a building was wired, which meant that there had to be a mother box that would transfer the bulk of the power to the different ley lines unit. What I was looking for was a spot, or spots, that could act as the congregation of the magical energy from the marked lines without it experiencing an influx. The 3 sanctums. I appeared at the intersecting point underneath one of the sanctums, London's to be exact, and looked at it from a main ley line point of view. This is taking hiding in plain sight to another level. Looking at the way the lines crossed and intersected at one of the 3 pivotal places on Earth, I understood that the magical matrices around the world was functioning in a way that left the 3 sanctums untouched, giving the sorcerers a false sense of security, and this folly would only be realized when the huge-ass portal was activated, and in order to stabilize the excess energy needed for it, they would then run it through the ley lines underneath the sanctums, taking the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj by a last-minute surprise that they couldn't react to quickly enough, which confirmed my suspicions that someone helped them with this, someone from Kamar-Taj most likely. But still, even if they plan to run it through the sanctums, they still need the hundreds of receivers here on Earth to run on something, don't they? It is a basic knowledge after all that the greater the spell, the greater the sacrifice. So that's it, huh? Can't say I'm actually surprised. I left the sanctums underground and teleported to where the Ancient One was. Did you figure anything out, Mr. Cross? She asked as I made my presence known. Yeah, though I'm sure you're not gonna like it. She shook her head at my words. I already don't like it, and I already expect it to be worse. Okay, good news first. Not only do we have 2 Hell Lords coming after us, but they also plan to use the sanctums to regulate the energy needed to sustain the portal to Earth. And we don't have any way to stop it since they can activate the spell from their side. I briefly explained. That's some news. As baleful as it is to hear that, I don't see the reason why you would need to classify that as good news when we'll be hard-pressed to stop it, that's if we can, before they activate their spell. Pray tell, what then is the bad news? The only expression I could read from her was that brief pause and raised brow, meaning she expected this, or at least some part of it. The bad news is that all the locations are hotspots for the spell. In other words, sacrificial altars. They are expendable batteries needed to sustain the portal for a bit of time before the sanctum regulates the excess energy. Once the spell activates, everyone in that location, both the demons, the cultists, and the sorcerers will all be sacrificed to the altars. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, with a logical mind would side with demons, because demons operate on a different logic and morality than us flesh and blood beings. It was also the reason why the spawns of hell were always stronger, since they never abandoned the paw of the jungle. For eons they had been living in strife, war, and death, living mostly on instincts. Empathy was not something a demon could feel, it was nigh impossible for them. That is bad news. Do we have a way of preventing them from starting the sacrifice? Her words were cut short as a magic circle appeared before us with Strange walking through it. I heard, was all he said as he stood before us, all bloodied, mostly from his enemies. I could try shifting the Earth into a separate dimension, but with doing that, I'll have to sacrifice something. Either I will transport everyone on Earth, including the demons and sorcerers, to another dimension for the duration of the spell, robbing them of their sacrificial lambs until the spell fails, but that would also mean causing a global panic and risk even opening the eyes of normal humans to the magical society which they are not yet ready for, not to talk to of the current situation. Strange had already started sporting white hair at his sides since this morning, and I think what I just said aged him by a few years. No easy way out, huh? Not like I wasn't expecting something like that. What's the second way, drawl? The second way, which I wouldn't recommend if not for the current situation, will be shifting the ley lines of the Earth either into another dimension or rearrange it, which would break the spell in and of itself. But the repercussions of doing something like that would mean crippling the Earth's ley lines and making the mystical community obsolete in a single day. We can put the ley lines back into their original position after we are done, but the damage would have already been done and it would take at the very least, decades, before magic will flow freely through the earth once again. Both options were grim, but they were the only things I could come up with that were guaranteed to stop plans without wasting the lives of the sorcerers. With my electromagnetic abilities, coupled with the space stone, shifting the ley lines was an easy thing, and so was repairing it, though the later would be magnitudes harder. But the thing was that shifting the ley lines would not just mean disrupting magic on Earth, or at least the universal energy flowing through Earth, which would make the practitioners of that school almost powerless, as they would have to rely on relics which were even rarer to obtain. Magic won't end on Earth, as it could still be performed, but would have to be done through different methods, like contract with magical beings, gods, or things that held magical power in them. And not only that, shifting the ley lines also meant that most of Earth's natural resources would be lost. Oil wells would dry up, rivers would flow out, rain forests will slowly die out, and even deposits of precious minerals like gold, silver, and diamonds will be destroyed. The ley lines were an important part of any planet if they wished to thrive in abundance of natural resources. I'm afraid I can't choose any of those choices you presented us with, Mr. Cross. This was the first time I've ever seen the Ancient One's face look so grave. We will fight to the bitter end, and regardless of the loss we suffer, we will never give up. Knew you would say something like that. Not even I am crazy enough to choose any of the choices I offered, I said. Then why did you bother with giving us the options? Strange asked exasperatedly. Because you asked for it, duh. I called the others, so that should help alleviate the pressure the sorcerers are facing. Which conversely means we have to wait until the portal opens before we can do anything, ergo fighting two Hell Lords. Not even the words coming from my mouth helped alleviate the tension in the air. If the Hell Lords so much as manage to fuse a portion of the Earth to their domain, we'll be up for fighting in a literal hell mode. At least Bucky, Steve, Nat, Yelena, and Aurora were already helping out and getting the workout they actually needed. Each of them volunteered to go separate locations, which I didn't think much about since they were actually that strong. It was an opportunity for them to spill the blood they haven't managed to spill for a while now, which was apparent in Yelena's case. I actually pity any demon that is unlucky to fight them, not really. There was nothing we could do to stop the emergence except try and kill as many as we could to reduce the body count on our side, and even if we did kill them, it would still count as a sacrifice since their blood was spilled on the altar. This was a perfect checkmate if I've ever seen one. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DeRaulTheoManus. 192, Chapter 189. Bucky Barnes POV. How the times have truly changed. If someone was to tell me 5 years ago that I would be on the level where I would have to fight not only gods but also demons from hell, the only reason I would have believed them was if I was brainwashed too. It was times like these that I truly understood how the quack felt when he would say that 99.99% of the world couldn't experience the things he had. If they could live half of what we've lived through in these past few years, their entire worldview would be shattered and reformed, and after that reformation, they would find out just how truly disconnected from the rest of the world they were. Only a select few on Earth were on the level we were, and that made it even more lonely. When the quack had told us about what was currently happening, which may or may not have contained something about our reality being destroyed, I don't know, because it somehow didn't sound that important, it really didn't take me by surprise. Finding out that two kings of hell were trying to conquer Earth was nothing more than another Tuesday for us at this point, but I will have to admit that this was on a whole different scale than annihilating galactic tyrants or beating up young gods. They were actually spreading around the Earth, which was impressive as they managed to do that without stepping on anyone's tail. Having a device which can teleport you to different locations on the planet sure is handy. I muttered as I stepped through the swirling blue portal, which was the effect of the device I had on me, courtesy of Drawl. 73 in total. Light work, should be done in record time. It was still a trippy experience whenever I used my powers, but it didn't feel as weird as it once was when I first got it, which was hours ago. Drawl sure had perfect timing, or the worst timing. The demons and cultists present were already aware of my intrusion, as I could feel the ground tremble as they rushed to my location. Time was of the essence, so I couldn't dawdle. Power flowed through my veins uninterrupted. I could get used to this feeling. Blood obstructed my perfect vision as I ripped the first person I came across, a human, into two. I didn't ease up, and neither did they even after their comrade died. Their unrelenting fervor, however, wouldn't change the expected outcome. I dove into the thick of the fray in a semi-gaseous form and started a carnage that even made the bravest demon amongst them pale in fright. I will be the first to admit that I am not okay. Trained as an assassin and world-class martial artist, I always went for efficiency and precision, always going for the silent kill. But that all changed since that fateful day I woke up and tried to attack Drawl. What changed? Rather than the assassin I once was, now I was nothing more than a rampaging intellectual monster. The abilities I had gotten increased this factor by 100-fold when it became apparent that I was a small gap short of becoming the ultimate soldier. Oh, how Hydra would have cremated their pants at the prospect of having such a weapon under them. A cultist fired a spell at me which did nothing more than send a slight jolt up my nerves, a tickle. I hate tickles. My hand morphed into a black blade as I slashed at him, dissecting him from his right shoulder to his left waist side. Not stopping there, beams shot out from my hands, compressed sound waves, which shredded the people in the direction of my hands, bursting them into small stomps of meat. A whip was wrapped around my neck, which was followed by a tug that felt nothing more than the tap of a child. Grabbing the whip, which emitted black wisps, I tugged on it and the demon came flying towards me, only for it to be separated towards the 4 cardinal paths. Time's up. My torso, from the neck down to the waist, gained a smoldering red color, a few shades lighter than Dral's red, and from my front and back grew long sharp flat-edged red constructs like the blades of a fan. Before they could jump back to avoid whatever it was that I wanted to do, the blades immediately extended to a few meters, covering everyone before me in its radius. A second later, denied of any respite, not like they deserved one in any way, the fans spun at blinding speed and shredded them into red mist like a blender. Seeing the red that filtered into the surroundings reminded me of Nat. I wonder how she's doing. Probably steamrolling these fuckers. Why, I will admit it would be somehow hot to see her pulverize her enemies into red paste. Unfortunately, I was still in business mode. Work first, pleasure later. Next stop, the outskirts of Angola. I recalibrated the device and pinged in on one of the locations on the holographic globe it projected, one of the brighter red ones. Well, what can I say? I have a new thing for red. Space rippled before me and I once again stepped through the blue portal. The place I was in was very close to the city, which meant that in the likely scenario that the fight spilled out, civilians would be casualties of battle. Reading the situation, a plan of attack was already laid out in my mind. The next moment, I rushed at the camp of demons in flashing speed, grabbing the first person by the leg, a woman, before she had the chance to react, and dragged her along the rough ground, leaving a trail of blood and grated flesh on the ground. I flung her stomp with a great force against her comrades, turning the 2 people she collided against into watermelons. The enemies this time seemed a little wiser as they halted their press the moment they saw 3 of their members killed in a moment faster than their eyes could see. I wanted to attack them since they were actually stupid enough to look at me like that, but had to pause my steps as I saw a tall demon, massively overshadowing the others, standing at an impressive 8 feet, making his way through the demon congregation as they made open a path for him. Human, a quite strong one. The Hellspawn's raspy voice fizzled in between hisses. He had 2 pairs of curved horns on the side of his head and held a triple serrated black broadsword that looked like it was forged from the bones of tortured souls, if the constant screams and faces on the body of the hellish contraption were given any credit. That was some dangerous level of instinct this guy was making me feel. While I haven't fought a demon as strong as this one, I didn't actually feel enough of a danger threat from him for me to be thoroughly cautious. The blades started leaking thick black blobs and fell off its body to the ground, causing the ground to sizzle as whatever that black thing was completely ate through it. Some weapon you got there, big fella? Mind telling me what the hell that black dripping thing falling off of its body is? No? Well, I guess I have to use it on you to find out. The demon roared and ran towards me, reaching me with only a quick, almost imperceptible, blur of his movements and swinging down his blade. Not wanting to find out firsthand what that obviously sinister weapon could do, I dodged to the sides, but the demon immediately went after me, flaunting his speed in a way that appeared almost teasingly to me. Seeing the demon's unrelenting strides, I dodged towards where his group was standing, and due to him being likely over-arrogant and lost in whatever rage he was feeling, or maybe he simply didn't care, he couldn't stop himself on time when one of his comrades fell into his line of execution. He cleaved cleanly through the stunned cultist, and that was when I understood what it was that the blade did. Looking at the quickly shriveling corpse and how it emitted some wisp that the blade seems to absorb, and also the small new face that appeared among the sea of faces on each part of the blade, it didn't take me long to realize that the blade somehow absorbed the life and soul that was fading away from the dead guy and used it to empower the demon. The demon rushed at me with reinvigorated fervor, but despite its little strength increase, I reacted to it with barely restrained ease, parrying its blade with my hands, taking on the properties of vibranium. Seeing me being able to keep up with it despite its empowerment, he started attacking everywhere around him rapidly, killing any unfortunate demon or human who was within its striking radius and using their death to empower himself. Fuck. This demon was already strong, using the life force of his allies to strengthen himself would make him a lot harder to deal with. I rushed at him to get him to refocus his attention on me, but before I reached him, a huge explosion knocked me back, sending me flying into the main highway road. Oh crap! Before I could even tell the people coming out of their car to check the cause of the disturbance to run away, a huge energy blast came from within the bushes and impacted my location, turning everything around me to debris and fire. The demon landed in front of me with changed forms. His horns were longer and they were double-coiled, and he now had 3 pairs of eyes. The sword was somewhat bigger to match his increased size, and the screams coming from it were more pronounced. I could hear the screams of terror around me, but I couldn't keep my focus on them, not risking the chance of letting this demon out of my sight. My body took on a matte black color as it rushed at me, sword a-swinging, but I just stood there even as the blade impacted me, sending an air blast to the area behind me. I could feel the force from the strike empowering me, and small trickles of purple shone through my all-black form. How about that? He swung his sword a couple of times at me, but I just tanked each of his attacks, building up large units of energy in my body. He backpedaled a couple of steps as soon as he realized that none of his attacks were causing me damage but instead the opposite. Not letting it go on one of its angry fits, the first expulsion of power was directly into his face, pulverizing his eyes as they did his ears, nose, and mouth. The second was to his throat, reducing his face to more outpour of blood. The third and last, also most powerful, were to its scrotum, which it definitely had, shattering everything there into mush. He still at the final impact, as if he was frozen down to his heartbeat. I held his kneeling form by the neck while my right hand took on a blurry shade as it crackled with lightning. I reached for his heart, completely bypassing his thickened skin, and grabbed it slowly before yanking it out and causing his body to spasm for a moment before it stilled once again. Quite a nifty trick. I mused before reducing the slimy heart in my hand to black soot. The fight had spilled out due to a blindside attack that threw me off for a moment, causing unnecessary casualties. Well, there's nothing I can really do about this. I should get on with killing these pieces of shits than worrying about what kind of impact this would have on the neighboring people. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DRAULTheomenus. 193, Chapter 190. Natasha Romanoff POV. It's like every single time we get the chance to just kick back and enjoy some downtime, the world absolutely loses it and throws the most annoying and irritating shit our way. I have powers, that alone was enough reason for me to trip out for the entire week and the next, but what happens? I get called out of fucking nowhere to fight some fanatical idiots cooperating with demons. My ability wasn't the most direct one in the house, it was actually the least direct one. Steve, Drawl, and Bucky were just tailor-made to brute force their way into any situation with zero fucks about subtlety. Aurora was basically a walking and flying homing explosive, just light em bastards up. Even Yelena had super speed. She was fast, direct and precise. It was the basic culmination of her abilities. Mine however were just too broad. Yes, I was a bit good at it given the impossible time I've had it, but when compared to the others, mine really needed a lot of work. It also didn't help that I was facing a bunch of sorcerers and demons who were quite adept in magic. It was like they could do what I could, but with more ease, flair, and myriad ways of implementation. They sometimes used spells that could cut through the force field that I used in protecting myself. It was like a novice with huge magical powers fighting an experienced magician. Thankfully I wasn't all magic. Despite them being more experienced than me due to how similar some facets of my abilities were with magic, with things like force fields, telekinesis, and even energy blasts, their experience didn't save them due to the simple fact that I could just overpower them. It was like a veteran soldier who fought in both world wars suddenly coming face to face with an atomic bomb. Being fucked was an inevitability. That was a bit harder than I expected. Thankfully, this was not the first time I fought against someone with abilities, nor was it the first time I fought against someone using magic. At least their spells were nowhere as torturous as Drawl's. Looking at the rather apocalyptic scene before me, which was caused due to our fight spiking out further than originally intended, I finally understood why Drawl stresses the fact that I had a lot to learn when it came to using abilities. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a little bit, just a weeny bit, jealous over the fact of how easy to use everyone's abilities were. Having trained in Chi and being an assassin actually helped a lot, as my abilities were more on the lines of actively focusing on it as opposed to someone like Yelena who all she basically had to do was run, like every other human being on the planet did. Next stop is Texas. The swirling blue portal swallowed me and I found myself on a ranch, welcomed by a scene of carnage. This place wasn't an obscure one, as the line was directly underneath a ranch with houses nearby, which made the demons and their occult friends slaughter every single person and animal in sight. The news is gonna go crazy about this. Well, it's not like we can do anything about it. I could feel that there was something like a barrier, obscuring my view or at least diverting my view from something. Regulating my energy with the same meditation exercise I trained with, I focused all my energy and tried looking at what had been hiding itself from me, and what I saw almost made my stomach retch. Bodies upon bodies of half-eaten and crudely mangled humans were heaped up upon a pile. It was as if someone had cast a spell that would divert people's attention from the place. Looking at it now and based on how large the pile was stacked, I reckon this is where the whole townspeople were gathering, or were gathered. The demons had slaughtered an entire town just because it was a populated area, which made me wonder how the other locations that were unfortunate enough to be in the middle of civilization were. After this event makes the news, because it absolutely will, as there was no way for us to wipe this under the rug, people's eyes will become a lot clearer. I walked in silence, erasing my presence to the best of my supernatural abilities, and stalked towards where the demons and humans were gathered. There were fewer cultists here as opposed to demons, and most of the demons were feasting on the corpse of their recent hunt, while the humans just stood off to the side in boredom, not even the least bit repulsed by what the demons were doing. I maintained my camouflage as I got closer, easily weaving my way as I got nearer to where the humans were located. The demons were easier to deal with, at least these types were, but it was the humans that were the problem. These ones were dressed differently than the others I've seen, and if the dress code of any organization were to go by, those who dressed differently from the majority were usually high up the hierarchical ladder. I applaud your stealth, but unfortunately the same cannot be said about your intelligence. A voice spoke behind me which caused me to jump sideways and attack where I pinpointed the voice came from. The person wasn't fazed a bit by the close-range attack as they were all stopped by the magic shield in front of him. You certainly are quite dangerous, attacking someone who just came to say hello. It was at this point that I finally got a good look at who was speaking. Baron Mordo. I remembered Drawl speaking about him a few times, and also because he was the one who actually helped Drawl get started with magic. Drawl also said something about how he left Kamar-Taj after the Hong Kong battle that apparently never happened. Oh, you know of me? Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever been acquainted. I have quite the memory, so trust me when I say I would remember if we had once crossed paths. His tone was the only indicator of his surprise. His body had been relaxed since the beginning, a sign that he probably didn't see me as a threat, and all I could read from him was just a fleeting curiosity of how I knew of him. Right, Drawl did mention that he was as strong as Stephen Strange and the Sorcerer Supreme. And given that both people Drawl compared him with were the only people he personally knew that was on par with him when it came to magical knowledge, was not a good sign for me. A friend of mine told me about you in passing. Drawl. I said that in hopes of gauging his reactions, and that I did. His countenance changed as soon as I mentioned Drawl's name. He was frowning in distaste as he spoke. So the coward came out of his shell. I half expected him to slave away at his mansion even after knowing what was going on. How is he doing these days? The way he was talking was actually getting on my nerves, and also the way the others didn't even react to the noise my attacks made were all sending me wrong signals. He's been trying out different things recently. I'm sure he would have loved it if you dropped by at least once in a while after you disappeared. Ha, funny. The only reason a person as selfish as Cross would involve himself in this is only one of three reasons, one being the Ancient One or Strange practically begged him to. Two being that whatever we are doing personally affects him in a bad way and he is trying to nip it in the bud. And three being he has something to gain from this. Out of these three options, the first one is the most natural while the third is the most unlikely, though it's still a possibility. The second, however, is where I, as Cross would put it, place my bets on. So would you mind enlightening me on what the fearless Cross is actively worrying about? Honestly, it felt as if I was looking at Drawl, a feeling that sent the coldest chill down my spine. This man was dangerous, absolutely so. And it was not just his deductive intellect, as he was actually correct, as even I knew that Drawl had an uncanny connection to this dark dimension place they were all talking about. I still vividly remember the night he had a nightmare, since it was the first time I've ever seen Drawl actually terrified. Despite the mental turmoil going on in my head, I kept my movements as natural as possible while trying to call out to Drawl with the mental link we had, but it wasn't working, the situation growing dire by the second. Well, I don't know anything about any of that, but what they actually made stressfully clear was that someone was trying to bring about an apocalypse by summoning two different versions of the biblical devil. I never thought that someone like you would betray what you once stood for and side with the demons. I didn't betray anyone, little girl. You could say in fact that it was they that betrayed me, and in doing so they opened my eyes to the truth of this world. The Ancient One preaches about the vileness of drawing powers from the dark arts, and yet she uses it every passing moment of the day to extend her life, cheating death and accumulating karmic debts which we undeniably have to point at some point in time. Did I betray her, or did she betray me by stepping on how she taught me to live? He asked, but I knew a rhetorical question when I saw one. What of Strange? The one she chose was one of the most unscrupulous sorcerers I've ever met. One who had no respect for the arts and would skirt the lines as long as it benefited him, having no respect for the teachings and the rules in which all we sorcerers live by. And yet she had the gall to pick him as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Even the Eye of Agamotto chose him, and now he has the Time Stone in his hands, giving him the power to pervert time as he wishes. He's done it more than a couple of times in the past, so I know what I'm talking about. Maybe I should not have mentioned Drawl's name in hopes of gauging his reactions, because the dangerous air I was feeling from him was getting heavier by the second the more he spoke. And then there's Cross. If I say I absolutely loathed the first two people I mentioned with all of my being, then Cross would be the person I despise the most. Everything about him is something I will never bring myself to like or respect. I respect both Strange's genius and the Ancient One's wisdom and strength, but despite the fact that Cross has all these qualities in abundance, he still refuses to act. At least in Strange's case, it could be argued that it is his greed for knowledge that propels him to overlook traditions and try to avoid the consequences, but Cross doesn't do this. He has the power, the knowledge, the wisdom, to act, and yet he simply does nothing. He didn't call out the Ancient One when she was exposed, nor did he rebuke Strange's actions of rewriting the flow of the universe. He did not even make a comment about Caecilius' betrayal. Even his intervention in that battle was due to the sole fact that Caecilius had attacked him first. He didn't even help us in our fight against Caecilius, only focused on his battle with Doom. I wonder, will he come for you if you call out for him, or will he come for me? With Cross you can never know. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 194, Chapter 191. Natasha impacted the ground and used her body's rebound to balance herself before sending weapons, logs of wood and cars towards Mordo, but the renowned sorcerer was weaving through it all with ease. Natasha felt frustrated. She just had to be the one that came face to face with a master sorcerer who could do everything she could and highly surpassed her in mastery and implementation. If not for the fact that she was highly attuned with her abilities and the fact that she was actually progressing with it, she would have been dead the moment Mordo made his move. She floated backwards, dodging the dark green lightning that would have hit her if she had remained even a second later at her previous spot. Despite her struggling with his attacks, Natasha was absolutely sure that the master sorcerer was just toying with her and that realization was making her panic by each attack, but she held down whatever negative effects it would have on her performance. Extending her influence towards the burning ground, she grabbed the flames and magnified it, a trick she managed to pull off recently after Mordo almost hit her a few times. Controlling the flames and increasing its output to enormous degrees, she wrapped it around her in a protective fire dome and a secondary means of attack as she floated midair. You are quite ingenious in your applications, but it still screams novice. Mordo rushed at her, hands stretched out with dark magic circles over them, and punched at the flames that covered Natasha, but different from what Natasha expected, the flames not only did not hinder Mordo in the slightest but they also dispersed as soon as his magic came in contact with them before his fist proceeded to punch Natasha in the stomach, causing the recently empowered young woman to cough out blood as the magic destroyed her inner systems. Natasha flew away due to the impact and force behind the punch, crashing into the ground at blitzing speed. She staggered back up and cleaned her lips of the blood staining them. If not for my all-round improved physique that Drawl insisted we get from the Power Stone, that punch would have most likely killed or majorly maimed Super Soldier me. Natasha thought with a grim expression. She was getting worried as time went on since she couldn't contact anyone. The link between them that had been a constant sense of security as her family could feel each other's general location and situation, except if they were planets away, was now dead. Not dead in the fact that it was cut through, but more like they all changed numbers. It was the same network but the direct contact was lost. If that had been all, then maybe she wouldn't be panicking as she was now, but she could also feel that she was someplace different than where she had teleported to. A hidden dimension maybe, which would explain why Drawl wasn't here, because he would have felt Mordo's magic as he was sweeping the planet at different intervals. It was not a stretch to say that Mordo might have used magic to hide from Drawl, as the latter did always complain about there being no absolutes when it came to magic in correlation to the wider universe. You survived that and came out relatively well. You are more durable than I give you credit for. Mordo complimented, but Natasha didn't feel the least bit flattered by his endearment. If you are thinking about Drawl finding you here, then I'm sorry to inform you that you'll have to squash that hope. Natasha's brows furrowed at Mordo's words. What do you mean by that? Despite cross accomplishments in the arts, there is no way he would be able to locate this dimension that is cut off from Earth. This place is as much as your deathbed as it can be considered any's, might as well lie in it. The entire landscape changed according to Mordo's whims, setting the graveness of the situation deep into Natasha's mind. Well, you would have to kill me for that to happen, Natasha said as she faced off against the sorcerer. I intend to do just that, little girl. Mordo cracked a wide smile and brought his hands down, commanding the surroundings to twist in on itself before hurtling it towards Natasha, who didn't twitch a brow at the incoming attack. Raising her hands, she made a few hand motions she'd seen Drawl do a couple of times during their frequent sparring sessions. Unlike the ease at which Drawl performed the motion, Natasha had to focus entirely on it, paying no mind to the certain death that was quickly approaching her. As the black hole vortex neared her, she completed the motion and her energy just flowed through her body on its own and projected itself in front of her in the form of a dark-tinged purple shield. The vortex crashed into the shield and it cracked in the next moment, a reaction that extended Mordo's lips upwards by a few centimeters only for it to depreciate downwards a second later as the crack on the shield extended outwards away from it and connected to the fabric of the dimension they were in, shattering it to a flurry of flowers. Natasha looked at Mordo, eyes determined even as she stared at the clearly superior foe. This was not the first time she had fought people way out of her league, and it certainly won't be the last. If she couldn't stand up against a vastly superior opponent, then it was better if she changed her goals at this moment. If you want my head, then you better be fast about it, as I'm still on the clock. I have a job to complete after all. It wasn't a boost in confidence in Natasha's mentality that made her challenge Mordo, it was just coming to the fact that she was against a foe that outclassed her and realizing that there were only two things she could do. Fight to the death or die without fighting, as running away was not possible since she was still in whatever dimension was this. And of the two options, there was only one she could choose. How fucking ironic. It's always two options. HOH? I see you've gained some confidence. How about I rectify that? Without waiting for an answer, not like she was going to give him one, Mordo descended on Natasha. Spells after spells were cast in quick succession, pushing Natasha back with every hit, even as struggled to defend against them. Not wanting to be on the back foot and let Mordo determine the tempo of their fight, Nat endured taking a few hits as she made to return attacks of her own. Creating a purple construct, she hurled it at Mordo, but the seasoned sorcerer kicked himself into the air, dodging the projectile by a considerable distance. Before Mordo's feet could touch the ground, Natasha sent a few attacks of her own towards the man, energy blasts, fire torrents, raising the earth around them and extending them at the man as he fought his way forward. Mordo deflected the attacks aimed at him with masterful grace as he came ever closer to Natasha. He was a few meters away from Natasha when his senses alerted him of danger from behind. Trusting his intuition, he refrained from subduing Natasha at that point in favor of teleporting himself to a safe distance as his previous location was blasted by attacks from behind, attacks he had dodged but Natasha had called them back for a last-second flank. You are surprisingly talented in your applications even though you have yet to touch upon the precipice of your potential. I have a proposal for you, become my student and I will give you power beyond you. Dude, you ever gonna shut up? We're fighting to the death or did you forget? Natasha unapologetically cut him off mid-speech and without waiting for him to reply her audacity, she commenced the next session of attacks. While she hadn't in any way practiced the arts, she had seen Drawl use a lot of spells during the years since he's learnt magic, and if there was ever anything Drawl drilled into their skulls it was how they could control the energy inside their body for optimum utilization. With her near-perfect memory, she's seen him use multitudes of spells and even knew the effects of most of the lower-leveled ones that Drawl used most of the times, and replicating the motions and letting the energy flow through her unimpeded allowed her to do things like hands locked, fingers crossed atop their parallel, changing and locking into each other with fluid motions. Chinook energy burst out from her as magic circles covered her arms up to the elbows. You know, I'm something of a sorcerer myself. Seeing the travesty being concocted in front of him, Mordo couldn't help but marvel at the height of indigenous intellect in front of him. He could tell she was in no way accomplished in the arts as it was pretty clear from the shoddy spell she weaved around her. The only way the spell materialized was that she just brute forced it into stabilizing, but even that wouldn't hold for long. At that thought, a profound hate spewed forth from his heart as he remembered that the girl in front of him was associated with Cross. The same man who refused to act except for convenience should in no way nurture a talent like her. A pity he would have to kill her soon as the sacrifice was moments away from starting. As an acknowledgement to your appreciation of the arts, I will grant you a swift death. Prepare yourself, girl. The figure of Mordo burst into mist and pervaded the entire landscape they were both in. Reducing her heartbeat to the most optimum state, Natasha focused all of her senses in everything else other than her eyes. She extended her abilities forward into the most in hope of picking up either a stray thought or intent, but it was as if she dipped her mind inside a void space, nothing reverberated back to her. What she felt next was something impacting her and she was sprawled on the ground spitting out cups of blood. The vibranium suit she wore didn't reduce the damage as much as she would have hoped, it even felt as if whatever spell that was completely bypassed the suits and attacked her bare flesh. Not letting the attack bring her down, she focused most of her attention on the internal wound and tried to do anything to alleviate the damage. Summoning a pillar of flame, she wrapped it around a magnetic field construct and shot it to the mist surrounding her, but nothing happened, the attack seemingly drowned in the mist. She kept on attacking while still focusing on the wisps of energy that was eating away at her internals. Having mapped out the area of the damage, she tried using her own energy to draw the wisps of dark energy away from her system, but something surprising happened. She absorbed the wisp of dark energy she was focused on. She wasn't given a chance to expatiate on the new discovery as another attack slammed into her back as she lost her focus for a moment. Urgh. The attack broke some of her bones as she crashed into the ground with gritted teeth. Seeing as how she was an attack before the edge, she focused everything she could on alleviating the damage she suffered. Even though she finally concluded that she could absorb the residual energy inside her, she still couldn't do anything about the damage she had already sustained, only stopping the dark energy from spreading. She turned her head in time to see the attack a few centimeters from her face, an attack impossible to dodge given the distance. Her eyes remained open as she refused to shut them in the face of possible death, glaring at the dark curse that was already burning away her brows, a few tenth units away from destroying her face. Before it fizzled out. That was a close one. Unlike other times, the all-familiar voice didn't bring her security but a sense of doom with its frigid tone. Come out, Mordo, or I'll come get you myself. The wave of his voice blew the mist away, revealing a stumbling Mordo who had a disgusted scowl on his face. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomenus. 195, Chapter 192. Ororo Monroe POV. Ororo's cold blue eyes scanned the settlement that the humans and their allied demon comrades hid in. Even with everything she knew, the human being equally capable of both good and bad, she still couldn't comprehend how someone could be so far gone that they would sacrifice the earth to demon overlords just for the lust of power. These people didn't deserve even the slightest bit of mercy. No one could plead a fair case in their stead as their actions were the epitome of evil, having lost their sanity and morality as they practiced vile arts. Even they knew how evil they were. She slowly descended, the sky darkening as she got lower to the point that the comforting rays of sun were all imprisoned beyond clouds, denying the evil men below the universal gift of light. A fitting gift as they practiced forbidden magics. Ororo blue eyes crackled with lightning as she called upon the divinity of the sky for the first time after her ascension to godhood. Despite the fact that Jia gifted her a vast authority over the sky, appointing her as her daughter and envoy, she still wasn't as strong as those gods who had major domain over the sky and had tempered themselves in its domain for eons. What she had was a free ticket to the stage that was the authority of the sky, while the other gods were VVVIPs. She still needed to arrive at the venue before her ticket could be validated. That aside, her authority over the sky did put her ahead of many gods as she would grow much stronger in a shorter time. The human sorcerers started erecting a magic dome above and over the settlement as they saw Ororo descending towards them. Ororo scoffed at their efforts, obviously not putting their resistance in her eyes. She raised her hand and pure blinding white lightning coiled around it before shooting down, tearing through the barrier with the same ease as a pair of scissors would a sheet of paper. The lightning landed in the middle of their assembly, disintegrating those near it to dust before it branched out, each strand of unlimited energy striking through an enemy and turning them to dust in mere moments. Ororo swept her eyes through the settlement, comprehending the entire area down to the location of dust particles in moments. Her lightning burrowed into the ground, killing the demons and humans who hid underneath the earth with impunity. She remembered Jia's words as she erased them from the mortal world. Jia had given her perspective and also helped her understand just how necessary it was for some people to die. She had once naively believed that everyone had equal rights and no life was more important than the other, but Jia patiently advised her how flawed and stupid such thought processes were. The same way she would choose her new family and friends over anyone else, good or bad, was the same way some life just didn't measure up to others. The only way someone could judge the life and death of a person was if they had the power over the life and death of said person. It was the law of the jungle and the jungle was a pivotal part of nature, and that was who her mother goddess was. And now, she judged the recently deceased as below the ants and trees, not even allowing them to have a place in the cycle of nature. Scanning the area for any trace of magic, bioelectricity and connecting herself with trees and the earth, Ororo confirmed that there was not one soul living in the area. Calling her lightning, Ororo took hold of it and traveled through the path of lightning as she was closer to another settlement. The inhabitants of the settlement were alerted of Ororo's arrival due to the power she emanated as she rode the lightning and started firing volleys of magic at her. All the vile spells they could conjure up in a short frame of time were casted towards her but she just sailed the sky, dodging them with ease. Before they had any chance to react, Ororo landed in their midst, lightning coating her royal form, garbed in a form-fitting black suit and trousers that was a little similar to the one she wore during her time with the X-Men but different from that one. This one was inlaid with golden accents all over with a matching ebony black crown sitting on her head, holding her beautifully swaying white hair in place. She stretched her hand in slow movements and grabbed the head of a cultist who was too scared to react. Her hands crushed the head to mush as soon as she held it, which shook the stunned spectators into action, and they convened around her with spells lighting up their hands, ready to blast her to smithereens if she made another move. Seemingly oblivious to their silent not silent threats, lightning shot forth from her hands and wrapped a demon around the waist before dissecting it into two equal parts. The enemies around her immediately fired their spells, not caring about the notion of friendly fire, but they were left flabbergasted as she disappeared in a flash of light and their spells ended up hurting their comrades. You care not about the innocent people nor do you care about your allies. Truly, how vile. Her frigid voice echoed in the ears of everyone, man and demon alike, and they rumbled in agreement. She appeared behind one, hand thrusted through their heart, before moving to another one, displaying a scene of carnage with elegance that none of those who knew her would expect. My beloved truly does have the ire of the universe having to deal with these wretches. Her voice remained cold and calm throughout the massacre she was painting. The darkened sky receded as Ororo killed the last demon standing, bringing back the rays of light to the world around her, a desolated field scattered with ash and blood. I feel like they are about to start whatever summoning they intended to. She walked a few steps before disappearing from the field with the strike of lightning. Drawl St. Cross POV. I had been sweeping the earth, looking into every corner of the globe, searching for anything that would help us stop the summoning in any aspect or even slow it down. Dormammu alone was a huge nightmare for anyone to face, that not even I was comfortable with my chances if he eventually managed to gain a footing on Earth. I was actively using the Power Stone to boost my assimilating abilities in hopes of quickening the absorption of the two stones that were but a small pocket dimension away. It was after I fused with the Power Stone that the Ancient One told me about the intimate aspects of the stones in relation to each other, a revelation that made me understand why even though I was the infinite space, the amount of cosmic energies I could draw was limited. It was for the simple reason that while I had trained my body to be adapting to cosmic energy, my soul was a different case. I could harness cosmic energy, but because my soul wasn't infinite in its aspect, the amount of cosmic energy I could manipulate became finite. That was the importance of the Soul Stone, as it would elevate my being to a higher form of existence, because right now, the only thing that was fully evolved was my physical body. In response to the Soul Stone elevating my astral existence, the mind was the final piece in the evolutionary puzzle. Body, soul, and mind, out of the mentioned three, the soul was the hardest to elevate as it required and depended on the state of the mind. The mind was the bridge between the body and the soul, acting as an intermediary that helped the body elevate to the same level the spirit was. It was also the reason why the stones were taking a part of my personality and fusing with it. The spatial aspect of infinity had fused with my most volatile emotion, anger. It was calm, in order, and serene, fleeting like a facade until it was provoked and wrought untold chaos on its offender. The Power Stone on the other hand made me overbearing, as if daring anyone to challenge my might. The Power Stone could assimilate its 5 sister stones in a way that gave Aspect Infinite a whole new meaning. Having those 2 stones taking such crucial aspects of my personality with nothing to balance them out was bound to one day destroy everything around me. It basically meant that I was using, though a very powerful soul, a finite soul to harness infinity. While the Soul Stone would give me total freedom in harnessing the full power of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone would help me balance the mental instabilities of the stones, basically allowing me to comprehend infinity in its truest sense. In other words, if the Soul Stone enables me to balance my soul and my body, becoming nigh infinite in both aspects, the Mind Stone essentially allows me to have infinite potential, perfecting my usage of stones amongst other things. Even if I was able to fight Dormammu to a standstill, just the fact that Satanish, another Hell Lord, being present decreased the already abysmal positive chance even further. The only part about this whole clusterfuck that gave me the tiniest bit of assurance was that I'll have the Ancient One and Strange by my side when the fight starts. Hopefully both of them are able to hold down one of the Hell Lords while I take care of the other. The only part they all worried about was if they were slow and the Hell Lords imprinted themselves onto the earth. It would be the same as fighting them inside their own domains, and in that laid the problem. They could dictate everything that happened inside their domain, including the scale of their strength, making them nigh omnipotent. Dormammu's emergence was sure to severely affect the Ancient One, with the worst-case scenario being having her knocked out for the fight the moment it started. Strange was strong, unsurprisingly so, but even him fell a lot short when it came to fighting an Hell Lord inside their domain of power. Hopefully he was stronger and more resourceful than I gave him credit for. As for me, if the situation called for it, I would forcefully fuse with both stones, having already devised an almost sure way to do it without suffering from outside interference. My sporadic thoughts came to a stop when I checked up on my family and found Natasha missing. My connection to her wasn't broken, but it felt as if it was muddled, as if something was stopping me from connecting to her. I appeared at the last place her energy was registered, the place eerily calm that it could be disturbing to the weak-minded, probably because the entire town was slaughtered and the half-eaten bodies piled up for anyone to see. She's trapped in a dimension. Even though I couldn't feel her, I could feel the distance between me and her due to being the Space Stone. The entrance to the dimension was cut off by the caster, making anyone trapped inside unable to escape unless they could overpower or kill the caster or just outright brute force their way out of it, of which Natasha could do neither. My brows furrowed in irritation as I figured out what was probably happening to her. Using my spatial energy as a source, I cast a large spell around the entire area, connecting this space to the remnant dregs of the dimension as it was clearly activated here. With a simple push, the space around me shrank and squeezed in on itself before melting off and showing me the fog that was on the other side. I immediately recognized the spell Foul Breath of Anuraja, a spell that blinded all senses of those in it. It starts first by depriving the victims of their extra sense, which includes both magic and any form of danger sense. It then moves on to their hearing, robbing them of any auditory perception and reception. Next would be their sense of smell, followed by their sense of touch before they finally relinquish their eyesight. The Mind Stone rendered all illusions moot, and with its power flowing into me, I could see Natasha fighting with Mordo, or more aptly, getting knocked around by Mordo. I appeared in front of her, stopping the last attack that Mordo sent towards her midair before it shimmered down and disappeared. That was a close one. I said to no one in particular. Come on out, Mordo, or I'll come get you myself. The magic power in my voice forcefully washed away the fog, causing Mordo to recoil due to the backlash that assaulted him. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 196, New FIC Alert. My new FIC, Teen Wolf, Bloodborne, is out, people. Check it out and drop a review or comment of your opinions. I'd also appreciate it if you rather vote for that one to get it up the rankings than continuing voting for Marvel, redo. Love y'all. 197, Chapter 193. Check out my new FIC, Teen Wolf, Bloodborne, and please drop your stones there to help promote it and get it in the rankings. I looked at Mordo, the cold dead body of the sorcerer reflecting in my eyes. I turned back to look at Nat, chuckling to myself despite the wounds she'd suffered at Mordo's hands. Looks like you've been having a shitty day. She scoffed at my light jab, stretching forth her hands to me for me to pull her up. It's not my fault that I had to be the one who ended up being paired with the mad sorcerer. She winced at the backlash of one of the wounds Mordo had inflicted on her that pulsed with dark magic that ate away at her from the insides, only kept at bay as she somehow managed to scab the magical wound, effectively stopping it from growing an inch. Using the contact of our hands as a medium, I absorbed all the dark energy inside her body which made her healing factor kick in. Ooh, thanks for that. Nat said inside in relief as the irritating crawl of dark magic left her body. Think nothing of it. With that said, I turned to Mordo with a cold look on my face as I was just an irrational thought away from absolutely incinerating the man after a long session of torture. A long time it has been, hasn't it, Cross? He said with a small smile on his face as if he was welcoming me, but the hate that was emanating from him was unmistakable. Dormammu and Satanish, really? Of every stupid thing you could do, you actually settled for the most harebrained delusion your deranged mind could sprout. I said as I walked a few steps forward with Mordo mirroring my actions. Ho 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 ho. Now you criticize, how unsurprisingly hypocritical of you. You only judge something when it affects you negatively. I always loathed that about you. Mordo snarled, his voice echoing through the dimension we were in, causing it to tremble. My expression never changed, nor did it shift with the tiniest twitch, because none of it mattered when it came to Mordo. I wasn't someone who would cuddle a person and pamper them with overprotectiveness, because more than anyone, I understood the importance of hardship and determination. Even Yelena, who I supposedly doted on, wasn't spared with it was time to get harsh with them, either during training or when it came to reprimanding her. The same feelings, but on a slightly lesser scale, was attributed to Natasha. Natasha had grown from a seductive assassin to someone I saw as a younger sister. She was one of the few people who had a deep level of understanding with me, which made it easier for me to accept her and her sister into our family after the skirmish with an executive of SHIELD. Though I knew it for a fact, Nat's fight against Mordo drove home how I was bringing them to another level of warfare. They would never be the strongest, which basically meant that their chances of dying increased as their strength did. They were not yet at the level that they could afford to be carefree, the scene I arrived to an all too grim reminder. I don't care what you think of me, you should already be aware of that, Mordo. What I am interested in is why would you ally yourself with the Hell Lords, even if you plan on double-crossing them. That still doesn't explain why you would go so far as to open Earth to such horrors. General POV change. Mordo actually scoffed at the words of his former friend. It was only after he left Kamar-Taj that he understood just how far the sorcerers there had strayed away from their original path. They cast out rebels who don't follow their rules, and yet they perform the same crime when behind closed doors. Strange and his former master, the Ancient One, were the perfect example of that hypocritical society. It was so bad, the hypocrisy of sorcerers both good and bad, that he took it upon himself to cleanse this world of their filth by taking the powers of any sorcerer he deemed unworthy of their knowledge and power. And in his opinion, the man before him topped that list, and everyone in it, even including the Ancient One. Unlike you, Cross, I have a drive. My determination is not something someone like you could ever understand. Unlike you, I was not born with powers. Unlike you, I have suffered the pain of loss and betrayal. Unlike you, I struggled through my practice of the sacred arts with conviction and diligence. Nothing came easy to me, Cross. Because unlike you, I have a goal. I have a dream that motivates my every waking moment. An ambition so great that I finally surpasses all my peers. I have left you behind, Cross. Mordo screamed at the hated man who, if he had acted when he should, none of this would have come to pass. If only he had rebuked the Ancient One for her faults for breaking the taboos and reprimanded Strange when he repeatedly broke the rules, then Mordo would have been assured that they were at least some who could be considered righteous and true. But he did nothing of the such, preferring to sit in the background and stick his head under the ground, hoping that the trouble peacefully passed over him. Even now, Mordo was sure that the only reason he was being active was that something about the current situation greatly affected him, and he had an inkling of what it might be. He vividly remembered what the Ancient One had said about the dark origins of cross powers, going as far as to tell him not to invoke the name of most magical entities, irrespective of their alignment, when he was spellcasting. A torrent of magical power exploded from Mordo's form that caused the dimension they were in to lose its stability. Do you see this? This is the power that I have gained in my exile, Cross. My powers have exponentially dwarfed yours, that it barely even registers in my senses. You are nothing but a blade of grass in the middle of a cursed storm, only swaying as my might dictates. With the power of the Hell Lords, I will rid the earth of its false sorcerers, starting with you. Mordo's shout and excitement died down at the end of his sentence, and the dimension became stable once more, as if the wave of power that washed over every corner was but a poorly constructed lie. Despite all this, Drawl's face remained unchanged as Mordo's rant went in through one ear and out through the other. Behind him, Natasha's eyes widened as she felt just how vast Mordo's power was, which made her know that he had been toying with her since the beginning. I pity you, Cross, I really do. Because of your selfishness, you will die, and anyone who tries to avenge you will follow. A fitting end for a coward, having no one to even avenge your death. The atmosphere around Mordo seems to thicken as he finally set his sights on the man before him. Before he could act, Drawl, who had been silent for the most time, finally spoke. I pity you, Mordo. He had really meant what he said. Mordo's expression turned fierce as he attacked Drawl by first locking the space around Drawl, taking control of it so that Drawl wouldn't be able to even twitch his brows. The area around Drawl lit up in a magic circle of Mordo's doing, a circle of dark magic that he had learned a while back from a group of sorcerers he had killed. The spell was designed to drain the energy magic, bioelectricity and even life force from the target that was immobilized inside it. Even with all this, the expression on Drawl's face never shifted a millimeter in discomfort or panic. Even the girl behind him looked composed, not fazed a bit by the development. All these things immediately had Mordo on edge, as he knew that even though he was most likely stronger than Cross, the man was not an opponent to be trifled with during a battle. We never actually fought the other for real, did we? All our fights during the entire duration of my stay at Kamar-Taj were magical, and not once did I ever use my abilities. Isn't that right, Mordo? Drawl's voice filtered into Mordo's ears, but the man did not have the luxury to listen to it as the magic circle began crumbling, even as he tried his best to maintain, only for him to realize that the spell had done nothing to Drawl or Natasha, who stood behind him, not even a drop of energy drained. Your life was forfeit the moment you actuated this plan of yours. Drawl said and began to walk towards Mordo slowly. Not willing to be intimidated by Drawl's actions, Mordo showed his skill as a master as his body burst into eldritch manifestations, each with disproportionate body, size, and shape. The energy rolling off Mordo completely shattered the dimension they were in, but instead of bringing them back to the real world, all the Mordos found themselves inside a dimension that was all black, the only light present being the ones their circles ignited. A dimension of your own creation. It matters not. The Mordos released their volley of spells that brought lightning and hails and destruction to the void black dimension of Drawl. Faced with the attack from the Mordos, a purple glow covered Drawl's hands like smoke as he brought it up and drew a line that into the void that split it open, creating a great suction force that magnetically attracted all the spells. Before the Mordos could react, they felt the connection between them and some of their extensions being cut in an instant, only for them to find 7 of them scattering into boxes of chopped flesh. They had not left their stunned state when they all felt a soul and mind attack that immediately forced all the Mordos to combine back into the original, as the attack had not only identified the source of Mordo, but also attacked his soul while at it, which should have been impossible since as a veteran sorcerer like he was, his soul was protected at all times, but he suffered an attack there regardless. How? Whether he was surprised or shocked, Drawl didn't care. Let me once more correct your most fatal mistake, Mordo. I recall telling you once how a battle between me and you would go if I used all my abilities. My words then, if you can remember, were: you would die the moment I attacked. Drawl didn't say another word and materialized behind Mordo and grabbed the man by his left shoulder. Acting on reflex, Mordo used one of his life-saving spells that would have bound the offender with the ominous red-crimson bands of Siderok and send an almost unblockable attack directly to the soul and energy sea of the target. Drawl, immediately seeing the ominous red of the Crimson God, immediately let go of Mordo, knowing fully well that even he would have to struggle a bit to get out, but not without taking his entire arm from him. Mordo's scream echoed through the dark expanse, his pain causing his spell to cancel, but Drawl didn't care about such unimportant things as he took both of Mordo's with his next attack. Mordo, stilled in shock at the abrupt loss of his limbs and also the unresponsiveness of the ascribed spatial rune on his boots that was strong enough to punch a hole through chaotic spaces like black holes in hell. Drawl held him by his head, raising him to his eye length and brought him close to his mouth. I am a monster, Mordo. Not the one under the bed, no no no. I am the monster that lurks in your dreams, making you terrified of even closing your eyes to sleep. Mordo's eyes went into his skull as Drawl dug inside his head, crudely dragging out everything he wanted and destroying anything of irrelevance, turning the once powerful master of the arts into a vegetable as Drawl erased everything that made Mordo with impunity. The blackness around them tore apart like fabric as the light of earth shone on them once more. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 35 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 198, Chapter 194. Drawl St. Cross POV. I threw the crippled dead body of Mordo to the pile of half-eaten humans, a fitting place for him because of what he had become, before setting the pile ablaze. Are you still angry? Nad called out to me, which snapped my focus away from Mordo's burning form. No, not anymore. I answered. So you say, but your eyes say otherwise. She said, pointing to my eyes which were blood red. Trust me, I'm not angry. Just frustratingly irritated. My eyes went back to their normal color as I exhaled a deep sigh. You good? Yeah, but I'll admit my confidence got shaken quite a bit. I nodded at her words because she was being truthful to herself. Mordo was stronger than her by a huge margin, as he not only excelled at combat, but was also an accomplished master of the arts at a very young age. Very few could match his talent and genius, and even fewer, a negligible fraction, could surpass him. How are the others doing? Bucky ran into someone relatively strong, but he took care of it with little problems. The others are all fine, as they can easily take care of their enemies. I observed the different fights happening at once. Steve being an absolute force of nature, Bucky steamrolling through any opposition he came across with refreshing brutality. Yelena was getting faster the more she ran, blitzing through her chosen location at an astonishing speed. She had the highest clear count. Aurora was, Absolutely stunning, pun both intended and not. It was a confirmation of the type of person I was as I watched enraptured as she brought down heaven's wrath on those she judged guilty. The way she completely erased everyone in her way to dust with such a cold face was a massive turn-on that I would have indulged in had this been another time. I'm guessing it's Ororo that's having you slack-jawed, right? Natasha teased as she tweaked the magical teleporter I had made a long time ago for them. You're not wrong. Maybe I should go over there and make sure she's okay. I ignored the eye roll Nat sent me before her portal swallowed her, sending her somewhere in the Delta region of Nigeria. I watched a bit as she took out her frustrations on the poor cultists and their demon friends. Natasha could handle almost anything she came across, so there was no need for me to watch her. Mordo was an unexpected bump, nothing else. Right now, I have somewhere important that I have to be. The Dark Dimension. The human is dead. Satanish said as he lost his connection with the human sorcerer that was formed due to their pact. Then he served his purpose. Are you ready? The all-encompassing darkness wriggled in parallel to the voice that boomed through every part of it. Yes. We will use my realm to stabilize the breach, and while they try to stop it, you'll slowly integrate yours with the lines we've corrupted. Those sorcerers will die this time. Satanish's grating voice that was capable of sending war-hardened men into a terrified mess spoke to the darkness. Satanish's mouth was already brimming with hellish flames as he pictured the earth finally conquered by him and his progenitor until he noticed something. The mortal's soul. I didn't receive it. He growled in anger as he confirmed that truly, the soul was nowhere near where it should have been. Mordo's soul should have been in his palms after the mortal met his death as per their deal, but he didn't receive his price. Who dared to rob him of his prize? The darkness bubbled as flames consumed it, spewing forth dark flames through the expanse of the dimension. Satanish stomped on the ground he stood on, and the area around him stretching for kilometers rose up in his rage-fuel hellfire. Why rage here when the earth will soon be ours for the taking? We will have conquered the earth before Odin and any of their ill ilk would know what was happening. The fire receded into the darkness as it coagulated to form two orbs of purple and red. Unlike his spawn, Dormammu knew that taking Earth won't be that easy, but he was still sure of their success. His first target was that audacious woman who refused to pay her due. He would burn everything she held dear in front of her before he devoured her. The second person was the strange sorcerer. He had denied him his long-awaited prize, and for that he'll torture his soul for eternity. The last was the one that caused him shame at the hands of it. Dormammu was no fool. He knew fully well that he would die if he said a word to it, so he behaved in accordance to the natural law of the jungle. It had taken what it came looking for, and whatever non-existing debt Dormammu owed him was cleared, which meant everything else was free game. He would find that person again and would savor them fully this time as he decipher why such a thing would be interested in a human. Begin the conquest. Were the only words the Dark God said before his presence disappeared, leaving a still angry Satanish alone to kick-start their plan. Drawl Saint Cross POV. My form floated through the place where Ororo was annihilating another group of cultists. Right now, I was immaterial, which was the reason why no one sensed me. Rather than hiding myself in a separate dimension that mirrored the actual world, or astral projection even, this was something I picked up a long time ago when I was experimenting with the Space Stone. Taking on the void property of space, I could essentially filter myself back into the material plane but without displacing any of the existing space. Basically, I was occupying the billions of atoms around the entire area as I divided myself down to the cellular level. Ororo made quick work of the people here, as none could actually put up a fight when faced with her might. Ororo was a step away from leaving and heading to her next location, but she paused and squinted her eyes as she observed the entire place. She then cracked a small smile which actually took me by surprise. You can come out, my love. I materialized in front of her with an inquisitive stare. How did you find me? I asked in genuine curiosity. My attunement with nature is second to none, and also there's nothing like a perfect space. The space around here was too in order, as if it was being supervised. You subconsciously influence the space around you, a little fact that I found out about recently. She said as she took a step forward, her blue shining eyes locked into mine. That still doesn't explain how you knew I was there. My fingers traced the white pristine hair on her head to the side of her face. The answer is simple, love. Just as I'm connected to the earth and the mother goddess, there's someone else I'm still connected with. So connected that I'll know his general direction even if he was halfway across the universe. Her voice was soft and melodious, drawing me deeper into her vocal spell. That's basically stalking, you know? Most people might find it mildly disturbing. There was no space between us as our foreheads touched and body pressed against each other. Then I'm grateful because the man I love isn't most people. You can't run away from me, drawl. Her voice was so low that I would have missed it if I was a normal person despite the close, practically negligible, distance between us. I'm not trying to anymore. I whispered as my lips brushed against hers, static coursing through both of our bodies. Craving more than just teasing, we both dove into the other's mouth in a wild but tender passion. We remained in each other's embrace, lips joined together, and hands intertwined not once releasing ourselves even when lightning ran through Ororo's skin and transferred to mine, doing nothing except relaxing in each other's presence. That, was. Ororo gasped out for breath as we separated. Electric? Yeah, and quite literally so. I completed her sentence, which made her nod in agreement as the kiss was just that intoxicating. Before we could say anything else, a tremor ran through all the connected points on Earth, signifying only one thing. The ritual has started. Ororo said before we both blasted ourselves to the sky, using the high vantage point to scan the immense buildup of energy. So it seems. Honestly, I wanted to kill all the worshippers involved, but if I had done that and the sacrifice was activated, without the needed blood to open the gate would have siphoned the energy from the lines and bled the earth dry. They really did pull one over on us. I whistled as beacons of energy started appearing in my senses, covering different parts of the globe. We'll have to fight them head on then. She squeezed my shoulders in a show of comfort, which I appreciated. Come on, let's go get the others. I took us both to the training grounds of Kamar-Taj and teleported the others to my side. Sacrifice already started, hey? Steve asked as soon as he appeared, which prompted an affirmative nod from me. Figured so, since they all started bursting all over the place like a bloody firework. The Ancient One and Strange walked out of a portal with serious expressions on their faces as they could feel the rather exuberant magical power building up under the sanctum. They nodded to the people beside me in greeting and silent thanks as everyone readied themselves. Strange, Mr. Cross. I hope the reminder of how imperative it is that they don't impress themselves on Earth isn't needed. She spoke in the most serious tone I've ever seen her speak in ever since I met her. The only way we can do that is if we fight them in their own domain. That's upping the difficulty factor by a fuckton, but I guess it's either that or have them come over and trash the whole damn place. The intersection of lines under us was stabilizing, which meant the portal was just moments from forming. First it was mercenaries, we handled that. Then it was metas, we shrugged that off too. Young gods throwing tantrums? No problemo, all part of the day's job. Tyrannical alien warlord, just another average Tuesday. And here we are now, head hunkos from literal hell making their way towards Earth, but we can't have that, so we are the ones diving into hell to stop them from coming out. I miss anything. Yelena, though looked peppy as she always did, was nervous and I knew it, so I just ruffled her hair a bit, drawing her attention to me. Stay behind and take care of anything that crawls out. I said to her, making sure no one heard us. We were walking into both the figurative and metaphorical belly of the beast, and even though I had a few ways to save them if things turned south, it was better to avoid such a grim scenario if I could. To my surprise, Yelena shook her head in disagreement. I'm going with you guys. If we're gonna end up taking an L, then I want to be there. I'm skittish, but I think that's a normal reaction given that an apocalypse might happen if we lose. I'll just take this as some sort of blood trial, did quite a few of those back in the days. Oh, how proud I was of her. She knew her fears and had no problems with saying it out to me, using it as a motivation to press forward. They really are sisters. Gotcha. I gave her a salute before a random idea popped into my head. You know what? Depending on your performance, I'll get you any car of your choice and any enhancements you want on it. Deal. She laughed for a few seconds before she shook on it. Deal. Everyone get ready. The portal will be stabilizing soon. The Ancient One's voice brought our focus back to the event about to unfold. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 199, Chapter 195. We stepped inside the portal that had begun to eat away the underground basement of Kamar-Taj, finding ourselves in a dimension that brimmed with darkness, fire, and destruction. Whoa! This place feels all sorts of trippy. Steve, being the one most attuned with space after me, was bound to be disoriented in such a chaotic space, but it also highly favored him if he could get attuned to it. Where are we? Strange asked as he glanced around, not at all bothered by the strangeness of the place. This is the Dark Dimension, or Hell. Whichever one you affirm to. The Ancient One said, eyes focused in a particular direction. I expanded my senses, taking in the endless space around me and imprinting myself to its illogical coordinates. It was also at that time that I felt the looming presence that was thousands of kilometers away and yet still a few centimeters from our face. You feel that? Before any of them could answer, the darkness and fire around us coalesced into a humongous head of pure destruction. We meet again, Reg. All I could feel was pure malice and his suffocating presence that seemed to be submerging us. Everyone, except me, Ororo and the Ancient One, watched with bated breaths as tendrils of darkness rose from every part of hell our eyes could see and wrapped itself around each other, taking a huge humanoid form. That we do, Dormammu. I will only tell you this once, leave the earth be. The Ancient One said, but I could catch the tiniest hint of fear in her magic, which normally would have been impossible, but I was a bit attuned with the Mind Stone, which practically 10x my senses. Ha 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 ha. Still as arrogant as ever, I see. Unfortunately for you, this time will be different. After your death, IW. Boom. The dark form of Dormammu was flung away into the distance as Bucky, Ororo, and I attacked and cut short the hateful vitriol of the dark god. Save the monologues for later. I shouted at the two stunned sorcerers beside me and snapped them back to focus. It was only after he appeared in front of us that I knew how truly powerful Dormammu was. He eclipsed us in strength by a long margin and it would take our combined effort to keep him at bay, and that was not factoring the likely arrival of another Hell Lord. Magic, power and space burst forth from my body as I increased in size with my trusty old axe appearing on my palms. I could feel the power that was coursing through the runes on it, smiling a bit as it gave me a boost in assurance. Skreek! An unholy howl of raw unadulterated rage echoed throughout the dark dimension and caused it to tremble as it drew in everything, even the darkness, towards Dormammu. We were literally in the belly of the beast, which made dodging his attacks very difficult for the others if they weren't fast enough, making blocking them the most viable option, but the problem with that was that it was almost impossible for people like Natasha, Yelena, Bucky, and even Steve, to successfully block it. Grunting as the attack came closer to us, I swung my axe, letting my well of spatial energy flow into the axe without any restrictions, which resulted in the malformed space of Dormammu's dimension crumbling down as both attacks clashed into each other. Despite the impossibility of it, I was slow to dodge as Dormammu's charge impacted me and sent me flying through the floating moon we had been standing on. I was about to rush back when I felt something that I haven't felt in quite some time. Blood. It wasn't a deep wound or anything, but rather a busted lip that had already healed, leaving only the taste of it in my mouth. At that realization, a lot of emotions washed over me: anger, disgust, arrogance, anticipation, and excitement, and it took me a few seconds before I finally settled on the one that was the most important in this situation. Rage. Unbridled rage. As soon as the feeling washed over me, the once chaotic space of hell suddenly became more comfortable and inviting. All I saw was red as destruction, and darkness enveloped me in a hazy fog, fusing with space in a sickening way, except that I didn't care about that and erased the space between us and forcefully teleported everyone away from Dormammu as the mountain-sized enlarged axe in my hand was brought down with an earth-shattering force under the might of 4 forcibly fused infinity stones. Everything crumbled and disintegrated in a cascade of red and purple. Did that get him? Steve materialized and hovered close to me in his ephemeral form. Of course not. I couldn't help the deep growl that rumbled out with my words, because I knew that even that had only hurt him a little, which he could easily recover from given that he was in his domain. Cue to my point was the darkness forming and coming together to form the physical body of Dormammu. It's you. Ha 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 ha. I finally remember you, mortal. Oh, what a marvelous day indeed. Long have I pondered on how to kill my enemies from that irritating realm, and today fate answers me. His smiling face oozed wrath as he eyes focused on me, not at all bothered by the others who had already surrounded us. He wasn't at all worried about us besting him, and as much as it irritated me to say it, he had some basis from his perception, but regardless, I was not ready to die today. Mr. Cross. The Ancient One started, but I cut her off. I'll take his focus since I'm the strongest one here, while you and Strange find a way to seal or restrict him, even if for a moment, as a moment is all we need. We also need to keep an open eye for any other movement. There's still another Hell Lord out there after all. The rest of you will run interception with me, got that? The amused smirk on Dormammu's face irked me, but I didn't bother with it because I knew that I was in a very volatile state and I needed to focus my anger on him rather than letting it run wide and rampant. The others nodded their heads, even the two sorcerers, and got ready to face the smiling god in front of us. I exchanged a glance with the two sorcerers and Bucky and Ororo and immediately set into motion. Clasping my hands together along with our allied sorcerers in fast fluid motion, we slammed it on the ground while Ororo bathed everywhere else in her lightning. Golden vines spewed forth from the ground and wrapped around Dormammu, increasing in numbers as the Dark Lord ripped them off as they entangled him, snarling in irritation only to be bombarded with Ororo's lightning. The two sorcerers beside me disappeared only to appear at the place Dormammu was, calling forth the crimson bands of Cyberok to bind him. Dormammu roared and spewed flames from his mouth at the two sorcerers, but I was already on it. I compressed the 2 points of space that covered the radius of the flames and stood in it, making it look like there was 2 of me, a vastly higher form of Steve's omnipresence. I cleaved the flames in 2, making them pass harmlessly through the side of the two sorcerers who had all their focus in maintaining the unbreakable bands they got him wrapped in. Demons started crawling out of the ground in multitudes and rushing at us to hinder us from attacking their lord. Lightning ran across the endless number of connected satellites like the one we were standing on and started killing the demons that were rushing at us. Yelena and Natasha were ridiculously underpowered to be here, but they still made the choice to come even after I tried dissuading them. Seeing the demons, they both got into action, sending the demons back into the shadows in order for them not to get in our way from the main character. My senses alerted me of danger, but not one intended for me, rather the Ancient One. Dormammu was using the bands she used to bind him to further corrupt her, as it was a dark spell even if it was not one of his. It was a very bad idea for her to come inside the dark dimension, as she was easily susceptible to Dormammu's influence, which she had been fighting since the first moment she had stepped foot inside this infernal realm. I could see her soul slowly losing its already dim countenance the more she struggled and held him, but despite knowing fully well of her condition, she continued on regardless. Let go. Without waiting for her response, I severed her connection with the bands for a brief moment, which was more than enough time for Dormammu to wriggle his way out, followed by his maniacal laugh at her state. How bad? I might have been quite stingy there. A moment of oversight on my part. She panted as she spoke. Dormammu was toying with us, that much was clear. He didn't perceive us a threat at all, and yet I could still feel his rage building up as the minutes ticked by. I heard it's a culture among your kind not to play with their food. An apt saying. His huge form shrunk further down, bringing his height down to 7 feet as the darkness around him solidified. Seeing you all attacking so fiercely stokes my appetite, so for my sake please don't stop now. My senses told me that demons had begun encroaching through the rift that was consuming the sanctum, but there was still no sign of Satanish, so that was good news for now. My axe thrummed with energy as I gripped it hard and faced Dormammu, the power of 4 infinity stones empowering me with every passing moment. Oh? You want to face me? I applaud your foolish bravery. He was omnipresent in his own realm with the way he made to grab my neck despite being a healthy distance away from me. I exploded into a puff of smoke, separating my cells in order to dodge his choke, and reappeared at his sides to dig my axe in his head, but it was stopped by a shield. I strengthened myself further with Power Stone while also bombarding it at the same time with my destruction energy, which caused red lightning sparks to dance wildly. The shield finally gained a crack which surprised the Hell Lord, but it was not enough for me to capitalize on as the shield shot out energy beams that pushed me a few feet back. The lines around my body lit up like a Christmas tree as I attacked Dormammu once more along with Strange and the Ancient One, who had recovered a bit. Dormammu's gauntlet hands and magic ripped open wounds in my body only for them to be closed as his hands exited them. The time stone around Strange's neck was lit up, which meant he was probably working on a spell, hopefully. There was no way for us to defeat Dormammu here. We might have had a chance if he had stepped into Earth, because he would have been weakened considerably and wouldn't have been able to draw endlessly on the power of the Dark Dimension. Sure, we could hold him back a bit, but what was important was a way to keep him unable to enter Earth, because killing him here was an impossibility. My axe impacted the Dark God on the side of the head, which sent him flying and blasting his way through 2 moons in the distance, only for him to get sucked inside a black hole, the same black hole that sucked all of our attacks and bombarded the trapped Hell Lord with all of them. My senses registered heat, smoldering heat, that melted everything around it, appearing on Earth as the second Hell Lord stepped through it and the encroachment finally began. Dormammu was already ripping the black hole into nothingness, his escape being just around the corner. Guys! They need you back on Earth. I didn't have the luxury of time to explain, so I just warped them there despite Ororo calling out to me. All that remained was just the 3 of us sorcerers against the Dark God of darkness and destruction. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioManus. 200, Chapter 196. The guy was finally getting serious if whatever my senses were telling me was true in any way. I had thought that with all of us against Dormammu, even inside his own domain, would be more than enough to put up a fight and detain him or outright push him back. We could hold him for some time, sure, as proven with Strange and the Ancient One, but the little problem about that was that he was getting stronger as time went on. The same way I was powering myself up to face him was the same as he was doing, but with more ease. I could already feel the tiniest specks of Earth being eroded away as it merged with a part of Hell, but while that was still not enough for a foothold for either of the 2 Hell Lords, it was enough for us to know that our time was ticking away. To be honest, I was half the mind to just send Strange and the Ancient One away to deal with Satanish while I let loose on Dormammu, as it seemed that his dimension was also powering me, but I knew how bad of a plan that was. While I would be the first to admit that I was not the best team player around, I also understood when one was in way over his head. Strange and the Ancient One could work together and do whatever it was they could to Dormammu, and it was my job to keep his attention on me for however long that took. Dormammu's attention was mostly on Strange, most likely to stop the sorcerer from pulling off any ridiculous spells, and then on me for somehow being a target of interest, not that I knew why since I've never made any sort of connection with him. The Ancient One was flung away by one of Dormammu's dark beams, which she managed to protect herself from with a hastily erected shield, but she couldn't do anything about the impact. Strange then got in his way as Dormammu tried delivering the killing blow to the woman, stopping the demon in his path as he fired spells, some of which even I had no recollection of, effectively provoking the already raging Hell Fiend. Before the living nightmare could rage his way through Strange's spells, I barred his path as my axe met a dark barrier. The nigh boundless energy from the Power Stone filled my body, which made the barrier to break into splinters and impacted Dormammu. Not waiting for him to attack back, and also with the boost from the successive hit, my axe gained added strength from the flow rune I had inscribed in it a long while back, which I used to send another strike back at him, stacking up the power bursts and magnifying them with my authority over power. Darkness and fire rose up from the ground to stab me through, but I didn't care about them, focusing my everything and unleashing everything I could on him. Using magic along with the Mind Stone, I made countless copies of myself, each occupying a portion of hell space and each with different abilities. Different from cloning, what I did was just stepping in different places at once and using the Mind Stone to partition my mind to do different things at once despite having just one body. I didn't need to be told what to do by myself as over 10 of us gathered together and formed a huge ball of energy of different properties, disregarding whether they were compatible with each other or not, while the others kept him at bay. I looked back at the energy a bunch of mess were gathering, knowing fully well that what I was doing would be more than enough to erase a solar system with just its flare, and signaled to the two sorcerers. If you guys are tired this soon then I'll be forced to bench you. Dormammu was thrashing around, attacking wildly and simply not caring about who felt the brunt of his outburst. Lasers had shot straight from my eyes but Dormammu in his hyper state didn't even flinch and just grabbed my head before exploding it in darkness. Watching yet another copy of myself being destroyed, my axe twirled around me knocking away any stray attacks while I flew at the VIP of this fight and punched his head. Might not have been my best idea but at this point who cares? Dormammu didn't register the attack as flames just covered me and darkness pierced through me. Grabbing the axe of the fallen copy of myself that just got speared through, I clashed them together and the sound that resounded from the impact destroyed everything around me. Darkness and destruction washed over me as they destroyed the Demon Lord's attack. Calling upon the vestiges of the living tribunal, light of law and order intertwined into judgment chains and bound one of Dormammu's hands and feet. Strange appeared the moment the chain was cast and fired off green spells powered by the Time Stone at Dormammu which resulted in angering the dude more. Nothing was new anymore at this point. After Strange finished with his, the Ancient One took his place, a displacement spell in action, and supplemented whatever Strange did with hers which made the demon stop howling for a second, seconds which made my hair stand at their ends. Without waiting for whatever was going to happen, I filled in the space between me and the Ancient One with over a galaxy's worth of distance as the huge ball of energy created by copies of myself was dropped right on top of me and Dormammu. I watched as every version of me around Dormammu became bathed in the light of the explosion that was so huge that it completely destroyed and engulfed a solar system in seconds, even erasing all sound, and continued stretching forward by light years. I appeared beside the two panting sorcerers, both looking like they've seen better days which was an unsaid truth, while also looking that they were a moment away from collapsing on the ground. What the heck was that? That almost killed us too. Strange huffed the question out through his shaky breath. I forced everything I could conjure up curses, light blessings, dark energy, chaos energy, cosmic energy, primordial energy, whatever dregs I could pull out, space energy, soul destruction spells, mind-shattering hexes along with pumping everything up to 1,000 and threw them all at him. Should do some damage. I lightly explained, ignoring their stunned stares and I focused my attention on the gulf that was swallowing its fourth system and still moving on. What was that you guys hit him with? I asked as I remembered how Dormammu lost it after Strange and the Ancient One's attack. Strange pointed at the green glowing eye of Agamotto and then at his left hand where there was a green clock that was slowly ticking away from the 12 numeral. A sophisticated time loop spell. We can't fight him if he keeps getting stronger and ignoring our attacks so what I basically did was put a reset on him but I don't know how long it'll last before he breaks it. I nodded because it was pretty neat if you ask me. I then turned to the Ancient One for clarification because it was after her spell that Dormammu lost it and if not because my attack completely destroyed any slow-moving sound waves, we would have been hearing Dormammu scream bloody murder. It would have taken 2 or 3 resets before Dormammu broke the spell since Strange casted it on him and since this is his dimension and time doesn't mean much here, it would have been a different case however had Strange cast the spell outside of here and brought Dormammu inside its influence. What I did would serve to prolong the time before each reset and also the number of reset we have. She said with a small smile. And how exactly did you accomplish that? Her smile brought about a sense of schadenfreude foreboding in me. Easy. After every reset, he loses a percentile amount of energy that just filters back into the dark dimension which conversely means that he'll have less energy to fight Strange's time loop spell thereby increasing the number of resets we have. Though I should warn you that there is nothing that can stop him from drawing more power from his dimension but thankfully Strange's spell managed to put a limit to that. No wonder the dude was livid. I would be pretty pissed too if I found out that someone had placed a limit on how strong I could power myself up to inside my own domain. Regardless I was thankful that at least this managed to slow down the encroachment on Earth. Kamar-Taj. 5 people suddenly found themselves standing in front of molten slag that was slowly melting away the ground and even the magical defenses of Kamar-Taj. Drawl. Ororo screamed as her lover forcefully pushed her out of the fight. She was more than strong enough now to fight by his side without being a burden, more so after her very recent ascension. He'll be okay, Ororo. We can scream at him later but for now we have a fight in front of us. Bucky drew the goddess' attention to the humongous grotesque that was bathing everything in fire as it walked. Countless bodies of sorcerers were strewn across the ground along with dismembered limbs. The demon even had someone screaming out of the mouth that was located on where its stomach should have been. Jesus Christ! Natasha's mouth gaped as he saw the fire that melted everything down to the bones and even saw the soul that tried to flee only for a tongue filled with spikes to wrap around it and drag it back into the mouth, all while the spirit screamed for mercy. Steve, Yelena. Try to evacuate those who can't fight as soon as possible and get back here. We'll have to take this fight away from here, but collateral damage is unavoidable. Steve and Yelena both disappeared in a fog and lightning respectively as they immediately carried out Bucky's orders. You guys ready? He asked the two women besides him, all of them looking determined as they stared at the enemy in front of them. They were forced to retreat from the first battle, but this second one was a do or die, to them at least. As ready as I'll ever be. Ororo's eyes were brimming with rage as they crackled with lightning and filled the air with burnt ozone. I hope they bleed. Dark purple wrapped around Natasha's form as he joined Ororo in the air, the presence of the Hell Lord in front of her not frightening her all that much after what she'd seen in the dark dimension. Half of Bucky's body took on the energy form of lightning while the other took on the stainless sheen of adamantium, as that was his most strongest form in the sense of defense. He had been trying to successfully combine both adamantium and vibranium to one part of his body, but he hasn't had much success except that he could turn most of his tissues and bones to vibranium while the rest was adamantium. Satanish looked at the three people in front of him, but only two caught his eyes. First was the white-haired woman who completely reeked of divinity, and she's dying first, while the other was something that piqued his interest. She would make for a good follower and strong one to boot. I don't know about you guys, but this thing is pissing me off major. Natasha said, not liking the way the demon's eyes lit up in interest as if it was checking out her and Ororo. That makes both of us, NAT. And with that the attack commenced. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMenews. 201, Chapter 197. Nick Fury POV. Things might have been going way too smoothly for old Nick that made the universe think that it was high time it balanced the scales. The universal retribution had begun when we started receiving reports of dead signals from some regions across the globe. Dead signals as in no one was actively using the internet, no one was making calls, no one was playing video games or even sending texts. It wasn't weird because, believe me or not, there are some regions in the world that are basically cut off from the rest of the world as a whole. Not even the internet exists in those places. I immediately knew something was up when some people started putting in calls that they were demons and aliens killing people here and there. And then there was the footage. Alien-looking things feeding on humans and local authorities trying to kill them with their firearms, but they were mostly unsuccessful. We were in over our heads and I knew it, but everything went to shit when the scouts Barton had ordered to case the dead signal regions came back and reported that entire towns and villages had been wiped out. My heart chilled. Sir, you have to see this. I looked at the video Hill had brought me. The video was showing a man, probably a meta, flying and killing the extraterrestrials left and right without even moving his limbs. Teleportation, flight, he could also stop things from moving, telekinesis it seems, and then there was the way most of the ETS just burst into tiny pieces as if they were suddenly inflated. How did he do that, and do we have any idea who this is? I asked as I handed the tablet back to Hill, who, against all odds, nodded her head. HOH? Now this is getting interesting. According to satellite readings on the area, there have been some rather illogical spikes in gravitons. She said, which earned her a scowl. I hate it when people half-explain things. We believe his abilities are spatially oriented, which would greatly explain the teleportation, telekinesis, and also how they exploded. What kind of files do we have on him? These were the kind of people I had been looking for. While S.H.I.E.L.D did have a meta-human task force, strong abilities like these were rarer even among the already rare meta-human kind. We have everything on him, down to his birthday and where he was born. Saying that, she produced the amplified scans of the video, and whatever I wanted to say about half explanations died in my throat. His name is Steve Rogers, sir. What the F? Sir. It's an emergency. You have to see this. Carlson barged into the room and went straight to the projector and connected it to the main channel we used. The same one that oversees all other S.H.I.E.L.D digital information. What the hell is that? The satellite readings coming from Nepal were off the charts in every way. We are still not certain, but whatever it is appeared at once. There was no gradual energy buildup of any kind that we could track. Something this big should not be spontaneous, and I'm afraid that's not all, sir. At this point I don't think I can take more of this. There is more. The world was turning to shit at this point, and you're telling me that there's more? Yes. Sir, we have every reason to believe that a portal or black hole is forming under Nepal. Are you joking, Carlson? I'm afraid not, sir. My eyes trailed everyone, from Barton to Hill, and then back to Carlson, and each of them had the same stunned into silence expression that I had. I could only play my last card, my only viable card, because it seems that someone was having a game of who had what and no one bothered to give me a heads up. What of Drawl? Can we contact him, any of them? Negative, sir. I even tried reaching Yelena but none of their cells are connecting. What do we do now, sir? Barton asked, which somehow got a chuckle out of me. We'll do what we can and then die trying. Since we are no longer receiving reports of alien attacks, I want every armed and trained personnel to get ready. They went under our guard and due to that we've already lost a few towns and some cities are in disarray. If what first happened is some sort of preemptive attack, then whatever is coming from that portal will likely raise hell on Earth. I slumped back on my chair as they all scurried to their respective departments to issue out orders and make preparations to combat whatever we were facing. The only thing that was currently giving me some form of assurance was that Drawl was probably out there fighting, along with the others who apparently now had superpowers. But the thing that still scared me was that the satellites would have been able to pick up the destruction in his wake if he actually was fighting, but there was no picture or video of him on the internet despite it currently turning to shit. May God help us all. Boom. Crackle. Whoosh. Bang. The city had been reduced to rubbles in the event of their fight, and it was only through the aid of the master sorcerers of the sanctums that the destruction hadn't already covered the entire country. Overlaying dimensions over dimensions, all in a bid to slow down the Hell Lord's advance in conquering the Earth. Bucky's body was flashing in between various states and molecular forms as he disregarded everything that was thrown at him and attacked the Demon Lord. Despite him bleeding out from every orifice in his body due to the overwhelming magic of Satanish, he still didn't relent as he jumped in once again. The others with him were not faring any better, not even Ororo, though she seemed to be in a relatively better state than the others. The sorcerers fighting with them had made the dimension as big as possible and held it for as long as they could, but they had begun crumbling each time Satanish attacked. Steve and Ororo both rushed at him after he and Bucky clashed for the nth time, with the latter being flung away in this exchange, each wielding their respective abilities, space and lightning. Steve had locked down the space around Satanish, but he was finding it a daunting task to slow down the monster from moving just a limb. Meanwhile Ororo moved overhead as lightning, hail, fire and ice followed her and struck at the eyes of the monster, making him howl in rage, which forced him to break free of Steve's hold and make his way towards Ororo, only for it to stumble back as if a satellite just impacted him. Yelena's body cackled with white lightning as she zoomed across the gigantic being's body, laying punch after punch that impacted so hard that it caused the air to vibrate. Satanish grunted, and as if responding to his wishes, the area around him turned night as darkness covered everything and swallowed every speck of light. Yelena, get out of there! Seeing the darkness enveloping her sister as it ate away at everything, Natasha used every bit of power and frustration inside her and held darkness, a notion that seemed to take the Hell Lord by surprise but also increased his greed in possessing the redhead as a powerful pawn. Not caring about how Natasha managed to hold apart darkness, Steve dove, and as soon as his senses registered every point in that space, he immediately appeared at Yelena's side and teleported both of them out. Huff huff. That was scary. Whatever that darkness was sucked away every speck of light that came from my body, making me unable to get out. Yelena warned as got her breath under control. That had outright terrified her down to her bones. Can you guys still go on for a while? Ororo asks the group of sorcerers who looked like they were a second away from passing out or falling to death. Yes, we can. Hopefully we can sever this dimension very soon and send it to hell and put an end to this battle. Master Drawl, Master Strange and the Ancient One entrusted the safety of Earth to us, and yet you took those burdens upon yourself. Holding on until you no longer can is the least we can do. Master, the first one Drawl had met when he arrived at Kamartaj, told the people that were currently fighting their battle. Then we'll have to speed things up a bit. Waiting on the sidelines can be a shit job. Bucky remarked jokingly, but his face was anything but. One more push. He didn't wait for anyone before he disappeared in a flash, running with a speed that only Yelena could accomplish, which she did as she appeared on his side, both bathed in lightning as they reached Satanish, not even bothering to slow down despite the floating orbs of darkness around his form. Steve and Natasha appeared on both sides of Satanish, each brewing with power as none of their strikes were limited in destruction capabilities. Similar to Yelena, Ororo appeared right in front of Satanish face with white lightning cladding her form, as she was now able to ride every element of the sky without any restrictions. Not intimidated a bit by their fierce attacks, fire and darkness covered his hands as he punched torrents of fire towards the ants swirling around him, but unfortunately for him, each and every one of those ants were not afraid of being burned in the slightest. The elements under Ororo's command coalesced into a spear of fire, water, wind, and lightning, brimming to its feel with divine energy that made Satanish nervously hesitant. On Steve and Natasha's end, the duo compressed everything they could muster, forming a small black orb that couldn't even cast its shade with the light shining on it on Steve's hand, while Natasha pulled in all of the Chinook energy she could muster and drew them to her outstretched hand, forming a haze of purple and black around it. Bucky and Yelena were not left out, as Bucky's form, though unknowingly, gained a tinge of gold while time seemed to stop in Yelena's point of view. She saw what she could only describe as reality tear apart like a very bad quality fabric under the attack of 5 people against an Hell Lord. The multitude of layers of dimensions stacked against each other crumbled in droves as everything, even space and time, seemed to collapse in on itself before spewing out all its content against the outside world, which created cracks in the very fabric of reality. A/N, is that a mini infinite mass punch? Divine might, magic, physical force, fundamental forces and cosmic energies met in a brutal clashdown that razed and destroyed everything in the vicinity of impact and other connected areas. The collision and its resulting explosion was so catastrophic that the sorcerers holding the dimension from colliding on itself all received a violent backlash that caused most of them to cough out blood while others bled out from their orifices. What followed after was a scream of agony that rattled the bones of all those who heard it. A nightmare-inducing scream that made even the most battle-hardened sorcerer's heart skip a few beats. When the smoke cleared away, everyone was astonished to see what could be called an injury on Satanish's body as it ran straight from his head, cutting off one of his dual horns, to a little under the mouth of his second face which destroyed one of his eyes, causing blood and fire to bleed out in huge amount that turned the already destroyed landscape to a hellish one. Your souls! I want your souls! Satanish screamed in unbridled rage, but the targets of his screams could all be seen sporting a smug smile on their lips as if taunting him, saying, "Come get it! Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne! Don't forget to vote! Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 202, Chapter 198. Drawl Saint Cross POV. Is there really no way we can kill this bitch? I couldn't help but ask because even after we've nerfed the hell out of this guy, pun not intended, he was still going strong. There is, but it's not viable to us. I looked at the bleeding form of the Ancient One, fully aware that she was inching closer to death by the second. What of the breach? Figured out a way to stop the encroachment yet? Or rather an astral form of me, asked as my main body was busy duking it out with Dormammu. Catching Dormammu by his formless neck, my hand grew to the point that it completely dwarfed Earth. I slammed him straight through the confines of darkness, not relenting as I kept on bombarding him with all the attacks I could, causing the nearby planetary bodies to explode. Strange is on it. We'll have to keep his attention to us in the meantime and hold him down in case he finds out about what we're doing, she said as she casually kept up with me and Dormammu's speed that had surpassed light. You mean I'll have to keep a leash on him, right? Slash. My axe slashed into Dormammu's hands, causing fire and darkness to spew out while also inflicting curses I knew did next to nothing to him. Slowness, dizziness, pain that increased with every movement, magical or subconscious, senses override, disruptive control over their energy and a slew of others. The only way things like these could work against Dormammu in any capacity was due to active use of the Power and Soul Stone. But even then... Slash. Blood spewed out from my chest as I was given another injury for the umpteenth time since our tousle began. He blocked my axe and held my head with an arm he grew from his back and snapped my neck before engulfing me in flames. Despite the fact that my head was 180 degrees facing the wrong way, I still pressed forward, completely ignoring the unholy combination of black and red flames, as arms grew from me and started pummeling the frustrated Hell Lord. We exchanged punches for punches, not minding a bit about defense as we both beat each other through the systems and dark moons. Dormammu was immortal, nigh unkillable, in his own domain, while I could heal from anything and could very well survive even with a destroyed heart or any major organ, and also the fact that I was completely at ease with most of the elements in the dark dimension, so much so that not even the fabled flames of hell gave me any sort of damage. I could now match Dormammu since he was resetting at a fast pace while I was growing stronger. I don't know how long the fight went by, but the underworld was practically in upheaval as we both fought. Impaling me with spears of darkness, I would cleave off his arms with my axe only for them to form back with fire and darkness. He grabbed me by the scuff of my neck only for the foul space of the underworld to writhe and bend in pain that he missed me. Most of my defensive spatial powers didn't work against Dormammu for the simple fact that he outclassed me in strength and we were also fighting in his domain, but the longer the fight went on, the more I started taking dominion of the space in the underworld. Not just the space but even fire and darkness, all of which served to make Dormammu even more furious. The Power Stone and the Space Stone were working together in full harmony that I was now starting to share the same domain with Dormammu, though mine was weaker currently due to the obvious vastness of the underworld, which was said to even far eclipse that of multiple universes, and also the fact that Dormammu was the reigning god of the dark dimension and what I was doing was basically usurping his domain bit by bit. Foul Cretan. Darkness and destruction pour out of my body like a geyser, melding and intertwining with all of my abilities and the space around me, distorting my malevolent form even further. Then something kicked into overdrive. Something that had long slipped my mind, or rather had become so normal to me that I didn't give it an active thought. Energy assimilation. A facet of my evolution ability, but it became something else entirely when powered by the Space Stone. I crashed Dormammu through a planet, making the Dark God to howl in pain but also in rage as the dark planetary body we destroyed started disintegrating in darkness and started seeping into my body, tainting me further. Dormammu tried to break through his shackles, succeeding in some, only for it to clamp him down harder. Though he broke through a few, he was still limited in his prowess. You infernal worm! How dare you! He dug his hands through the darkness of his own realm, summoning an evil flame of black that howled in despair and agony, melting even the satellite bodies in the distance in its cold deadly heat. He brought it down like a rain on me, but I stood unfazed as the power of the soul stone and the power stone flowed through me without obstruction. What Dormammu did was mix soul magic, maybe a small amount of his reality warping powers, darkness, fire, and death into the unholy amalgamation he was throwing around. I swung my axe with a great deal of strength, the power of the soul stone severing any link between the abilities he used, while the power stone straight up destroyed the bits of the independent powers, crushing them to nothingness in front of its overbearing might. As the fight prolonged, I got more used to the similarities and distinct use of both the soul and mind stone. In my opinion, none of the other stones had as much synergy as the two stones that I was in the process of fusing with. The Mind Stone basically gave me a universal perspective on things, comprehending laws and forces in a way that I never could, while the Soul Stone melded my core aspects with the Mind Stone, making me accomplish all these things easily. It truly had a special knowledge. It was during my extensive use of the Soul Stone during the fight that made me understand why the Infinity Stones were as they were. The Soul, Mind, and Power Stone focused on the three aspects of every sentient being, harmony in Trinity. Though no one knew this, obviously apart from the Celestial, since they made the universe, the stones were made in a symmetrical way that it was divided into two parts. The body and the universe. The body on its own cannot hold all powers of the universe, so the power, soul, and mind were made in such a way to rectify that, giving the wielder the potential to sustain a universal infinity. The space, time, and reality stones were also made in the same but different vein, in that they focused on manipulating every aspect of universal creation. What was I trying to say? With just the soul and mind stone, coupled with the power stone, every aspect was laid bare in front of me, and given that I fused with the stone instead of the traditional way of physically using them, everything else was multiplied to a whole new level. The soul of a god? The soul of a hell lord? I could be all of these things and more. Everything in the path of my axe was trampled asunder as it bore its way to Dormammu, the scales of the battle having changed dramatically after he found his connection to the dark dimension drastically limited while mine grew stronger. The foul energies of his attacks turned into a swarm of darkness and was absorbed into my body, finally shredding whatever humanoid form I still had, turning into a mismatch of shadowy darkness and destruction. Despite being on the back foot of our fight, despite his boiling rage, Dormammu still didn't have the caution of defeat any person losing in a fight would have. It had been repeatedly stated, even by the Ancient One, that Dormammu was a very prideful and arrogant being due to his undisputed rule as the nigh omnipotent god of the dark dimension. Guess we should shake that belief a little. I felt the grin on my phantom lips as it curled up in an inhuman manner at the thought of Dormammu's panic-filled shriek placated my mind. I'll have to wait for Strange though before I act. Mr. Cross. The Ancient One's cautious voice filled my ears, but I snorted. I'm fine. No going over to the dark side for me, if there ever even was a dark side. I knew why she was worried. The amount of darkness I was basically bathing with was more than enough to turn the most righteously pious man to a bloodhounding forgotten vestige of damned hell, but I've never felt freer. I separated the space around Dormammu, creating a pseudo-independent domain in an instant, then leaped through it and called my axe to me. I cleaved everything through, which finally caused the dark god to scream in appropriate pain, but this intensity was still not enough. It was only filled with pain and nor despair and fear. Dormammu's cry turned into a sickening howl, and I could hear the ephemeral sound of chains breaking, signifying the shackles he was breaking through, which in turn affected the Ancient One. Despite his seemingly weakness, his authority of fire and flames covered its apparentness, and it was during him breaking his shackles that I gleaned something. Shackles. That was what everything was. The mind, the body, the soul, everything was a form of shackles. Unconsciously the mind and soul stone floated out from the pocket spaces they were in and floated in front of me. Infinity Stones. Mr. Cross. I ignored the sounds around me as I held onto the two stones, staring transfixed at them, before my glowing purple hand brought them towards me. First was the Mind Stone, which I tore open my forehead and planted it inside, planting it in the middle of my brain. The next was the Soul Stone, which went into my heart, placing it in the middle of the beating organ. Burst of power and space rocketed the entire dimension, stretching forward by galaxies while my eyes glazed over. I never expected to see you here. I saw Gamera, not the small version shown but her normal adult form. What are you doing here? Well, I'm dead if that's what you are asking. This is just a residual part of my soul that was taken as some form of token by the Soul Stone. She explained as she continued sitting on the clear water that sent out ripples at certain times. Why? I looked around the place but I couldn't sense anything, which was kind of new, but I had the feeling that I could break through whatever was inhibiting my senses. The Soul Stone retains knowledge. You could say it's the crux of the Infinity Stones, holding all secrets in the known and unknown universe. The secrets of creation. I see. There was no surprise there. I knew from the moment I held the Soul Stone that it had something that made it different from all the others of its kind. If all the other Infinity Stones had specific knowledge that was ingrained in them, then it could be said that the Soul Stone not only had that knowledge but also sentience. Like what I was seeing. What was in front of me was the Soul Stone taking Gamera's form, maybe due to the fact that she was the last person that was sacrificed to it. Then get on with it, I'm kinda busy right now. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMenus. 203, Chapter 199. Stephen Strange POV. Of all infernal demons we could have fought, we just had to go against Dormammu. Even from here, though I have no idea where here is, I could still feel the tremors of the fight between Dormammu and Cross. I looked at the loop around my hand and I could already see cracks appearing around it, signifying that their fight was more disastrous than I imagined. It was also a boon that distance and time had no linear path in the dark dimension, meaning I could be as far away from them while also being a few meters from them. All this was possible as long as Cross held Dormammu's attention to himself. I could already feel the link they used to bind Earth to this place, but different from what we thought. There were two links, camouflaged atop one another. One was in Dormammu's realm while the other was probably in Satanish's. The demons that lurked around the shadows were taken care of by me with boring ease as I made my way to where the connection was tethered. I wasn't the least not surprised when I found a conglomeration of many kinds of demons guarding the link. The place was shaped like an inverted anthill, or maybe a black hole, with demons on every side of it, growling and snarling at each other. Guess it's time to put in the work. With my cape levitating me, I dashed straight into the belly of the demonic gathering, hacking, slashing and firing spells every which way. There were easily thousands of demons in the hive, a panic-inducing number, had I not personally seen the strength of Dormammu. Summoning one of my relics, a sword I had gotten from a dark sorcerer, I killed any demon that got too close, which was ironic given that the sword could extend to a very humble distance. I landed of one of the platforms that stuck out, while the other demons went into a frenzy, not like it was any concern of mine as I continued slaughtering them. It was going very well and dandy until... Halt, human! This is Lord Dormammu's domain. Do not trespass any further. A humanoid demon, one that would easily pass for a human if not for the demonic presence that was oozing out of her. What however made me pause was the minuscule lack of ill intent coming out of her. But it still wasn't enough for me to spare her. Demons were tricky like that. I slashed at her like I had done the other countless demons, and while she managed to shield herself from the surprise attacks, it still wasn't enough and the strike had hurt her badly. I wanted to finish right then and there, but something told me not to. Get out while you still can. I turned my back to and went further down the rabbit hole, but I was still keeping a track on her even as she managed to stabilize her wounds and started limping in my direction. Is this some new form of espionage that the demons cooked up? It's stupid. She was strong, yes, but not to the point that I needed to be particularly cautious about, so I let her tag along, with her blissfully unaware that I was just a flick away from ending her life. I continued on with my slaughter while my wounded stalker trailed behind until I got closer to the core of the first link, where I started facing stronger demons. It would have been a particularly tough fight had I not had the time stone with me, which I was actively using to bolster the might of my killing spells. Putting most spells on a continuous loop, which increased the preparation time of the spell, which thereby increased the destructive power of it by a few folds. I'm going to really hate it when I give Drawl this stone, it's too much of a convenient tool to just feed to someone. Come on out. I know you're hiding, I said to my stalker, giving her no choice but to limp out of her hiding place. Why are you following me? I projected my killing intent, making her know how serious I was, and imagine my surprise when she barely even twitched a muscle at it. Why are you attacking us? Why do you fight against Lord Dormammu? She asked with curiosity as she held her sides. Well, your Lord Dormammu decided to gift Lil Olurth a squadron of death and disaster for our betterment. That's sarcasm, by the way, in case you don't know. I could feel the link this place had to Earth and how it would have flooded Earth, which it was currently doing, albeit very slowly, with demons if it grew any larger. I had mixed in a little time juice with the spatial displacement spell I had cast, which make them travel a lot farther distance in a much longer time frame to reach here. The humans will die by the droves, will they not, if we invade? She asked tentatively. I raised a brow at her and gave her a good look over. Was she all right? That was the most undemonic thing I've ever heard from the mouth of a demon. Regardless, I focused on what it was that brought me here rather than the demon lady undergoing an existential crisis. Can I help? Hey. I almost lost control of my spell due to what I just heard. Is she trolling me? Did Drawl put her up to this? I can help. No, let me help. She said, pleadingly I might add, which made the situation all the more confusing. I saw. The fight, against Lord Dormammu, I saw. It was you and a group of humans. Oh God. Can she shut the fuck up? I'm trying to concentrate here. I was already done with the spell, so hopefully Drawl has everything going all right on his end. I never thought that there were people who could fight against Lord Dormammu, least of all, humans. So let me help you, and then in return, you'll show me the human world. I really need to get back to Earth. Satanish being there worries me to no end, and with the Ancient One's condition worsening by the minute, we have no choice but to hurry up. Thankfully, This takes care of Dormammu because as long as he's gone, Satanish won't be a problem against all of us. Do you agree? Do whatever you want but stay the hell out of my way. I palmed the ground, activating the spell the Ancient One, and I came up with an order to sever the link with maximum efficiency and reduce any damage to the ley lines as much lower as possible. It's done. I don't know why, but I'm pretty happy that I'm not the one facing Dormammu right now, because the Gloom God is about to be royally pissed that he missed Earth one more time. Without saying another word, I contemplated a bit before making my way, or rather preparing a dimension-hopping spell, towards Satanish's dimension. You've ever been to Satanish's dimension? I need a guide. That place was bound to be hot as hell given who Satanish was, but it beats anywhere Dormammu was by miles. Guide me well and I'll take you to Earth. The most fabulous deal I've ever made. I guess Drawl had been rubbing off of me. Name's Strand Steven, by the way. A gratuitous encounter, Steven. My name is Clea. The ruins of Camartage. 3 bodies shot like bullets towards the ruined building wreckage, destroying it further. Not that mattered to anyone. Towering above the crumbling wreckage was a scarred giant of fire and destruction, Hell Lord Satanish. In front of Satanish was the battered form of Ororo and Steve, which was quite confusing to any watcher as they had no injury to be seen on their body except for the obvious dirt, grim, and soot. Kathmandu was destroyed. The barrier had been broken a while ago, and it was then that their fight had spilled over to the real world. As per humans' foolishness, a few newscast helicopters had been surveying the area, even taking live videos of the fight that had been going on. The first 3 had exploded due to the shockwaves that was been produced due to the clash between Satanish and the others. While the last 2 helicopters were destroyed due to the link between Steve's spatial abilities that he combined with Ororo's divine lightning. An all-encompassing attack that was nigh impossible to dodge in a secluded space. Normally, they would have prioritized getting the civilians away from the battlefield, but unfortunately they have more pressing concerns. Satanish was growing stronger and demons had begun crawling into Earth, making the masters and apprentices who could fight have no choice except eradicate them, which had drastically reduced the strength of the barrier they had erected. Fuck it all. Bucky groaned as he got up, his body flickering in between states which made him unstable. Turns out he wasn't as resistant as he had thought he was to magic. Steve and Ororo were already going at it against Satanish, with Ororo being the heavy damage dealer among all of them. Though Steve could filter himself in and out of space, it still didn't prevent some of Satanish's heavy attacks from reaching him. Space-rending attacks were some of the things even he was having problems completely nullifying. No. Great. What now? Yelena quipped as they listened to another one of the numerous rage-filled shouts of the Hell Lord. Guys, I think the portal is shrinking down. Natasha said, which made the 3 of them focus their senses on it, and truly the portal was shrinking down, and even the numbers of demons that were coming through had drastically reduced. It's about damn time. Bucky said with relief as the shrinking portal continued picking up pace, which made Satanish all the more furious. You guys mind helping out? Ororo called out at the relaxed group, who did nothing but stand there as they spectated the closing portal and the raging demon. Everything is already destroyed. Just let him rage a bit before the portal sucks him in. It gotta be frustrating losing every goddamn time. Bucky said as he crashed back on the ground and laid sprawled with his limbs stretched out. He was mentally spent after all the hours of fighting and destruction. He desperately needed a breather and a change of pace. Hey Nat. Yeah. I heard Charlie's was recently renovated. Wanna tag along? He asked in between deep breaths. Drinks on you. Nat sat by his side while Yelena pretended to be fascinated by Satanish's futile struggle. Drinks on me. Bucky affirmed, which brought a smile to the redhead's face. Then I'm down. None of them minded the explosion that was going off in the distance due to Satanish's frustrations, as it was pretty clear they had won this part of the fight. Taking away an eye and horn of a Hell Lord, not many could boast of such achievements. Steve and Ororo came down after they made sure that Satanish was as good as gone and the portals were closed off, while some of the sorcerers cheered while some shed tears. They had won, but the cost had been great. The number of lives lost due to Satanish's destruction were astronomical, and the whole world had watched. Kathmandu and its neighboring towns and cities had been razed to the ground either by the fight against the Hell Lord or when the hordes of demons attacked. Can Drawl hurry up a bit? He promised me a new car. Yelena whined after sitting there for over a quarter of an hour and there still was no signs of Drawl. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMinus. 204, Chapter 200. Chapter 200 People. Damn, another milestone reached. Though at this point, the story is near its end than ever before. Love you guys for the support since day one. Meanwhile, back in the Dark Dimension, Drawl's evolution had caused the 2 viewers present to pause, but only for a while, as Dormammu capitalized on the opening and lunged for Drawl, only for the Ancient One to step up and summon a few objects, both big and small, that prevented the Dark God from reaching the man. The bug finally fights back. Hey! Dormammu sneered as saw that none of his efforts gave him his desired effect. I wonder how long it will take before you die. A few days, Some months? 5 years? Your end is right about the corner and there is nothing you can do to stop it this time. He once again rammed himself into the barrier, causing the Ancient One to spew out blood at the backlash. She was holding onto the barrier with just her sheer will and Dormammu's consistent attacks were taking a lot out of her. Infinity Stones. I never knew someone was foolish enough to absorb them, but he might as well be the bravest since it appears he'll succeed. I will make sure to delight in his suffering once I break free of this shackle. The Ancient One was almost thrown into a fit of panic due to the unexpected change in Drawl. She had no idea that he would try to fuse with both stones mid-fight, not when Strange was on his way to sever the connection between the Dark Dimension and Earth, which would no doubt enrage Dormammu more, and since he can't get to Drawl, he would have no other choice but to focus his sights on the new disturbance. Tell me, Dormammu. What do you know about him? You seem to have recognized him, but I don't remember you ever meeting. The Ancient One asked. If there was anyone who had an inkling as to what Drawl was affiliated to, then it would be dark beings, and given that Dormammu was one, if not the most, darkest there was, it was only right she asked him. It's nothing for you to know. You can form all the hypotheses you want, but it still wouldn't give you a clue as to what is involved. You just have no idea. Dormammu's face lingered a few meters away from the barrier, staring intently at the Ancient One as she stood behind the barrier. She frowned at Dormammu's words, knowing fully well that nothing good came out of the demon's mouth. But you do. Dormammu snickered at her question before pausing abruptly as his dark eyes shone with power. He could feel the link between his realm and Earth being severed, and it was at that moment that he knew he had lost himself to rage and had forgotten about the pest known as Strange. His first reaction was to lash against the barrier in futility, and his second had been to bring the location of where Strange was to him, but he couldn't. He was in his domain. His playing field. A place where he could control the laws as he wished, that even though they had managed to place a feudal limit on him, he could still control the place as he wished. But apparently not anymore. He had lost his control of his dimension's space, and not only that, he had also lost his ability to manipulate the laws and forces of his dimension. His dark heart chilled as he came to a conclusion and looked at the vortex of power that was swirling around the man, completely engulfing him, that had fused with 2 infinity stones. The locks on his connection with his realm completely shattered, but even then he still couldn't control the forces in his own dimension. It was as if the power that was made available from his ownership of the dark dimension was usurped. But that's impossible. The only things in the universe that can control the very forces of reality are either the Power Stone or the Reality Stone. That purple glow. Don't tell me he possesses 3 infinity stones. Dormammu's thoughts ran wild as all he could do was stay still, as the complete domination of space and power were so out of his reach that he couldn't even travel a mere kilometer with any of his abilities without facing a fierce opposition. Dormammu was not the only one that was left speechless by the new ongoing events. Though she had speculated that a thorough change will take place once he balances his soul and mind with the concept of infinity, never had she thought it would be this drastic, that even space and power were rendered moot and could do nothing without his express permission. Even her magic was gone, and so was the barrier around them. The vortex shimmered down and dispersed, revealing nothing. No body, no power, no congregation of space, all that was left was an empty field. What happened? Her words stuck to her throat as she looked at the dark infernal space of the dark dimension. The darkness and fire were like stars in the night sky, with 4 colors of purple, blue, orange, and yellow, shining the brightest like the congregations of stars in a galaxy. The darkness was without form, void and null, with only the lights giving it an ephemeral shape. It felt like the personification of the cosmos was staring back at them, holding the authority of space, power, soul, and the heart in his lights. The stars dimmed and shifted in a way as if it were a person blinking and looking at his body. Before any of them could react to the rapid changes, the dark and bright cosmos vanished and faded away like smoke, leaving only Drawl at its epicenter. The man in question floated down with a look of confusion on his face as he checked his body and made gestures that none of his spectators could understand. Drawl continued doing so for a while, not paying any attention to his surroundings, as if he was seeing things that only he could understand. Seeing the man who recklessly fused with 2 infinity stones and had stolen the power of his domain not paying him any attention, as if he was not but a child, Dormammu unleashed his full might, forcefully drawing upon the powers the realm gave him, and attacked the occupied Drawl. "Stop!" was all he said, and everything stilled. The attack appeared frozen in time, and it was only until Drawl gave it a look before it fizzled out and turned into dust. To say Dormammu was shocked would be an understatement, but that wasn't the only thing that made him falter. You didn't fuse with the stones, did you? You absorbed what was in them and took a part of the universe for yourself. Ha 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 ha. This was golden. Dormammu had never seen something like this in his innumerable eons of living. Sure, there had been a sizable number of people who had wielded the Infinity Stones throughout time and history, but none had done what the human before him had done. Wielding all 6 stones would make one nigh omnipotent in their home universe, as the stones were next to worthless if they were taken away from their home universe. But the human had done something none had ever done. Rather than saying he fused with an Infinity Stone, it would be truer to say he had fused with what made up the aspect of infinity in his universe. And looking at him now, Dormammu could tell that rather than his assumed 3, he had already fused with 4 infinity stones. He had taken the aspect of space, power, soul, and mind of his universe away from the infinity stones, which basically made that universe his own realm and an extension of his own body. And the same way a person could carry everything about him to another dimension or universe, he also could carry the power of his universe unto another without the disadvantage the infinity stones had, as he wasn't the infinity stones but rather had the powers of them. And that was exactly what he was doing, and given that he held the authority of the Power Stone also allowed him to fuse with a part of the Dark Dimension and also make it his domain along with the Earth and his universe. Hold on for a sec, do me. He patted Dormammu's shoulders as he walked past him, which left the Dark God in slight shock as he saw how the human had manipulated his domain that even he couldn't react until he was already at his side. You good? He bent down and asked the Ancient One who had managed to get her breath in order. Yes, I'll live. She nodded with a smile at Drawl's question. It still surprised her greatly the pure absurdness of what she was seeing. Drawl had broken the convention that had been set in place by the Celestials when they created the infinite universes and was taking it in strides like it was another weekend for him. But not for long. He could see her soul, dry and withered. With a soul like this, she wouldn't even be able to live even up to a decade. I know. I think I prefer it this way. I've seen too much and lived too long, way past my time that I've grown quite numb and complacent to it. Maybe experiencing death would be a nice change of pace. And besides, there is nothing else I can do, nor is there anything I can teach when I know the future is in capable hands. She said as she released another sigh, this one in relief. With both him and Strange guiding the future, she was sure they would usher in the brightest age, though someone would need to keep an eye on Drawl as he tends to be lazy most of the time. Whatever floats your boat. Drawl shrugged. If she knew her death was coming and she accepted it, what else was he to do? Increasing her lifespan by strengthening her soul was something he could do with ease now that he had fused with the Soul Stone. He then turned around to Dormammu, who had been watching him like a hawk after the stunt he had pulled. Even though he was still inside Dormammu's domain and the Dark God was at full strength, he was still confident. Looking at the amalgamation of darkness and fire in front of him, he could tell that Dormammu was likely multiversal in strength, but gauging someone like that had a few problems. Sorcerers like the Ancient One and Strange, even Mordo, knew some spells that were at least universal in effect, but that didn't mean that they could face any universal being in physical strength. It was only in magic that they stood a chance. The same thing, but although slightly different, was what was happening between Drawl and Dormammu. While Drawl had absorbed the aspects of the stones, he didn't gain the universal nigh omnipotent limiter that came with them. What he did was absorb the concept of infinity that had taken on different aspects. And that alone was the reason why he didn't fear Dormammu, who by all rights should still eclipse him in strength. It was because they were both fighting in their respective domain, which was now the Dark Dimension, and Drawl also now fully had the powers of different specific aspects of the universe backing him up. They weren't by no means equal, but were by all rights at a stalemate. And unlike Dormammu, who has once again lost his chance at Earth, Drawl would always be encroaching on the powers of the Dark Dimension. If only I had the reality and time stone then. Drawl thought. With a thought, he teleported Strange towards him, but the man had something to say before Drawl even opened his mouth. There was a Demoness with me. Can we take her along? Drawl rolled his eyes, and the next second, said Demoness was standing behind Drawl and Strange with shock, fear, and confusion written on her face. You dare betray me, Clea? You impudent wretch! Before he could go on another rant, Drawl slashed down with his hand and they were gone from the Dark Dimension with Dormammu's blood-curdling scream filtering in their ears. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 205.